Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm still one of my writers. Thank you, Matt. Matt wrote today's episode, The Yorkshire Ripper, Mad Jack's Mad Successor. If you're new here, the format of the show, never read this before, we're going to explore it and read it together. Settle in. It's a bit of a long one. How many pages? 31 pages. Okay, we're going to be here for a while. I've poured myself no, this was like an hour ago. Now it's just a cold half cup of coffee, but let's go. Jack the Ripper, hands down, one of, if not the most famous and well-known killers of all time. He struck fear and terror into the hearts and minds of all of England between August and November of 1888, leaving a confirmed count of 5 victims in his wake. We've definitely covered Jack the Ripper, right? It'd be weird if we haven't, and I remember learning about it in depth, so I'm pretty sure. This is the sequel. To this day, the number is disputed, with many believing that his body count could be as much as 11. Vicious and demented, his evil truly knew no bounds. And then he was gone. Just like that, Jack the Ripper vanished, never to be heard from again, let alone caught. His legend is as renowned and investigated to this day as it ever was, though it's probably safe to say that his real name has been lost to history many, many years ago. But we've already covered Saucy Jack here on the channel. Saucy Jack sounds a bit too, friendly. Jack the Ripper, doesn't it? Saucy Jack. Oh, it's okay. He's just a bit saucy. Yeah, but he cut that woman open and had to look at her insides. Oh, that's just Saucy Jack, isn't it? Can't blame him. It's like, yes, you can. Stop calling it. Maybe saucy meant something different in the past, but to me it means it was a little bit saucy, a little bit naughty. We covered it almost a year ago at the time of writing, and I still consider it an honour and a privilege that you allow me to cover him in one of my first ever scripts, Simon. Oh, I did I? I feel bad. I actually just rejected someone who's just started writing for this show. They were like, can I cover this? And I'm like, yo, steady on, mate. Let's start with someone who no one's heard of, and then maybe we can move on to that. Actually, the real reason was someone was already writing it, but still I'd have been less the big ones I like to give to my more established people nowadays, like Matt. I saw a very nice Reddit thread about Matt the other day, and there were people saying how much they've enjoyed him grow as a writer. And I was like, well, I was quite impressed with Matt from day one, but people have enjoyed him grow, which is nice to read. If you've read that, Matt, I imagine you listened to this. There you go. Good job. With that said, let's cover the sequel, shall we? The setting. The county of Yorkshire in northern England in the year 1975. My grandma's from Yorkshire. She didn't sound like she was from Yorkshire because she moved to the south when she was quite young and married a southern man. And so she always just sounded south. But she had all these Yorkshire things. She liked Yorkshire tea. She was very cheap. I don't know if that's... there's this stereotype in the UK, in the south, that our northern friends are a little bit cheap. And my nan was the sort of person who would use a tea bag twice. She'd make tea in a cup, and then she'd take the tea bag out, put it on the side of the sink, in this weird little place, and then she'd use it again later. And it's like, oh, Nan, that's a bit gross. And also, she was far from poor. She lived in this big old house, but would still be reusing her tea bags. And I'm like, Nan, what's going on? 87 years after the spree of Mad Jack came to an end, another ghoul was set loose on the streets of England. Within a span of 5 years, he claimed the lives of 13 women in the dead of night, with an additional 9 left injured at his hands. Many leads were brought forth, almost all of them nonsense and dead ends, leaving the police scratching their heads as the bodies continued to drop like flies. Sound familiar? It seems that almost 100 years after Jack's streak of horror, people are just as eager to get in on the fun when it comes to serial killers. Oh my lord, let's get in on the fun. What do you want to do this weekend? I'm thinking about becoming, Jack the Ripper too. Oh my. So everyone, as the shadows engulf us once again, let us sit as I regale you with the story of a man so insane, so bloodthirsty, that he truly can be called the successor of Jack the Ripper. A man so vile and depraved that his impact is still felt on the streets of Yorkshire to this very day. There have been many who have been given the name Ripper throughout human history, but few have earned the moniker quite like this monster of a man. This is the tale of the Yorkshire Ripper. The Devil's Playground. As we did when we spoke of Whitechapel 1 year ago, it's where Jack the Ripper was hanging out. Old saucy Jack. I believe it's best to set the scene for the horror to come. West Yorkshire, a large and bustling county in the Yorkshire and Humber region of England. From all I've heard and seen, it's quite a beautiful place, with vast cities such as Leeds, Bradford, Wakefield and Huddersfield, to smaller towns and parishes like Halifax, Saddleworth, Keighley and Woolston. Don't think I've ever been. Maybe I've been to Leeds. Oh, I went to Leeds recently. I went to Leeds very recently. I was just there for one night before I took a boat from somewhere near Leeds to the Isle of Man. It was lovely. It was very windy and kind of cold for like the middle of August when I was there. But I stayed in a really nice hotel. Hotel was great. That's it. It was nice. With theatres, restaurants, shops and galleries aplenty, there's much to do in West Yorkshire, and of course the grand landscapes and countryside from what I've seen are quite breathtaking. Brought to you by Visit Yorkshire. And of course, there's the lively nightlife. Just continues. With pubs and clubs galore, there's no shortage of places for folks to go out and cut loose. After a long day's work, you can get a drink, go dance, meet up with friends, or even go mate a new lad or a lady for a romantic night on the town. Okay, Matt, sell it to me. Sell it. What should I be doing in the north, Matt? Now, before Simon goes off on me again about the potential kickbacks I may or may not be getting from West Yorkshire yet, I'm describing West Yorkshire, more or less, as it is today. Back in the 1970s, it's a very different story. While still a nice place to live, West Yorkshire was in the middle of a societal lull during that time. During World War II, it was an economic hub, a place with plenty of jobs and a lot of work to go around in correspondence with the war effort. After the war, though, well, jobs started to dry up, especially as everything that was originally made there was soon overtaken by foreign imports. Add in the mass amount of immigrants from other countries, as well as from other parts of the UK, and there just weren't a lot of jobs to go around. Money started to become harder to make for some people, especially women, and so sadly many of them became sex workers in order to make ends meet. Sound fairly familiar? They might as well have taken West Yorkshire and replaced it with Whitechapel in 1888. Women were selling themselves on the street for money to provide for themselves and their families. Neighbourhoods were becoming downtrodden and run down, and even though there were folks who could make a good living, the opportunities to do so were few and far between for those who didn't already have it. And so why do I include this section? I don't know, it's like quite a good, I don't know much about Yorkshire in the 1970s. Was my nan living in Yorkshire in the No shot. She'd have moved south way long ago. She was born in the 1920s, right? So 1920s. Then she went to university in Sheffield. She was a doctor. She went to studied medical school back in the day. I imagine she was one of only two women in the class or whatever. Back when women could have become the good old days. No, she'd have moved south way before then. Because my mum was born in 55. So she was born in the south. Oh yeah, should have moved south way soon after that. Well, this section is here for one reason and one reason only, and that is to drive home a singular fact. The people of West Yorkshire at the time, while hard up, still felt safe. They felt it was only right that they could walk the streets at night and not have to worry about making it home. They felt safe, which only made what happened between 1975 and 1980 that much more shocking. The aura of safety, the idea that a young woman could go out on a whim and have a good time, was all shattered when women started dying in brutal ways. Just imagine that. The terror they must have felt, the feeling that they couldn't even go out their front door after sunset because the darkness had an agent out there, knife in hand, waiting for them. West Yorkshire might be a wonderful place to live now, but for those 5 years, for a relatively short period of time, the devil came to town, and West Yorkshire turned into a place filled with fear, unease, and trepidation. Attacks in the dark. It all started on July the 5th, 1975 in the market town of Keighley in the city of Bradford Borough of West Yorkshire. That night, 36-year-old Anna Rogulski had been out with her boyfriend Jeff Hughes for a night of fun. Everyone who knew them believed that the two were closer to tying than not, but that night they had a fight, so Anna decided to call it a night and left Jeff to go drinking with friends. It was around 1 a.m. when she was dropped off at her home. Jeff still wasn't home, and she was pretty miffed, so she decided to take a walk to his house and tell him off. She arrived at his home, and after getting no answer, she eventually threw a shoe at the window, breaking it. Defeated, she retrieved her shoe and was in the middle of putting it back on when pain exploded in the back of her head. Before she could register that she wasn't alone, she had been struck unconscious by a blow to the head. She fell to the ground, and her attacker wasted no time, using a hammer to bash in her head twice more. After lifting her skirt and removing her underwear, he took a knife from his pocket and started slashing at her stomach. Luck was smiling at Anna that night, though, because before he could kill her, a neighbor noticed what was happening and called out. wow, I assumed that this... I mean, I sort of like... Because this is being told from a somewhat... No, not first-person perspective, but we know Anna's experiences. You're thinking, okay, well, she survives. But then he's like bashed her twice in the head and then started stabbing her. It's like, oh my god. Pulled from his frenzied attack, the monster called back to the neighbor, telling him to go back inside. Unable to get any details on the attacker's face and not understanding what was happening, the neighbor did. Her attacker realized that there was a chance he could be caught, though, and he decided not to take any more chances that night. He fixed Anna's clothes and left her bleeding on the ground before he vanished back into the shadows. Anna was rushed to the hospital where her stomach was treated, and after undergoing brain surgery, she made a full recovery. Excellent. Sadly, she was left traumatized by the attack, and who can blame her? Yeah, Jesus Christ, that is, I don't know. Like, nothing like that has ever happened to me. Like, some major... I mean, there's been, like, traumatic things in my life, but nothing like this. And you're like, oh my god, can you, like, you dream about that? It's like, though, I don't know, like, crimes, especially against, like, women and stuff. And it's like, that shit must haunt you for, like, ages. Like, I just think about all the tiny things that happen to me and how, like, some minor things, like, still bother me and, like, still, like, you know, you think about it and you're like, why am I thinking about that? And then just for something so traumatic to happen and then to have to live with that forever is like, I don't want to sound, like, insane, but it's going to sound insane and completely insensitive, but I'm trying to just illustrate a point of how damaging something like this can be, because I still have dreams or like nightmares where I haven't prepared for an exam that I'm taking. And I think like, okay, I guess that must have been quite a stressful time in my life, like doing university exams or whatever. And I still have these dreams where it's like, I just haven't prepared for them. And it's like, for some reason, I'm doing my job that I do now. I've got no need to take exams, but it's like, oh my God, I haven't prepared for this exam. And that is like the most minor trauma that everyone goes through. You can't possibly compare it to something else. Can you imagine something like this happening to you? Or like a sexual assault or something? And then I just can't imagine how much that would weigh on your mind for so long afterwards. If something as minor as exams is something that I still have nightmares about. That sounds insane. Like, I don't mean to compare the two. I just want to use one as a base for how minor something could be compared to something so major and how that can haunt someone. You're left standing by yourself in the middle of the night outside your boyfriend's home and attempting to give him a piece of your mind when out of nowhere you're viciously attacked and nearly killed. It's enough to rattle just about anyone. Anyone who's not rattled by that is a psycho. It's like, you have any lingering effects of that? No, I'm fine. It's like, do you have any emotions? Nah, no emotions. That's why I'm fine. Hey! She was terrified of strangers for years to come, broke up with her boyfriend, and boarded herself up in her house with her 5 cats, her life sealed behind a barricade of locks and alarms. When asked about it, Anna had this to say: I've been afraid to go out much because I feel people are staring and pointing at me. The whole thing is making my life a misery. I sometimes wish I had died in the attack. And then, a little over a month later, it'd strike again. It was August the 15th, 1975, when the next victim was attacked. This was 41-year-old Olive Smelt, this time in the town of Halifax, the borough of Calderdale in West Yorkshire. On that night, she had gone out of town for some drinks with a couple of girlfriends, and her husband, Harry, had stayed at home to watch over the 2 kids. At around 11:45 that night, Olive was dropped off by some friends a short way from her home. Ducking down an alley as a shortcut, she was nearly home when all of a sudden she heard a voice behind her. Yeah, this is like whenever I'm at home with the kids and my wife goes out to meet her friends. Like, we live in the middle of a very safe city, but I'm still like, if she's out, like, I'm not going to bed. I'm just like, just going to stay up until she gets home because I'm like, everything's fine. But just in case, just going to wait up, just to be sure. And then I'm like, can you text me when you're coming home? When I'm going out, she's also worried about me. And I'm like, I'm not, look, I'm not the one that someone's going to attack in, like, the street. And if they are, they're just going to mug me and take my shit. Like, whereas it's different if you're a woman. Weather's letting us down, isn't it? Before Olive could so much as turn around, her world went dark as a hammer slammed into the back of her head. She fell forward to the ground, getting hit once again as her assailant jumped on top of her. Wasting no time, he once again switched from his hammer to his knife, pulling up her clothes before slicing up her lower back, right above her rear end. And just like the first time, before he could go any further, he was interrupted. The lights of a passing car illuminated the alley, causing him to flee. Barely conscious and terribly injured, Olive dragged herself from the alley, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Neighbors would hear her weak moans and calls for help, and they quickly brought her inside. An ambulance was called, and she was taken to the hospital, where after brain surgery she was able to make a full physical recovery. I say physically because, like Anna, Olive was understandably mentally scarred. The attack left her with terrible memory loss, along with severe depression and trust issues. She stayed inside more often than not, and when she did go out, every single man who passed her on the street caused a jolt of fear within her. She even looked sideways at her own husband, fearing that he could have been the one. And speaking of her husband and her family, they suffered as well. Olive took no interest in anything going on in the home, took no pleasure in cooking or doing housework like she once did, and her drive for sex was gone. On more than one occasion, Olive would simply express the wish that she had been killed that night instead, and insisted that her life had been ruined. So I know what you must be thinking. Well, Matt, what of the police? Surely they must have been on the case, especially after the second attack, right? Now, normally I'd say yes, but sadly, we had already run into an old friend of this channel, good old-fashioned police incompetence. Both Anna and Olive were questioned about the attacks, Olive even giving the critical detail that the man who attacked her had a Yorkshire accent. Well, they are in Yorkshire. Neither Anna nor Olive was attacked or even found in the red light district of town, and yet the fact that they were dressed for a night out and their clothes were disheveled afterwards seemed to speak more to the police than anything. Oh my god, police. Are you just like, well, there's two layers here. One, even if, and they aren't, even if they were sex workers, that doesn't mean you can't take the case seriously, police. What the f***? And two, they weren't. How about you make less assumptions and do more actual policing? They were dressed like sex workers and they were treated as such. As the attacks on Anna and Olive were dismissed, the investigation went nowhere because of it, and the police simply went about their day. Another cup of tea, governor? Be like, oh, that'd be lovely. How about you do some police work? The next attack wasn't any better, as this time the monster targeted a child. This was 14-year-old Tracy Brown, and it was on August the 27th, 1975, in the town of Silsden. He didn't sneak up on her. He didn't appear out of the shadows. No, this time he spoke with her, spent a bit of time with her, and she didn't feel uneasy, as he did, even though he was certainly an older man. In her words, quote, "We had walked together for almost a mile, about 30 minutes. And I never once felt intimidated or in danger." I'm going to tell my 14-year-old daughter, if you're walking along and an older man comes and talks to you for half an hour, leave. You're 14. And she'll be like, oh, Dad, I'm a big girl. I'll be like, just do this for Dad. Just please. Come on. That's probably why she didn't see any of it coming. Without warning, the nice charming stranger that she'd spent a nice nighttime walking with suddenly pulled out a hammer and struck her 5 times in the back of the head. Tracy was knocked out, but before the villain of our story could do anything, oncoming headlights once again scared him away. Tracy was saved, though she would also need brain surgery to fix the damage. You know what the up part about all of this was? When she was 16, Tracy saw sketches of a man who she recognized as the man who attacked her. His reign of terror had already commenced in full, and so she went to the police. And what did they do? Absolutely nothing. They dismissed her, thought she was a stupid girl telling stories, pulling a prank, and so they did nothing of it. Can you imagine the frustration, the rage that she must have felt to be totally disregarded when she only barely survived a run-in with the madman that they'd been after? Fucking police, man. Get it together. I really hope this is one of those episodes where it's like, and then along comes Detective John or whatever, and he's the legend of the story, and he whips the police into shape, and he's just a hero. I really hope so, rather than just continuing police incompetence, because I find that really frustrating. Well, regardless, after 3 near misses, the gates of hell opened up in West Yorkshire, and shortly after, the Ripper would claim his first life. Death returns to England. The first body was found on October the 30th, 1975, lying face upwards on a sloping grass embankment of the Prince Philip playing fields off Scott Hall Road in northeast Leeds, West Yorkshire. Her skull had been cracked twice, and she'd been stabbed a total of 15 times, once in the neck, twice below the right breast, thrice below the left breast, and 9 times in the stomach. The police were out in full force, and it wasn't long before they had a name. The body was identified as 28-year-old Scottish woman Wilhelmina Mary McCann, a mother of 4. She was a fiery woman who was never able to find her feet financially. Having been divorced from her abusive and drunk husband, according to her own son, there were even times when she would go to social services and threaten to leave all her children unless she was given money. It was around 7:30 the previous night when Wilma was last seen by her children. She told them she would be home later that night and to be good until she got back. Being one to enjoy the nightlife, even when short on money, Wilma went out drinking until around 10:30 p.m. and she was last seen drunk and incoherent at around 1 a.m. after jumping in front of a car on the road, trying to get the driver to take her home. Oh, Wilma, you've had too much to drink. Her body was found the next day, only 150 feet from her home. The sad thing about it, at around 5 in the morning, her two oldest children, 6-year-old Sonia and 5-year-old Richard McCann, were found huddled together, cold and confused at a nearby bus stop. Their mother hadn't come home yet, so they wanted to go out and see if they could find her. Recalling the next morning, Richard recounted on the Netflix docuseries The Ripper, quote, "All I can remember is being out in the street, kind of liking being in the street, because we could see this bit of commotion. Mum's not here. We'll be alright. Won't get caught." And then being back in the house and the police asking us questions. I remember people giving us cups of cocoa and it felt nice. This was really unusual, coming from where we'd come from, and all these people were making a fuss over us. It was lovely. We didn't know what was going on. And eventually I remember the officer sitting us down and just telling us that our mum had been taken to heaven and we weren't going to see her again. To say things were off to a bad start would be putting it mildly. This was twofold. The first reason was that the town itself wasn't too keen on the police, let alone helping them. I mean, sure, people they're like, coppers always giving me tickets, pursuing me for minor crimes, etc., etc. Just like, in some places, there could be like, in the UK, I feel like it's interesting because, I'm from the UK. I live in Czech Republic. The relationship with the police is very different in the UK. Like, they're the sort of people you go up to them and you'd ask them for directions. And look, this is my experience as a middle-class white dude, obviously. They're the sort of people you'd go up to and ask for directions. Being like, oh, where this is? And they'd be like, of course, it's just down there. Just go like this. Or it's like, oh, could you help me with this? And they'd be like, of course. Whereas the relationship, like my experience, at least here, not that I have any direct, but like talking to friends and stuff, is like there's a more adversarial relationship with the police. They're not the sort of people you'd be like, morning, where the pub is. They're just, doing their policing job of catching crime or whatever. But the point I was kind of trying to make with this is like, but when someone is out murdering, doesn't everyone band together and it's like, well, look, I don't like the police giving me a parking ticket, but I sure am going to help them catch a murderer because that seems important. Like, they put aside that, like, adversarialship? What is the word for an adversarial relationship? Oh, God, Simon, you're so dumb sometimes. You know what I mean, though. A large number of minorities and immigrants have been treated so badly by the local bobbies that they wanted nothing to do with them, and the same goes for all the sex workers in the area. Yeah, and that's why I specified, like, my experience with the police as a white middle-aged dude. Middle-class dude. Now middle-aged. When do you become middle-aged? I'm 36. I've got to be almost there, right? I'm looking forward to it. I got my nice little middle-aged life. And that brings me to the second cock-up, one that would stick with the entire investigation until the end, and was just the start of the police department sticking their heads right up their own bottoms. Because of how she looked and was dressed, how she had acted before, and where the police found her, which was very close to the red light district of Chapeltown, the police instantly labelled Wilma McCann as a sex worker, which she wasn't. Bro, police, do you think like everyone, it's like, oh yeah, women are attacked, they're dressed up a little bit, they're going out on the town? Must be sex workers. Police, get your shit together. It's embarrassing. She was down on her luck, but enjoyed the nightlife. She liked to consort with people in the taverns and pubs around the area. Because of this, it made sense to the local cops to label her a sex worker, a label that seems to carry on to this day, when all she was a mother who was having a rough go of things and just wanted to get away from it all. She wanted to escape, away from all her worries and woes, and sadly, she ended up killed for it. If this was a man, there would be no question. They're like, oh, is he a sex worker? No, that's just John. He likes to play the field. It's like, yo, police. I know this is the 1970s, but come on. Come on now. Now, because of the police's mindset when it came to Wilma's murder, almost nothing was initially done to solve her case. To the cops, it was just another sex worker who'd been killed, another dead whore after a bad night. A prime example of the lesser dead mindset that seems to persist even to this day. Same with the press, as Wilma's murder was barely mentioned in the newspapers. Society simply seemed all too willing to brush her murder under the rug and move on with their lives. That is, until the next body was found. Emily Monica Jackson was 42 years old, and the body was discovered on the 21st of January 1976, just after 8 a.m. the following morning, only 800 yards from the Gaiety pub on Roundhay Road. She was married to a man named Sidney, and they had 4 children together. Sadly, The family had fallen on a hard time, so Emily had taken to selling herself on the street for cash with her husband's help. Oh my god, that's got to be miserable. The two of them would drive about Leeds in their blue Commer van, and after parking, Emily would go looking for John's and Sydney would wait for her at a local pub until she was finished. Sadly, he was left waiting that night. On the evening of January the 20th, Emily was making her rounds outside the Gaiety when she was approached by a man in a car. He asked her if she'd be willing to provide certain services, and Emily agreed. Her John drove for about half a mile to some derelict building on Enfield Terrace in the Manor Industrial Estate. She never stood a chance. After exiting the vehicle, the killer wasted no time, taking up his hammer and bashing her twice in the head, fracturing her skull. After she had fallen, he dragged her into a dirty, trash-filled alleyway and took out what was later identified as a sharpened Phillips head screwdriver and proceeded to violently stab her in the neck, chest, and abdomen a total of 56 times. During the attack, the killer ended up taking off her bra and exposing her breasts, almost as if to humiliate her further. Then when he was done, as if to simply show off his unyielding disgust towards the now dead woman, he stamped down full force on her thigh, hard enough to leave a boot mark, before taking off into the night. Her legs were also placed open and facing toward the road, so that anyone who came around the corner would see her sprawled out in the alley. It was as if the killer had taken her there as a way to take out the trash. It didn't take long for the police to draw a connection between the two murders. First off, the wounds and methods on both Emily and Wilma were identical, besides the difference in murder weapon. Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, these are incredibly brutal murders. If the police are like, I don't think they're connected, it's like, how many murders are going on in Yorkshire like this? Surely there's not that many extremely violent murders. Secondly, Emily was a confirmed sex worker, and she was found in a similar area to Wilma, right outside of the red light district of Chapeltown. Also, the Gaiety pub was known for being a popular nighttime hangout spot for men, particularly because of the constant striptease show that they had on a nightly basis. Because of this, the idea that the killer hated sex workers, and only sex workers, became the prevalent theory from that point forward. This was challenged and even disproven a number of times, but we'll discuss them soon enough. Just know that the idea of the murderer having a vendetta against only sex workers never left the minds of investigators and would at times influence their decision-making. This is something we talked about a lot on the show. The police getting railroaded, like they come across a theory, an idea that they like, and then they mold the facts, they mold their discoveries to that theory. Not even intentionally, just like they see it in the way they want to see it, and it's important to get off the railroad, to stop being railroaded and look at the wider picture. The carnage continues. The next attack, though thankfully not the next fatality, didn't take place until May the 9th, 1976. This was 20-year-old Marcella Claxton. She was simply enjoying a night out at a party with her friends in Chapeltown. Once the party was finished, however, she started making her way home at around 4 a.m. Now remind me, Simon, I believe one of the main suggestions we have is that women shouldn't accept rides from random strangers in the middle of the night, correct? I don't know if it's one of the rules, but it absolutely should be. Don't accept rides from random strangers in the middle of the night. Anybody, not just women, men as well. Unless you're mega tough. And even if you are mega tough, someone could surprise you. Don't accept random rides from people. Well, unfortunately, that's just what happened. As she was walking the streets alone in the middle of the night, which you also shouldn't do. I often walk the streets alone in the middle of the night, though. You can't avoid it sometimes. What are you supposed to do? Not walk to different locations? It's just how it is. If you're a woman, I'd highly recommend that you carry some pepper spray, and not in your bag, keep it in your hands, or a taser, or stuff like this. Yeah, my wife, before we had kids and we used to go out more, and she'd go to, I can't remember what it was. She had some club, some, I don't know, dancing or something like that. And she'd come home and she'd go through this slightly dodgy park from the tram station where it was to our flat. And she'd be like, yeah, I don't like the dodgy park. And she had this terrifying taser as this fuck off thing. And it'd be you're like, oh my God, you just point that at someone and it's this giant flashing thing with this huge arc of electricity. I'm like, Jesus. And she was like, yeah, just walk through with that in my hands. Anyone comes near, just zap the shit out of them. I'm like, okay. Oh, it was karate. It wasn't dancing, it was karate as well. So that's I don't know, my wife's a bit scary, I guess. Which is good. Well, unfortunately, that's just what happened. As she was walking the streets alone in the middle of the night, which you also shouldn't do, a white car with red upholstery pulled up offering her a ride home, which she drunkenly accepted. I have to say, I do like that aesthetic. The white car with the red inside, the blood red on the white. I feel that looks really cool. I feel that's the sort of thing that it's if you buy a car like that, it's going to destroy its resale value because people are like, oh, dude, really? I quite like it. On the ride there, Marcella asked the driver to pull over. She had to take a leak, and so the driver agreed, pulling over to the side of the road so that she could handle her business. Unbeknownst to her, the man wasn't driving her home, but instead driving her to a remote area of Soldiers Field just off of Roundhay Road. Marcella got out and went behind a tree to urinate, but before she could finish, she felt a sharp pain in her skull as the hammer made contact with the back of her head. She fell and was hit again, looking up at the man who was grinning down at her. According to Marcella, the monster was playing with himself the whole time, then cleaned himself of her blood with some napkins he had in the car and drove off, perhaps believing he had killed her, but he hadn't. Crawling away from the site, Marcella managed to regain her footing, regardless of the massive hammer-sized hole in her head. Getting to a telephone, she called for an ambulance. Her wound required 56 stitches to close and a week's stay in the hospital, but just like the others who survived, her mind wasn't the same after that. For years, she hated men, and for years, she lived with the after effects of the attack, including spells of depression and dizziness. The saddest part of all? Marcella was 4 months pregnant at the time, and because of the attack, she lost the baby. Unfortunately, and much like the other survivors, it wasn't until later that her attack would be linked to the spree of murders. Good Lord, police. Get it together, this is embarrassing. As the months rolled on and the police kept their investigation going, the public was getting more and more anxious. Sex workers started moving together in groups as a way to keep safe. The murders were the talk of the town, with everyone in every pub and tavern speculating about the identity of the monster prowling their streets. Hell, there are even those who believed that the streetwalkers deserved what they got simply because they were outselling themselves for money. Jesus. The next lost life came on February the 5th, 1977, when the body of a young woman was discovered in Roundhay Park. This was 28-year-old Irene Richardson, a Chapeltown sex worker, and she'd last been seen alive the night before at 11:15 p.m., leaving a rooming house on Cowber Street. She was found by a dog walker that morning, lying face down, her feet towards the road, her boots neatly placed on the back of her legs. Her handbag was found by her body, and its contents were neatly arranged next to it. The police did notice one detail, though, arguably their first real clue. Tire tracks were discovered next to Irene's body, and it would later be determined that they belonged to either a medium-sized sedan or a van. Photos of the tracks were taken, as was a plaster cast, but sadly, nothing came of it. Irene was a mother of 2 young children at the time, but because of her lifestyle and the way of living, they had been put into foster care. That night, she said she was headed to Tiffany's Club, a pub and disco in the centre of Leeds. Whether it was before Irene had gotten to the club or after she'd spent time there is unknown, but either way, she ran into the evil that had been darkening the streets of West Yorkshire, and it claimed her life. He attacked her, as he always did, with 3 swift strikes to the head with a hammer, and when that was done, he stabbed her 3 times in the stomach, killing her. Sound familiar? In fact, people also started to pick up on the similarities between the Devil of West Yorkshire and Jack the Ripper. The newspapers at the time picked up on it too, looking for a name that would capture the attention of the populace and the world. And it was a no-brainer. Jack the Ripper might have been long gone, but the Yorkshire Ripper had just been born. Taking home a monster. The police were puzzled. They had absolutely no idea as to who this madman could be, and it didn't help that the investigation was disorganized from the word go. No one knew who was in charge from one day to the next, with Deputy Head of the Force Dennis Hoban being the initial head of the investigation, only to be replaced by Detective Chief Superintendent Jim Hobson after a period of time. It also didn't help that the police force, between the similar boroughs in the area, had been amalgamated into a larger overall police force with many officers shifting around from different departments. Because of this, valuable knowledge that they had of their local areas and the people in them was lost in the shuffle, only making the investigation into what was their first real serial killer case that much harder. And 2 months later, the Ripper would strike again. This time it was 32-year-old Patricia Tina Atkinson Mitra. She was killed late at night on April the 23rd, 1977. She was another sex worker, but there was one major difference with the similar-sounding murder. It had taken place in her home. Indeed, at the time of the attack, Tina was living alone in a flat in Bradford following her divorce. Based on the footage I've seen of the area surrounding the flat, it's fair to say that the place was the pits, with junk and rubbish everywhere as far as the eye could see. Tina was known around the area as a sex worker and was known to drink rather heavily at the local pubs. That night she was seen at around 11 p.m. heading in the direction of her home and into the clutches of the beast. On her way there, she came across a man who offered to give her a ride home. Intoxicated and thinking this could be an easy mark for the night, she agreed, being led to his car. He drove her there, and before she could even say a word about payment, he struck her in the back of the head a total of 4 times. With that, he took her to bed, ripped open her black leather jacket and blue shirt, pulled up her bra to reveal her breasts, and pulled her jeans down to her ankles. He then proceeded to stab her 6 times in the stomach. ending her life before pulling her jeans back up and fleeing the flat, leaving another boot print behind. While not as brutal and gory, the fact that this took place in Tina's lodgings gives me small flashbacks of Mary Jane Kelly, the last victim of the Canonical Five, who had been attacked and torn apart in the home in the dead of the night. And the Canonical Five are the generally accepted victims of Jack the Ripper. I know they're up to 11, but there are 5 who is just widely accepted as definitely being his victims. The similarities in this string of murders just keep stacking up, don't they? In describing the feelings surrounding this particular killing, newspaper journalist Krista Ackroyd, who lived close by at the time, said the following: The Ripper docuseries, quote, "I knew that this was an area of really run-down, derelict bedsits, and Patricia's vulnerability did really strike a chord with me. Suddenly, it started to move closer to me personally. This was not late at night, in a playing field. This was somebody who went into a block of flats, into somebody's room. She must have looked at him in the eye and believed she was safe and invited somebody in to kill her in the privacy of her own surroundings." Now, all these killings were totally random, nothing to link the victims together or to a specific suspect. All they had going for them was the idea that the monster they were hunting was only targeting sex workers, no more, no less, and they were dead certain of it. Now, we know today this was wrong, that at this point one of the victims and nearly all of the survivors, who the police had no idea existed at the time, that I might add, were not sex workers. But the police clung to the idea. They knew that it had to be true. Police were railroaded, as I said. The press also repeatedly put that out to the public, the term sex worker being used more and more to describe the victims and further perpetuating the idea that if you weren't one of these street-walking women and were considered by society as a morally upstanding citizen, then you were going to be fine. That is, until the next victim was killed. The one that would shatter their theory almost entirely, and the one that would put the world on notice. When everything changed. Jane Michelle MacDonald was born in Leeds in 1960, the second child of Wilfred and Irene MacDonald. In 1977, she was 16 years old, and she had left Allerton High School and had been working as a shop assistant in the shoe department at Grandway Supermarket. She was a normal girl, an everyday girl, and innocent. Now remember that word. It'll be very important in a bit, but from all reports, Jane was a good girl, someone with a bright future ahead of her. Definitely not the type one would worry about being targeted by the Ripper. And then June the 25th of 1977 came around. That night, Jane kissed her father goodbye as she left her home in Reginald Terrace, Chapeltown, and went out to meet friends at a local German tavern named Hofbrauhaus. A night of drinking and dancing with loved ones sounds like a great night out, especially for a girl without a care in the world. Eventually, it got to be late, and the final bus home had already departed, so at 11:50 p.m., she went back to her friend's house to wait for her older sister to come and pick her up. She waited there for about 45 minutes. After her sister failed to show, she began the long walk home. Her body was discovered at 9:45 a.m. the next day. She'd been found by a group of young children in a playground between Reginald Terrace and Reginald Street in Chapeltown. She was lying face down on the ground. Her shirt had been pulled up to expose her breasts. Her skirt was a mess. She'd been struck 3 times in the head with a hammer, and she'd been stabbed several times in the chest as well as once in the back. It was this killing that turned the investigation as well as public perception on its head. From the start, the belief that the Ripper was only targeting sex workers was set in stone. Whether this had any footing in fact or if it was just the prejudice and effects of misogyny against women at the time, it just seemed to make things easier. Jane's death shattered that almost entirely, and it woke up all of England to the real danger. The papers at the time made a point to use the word innocent to describe Jane, that she was this delicate child, a respectable girl, brutally slaughtered by the monster that was haunting their streets. Sex workers in the public eye weren't innocent, but this girl was, and now she was dead. This had gone from a small article to front-page news in an instant. And now the pressure was on to solve this case. The police tried desperately to hang on to the sex worker theory, saying the Ripper must have mistaken the child for a streetwalker, that it was a chance killing, nothing more. But the people weren't having any of that, and the respectable ladies of West Yorkshire were officially scared now that their veil of protection was finally torn away. In the words of journalist Henry Matthews on The State of Things, quote, "Prior to that point, the fear, if you like, had been exclusively felt by working-class sex workers, but from Jane MacDonald on, there was this feeling that no woman was safe." End quote. Jane's father, Wilfred, never recovered from the shock and grief of her death. He simply lost his will to live, and 2 years later, in 1979, he passed away from a broken heart. Her murder also led to mass outrage from women in the area, leading to the formation of the Reclaim the Night movement, blaming the police for being slow and incompetent in catching the killer and failing to protect the ladies of West Yorkshire. The police were now under the microscope, with the public both crying for answers and calling in with any information that they could come up with. People who were previously reluctant to talk to the police and were happy to just watch how things played out were now calling in with any info that they thought could help. Now that they felt personally threatened, of course. And with this newly found revitalization in the case, a change at the top was seen as necessary in order to get the job done. All of this would have happened much earlier, police, if you had, done your job and investigated murders. Just because the people were sex workers doesn't mean you get to be lazy, police. Although apparently, in this case, it does. This introduces us to one George Oldfield, a well-renowned officer of the law who at the time was famous for helping to solve the case of the M62 bombing. He was promoted to the station of Assistant Chief Constable because of it, and after Jane's death, he was assigned to take over the Yorkshire Ripper case. Did I predict this? Is this where our legendary copper enters the picture and he's going to shake things up and get this done? I really hope so. Let you be that legend, Mr. Oldfield. Let's go. Many within the force were skeptical of the change, especially when most believed that Jim Hobson was doing a good job with the case. Many thought that Oldfield's particular experiences didn't fit well with the case, as he hadn't dealt with as many murder cases as they had. Regardless of how they felt, though, the police were no closer to catching the monster than they were before. And they were getting desperate. So much so that they actually took a space out in the Yorkshire Evening Post in order to send a letter to the Ripper. It was titled, A Message to the Ripper, and it read as followed, quote, "You've killed 5 times now. In less than 2 years, you have butchered 5 women in Leeds and Bradford. Your motive, it is believed, is a dreadful hatred of sex workers, a hate that drives you to slash and bludgeon your victims. But inevitably, that twisted passion went terribly wrong on Sunday. An innocent, 16-year-old lass, a happy, respectable, working-class girl from a decent Leeds family crossed your path. How did you feel yesterday when you learned that your blood-stained crusade against streetwalkers had gone so horribly wrong? That your vengeful knife had found so innocent a target? Sick in mind though you undoubtedly are, there must have been some spark of remorse as you rid yourself of Jane's bloodstains." What? I mean, it's obviously horrible that this 16-year-old has been killed, but also this is so dismissive of all the other victims who, maybe they're f***ing people too. Like, come on. It's unknown if the Ripper actually saw the message, but if he did, I can simply imagine him reading it, letting out a laugh and continuing on with his day. He wasn't deterred, as the police would find out over 2 weeks later. Only this time, things would be a little different. The police would get a breakthrough, and her name was Maureen Long. The first survivors, a new location, and fresh evidence. Now, we've already spoken about how there were a number of survivors of the Ripper up to this point. However, the police either were totally unaware of their existence or simply brushed them off as uninvolved. This time, though, they had to pay attention, and this time they had what they believed was the first real survivor of the killer. Maureen Long was her name, and she had also come away with her life after a brush with the madman loose on the streets. It was Saturday, the 9th of July, 1977. She got out for the night, visiting pubs and having a good time around Bradford. After meeting up with her ex-husband for a round and agreeing to meet up later for the night, Maureen found herself at Tiffany's, dancing the night away at a popular discotheque. She had finished up around 2 a.m. that night, and it was while she was waiting for a taxi to take her to her ex-husband's abode that a white Corsair drove up to her. The man inside offered her a lift, saying he'd take her wherever she needed to go. "Don't get in the car. Don't get in the car. I know you survived, but still, it's going to be bad for you. Don't get in the car." Being intoxicated and wanting to get where she needed to be, Maureen agreed and got inside. Drink will do many things, including dulling the senses enough to get into a stranger's car while a monster is out on the prowl. Yeah, don't drink that much. Don't get so drunk that you are able to do that. It's a really bad idea. She was driven to Bowling Back Lane, and that's when he struck her, a massive blow to the head that sent her reeling to the ground, and he pounced on her, stabbing her in the back and the abdomen. He didn't finish the job, though, since a dog started barking nearby and scared him off. He left her there to die, and his car was spotted leaving the area at around 3:27 a.m. Maureen didn't die, though. She was found by 2 women later that morning after they heard her cries for help, and she was rushed to hospital where she underwent extensive surgery to repair the damage to her head and body. Oldfield and the rest of the police were overjoyed. Finally, they had someone who could tell them about the killer, someone who had seen him and lived to tell the tale. They wanted to talk to her before she even went into surgery. They wanted the information as fresh as they could get it, but thankfully sense prevailed and she was allowed to be treated. She stayed in the hospital for 9 weeks before she was released. When she was finally questioned, one thing became clear, though. The damage Maureen had sustained to her head severely impaired her memory of the night before. While she could vaguely remember leaving Tiffany's, what happened after that was murky at best, non-existent at worst. Even when she was taken back to Tiffany's by an officer by the name of Andy Lapp to see if the man who had attacked her was there, she was unable to help them. And what made it worse was the fact that the witness who had seen the car had actually misidentified the type of the car to the police, so around 300 cops were dispatched to check countless cars that led to absolutely nothing. Then the next victim was found on October the 9th, 1977. This was 20-year-old sex worker Jean Bernadette Jordan, who had gone missing back on October the 1st. However, one of the striking things about this victim was her location. All the other victims had been found in the same general area, that of course being West Yorkshire. Jean, however, was found in Manchester, where she had been living with her boyfriend Alan Royal along with their 2 sons. More specifically, she was found in Princess Road near Southern Cemetery, which was basically a wasteland. The man who found her was Ian Royston Jones, perhaps better known by his stage name of Bruce Jones, an actor on British television. He's probably best known for his role as taxi driver Les Battersby in Coronation Street. Back then, he owned a plot of land in that area, and it was while he and friends were working on said plot of land that he found the body. When taking part in the Ripper docuseries, Bruce recounted his finding of Jean's body, choking up multiple times as he did so to quote, "It was a lovely sunny day. I'd got a day off work, he'd got a day off work, so we thought we'd go down the allotment and get a shed up. I was getting all the old bricks to lay a base, and I only realised later on that I'd rolled my wheelbarrow over this girl. Her hair was burnt off, her face was smashed in, her breasts were cut off. She was disemboweled. She was cut in the most horrendous ways a person could cut someone. I'd run to the phone box across the road, rung 999. They were there within minutes." End quote. She was last seen near her home in the red light district near Moss Side, and getting into a white car before being driven off. Wanting to make some money, she had gotten into the car with this man, perhaps thinking this was just another night on the job. All that dreadful business up in West Yorkshire was their problem. There wasn't a need to be worried about something like that down in Manchester. Except there was. After they arrived at the cemetery, she was viciously attacked and killed, her head bashed in, her body mutilated. However, the killer had unwittingly left the tiniest bit of evidence behind. A single £5 note. Hidden in the secret compartment of Jean's handbag, it was theorized, and later confirmed, that the Ripper had given Jean the note before they arrived at the ceremony. Then, after he had already left, he remembered it and returned later to the scene. Unable to find it, the beast flew into a rage and took it out on Jean's body, hence the extensive damage. Examining the note, the police were able to trace it back to branches of the Midlands Bank in Shipley and Bingley. With this evidence, the police conducted interviews with over 5,000 men from a number of businesses in the area who did business with the bank, with the hope that perhaps one of these workers would be the scoundrel that they were searching for. That is a big net to cast, though. Just like a random £5 note, and they're like, well, let's just see where this £5 note was in circulation. I mean, it's 5,000 people. Sadly, nothing came of it, and the police were left frustrated after another dead end, even after the killer himself was interviewed. Oh, okay. Okay, Matt, you just revealed a little thing there. Like, all through this episode so far, I've been like, do they actually catch this guy? Do we know who it is? Because Jack the Ripper was never caught. Is it like this? Because I haven't been given a name so far. I haven't been given any indication that he was caught. And Matt has just revealed to me that maybe the police ultimately catch this guy and know who he is, which would be nice. Did they have death penalty in 1970s? I don't think so. Which honestly is a bit of a shame, isn't it? I think we last executed people in the UK by hanging. That'd have been good. I think that would be good. He deserves that. That's right. They were on the right track. They had eyes on him. He most definitely was there, but he slipped away. All because he had a good alibi that was vague enough time-wise to get the police off his back. Said alibi? A family party attended by his loved ones who could all corroborate he was there. They almost had him. He was in their grasp, and he evaded them once again. However, that wasn't the only bit of evidence the police would gain, and sadly, it would come at the expense of another girl. It was the night of December the 14th, 1977, when he would attack again. The victim, 25-year-old sex worker Marilyn Moore. That night, she left a friend's house in Galthorne Terrace near the Gaiety pub at 8 p.m. She was on her way home when she noticed a car following her. Thinking he was a man looking to hire out her services, she let it follow her to Franklin Place, where she went up and spoke with him. Introducing himself as Dave, he asked if she was working. Marilyn said yes. He gave her a price, and she got in the car. Driving to a vacant lot in Scott Hall Street, he suggested they have sex in the back of the car. As she was getting out, he hit her in the back of the head with a hammer. Quote, I didn't feel the first one. I felt the second and third blow. As I felt the third one, my hands were on top of my head. Then I remember grabbing his trousers, and as I grabbed his trousers, he pulled away, and I heard him go back in the car. And as he drove off, His back wheels skidded on the back. He had left Marilyn there for dead, but thankfully she survived, was found, and an ambulance was called. She was treated at the Leeds General Infirmary and made a full recovery, though she suffered from depression for a long time afterwards, and to this day has scars on her head from the attack, including an actual hole in her skull. The police knew instantly that she was a Ripper victim as soon as they spoke with her and investigated the scene. Not only did this attack match all of the others, but tire tracks were also found at the scene that matched those previously found on the scene of Irene's murder. There was one major difference about this attack, though. Not only did the victim survive, but she remembered his face. Speaking to her, she was very specific about the details. A man of about 30, stocky build, around 5'6" tall, with dark, wavy hair and a beard. A photo fit was created from the description, one that Marilyn verified, and was hung in every police station for all to see. They might not have a name, they might not have known who he was, but finally, the Yorkshire Ripper had a face. Ripper 8, Police nil. The police were a bit more confident now that they had a face to search for, but that didn't stop the bodies from piling up. On February the 3rd, 1978, a new body was found, that of 18-year-old sex worker Alina Helen Ritka. At the time of her death, she had been living with her twin sister Rita in a room next to a motorway flyover in Huddersfield. Both had been put into foster care, both had worked as sex workers to earn money, but they both aspired to be more in the future. They wanted to get out of that life. Sadly, at least one of them was not going to get the chance. It was January the 31st when Helen's life was snuffed out. It had been a snowy night, and she and Rita were making the rounds in the red light district looking for work when a car pulled up. The chance for money was too good to pass up, so she got into the car with the bearded man being driven to Gerard's timber yard. As she got out of the car, she was struck 5 times in the head. As she fell, he moved her body so as not to be noticed by people nearby and removed most of her clothes before proceeding to stab her in the chest, piercing her heart and lungs. The police were distraught. They had all the confidence in the world thanks to the fresh evidence, and yet another girl was killed. It was as if they were truly chasing a phantom in the night, a shadow in the dark, and the Ripper had to feel almost invincible at this point. And of course it didn't help that no one was talking to them. The women of the night had no lost love for the police, so even with a monster on the loose, they simply didn't trust them, and of course their clients didn't want to come forth and be outed either. It got to the point where the police started offering a reward, one that got all the way up to £30,000, which is going to be a hell of a lot more money today. And that only seemed to make things harder. The idea was that it would encourage people to come forth, and they did. Just with nonsense. People would call in simply for a chance to get the money, or to get even with the men in their lives that had wronged them, unfaithful husbands, ex-boyfriends, you name it, and many scorned women rang up the police to claim they knew who the Ripper was. It was all utter crap. But then the first letter came. On March the 8th, 1978, a letter was delivered to the police addressed to George Oldfield, and it reads as follows, quote, "Dear Sir, I am sorry I cannot give my name for obvious reasons. I am the Ripper. I've been dubbed a maniac by the press, but not by you. You call me clever, and I am. You and your mates haven't a clue that photo in the paper gave me fits, and that bit about killing myself, no chance. I've got things to do. My purpose is to rid the streets of them sluts. My one regret is that young lassie MacDonald did not know 'cause changed routine that night. Up to number 8. Now, you say 7. But remember Preston 75? Get about, you know. You were right. I travel a bit. You probably look for me in Sunderland. Don't bother. I am not daft. Just posted letter there on one of my trips. Not a bad place compared with Chapeltown and Manningham and other places. Warn whores to keep off the streets, 'cause I feel it coming on again. Sorry about young lassie. Yours respectfully, Jack the Ripper." Might write again later. I'm not sure last one really deserved it. Whores getting younger each time. Old slut next time, I hope. Huddersfield never again. Too small, close call, last one. This guy doesn't sound... His English is terrible. So he's like, I'm clever. And it's like, are you though? Now I need to ask you, Simon, as well as our dear audience, did any part of that letter sound familiar? If the answer is yes, that's because it should. While not word for word, the structure and the way of speaking are almost identical to that of the Ripper letters from Jack almost 100 years prior. Okay, maybe it's just Old English. Maybe it's just he's phrasing it like Jack the Ripper, which is super weird, but maybe he is cleverer than I give him credit for. It seemed that the successor was truly trying to live up to his name. If this was the Ripper, that is. Why do I say that? Well, because it wasn't. The letter, and others that came after, were all fake, regardless of how authentic they seemed to be. One of the main red flags comes with the number of victims. 7 had been confirmed, and when he talks about an 8th, the writer refers to the death of one Joan Harrison, a murder that at the time was suspected to be the work of the Ripper, but wasn't so. However, this blunder actually had a double meaning. There was an eighth body. The police just hadn't found her yet. This is 21-year-old Bradford sex worker Yvonne Ann Pearson, and she was found on March the 26th, 1978, near Lum Lane, a wasteland of filth and garbage. A passerby had noticed an arm sticking out from underneath a dirty old sofa. After examining the body, it was found that she'd been bludgeoned with a hammer exactly like the others, and her mouth was stuffed with horsehair from the very couch that she was buried under. There was a newspaper placed under her body. So, what's the problem, Matt? I hear you asking. How does this mess up with the continuity of the letter so badly that you say it's clearly a fake? Well, simple. Yvonne Pearson had already been dead for 2 months before the letter was opened, and before her body had even been found. It was January the 21st, 1978, when Yvonne, in the hopes of making some money, left her 2 children in the care of a babysitter. Sadly, they'd never see their mother again. That night, after leaving the Flying Dutchman pub, she was picked up on the street by a familiar white car. He took her to the wasteland, bashed her head in until she died, turned over the sofa onto her, and then for good measure, he leaped onto her chest, crushing her ribs. And the paper we just mentioned, it was dated a month after the murder, suggesting the murderer had returned to the scene. It was as if he just wanted to taunt the coppers, as if he was saying, "Hey, she's been rotting here a month, and you haven't found her yet?" I'm Jack. After that, another piece of fraudulent evidence was sent to the police, but not before 2 more women met their ends. This guy's really outstripping Jack the Ripper, isn't he? 5 confirmed victims, 11 maybes. What's this guy on? 9? No, 8. Coming on for 9. And now 10. The first was a return to Manchester, a visit that cost the life of 41-year-old sex worker Vera Evelyn Millward. A mother of 7, she was living with her boyfriend at the time in a flat on Greenham Avenue, Holm, and had been feeling under the weather after the last 3 of her recent operations. On May the 16th, 1978, she had stepped out to get some cigarettes and painkillers, and while out, she was propositioned for sex, which she accepted. This would be her final mistake. The Ripper drove her to the grounds of Manchester Royal Infirmary, where he proceeded to attack her. He struck her in the head 3 times with a hammer, then proceeded to stab and slash her multiple times in the stomach and in the back, essentially disemboweling her. He then dragged her to an easier-to-see area out in the open where she could possibly be found. He then left for her to be discovered the next morning. It was as if he wanted to give him credit for his work, like he enjoyed the fame and the recognition. I think he clearly does. I definitely think so. Like he's modeling himself after Jack the Ripper, and he wants people to know he's just like Jack the Ripper. His hero, for whatever reason, is f***ing psycho, but I think that's exactly what's going on. Of course he wants them found. He put the newspaper with the date under the old body being like, "Yo, police, come on, look at me, look how horrible I am, come on." After her death, George Oldfield was at his wits' ends, almost as if admitting defeat, or at least that's what it feels like. He appeared on television and asked the Ripper to simply come forward and surrender to the police, to quote, "In your own interests, it is now time for you to come forward and give yourself up. I'm anxious that we catch you before you've time to add another death to the appalling catalogue that you've already got to your credit." Good on you, George. I'm sure that'll convince him, but of course it didn't, because he'd kill again 11 months later, and once more, this killing spat in the face of every assumption that the police had about the killer. This was the murder of 19-year-old clerk Josephine Ann Whittaker, a normal girl from a middle-class family. She had been walking home from work on Savile Park Moor in Halifax, West Yorkshire, when she had been attacked in the dead of night. She hadn't even seen him coming as he appeared behind her and struck her with a ball-peen hammer. She fell to the ground and was hit again, her skull being fractured from ear to ear. The Ripper then grabbed a screwdriver and proceeded to stab her 21 times in the chest and stomach and 6 times in the right leg before driving it fully into her vagina. He had destroyed her and almost totally dismantled the police case in the process. He moved out of the red light district and had targeted a young girl who clearly wasn't a sex worker in the middle of a well-to-do neighborhood. The police couldn't spin this one in any way, and combined with the murder of Jane MacDonald, it was clear that the police had been wrong from the start. No woman was safe, and he wasn't going to stop. Really, it took you this long, police? If you hadn't been so blind and railroaded from the start, you'd have realised this a long time ago. And then the tape came. Addressed to George Oldfield, a cassette tape had arrived on the 17th of June, 1979, from the same individual who'd been sending the letters to him over the last few months. Okay, so we know it's fake then, right? Played for the Ripper Task Force, it goes as follows. And don't they know it's fake by now? Haven't they discovered that other body under the sofa? Or have they not yet? It goes like this. "I'm Jack. I see you are still having no luck catching me. I have the greatest respect for you, George, but Lord, you are no nearer catching me now than 4 years ago when I started. I reckon your boys are letting you down, George. They can't be much good, can they? I'm not quite sure when I will strike again, but it will definitely be sometime this year. I'm not sure where, maybe Manchester. I like it there. There's plenty of them knocking about. They never learn, do they, George? At the rate I'm going, I should be in the book of records. I think it's 11 up to now, isn't it? Well, it's been nice chatting to you, George. Yours, Jack the Ripper. Now, normally something like this would be a remarkable piece of evidence for the police. Hell, it would mean that they actually had the criminal's voice on tape, except, well, no. The tape, much like the letters, was anything but real. The individual was getting his kicks by sending these faux correspondences to the police, getting his jollies by sending them running in circles. And the worst part was, the police fell for it. Experts told them it was a hoax. Hell, the FBI themselves told them the tape was a fake, but they didn't listen. They clung to the tape, clung to the idea that this was real, that this was a real lead, when they truly had none. And because of that, the investigation went right into the toilet. Do you remember that the second victim, Olive Smelt, had told the police that her attacker had a distinctive Yorkshire accent? The man on the tape, who would eventually become known as Wearside Jack, had a distinctive Geordie accent, and so the police began ruling out any and all individuals they had interviewed or in their sights who didn't have a Geordie accent and outright ignored anyone, including survivors, who told them that the killer had a Yorkshire accent. Hell, they started playing the tape all over the country, letting people hear what they believed was the voice of the Yorkshire Ripper. Oh no. Police. His activities in 1979 ended on September the 1st of that year, at the cost of another life. This was 20-year-old Bradford University student Barbara Janney Babs Leach. She had been out at the Manville Arms pub with friends the night before and had even called home earlier in the day to ask her mother to wish her father a happy birthday, telling her that she would return home that Monday to spend a week with them both. Sadly, as we now know, she never got the chance to see her family a final time, as, along with her and her friends, the Ripper was in attendance. He had set eyes on her that night and waited for her to leave. That came at 12:45, after the pub had closed. She and her friends had stayed back later in order to help clean up and drink with the owner. Babs had asked her friend Paul Smith if he would join her on a late-night walk, but he declined, allowing her to walk into the night alone. But that was her undoing. As she walked past an alley on Black Ash Grove, the Phantom of Yorkshire leapt from the darkness, bashing in her skull with a single swift blow. She was dead before she hit the ground, and then he dragged her into an alley, tore at her clothing, exposing her breasts and abdomen and underpants, stabbed her 8 times, and dumped her near a number of trash cans, to be discovered the next morning. I think her father, David Leach, summed it up very well, describing the unfathomable heartbreak the death of his little girl had caused their family to, quote, "When Barbara died, my wife bought herself a new outfit to wear to the funeral, and it was rather expensive, and I raised my eyebrows at the price. But as she said then, it's not just for Barbara's funeral that I shall be wearing that. This is for her graduation, and her wedding, and the birth of their babies. That's what's been taken from us. Our future." She was not a sex worker. She was a student, once more flying in the face of all the police had believed. The authorities were out in force, using their new evidence to try and wrangle their killer. Many people were interviewed, including the killer himself, but of course he was let go. Why? Simple. He had a Yorkshire accent, and the police, desperate to believe that the tape was real, eliminated anyone without a Geordie accent. The final year of bloodshed. For the last 4 years, the Ripper had been tearing through West Yorkshire, and thankfully, we've reached the final year of his reign of terror. Unfortunately, it didn't come without the shedding of innocent blood. The night of August the 20th, 1980, almost a year after the last death, was marked by the murder of 47-year-old civil servant Margaret Walls. Living in Farsley, she worked at the Department of Education and Science, and that night she left between 9:30 and 10:30 p.m. to make her way back home. Sadly, she wouldn't make it back. Out of the darkness came the hammer, smashing into the back of her head. After she fell, the Ripper kneeled on her, continuing to strike at her head as she screamed, all while calling her a filthy whore, which of course she wasn't. In order to hide her from view, he tied a rope around her neck and dragged her 20 yards into a high-walled green before continuing to choke her until she died. Then he stripped her of almost all her clothing before covering her in grass and leaving her to be discovered later. After she was discovered the next morning, only 400 yards from her home, the police ruled her out as a Ripper victim because of the fact that she'd been strangled, something he had never done before. I've been on the arse of the police all this script, but for this I give them a pass, since it was an understandable mistake. Yeah, that's fine. There's plenty of other police incompetence in this video, isn't there? It's not all incompetence. 2 months later, he attacked again. 21-year-old Maureen Mo Lee was an art student at Leeds University, and she wanted to be her own woman, strong and independent. The night was October the 25th, 1980, and Mo had gone out with her friends to a pub in Chapeltown, a fun night of drinking and dancing. As the night progressed, Mo started on her way home and cut through a dark street in order to catch the last bus home. She was attacked as a result. The assault was vicious. but she managed to survive. She was unconscious when she arrived at the hospital, and when she awoke, she found herself with a puncture hole to the back of her skull, a fractured cheekbone, a broken jaw, a severed spinal cord, and numerous scratches and bruises. When recounting the attack and her stay in the hospital for the docuseries The Ripper, Mo had this to say. A couple of doctors explained that the injuries were similar to those of other Ripper victims. Well, I wasn't going to hear that. And I didn't tell anybody that said that. To be associated with a killer of sex workers, it's just too dark. Too dark and too sinister. The best thing to do was to just get on. Get on and finish the degree. The police came. They asked me to relay the events of the evening, and so I explained in detail what I'd done and where I'd walked, and off they went. And I didn't hear from the police at all. Nothing. Nothing at all. I think they played it right down because they could not face the public ridicule and anger that was surfacing at the time. Dr. Upadhyaya Bandara was next. 34 years old and from Singapore, she was visiting Leeds at the time as part of a World Health Organization scholarship. It was September the 24th, 1980, and she had been visiting a friend in Headingley, Leeds. As darkness fell, Upadhyaya began her long walk home, walking past a KFC. Sorry, Simon, but it seems I'm about to ruin KFC for you today. As she did, though, she noticed she was being watched from inside the restaurant. Meeting the eyes of the man, she took note of his black hair, his full beard, and moustache. Sound familiar? Upadhyaya kept on walking, determined to get home, eventually making her way into Chapel Lane, an alley that cut through to Cardigan Road. As she did, though, she was hurled to the ground and struck in the head with a hammer. With her rendered unconscious, the Ripper tied a rope around her neck and began strangling her, dragging her along the street. He was startled, though, by oncoming footsteps, so he retreated into the night. Thankfully, Upadhyaya survived. But the police didn't believe her, that it was the Yorkshire Ripper, regardless of the description that she gave that matched the sketch to a T. Why wouldn't you believe her, police? That's insane. Why? His next target was one of his youngest. This was 16-year-old Teresa Sykes, and it was on the 5th of November 1980 in Huddersfield. At the time, she lived with her boyfriend and their 3-month-old son, and that night she'd gone out to spend time with her father at a pub called the Minstrel. Afterwards, Teresa had started on her way home and was making her way through a small grassland, just a short walk away from her home when the monster struck. Smashing his hammer against her skull, she fell to the ground, and he kept on striking her. Teresa wasn't knocked out, though, and as the blows kept coming over and over, she let out screams of fear and pain. Her boyfriend, Jimmy Furry, heard the cries and rushed to the window of their apartment. Seeing his love on the ground, at the mercy of a demon, he panicked and he rushed down to help her. Seeing Jimmy rushing over, the Ripper simply turned on his heels and disappeared into the night. Teresa thankfully survived, receiving successful brain surgery and spending weeks recovering. Sadly, though, the Ripper had left his mark. Teresa was a changed woman, going from a happy-go-lucky girl to a woman who would flare up in anger at the drop of a hat. She hated and was scared of men to the point that she was scared of Jimmy, the boy who loved her dearly, to the point where she moved out of their apartment and back in with her parents. Just brings it back to that what I said earlier. This is damage that people carry forever. The final victim, the final life stolen, was that of 21-year-old Jacqueline Hill, a student at Leeds University on the 17th of November 1980. She had dreams of joining the probation service when she graduated the following summer, but she'd never get the chance. As she got off from the number 1 bus at the stop opposite the Arndale shopping arcade, she passed by the KFC, where the killer once again finished his dinner. I'll never be able to look at fried chicken the same way again. I'm ignoring it. I love KFC. Just because someone who's plenty of psychos love KFC, I'm sure, just statistically. But I like KFC. I'm not a psycho. I'm going to continue loving KFC. He started following her just as she had passed by and was on her way home. In fact, she almost made it. Her mother had been worried about her living alone because of all the attacks from the Ripper, so Jacqueline recently moved to the all-girls flats in Lupton Court, which was part of a complex of university residents behind the Arndale shopping centre. She was only 100 yards from her home, from safety, when it all came crashing down. The hammer struck her in the head, and it faded to black. Dragging her to some vacant land just behind the Arndale shop's car park and shielded from view thanks to the trees and bushes, the Ripper got to work, removing her clothes before stabbing Jacqueline's unconscious body over and over again in the chest, before stabbing her once through the eye. He left her there to be discovered the next day, when a worker found her body at 10:10 a.m. 13 women dead, 9 savagely injured, and the police were left chasing their damn tails. The Yorkshire Ripper had been utterly unchallenged for 5 whole years, and the whole time the police were too stubborn to start expanding their search, clinging desperately to the sex worker theory, even when it was disproven multiple times, and to the idea that he was a Geordie, even when everyone and their grandmother was telling them the tape was a fake. they couldn't let it go. And it cost so many women their lives. And the most disgusting part was that the killer had been interviewed a total of 9. I repeat, 9 times. And they let him go every single time. Hell, on November the 25th, 1980, a man named Trevor Birdsall, who was actually a friend of the Ripper, reported him to the police, fingering him as a suspect. And what did the police do? They interviewed him, and they let him go. But now, thankfully, we've reached the end of our murderous timeline. And that's because, after that, the reign of the Yorkshire Ripper finally came to an end, and all because of some remarkable dumb luck. Red-handed. The public of Yorkshire, especially women, were in a panic. More than anything, they were angry. The police were useless, and the only thing they could think of was to put a curfew in place for women, and if any woman was out at night, it was advised that they be in the company of men at all times. This pissed off the women something fierce, as they had been fighting for equality and fair treatment for years, and all of this always seemed to be pushing them back into the fight. A number of marches took place throughout West Yorkshire, Manchester, London, York, and other areas, all women, all calling for their right to walk alone safely at night, the prevailing chant being "men off the streets." Okay, yeah, I get it, but the problem is that the guy's a murderer. If they're wanting men off the street, he's just going to prowl around somehow, like in a car, and he's still going to get away with it. If I was a woman, hard to say because I'm not a woman, but I'll be like, yeah, I'm going to go out, but I'm just going to make sure that I'm with men that I trust. Like, I'm not going to go out alone at night because I don't want to get murdered. And I'm sorry, but the reality is that this psycho is targeting women. He's not targeting men. So, I don't know. Like, yeah. Normally I'm all for this. More power to you, ladies. But when a homicidal lunatic is on the loose hunting down and butchering women in the streets at night, I'd say precautions are warranted. Yeah, fair enough. I think I'm in exactly the same position as Matt there. I'm like, well, obviously, women should have the same rights as men. We're all humans. But how about we don't get murdered? Then came January the 2nd, 1981. That night, Sergeant Robert Ring and Constable Robert Hydes were driving along Melbourne Road, Broomhill, Sheffield, South Yorkshire. It was just a normal night for them, even with the panic of the Ripper still palpable on the streets. That's when they noticed something. A brown Rover 3500 parked on the street with the motor running. Inside, they could see a man and a woman, and they had a pretty good idea of what they were doing. Pulling up behind them, the both of them got out and asked the couple to get out of the car and identify themselves. The man said his name was Peter Williams, and the girl claimed that she was his girlfriend. Ring didn't buy it, though. He knew exactly who she was. This was Olivia Reevers, a 24-year-old and known sex worker in the area. In fact, she'd been arrested for street walking and currently had a suspended sentence. It was at this point that the man asked if he could step away in order to relieve himself, which he was granted. He shuffled off into the darkness, returning several minutes later. Telling the two of them not to move, Ring and Hyde decided to run the plates for the Rover, and they didn't match. Curiouser and curiouser. Confronting the man about it, he said that he had lied because he didn't want his wife to find out that he was with a sex worker. Neither officer was having any of that, though, and they took the men in for questioning. It was quickly found that jurisdiction over the man fell to the police in West Yorkshire, so he was quickly transferred to the Dewsbury police station to get the process underway. As the questioning began, and the man was locked in a cell, several things became clear. First was that his features were a dead ringer for the photo fit about the Yorkshire Ripper. He also lived in the general area, being from Garden Lane, Heaton, Bradford. His blood type was B, the same type believed to belong to the Ripper, and the lack of a Geordie accent was thankfully not taken into account. Oh, thank God. If it was, so they're just like, oh, well, you don't sound like a Geordie, so out you go. I'd lose my mind. And then looking back at the records, it was made clear that once he got his actual name, that he had been questioned 9 times. And can you sense those puzzle pieces beginning to fall into place? However, there was one final nail to put in the coffin here, and that would once again come from Sergeant Robert Ring. Hearing back from Dewsbury that the man was still in custody and he was being looked at as potentially being the Yorkshire Ripper, Ring made a decision. Of his own volition, Ring drove back to the site where they'd arrested the man and started looking. He took the hammer into the woods when he had a pee. Or when he said he was going to pee and threw it in the woods, right? They're going to find that. And then that's going to be great news. Good for you, Ring. No team, no dogs. He simply went in alone and scoured the area for any sort of clue. You are a good policeman and I like you. Then coming upon the area where the man had gone to relieve himself, he finally hit the jackpot. Hidden away in some foliage was a hammer, some rope, and a knife. He called into Dewsbury, informed them of what he had found, and the man was formally charged as the Yorkshire Ripper. At long last. Let's go! And that man's name was Peter Sutcliffe. Oh, I've heard of Peter Sutcliffe. I know, Pete. This name is... Yeah, okay. But Peter Sutcliffe was the Yorkshire Ripper. It's all falling into place in my mind as well now. Introducing the Ripper. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's finally meet the villain of our tale today. Peter William Sutcliffe was born on June 2nd, 1946 in Bingley, West Riding of Yorkshire, to the parents John William Sutcliffe and Kathleen Frances Coonan. Something of note was that Sutcliffe was born premature, having to spend the first few weeks of his life in hospital. While that is something most of us can feel empathy for, it starts making sense when you realise that John Sutcliffe was an abusive piece of shit who abused Kathleen to no end, causing her untold amount of stress, which no doubt resulted in the early labour. Do I even need to say rule number 2 at this point? Don't up your kids. So this guy was f***ing up his kids before they were even born. That's some record shit, John. You douchebag. So how exactly did John treat the rest of his family? Well, how about when old John smashed a beer glass over Sutcliffe's head for once sitting in his chair at the Christmas table when he was 5 years old? Oh yes, he was also a violent alcoholic, par for the course. He would verbally bully his children and even went so far as to whip them with his belt. I mean, this was the 70s though, wasn't it? I don't want to make excuses for this piece of shit, but it was a different time. And it didn't help that Sutcliffe was a small kid, perhaps due to being born premature. Because of that, not only did his dad pick on him, especially for his hatred of sports, but the kids at school did as well. It seemed that no matter which way he turned, there was always misery waiting for him. His mother, Kathleen, did her best to show him some love, though, which unfortunately raised the ire of his father as well. John despised his wife and hated how his son clung to her apron, calling him a wimp, a pansy, and a mama's boy, which the local boys did call him as well. Sutcliffe loved his mother more than anything. He saw her as nothing short of perfect, until his father crushed that too. In 1970, John dragged Sutcliffe and 2 of his siblings out of bed and to a local hotel. You see, he'd been suspicious of his wife for some time, believing she'd been cheating on him. Of course, that's an utter laugh, him being distrustful of her despite being a cheating womanizer. Was he right? Well, yes, but our point still stands. He posed as her lover instead of her husband, and when she arrived, he berated her and taunted her with a set of negligee from her purse, all in front of their children. That is mega f***ed up. What you doing? This seemed to have a negative effect on Sutcliffe. Really? Shattering the angelic image that had created in his mind of his mother. She'd been a cheater. She'd been sneaking around with another man beside his father. And it sadly got the ball rolling for the horror to come. Women were things not to be trusted, things to be overpowered and browbeaten, something to be used and thrown away when you're done. Dr. Kerry Nixon, a forensic psychologist familiar with the case, believed the incident affected Sutcliffe greatly. Quote, "The incident in the hotel is absolutely the most significant figure of what goes on to happen. Even the perfect women have become distorted. Women will let you down, women will lie, women will treat, and are not to be respected." End quote. John even remembered the instant reaction Sutcliffe had to the shock of it all. Quote, "I remember Peter were just standing there. He was shook rigid. He had a look on his face, like an animal it were. I think it may have turned his mind." By the age of 15, Sutcliffe had left school and was going around working menial and low-paying jobs, including 2 stints as a gravedigger in Bingley Cemetery in the 1960s. He also seemed to have an odd fascination with the dead at this point, seemingly enjoying the digging of graves a bit too much and even volunteering to do overtime to wash the corpses. Uh-oh, get him on a list! If you volunteer to wash corpses, not paid, overtime, you need to be on the list of weirdos. Not a criminal list, just a little list that they go to first when they're investigating criminal. Most people on the list, let's hope that nothing ever, there's nothing ever bad about them. But there should be a list. Even if it's a secret list that the police don't have to tell the public about. Maybe it exists. Oh, I hope it exists. And they just don't tell us about it. That'd be great. Just, keeping an eye on the weirdos list. Keep it on the down low. If someone asks freedom of information, redact that. By this time, Sutcliffe had also become a bit of a peeping Tom, walking the streets and getting his jollies off by watching prostitutes and their Johns interacting and doing the deed. So, I'm sure you must be all thinking, this guy had no social life, he was an utter creep, and had clearly no sense of how to treat women. And I mostly agree with that, but he also got married. Yeah, these people, they can pretend, they have masks. They can put on a mask and just pretend to be normal and respectful and all this shit, while inside they're just like... psychos. On February the 24th, 1967, Peter Sutcliffe met 16-year-old Sonia Zermer. She was a local nightclub in the red light district of Bradford, and somehow they hit it off. They dated for a number of years, and in the end, they were wed on August the 10th, 1974. I was just trying to work out his age. He was 24. It's a bit weird. So now you must all be thinking, how did being married not mellow him out at all? He had a wife, and he still went out and did all of this? Well, it didn't help that his wife was very quickly contributing to all of the problems in his head. By all accounts, Sonia was a very harsh and domineering woman, one who was prone to fits of rage and violence against her husband. She'd talk down to him, make him feel worthless, and was described by journalist Barbara Jones as, quote, the most irritating, strangest, and coldest person I've ever met. She's so incredibly prickly and demanding. On top of all that, not only did she have several miscarriages and was informed that she was incapable of having children, but she also had an affair with a local ice cream truck driver. Between her... Sorry, stereotypical. It's like, it's the postman. Between her income as a teacher and his own, the couple were able to buy a house at 6 Garden Lane in Heaton, which they moved into on September the 26th, 1977. By that time, Sutcliffe had already found a job as an HGV, that's a heavy goods vehicle driver for TWH Clark Holdings Limited on the Canal Road Industrial Estate in Bradford. It was thanks to his job driving around that he was able to move about nearly undetected, going to and from the towns and cities of West Yorkshire as he wished. However, he had already been treading a dark path, stretching back to 1969. That year, Sutcliffe committed his first serious crime, the assault of a local sex worker. He'd been driving around with a friend, searching for a woman who had tricked him out of his money previously. Leaving the minivan and vanishing into the shadows, he came back soon after, claiming to have found her. He had tracked her down to a garage and hit her in the head with a stone and a sock. According to Sutcliffe himself, quote, I got out of the car, I went across the road and hit her. The force of the impact tore the toe off the sock and whatever it was in came out. I went back to the car and got in it. The police were informed that as the woman didn't want to press charges, he was let off with just a warning. If he was telling the truth about his motives is not known, but that was the end of it. For 6 years at least. Whatever caused him to fully snap after that is also unknown, but whatever it was led to a full-blown path of death and destruction that is still talked about to this day. For 5 years, he was free on the streets, killing and assaulting at will, literally laughing at the police all the while. He was questioned 9 times to no avail. He was even taken in for drunk driving in 1980. He was awaiting his trial for that when he committed his final year of bloodshed, as if he didn't care that he was already in trouble with the law. 13 dead women, and 9 more whose lives were changed forever. And the rest, as they say, is history. The Confessions. Quote, I had the urge to kill any woman. The urge inside me to kill girls was now practically uncontrollable. These are the words of Peter Sutcliffe himself, telling the world how he felt compelled to kill. He didn't even make it through 2 days of questioning before he gave up everything. It was on January the 4th, 1981, when, after he was informed of the discovery of the hammer, knife, and rope, that Sutcliffe confessed to being the Yorkshire Ripper, and over the next couple of days, he walked the police through every single attack, both fatal and not. It was almost as if he took pride in his efforts, only displaying any sort of regret over the death of Dane MacDonald. He even went so far as to claim that it was God himself who told him to kill. Oh great, somebody else hiding behind the holy. We haven't heard that song and dance before. Sometimes crazy is just crazy. Sutcliffe never held back his hatred for describing the women he attacked. Quote, the women I killed were filth, bastard sex workers who were littering the streets. I was just cleaning up the place a bit. And we're using sex worker instead of the word that he used there because, yeah. After the confession was put to paper and signed, the police held a press conference. George Oldfield and the other heads of the investigation were all there, and they told the press that the search for the Yorkshire Ripper was over, and that they were absolutely delighted, when they very much shouldn't have been. And now I'll happily rain on their parade. Peter Sutcliffe was not caught because of George Oldfield, nor from anyone on the task force. Peter Sutcliffe was caught because of dumb luck, pure and simple. There was no good police work, there was no successful manhunt, and he was found by a stroke of pure chance. I do like the guy who went and looked for the hammer, though, to lock it down. That was good. In my opinion, Oldfield and the police were a complete and utter joke for a full 5 years, with every last death on their streets on their shoulders. Well, they're on the shoulders of Peter f***ing Sutcliffe, but also the police should have done a better job. The railroading in this case is embarrassing. They let their misogyny and prejudice guide their judgment, clinging to the idea of Sutcliffe purely being a killer of sex workers, even when it was disproven over and over again. They were so desperate to have any sort of clue or lead, and as soon as they received the fake tape and heard the subject had a Geordie accent, that was all they needed, and damn anybody who said different. I'm truly sorry, I can't be nice about this. To call them incompetent would be a kindness. They're an embarrassment. End of story. And once more, just to say, this is all my opinion, though I'm sure we aren't too far off from being on the same page here. No, Matt, you and I, on the same page. All our opinion, of course. So, throw the book at him, yes? Well, Sutcliffe was charged the very next day on 13 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder and was brought before the court. Now, This is where it gets interesting. While he pleaded guilty to the attempted murder charges, he also pled not guilty to all counts of murder and then proceeded to throw the whole process for a loop when he pled guilty to manslaughter instead on the basis of diminished responsibility at the behest of his lawyer James Chadwin. Now, I don't feel all that qualified to explain the legalese that is diminished responsibility. It's a little bit complicated. So here's a cameo from everyone's favourite lawyer Liam to explain the insanity with Liam's Legal Corner. Let's go. Hello, folks. My name is Liam, and when I'm not writing cameos in the other writer scripts, I'm also a writer for Simon who just happens to be a lawyer in England and Wales with former trial experience. Now, Liam normally writes also for this show and is an actual legitimate lawyer. So let's see what he says. Now, that trial experience has taught me that England and Wales is the land of silly, stupid, bullshit laws. And today we're looking at one of the bullshittiest, diminished responsibility. So, take a seat, grab a brew, get ready to answer some questions, and now let's take a look at diminished responsibility, what it means, why it sucks, and why I believe this case became a major miscarriage of justice because of it. Something which from prior discussions I know Matt disagrees with me on, so let's turn it into a debate. Okay, let's go. So to start off, diminished responsibility is a defense to murder. I believe it's only a defense to murder, right, Liam? Which may be raised by a defendant where that defendant is suffering from a medically recognized condition at the time of the crime which affected their mental functioning to the extent that they cannot rightfully be held responsible. Alright, so if someone's mad at the time of murdering someone because of a medically recognized disease, they could be like, it was my disease that made me do it. So, what's the issue here? Well, insanity is a defense to any crime which may be raised by a defendant where that defendant was suffering from a medically recognized condition at the time of the crime which affected their mental functioning to the extent that they rightfully may be held responsible. So what's the difference? Okay, so what's the difference between the two? Okay, I'm half remembering some shit right now. But isn't it that one, if you're insane, then you can be sectioned and sent away forever? That's why lawyers often don't want to go for insanity in the UK, because it's well, you don't know how long you're going to go away for. They might just be you need to spend the rest of your life in a mental institution, and you might never be able to leave. Whereas at least if you go to prison, they have to define a term. And in this case, I think diminished responsibility is not insanity. So you can plead diminished responsibility and get off. Rather with insanity, you plead insanity and then you go away to a mental institution. At least I think that's what it is. I'm sure Liam's about to tell us. I'm just trying to guess. Well, I, a very experienced criminal lawyer, not only cannot think of a single practical difference, but there is no literature setting out an actual practical difference. Okay, there's no difference. My guess was wrong. Their wording is slightly different, but in practice, each defense applies when we have a mentally ill defendant accused of crimes that is attempting to avoid liability for said crimes. Well, okay, Liam, but why is that an issue, you might ask? Well, not only are both defenses almost identical in meaning, but they have two completely different outcomes. Okay. You see, in insanity cases, it is not abnormal for a defendant to be found insane and completely acquitted, sent to a secure psychiatric institution for treatment, but found not criminally guilty. To the contrary, a plea of diminished responsibility finds you guilty of manslaughter, a crime whose maximum sentence is life imprisonment. So, we have two very different outcomes for two very similar defenses. So, on that, I want to ask you, is it fair that a person who committed a crime only because they were suffering from a serious mental illness might still go to prison for said crime? If you said yes, for instance, due to the severity of the crime, then I want to ask you, what benefit do we actually gain? The base claim of imprisonment is that we lock people away as they might offend again. But surely, if somebody only offended because they are ill, the way to make them less likely to offend again is via treatment, not locking them away in a small cell. Yeah, fair argument. For example, let's say we got a man called Daniel. Daniel is a paranoid schizophrenic with delusions of religious grandeur. He believes that God speaks to him and has commanded him to murder people. He's clearly seriously unwell and clearly only committed crimes because of his illness. What utility is served by sending him to jail for the rest of his life? Yeah, that's a fair argument, because I don't think Daniel deserves to go to prison. He's clearly he's got paranoid schizophrenia. He needs to be treated for that. Well, what would you say if at trial, despite every medical expert agreeing that Daniel was not only suffering from those very serious medical conditions, but only committed his crimes because of those conditions, but the judge refused to allow the defense of insanity, demanded the defense of diminished responsibility, and demanded the defense of diminished responsibility was advanced instead, and even made several inappropriate comments to the jury, telling them not to believe Daniel as he was a liar? Well, I'd be really upset. That doesn't seem fair at all. Well, that's actually what happened in the Yorkshire Ripper case. Sutcliffe said from the earliest police interviews that God had told him to kill the people he did. At trial, both the prosecution and defense experts agreed that he was certainly schizophrenic, and that certainly caused the crimes. Despite that, the judge refused to grant the defense of insanity and said, despite the expert evidence, that the jury would still be entitled to reject the view of the experts and instead take the view of the police that Sutcliffe was a liar. Oh God, this is complicated. That's such a good defense. I mean, it's a good defense if it's actually true, because surely the medical experts will be able to tell whether you've got this disease or not. Or you could just be really good at faking it. Wow. Unsurprisingly, especially considering what we know from research that juries have a strong bias towards believing the police and a strong skepticism of mental health defenses. And I mean, yeah, fair enough. The jury promptly ignored the claim of diminished responsibility and found Sutcliffe guilty of murder. And so that brings an end to our brief lecture on the diminished responsibility, and I have 3 questions for you all. Firstly, what do you think of this Diet Coke insanity plea that has basically no practical difference other than a massively increased sentence? Secondly, what do you think of the fact that the judge threw out the insanity plea against the advice of every single expert psychiatrist approached by either side? And finally, do you think Sutcliffe was lying? Many criminologists who have looked at this case have argued that he may have been lying, but the evidence is the evidence, and in my view at least, the evidence says that he was clearly insane. If psychiatrists for the defense and the prosecution are saying that he's insane, then isn't he insane? It's not about lying. I mean, it is about lying, but aren't these experts going to know? Like, surely there's tells and ways to know whether someone is faking insanity. The trial and final years. Thank you, Liam, and now back to our regularly scheduled programming. The trial lasted for 2 weeks, and the jury was made privy to all the grisly and bloody details of every single murder and assault perpetuated by Sutcliffe, and no voice from God could descend to save him. The defense tried their best to paint him as a lunatic, and as Liam said, they even had experts claiming that he had paranoid schizophrenia, but the jury wasn't buying it. Might have something to do with the testimony of a prison officer claiming he heard Sutcliffe speaking with his wife, saying he overheard them planning to appear insane so that they'd only get 10 years in the psych ward. Oops at AZ. When it was all said and done, Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, was found guilty on all counts. I think I would, if I was on the jury, right, I would make my decision based on what I see in court of him. There's not enough information here for me to say, yeah, he was insane or he wasn't insane. I'd need to see how he is. I need to hear all the arguments from the psychiatrists and the defense, and I'd need to look at this cop in the eye as he tells me that he heard him talking to his wife about his plan to plead insanity and stuff like that. I'd need to get a vibe from him. I know it's really weird to say that. I need to get a vibe on whether this guy's guilty, but kind of that's the point, isn't it? That's what juries do. They listen to both sides and they get a vibe. My vibe is I'd send him to prison. With there being no death penalty in the UK, no matter how much the public wanted to see him hang, there was only one sentence that seemed appropriate. Sutcliffe was sentenced to 20 concurrent sentences of life imprisonment, with Justice Boreham stating that Sutcliffe was beyond redemption, and he hoped that he would never be released. With this, and with how the British legal system works, Sutcliffe was made to serve a minimum of 30 years before he had the opportunity for parole. Like you would ever guess it. Apparently, the High Court of Justice thought the same thing, as on July the 16th, 2010, Sutcliffe was resentenced, this time to a whole life tariff, meaning that any and all hope of ever getting out, no matter how minuscule it might have been, crashed and burned before his very eyes. To say Sutcliffe's stay in prison was eventful would be an understatement. At first he was placed in HM Prison Parkhurst on May the 22nd, 1981, but eventually was sent to Broadmoor Hospital in March 1984. His wife obtained a separation around 1989 and a divorce in 1994. His father died in 2004 and he was allowed to visit Arnside, where the ashes had been scattered in 2005. He was attacked a total of 4 times while imprisoned. That's not bad. Only 4 times over however long he's been in there, decades. Especially for someone who murdered a kid, or like a 14-year-old, 16-year-old? The first was in Parkhurst on January the 10th, 1983, by career criminal James Costello, after he followed Sutcliffe into the hospital wing at Parkhurst and plunged a broken coffee jar twice into the left side of Sutcliffe's face, which required 30 stitches. The second attack was by convicted robber Paul Wilson on February the 23rd, 1996, where Sutcliffe was nearly strangled with the cable from a pair of stereo headphones. A year later, on March the 10th, 1997, fellow inmate Ian Kay attacked him with a pen, causing him to lose vision in his left eye and leaving his right eye terribly damaged. The fourth attack was by Jesus Christ, he was blinded with a pen. That is... Whoa. The fourth attack was by fellow inmate Patrick Sarita on December the 22nd, 2007, who lunged at him with a metal cutlery knife and stabbed him in the cheek after missing his right eye, all the while screaming, "You f***ing raping, murdering bastard. I'll blind your f***ing other one." Wow, these guys really want to blind him for some reason. All the while, he was suffering from diabetes, having been diagnosed with the disease in 2003. And say it with me, everyone. Oh, no! And that brings us to 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic. By this time, Sutcliffe had a number of underlying health issues, including diabetes and obesity. He had been receiving... How do you get obese in prison? Aren't they feeding you the minimum calories that you need? And he had been receiving treatment for 2 weeks after a suspected heart attack. And after all of that, he'd still refused any sort of treatment or vaccine for the virus. Well, look, no one ever said he was smart. Soon enough, he fell ill and was transported to the University Hospital of North Durham, but there was really no saving him, not that anyone really wanted to in the first place. Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper, died of complications of coronavirus on November the 13th, 2020, aged 74. I mean, not that anyone... To say, no one wanted to save him, it's like when he was sent to hospital, and the doctors are going to do their job. They're like, is this guy the Yorkshire Ripper? Well, okay, let's fix him up and send him back to prison. They're going to try. They're doctors, it's what they do. Honestly, I never thought I'd say this, but thanks, COVID. And that is the end of the story today. This is a difficult one, folks. I'm not going to lie. The fact that this is also my longest script for the show to date doesn't really help matters. The story of the Yorkshire Ripper is one weighed down by the sheer uselessness of the police and uplifted by the outcry for change and justice from the women of West Yorkshire. The nights were haunted by the shadow of Peter Sutcliffe, and the darkness seemed to shield him at every single turn, slipping through the police's grasp at any and all occasions where he was in their sights. It clouded the eyes and minds of the authorities, and because of that, so many women were put in their graves. The police failed the women of West Yorkshire, it's as simple as that, and they had no right to celebrate, as they did, when things were finally resolved. Yeah, agreed. Now, I know what you must be thinking, but Matt, what about Wearside Jack? Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. Just let that story drop. The guy who sent the tape. Did they get him? What of the man behind the letters on the tape? Well, let's clear that up right now, as thankfully he didn't escape justice. Oh my god, I hope you go to prison. I really hope you get some serious prison time for this. 5 years to 10 years. Because you really up. In 2005, the case was reopened and looked over with fresh DNA evidence. DNA from the envelopes the letters were sealed in was pointed the finger at one man, John Humble, the resident of Sunderland and an alcoholic nobody. He was arrested in October 2005, and while interrogated, he stated he felt nothing but shame for what he'd done, calling it evil and saying that he deserved to be in prison. He hated the police, he wanted to be famous, and he had been obsessed with Jack the Ripper, so much so that he'd made the express decision to create the tape and the letters and fundamentally ruined the investigation. Tried at Leeds Crown Court on January the 6th, Humble initially pled not guilty. He eventually admitted to being Wearside Jack and changed his plea to guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison on March the 21st, 2006. Those released in 2009, only serving half of his sentence. He lived until July the 30th, 2009, when he died of heart failure and the effects of his alcoholism in his home in South Shields. Thanks for nothing, dumbass. Yeah, don't do this. And it's also fucking DNA. I love that someone went and found that envelope and ran it for DNA years later, decades later. And they were like, hello! Remember that tape you sent that really fucked with us? Guess who's going to prison now, bitch? At the end of the day, Peter Sutcliffe, may he forever burn, was an evil and depraved man. One who was ruined by his upbringing and compounded by the impotence and inadequacy he was made to feel at home. Is that any excuse? No, of course not. And because of his boundless rage and hatred, he went out on the streets hunting, stalking, and in the end, so many women, all innocent, ended up dead. With that, I plead with you all, dear audience, to think of and remember the victims, both alive and deceased. Peter Sutcliffe is the name remembered these days, but that's not right. They were people too, and it's their names that deserve to be lifted up, not his. The dead. Wilma McCann, Emily Jackson, Irene Richardson, Patricia Tina Atkinson Mitra, Jane MacDonald, Jean Dorden, Yvonne Pearson, Eleanor Helen Ritka, Vera Millward, Josephine Whittaker, Barbara Babs Leach, Marguerite Walls, Jacqueline Hill. The survivors: the first unnamed sex worker, Anna Rogalski, Olive Smelt, Tracy Brown, Marcella Claxton, Maureen Long, Marilyn Moore, Maureen Mo Lee, Upadhyay Bandara, Teresa Sykes, Olivia Rivers. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. There hasn't been much of note that I haven't covered about Sutcliffe in the script, so here I actually put the points I had originally put for Jack, which unfortunately didn't make it in time for the official video. Number 2, or I suppose number 1 really, Jack the Ripper has been featured in several movies up to this point. From Hell is a film based on the graphic novel of the same name and stars Ian Holm as Sir William Gull as Jack the Ripper, and he goes up against Johnny Depp playing investigator Frederick Aberline. Jack has even gone toe-to-toe with the great Sherlock Holmes in 2 separate films, A Study in Terror and Murder by Decree, released in 1965 and 1979 respectively. 3. Jack has also been present in many video games. The character of Raiden in the Metal Gear franchise is sometimes given the nickname Jack the Ripper. Sherlock Holmes vs. Jack the Ripper was released in 2009 and once more pits the greatest detection in fiction against the killer, and the Ripper appears as a former assassin and villain in a DLC for Assassin's Creed The Syndicate. Never played any of these games. Number 4. The Ripper has also seemed to influence creators in The Land of the Rising Sun. He, or in this case she, has appeared as a summoned servant in the manga and anime Fate Apocrypha, and again as a female in the manga and anime Black Butler. He has a very minor role in the Phantom Blood arc of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and more recently has appeared as a heroic spirit fighting for the sake of humanity in Record of Ragnarok. I feel like in Japan they've misunderstood who Jack the Ripper is. They're just like, it's a good name. He's like some sort of spirit hero. What the fuck? Number 5. Many other killers have been given the title of Ripper throughout the years, all in homage to Jack, and a couple have been covered on this channel. Bible John, also known as Scotland's Jack the Ripper. Andre Chikatilo was given the name of the Rostov Ripper, and one of the nicknames of Tamara Samsonova was the Granny Ripper. Lastly, an unidentified serial killer was named the Atlanta Ripper as they went on a killing spree in 1911 and 1912, claiming the lives of at least 15 African-American women. It makes you wonder who will be branded with the moniker of the Ripper next. Let's hope we never have to find out. Oh, but we will. Of course we will, because there's plenty of psychos out there. Number 6. Lastly, I can say that my writing about true crime, especially Jack the Ripper and Peter Sutcliffe, has inspired me in my own personal writing, as well as other activities. I've made plans to write a fictional crime thriller novel at some point in my future, and these scripts have been good practice along with the research. Jack has also influenced a villainous character within my own D&D campaign I run for my friends, and I plan on using said character in a future sequel to the book that I have out right now. Oh, Matt sent me his book. I didn't forget, Matt. Here it is, look. He sent it to me. That's their Devil's Bane and the Curse of Decay is my first book, and it's been out for over a year now. It's available on Amazon, Audible, and Kindle. It's a fun mix of fantasy, action, and horror. It ain't no Lord of the Rings, but I'm mighty proud of it. I hope for it to become a series. And for those interested, I hope you do too. Check it out, look. That's cool. It's called The Devil's Bane and the Curse of Decay. It's available. Go search it on Amazon, wherever you get your books. No, just on Amazon. Amazon, Audible, and Kindle. Thank you, Matt, for writing today's episode. I've been your host, Simon, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. Welcome. I'm here, one of my writers in this case, George. Thank you so much, George, for written me a script. Oh, we're off to Hong Kong. George is I feel like he's my man in Hong Kong because he lives in Hong Kong and he writes all these crime cases from Hong Kong that people love. And I love hearing about them because they're way less covered. Anyway, today's is Cho Po Ko, Hong Kong's devil cop. If you're new here, first of all, a very warm welcome. Second of all, Wham's here. I've never read George's script before. We're going to read it together, dear listener, dear viewer, if you're on YouTube. Hello. Like that video. Click that subscribe button. All those good YouTubery things. And let's just jump in, shall we? From the outside looking in, Choi Po Ko was just an ordinary police officer. He wore the uniform with apparent pride and patrolled the streets with seeming diligence. As far as anyone could tell, he was absolutely the model of a reliable and well-polished cog in the machinery of Hong Kong's law enforcement. But this devoted professionalism was but a facade, and a chilling reality lurked underneath. For Po Ko was no ordinary officer. This man was sworn to uphold the law, and instead became its most terrifying transgressor. He was not the protector that he had pledged to be, but a wolf in sheep's clothing that used his uniform as a cloak for his heinous crimes. A man who not only crossed the thin blue line, but obliterated it in a horrifying symphony of violence and deception. I don't really know what the thin blue line is. I know there's that movie, The Thin Blue Line. Does the thin blue line refer... if I look this up, will it tell me? There's a dictionary built into my PDF reader. The thin blue line is a term that typically refers to the concept of the police as a line which keeps society from descending into violent chaos. The blue and thin blue line refers to the blue color of the uniforms. Oh, that makes sense. The thin blue line is blah, 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 blah. Oh, God, okay. We go into white nationalism real quick. The Blue Lives Matter movement since 2014 is associated with white nationalists. Okay, didn't need to know that dictionary. Did we have to go there? In a chilling series of events that shook the very foundations of the Hong Kong police force in the early 2000s, Po Ko committed acts of such unparalleled barbarity that they may seem befitting an outlandish fictional crime figure rather than a biographical documentary. But the devil cop, as he was known to become, was very real. The crimes that made up the twisted symphony he composed, bank robbery and the cold-blooded murder of both his colleagues and members of the public. Today, we're going to be delving into the enigma that was Po Ko, exploring his dual life as a devoted public servant and a dark-souled murderer, untangling the sinister web of lies and treachery that surrounded his life, and ultimately trying to get to the bottom of what exactly made his warped and twisted mind tick. Oh, George, I tell you what, your audience as well. When I picked this one, there were 3 options that I had to record today. There are 3 scripts waiting for me in my little recording queue. And I was like, oh, it's Sunday morning. I'm going to choose one and I saw this one and I'm like, devil cop. This sounds more like, corruption and money and like gangs, which I know are all bad things, but they're not murder. They're not murder of the public, murder of cops. They're just like financial and like gangy and like less intense. And that's why I chose this one. And it turns out to be about murder. Oh God, the next line. So strap yourselves in because this is an intense one. George, I tried not to I chose a non-intense one on purpose based on the title. And here we are. Chapter 1, the first murder. Choi Po Ko's first victim was 24-year-old Constable Leong Shin Yang, whom he murdered on the 14th of March 2001. Okay, literally, first line, second page, is about a dude getting murdered. What have I chosen? I should have chosen the one about... I'll tell you what the other options were if you're interested. The other options that I had to record today were Jim Jones and the Zodiac Killer. So yeah, you can see why I chose this one, and now I realize I've made a mistake. Although I'm sure you guys are loving it. You're always thirsty for blood. Whenever there's one with like gentle crimes, like, oh, what happens? Well, he stole money from gangsters, and you're like, oh no! That's what I was hoping for, and instead, murder. Shin Yan clocked in at 7 a.m, and his day was initially like any other. It was boring. He was posted to the Lei Mok Shui police station, a precinct right on the very northernmost edge of Hong Kong's metropolitan mass. The sleepy suburb was hardly a hotbed of triad antics, so he occupied his morning with a foot patrol and a few house-to-house courtesy visits before returning to the station to duly eat his lunch and fill out some paperwork. So far, so dull. Honestly, though, if I was a policeman and my job was like patrolling the streets and going out there and seeing what's up, I'll be like, every day that is a dull day is a good day. Because you know what I don't like to get involved in? Shootouts and crimes. What did you say? Oh, I walked around. It's lovely weather. Knocked on a few doors. Said, morning. Like coppers do. And that was that. Oh, how do you say greetings? Is ni hao? Is ni hao how you say that in Mandarin? Ni hao? What do they speak in Hong Kong? Do they speak Cantonese? How do I not know this? I get so confused between the different... Because in Taiwan, they speak Mandarin. Do they speak Cantonese in Hong Kong? Maybe they do, so that's probably different. And his dull day seemed destined to stay dull when the station superintendent swung into the lunchroom and gave him his first task for the afternoon. Someone had phoned in a noise complaint on the Shek Wai Kok estate just down the road, and Xin Yan was to head over, slap some wrists, and deliver some stern words until the inconsiderate neighbor packed it in. He opted to handle the matter alone, as his partner was still eating his lunch, and he saw no need to drag him away from it for such a trivial matter. This sounds like a perfect afternoon. What are you going to do? I'm going to go to tell some guy to turn down his stereo. That would be nice. They have a brilliant law in Prague, where I live, which I never really got at first. I didn't even know was a thing at first. But Prague, despite being a big, touristy, busy city, is quiet at night. And I remember one time, I was having a beer somewhere, and I was sitting outside with my mate, and we were just having a chat. And I don't know, we were a few beers deep, so maybe we were being a bit like, hey! Not loud, but just having a loudish conversation. Just not a quiet conversation, let's say. And the bartender, woman, comes out and she says, in broken English, you guys have to come inside or we'll call the police. And we're like, holy sh! What? This escalated quickly. You could just ask us to be quiet. And I later realized that she wasn't going to call the police. She didn't mean that. She said someone will call the police because after 10 o'clock, no noise outside. And if bars and stuff are making noise, the residents call the police and the police come round and the bars get in trouble because it's you got to be inside quiet after 10 o'clock. And it is quiet after 10 o'clock. And it's awesome because now I go to bed before 10 o'clock because I've got 2 kids who get up very, very early. He found himself at the address in question, flat 552, Shek To, House Block B, in no time at all, but bizarrely all was deathly silent. He reasoned that the situation had already sorted itself out, but he was already there, so what the hell, he may as well knock on the door and have a word. The situation only got more bizarre when, despite repeated knocking, no one answered the door. He radioed back to the station at 12:25 to report the situation and was ordered to give it one last knock before giving it up as a bad job and returning to the station. Is he just doing this alone? Don't cops always work in pairs? In the movies, it's always 2 cops. And isn't that to make sure that they've got backup and that they behave themselves and stuff like that? Unfortunately, why do cops work in pairs? I mean, it seems obvious because they need help and all of that. But is there a really specific reason beyond it's good to have 2? Or bigger question, do cops work alone ever? Unfortunately for Xin Yang, however, he'd never make it back to the station, and that radio call would be the last time that anyone ever spoke to him, because as he raised his hand for that final knock, Choi Po Ko had been lingering down the hallway, and he attacked. A vicious melee ensued, in which Xin Yang desperately fought to break away, and Po Ko tried to subdue Xin Yang while reaching for his revolver. We don't know exactly how this melee played out, but we do know that Xin Yang lost. Poco got his revolver and shot him 5 times at point-blank range, twice in the back and 3 times in the head. Holy sh! Aren't you in a block of flats? Someone's gonna hear that, my dude. George has left me a note here. Some semi-educated analysis. It was and still is common for officers to leave one chamber of their revolvers empty as an extra level of safety against accidental discharge. Oh, that's clever, isn't it? Meaning that only 5 rounds were loaded into the cylinder, and Poco had emptied the whole lot into Xin Yang. Emptying the cylinder like this typically indicates some degree of intense anger or frustration in a criminal. Likely what happened is Xin Yang was shot twice in the back immediately after Poco secured the revolver, as after pulling it from his side-mentioned holster, that would be the target that naturally presented itself, and the 3 shots to his head were made purely out of addictive rage once Xin Yang was otherwise incapacitated. Good lord. If you shoot someone dead and then it's just to make sure I'm going to shoot them 3 times in the head, you've got issues, mate. The chilling and sudden burst of gunfire echoed through the tranquil estate. Yeah, slicing through the mundane chatter and ambient noise of daily life. If the police get a call being oh yeah, there's shooting at this address, it was didn't we just send John, or whatever his name was, down there? And they'll be yeah, we did just send John down there. We should get the Hong Kong SWAT equivalent down there, special operations. What do we call SWAT in the UK? Armed response, something like that? Special armed response, something like that? Yeah,
Get those guys down there ASAP. So everyone... Just, this is a pointless comment. Everyone watching, I'm using a new iPad and it's really big. I bought it. I was like, because the one I had before is like, I'm always zooming in a little bit. And I was like, yeah, I'll get this bigger one because it's about the size of an A4 page. The problem is it's a lot heavier than an A4 page. I'm constantly like, oh, but it's working fine. I just got to get used to it. It's not too big on the screen, is it? It's so big. What have I done? Oh no, I feel like I should get the smaller one. But the smaller one was too small and this one's too big. What am I supposed to do? Everyone listening is like, Simon, we don't care. Even people watching are like, Simon, we don't care. Why are you telling us about iPads? Who do you think you are, Marquez Brownlee? Stop telling us about iPads. The shocking sound of violence was instantly recognizable, and residents, hearts pounding in their chests, hurried to their phones and dialed 999 to report it. Oh, Hong Kong uses the same as Britain, which makes sense because it used to be British. As the calls flooded into the police station, the urgency and concern in the voices of the residents was palpable. Officers quickly began to piece the situation together, cross-referencing the location of the reported gunfire with the positions of their on-duty colleagues. It was then that a sinking feeling gripped the hearts of those in the command center. One of their own, Xin Yang, was on the estate and was likely the target of this gunfire. Yeah, good. I mean, they figured that out pretty quick. Let's get Hong Kong SWAT down. Let's go. This speculation was unfortunately confirmed when they radioed him for a sitrep and received nothing but silence in response. I'm always surprised in movies. I'm sorry. I know I'm going like 7 tangents there. I've had too much coffee and it's Monday morning. On Mondays, I'm always like, yeah, work. And I got so much to say. It's like a weekend of like not recording videos. I'm like, let's go. I need to get in front of the mic. I always thought like, why not just pick up the radio and be like, yeah. You know, like sometimes they do in movies. I'd always do that. Radio sounds shit. You just be like, go ahead. Just like in a generic voice. Go ahead. Without missing a beat, the police sprang into action, desperate to get to their embattled colleague and any injured civilians before it was too late. In an instant, the Lei Muk Shu precinct was a ghost town as every single officer on duty downed tools and raced to the scene. Leading the charge was the station's police tactical unit. There we go. PTU. Hong Kong SWAT. A crack team of highly trained and heavily armed officers. By 12:29, only 3 minutes after the first 999 call, they were in position, their sacks and APCs forming a mighty ring of steel from which nothing would hopefully escape. But they would not be penetrating the building. That would fall to the Special Duties Unit, or SDU, Hong Kong's SAS-trained SWAT team. Oh, there we go. So Hong Kong's got like 2 different SWAT people. The best of the best. They arrived at the scene at the same time as the PTU, having been dispatched by helicopter from the police's rapid response station at the airport. For them, their response was one of pure instinct, honed through harsh and demanding training. They had no time to sit around and debate strategies. There was an active shooter in the building, and every second of dallying was another second that other officers and civilians could be getting killed. Their approach was 2-pronged. 4 fire teams would enter the building, 2 from the top, having rappelled onto the roof from their helicopters. Sick. And 2 from the ground floor. In each direction, 1 team would take point, clearing the building floor by floor, corridor by corridor, room by room, while the second teams hovered on their heels and evacuated civilians to the safety of both the roof and the cordon on the ground. This is so cool. This is like a movie. I mean, look, I know someone's just been murdered, but it's like you can't deny that this is the moment in the movies where you're like, let's go, it's exciting. Immediately behind the ground teams was a group of paramedics who had the most unenviable task of treating the wounded and recovering the dead. Fortunately, these brave paramedics were at least well protected, as not only did they have a wall of black-clad handy lads covering them, but the PTU had also insisted that they take their body armor before entering the tower block. The crowd outside, which now comprised not only the PTU, but also a cohort of curious locals, watched on with bated breath as the building was penetrated and a steady stream of rescued civilians flowed from the building. For several minutes, time flowed in a circle as a constant repetition of "Apartment clear, no hostiles, civilians evacuated" was called out over the radio. This repetition was only broken when the ground teams reached the 5th floor, and the call of "Officer down, 5th floor" was made. The paramedics immediately leapt on Xing Yan, clinging to the faint hope that, contrary to what their lying eyes were telling them, they might somehow be able to save him. Bruh. I mean, he got shot 3 times in the head. It's like, I guess you gotta, like, give it a crack, but it's like, bro, he's been shot 3 times in the head. His head is probably not looking in the best of states. I always found it quite interesting. I think it's true in the UK. I don't know if it's true in the US, but only a doctor can declare someone dead. So if, like, they arrive at, like, I don't know, a horrible chainsaw accident and someone's managed to chop their own head off using a chainsaw, the paramedics will be like, well, let's put him in the ambulance, see what they say at the hospital. And then I was like, and I declare him dead. No, he chopped his head off with a chainsaw. Meanwhile, the SDU were pushing deeper and deeper into the tower block. Tragic though their discovery was, there were still civilians to extract and to shoot at to find, so the tears would have to wait. They steeled themselves as they continued, certain that with the discovery of Xinjiang, the shooter wouldn't be far. Much to their shock, the next firearm they would see wouldn't be in the hands of a psychotic criminal, but in the hands of their colleagues, as the 4 fire teams met each other on the 14th floor. Their search had been meticulous. They had been over every single inch of the building, so this meant only one thing: the gunman had escaped. Clearly, however, this was not the consequence of incompetence. Their response had been absolutely flawless. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a response time. It's not like shots instantly they arrive on the scene. It's going to be, 10 minutes? 50? How long does this kind of take? They're coming by helicopter, so it's going to be fast. But they got to get in the helicopter. The helicopter's got to get up in the air. The helicopter's got to fly there. They got to rappel down. I mean, that dude can just be like, just sneak away. Oh, wait, he's a cop, right? We know he's a cop because George has told us, which is not unusual. The structure of today's episode is different because George would normally hide this fact from us. So, do you think he's just put on his cop's uniform and is just like leaving that way? That'd be pretty clever, right? So they assume the shooter must have shot Xinjiang and immediately fled the scene, somehow having legs fast enough to carry him away from the scene in the 3 minutes that it took them to respond. 3 minutes! From the airport to rappelling down onto the roof in 3 minutes. That's 180 seconds. That's mad. With nothing more to be done, both the SDU and the PTU left the scene, handing it over to forensics to get to the bottom of what the hell had happened. They discovered bloodstains on the door frame and the back stairs, but not on the smoke-proof fire door to the right. From this, it was deduced that the murderer had opened the right door and ambushed Xinjiang from there. The bloodstains also showed that Xinjiang had been shot 5 times, with 3 of the shots being at near point-blank range. More answers came following Xinjiang's autopsy at Wanchai Police Headquarters. You're gonna be like, turns out he's shot in the head. Well done. The medical examiner successfully recovered all 5 bullets lodged within his body, and upon close examination, it was determined that the rounds were all .38 specials, the same rounds that's issued to the police. This naturally raised further questions. Had Xinjiang been shot by his own revolver? Had a criminal somehow got his hands on a police-issue revolver? Fortunately, the police keep extensive records on its issuing of firearms, with each officer drawing their firearm from inventory at the start of each shift and returning it when they clock off. What, so you can't buy the same round that the police use? Oh wait, maybe you can't. I remember reading about this. Like, we don't have guns on the police in the UK, but in America, the police have, is it called hollow point rounds? The ones that when you shoot, they go into a body and then they burst on purpose. So like if the police shoot someone, then it doesn't go through and hurt someone else. Whereas you can't buy those bullets as a civilian, right? Because they're deemed to be like too dangerous. Because if you shoot someone, then like a through and through is a much better result than like little fragments of bullet going all the way through your body. The serial number would be noted by the armor at both points. In addition, a monthly inventory was carried out on every police cache to make sure that nothing had gone missing. Thanks to these meticulous procedures, the police knew that not a single firearm had gone missing, which left only one possibility. Xinjiang had been shot with his own revolver. The revolver which also happened to be missing and was now unaccounted for somewhere in Hong Kong. Yeah, that's what I would assume. That's the general assumption you got to make, right? That someone grabbed his own gun and shot him with it. This gave detectives a possible motive: the theft of Xinjiang's firearm. Wait, how desperately do you need a gun? But they were taking nothing for granted in this case. The theft of a police revolver could have just been the icing on the cake for the killer. What if someone had a grudge and was targeting Xinjiang specifically to settle some sort of vendetta? Yeah, why would you immediately be like, oh yeah, motive, he wanted the gun? Just, if he wants a gun, just go and buy a gun. I mean, how complicated can it be? I mean, it's probably complicated. It's probably not easy to just go and buy a gun. But like, black markets exist.
Sorry, the law requires a 5-day waiting period.
5 days? But I'm mad now.
I know it's crazy, but like with the internet these days, surely like 10 years ago, whatever, you could just go onto like the dark web, right? And buy all sorts of, you could like buy yourself a new identity and like black tar heroin. Surely people were selling guns. Wasn't there a Vice documentary or like a documentary like that about some like dude in the Netherlands who just bought a gun on the internet? I mean, the internet's not got like less dodgy in the last 10 years, has it? How hard would it be to just, I mean, okay, but I know this is the past. I'm just trying to say, robbing a police officer of his own service weapon is probably not the easiest way to procure a gun. I'd much more assume, oh, this guy's a cop, he's probably upset someone, like a gang, and they've killed him in retaliation. That's what I would assume to be motive. He's a cop. To get to the bottom of this, they interviewed 350 of his friends, colleagues, and family members. Oh my god, this guy was... I don't know 350 people, for sure. I feel like if someone's interviewing my friends, they probably have to talk to like 10 people and that'd be it. And they'll be like, oh, Simon's really sad. He's got no friends. And my family's also not big. No one had a bad word to say about Xinyang, and by all accounts, he was an upstanding guy who would never do anything that would inspire any kind of perverse murderous ire. Also recovered from the scene was a mask and some stray clothing fibers from the killer. They were carefully analyzed by forensic experts who were desperate to uncover more information about the elusive killer that we know to be Po Ko. Using advanced scientific techniques, they managed to extract DNA evidence from these seemingly innocuous items. This was a huge breakthrough, but sadly, not one which would lead to any arrests, as after running the DNA samples through every database they could get their hands on, not a single match was found. So, that's interesting. A cop's not DNA sampled? I feel like that'd be pretty important, even if it's just for like, if there's a crime scene and they're running the DNA just to be 100% sure, wouldn't you also have the cop's DNA, like the forensic experts' DNAs, also on file, just in case there was some contamination, so you can rule that out? There was little else they could do with the DNA for now, except keep it on file and wait until a match popped up in the future. Well, yeah, fair. All of this left detectives with the most arduous task, as it would be nothing short of a miracle to find the killer after hitting this dead end. Nevertheless, they persisted and followed every lead to its endpoint. They began going through every single second of CCTV footage from Shekto House and the surrounding area and found, well, nothing. The footage from the apartment building proved fruitless. Every single person identified had a hard as stone alibi, which led detectives to deduce that the killer must have escaped through the fire escape immediately beside flat 552, the only escape route not covered by CCTV. This established why the killer had chosen that ambush location, but it brought them no closer to actually identifying them. Footage from the wider area proved equally useless. The greater distances of the footage made it harder to identify passers-by, and those who could be tracked also had watertight alibis. All hope was not lost. Over 15,000 people lived on the Shek Wycock estate. Surely one of them had seen something of use. But alas, no. Whoever the killer was, they were a pro, the detectives reasoned, as they had entered and left the scene with all the stealth of a phantom. This left detectives with one last lead: the mask. Even though the DNA evidence found was useless, maybe, just maybe, if they could track down where it had come from, they could find something. Some CCTV footage from the store, a clerk who remembered selling it. Truly, anything at this point would have been a boon. But once again, there was nothing. They even went beyond the borders of Hong Kong and contacted mask manufacturers on the mainland, desperate for absolutely anything that could ratchet them closer toward an answer. But this search also yielded naught. And with that, the case went cold, and Po Ko was free to roam the streets and strike again. Chapter 2. The Bank Robbery. Oh, changing it up, aren't we? This is a completely different crime, okay. As the clock struck midday in the Belvedere Gardens branch of Hang Seng Bank on the 5th of December 2001, all appeared to be normal. At the counter, an elderly woman was withdrawing her pension for the month, and to her side was a young man making inquiries regarding a car loan. Beside them stood a small group of half a dozen or so people, all staring at the clock with great disinterest as they waited to complete their day's dreary financial chores. Yeah, I hate doing shit like this. We have to actually go somewhere. It doesn't happen very often anymore. But sometimes I had to go to the post office, like to get a document legalized, like where there's like a notary. And I had to go there, and you take a ticket and you wait in line, you have to go up and you show someone your ID. It's like, isn't there a digital way to do this? Why have I had to walk across town to come to this bloody office to get like a document notarized? Like, what year is it? The mundane scene wouldn't last long, however, as a short while later, when the clock ticked over to 12:21, the great glass door that separated the sleepy bank from the hustle and bustle of Hong Kong streets was kicked open with a mighty crash, and through it stormed Po Ko. Like many of the patrons already queued up, he was there to make a withdrawal, but unlike them, he wasn't carrying a bank book. Instead, he was carrying Xinyang's revolver. It was a robbery. Immediately, Po Ko waved it high for all to see and issued the usual threats that bank robbers tend to issue. Get on the fucking ground and heroes get bullets. He then began advancing on the teller's counter as fast as his legs would carry him. His approach was not an easy one, however, because as soon as he took his first step forward, he was intercepted by Zafar Khan, the bank's armed security guard. Holy shit. Okay, go for it, Zafar. Zafar had only milliseconds to react and found himself with a very unenviable choice to make in that short time. Did he try to bring his shotgun to bear, a process that between pulling it round, shouldering it and cocking it would have taken several seconds and almost certainly escalate the situation into a shootout that would put civilians in danger, or did he try to talk him down, leaving himself unable to react, but potentially better able to ensure the safety of civilians? Bro, those aren't your only two options. What the third option is get on the ground and don't do anything. It's just money. It's just a bank. The civilians aren't in danger if he just gets all the money. Is that, are security guards really supposed to interrupt like a bank robbery like this? Aren't they supposed to just be there to discourage bank robbery? But in the real, also a shotgun that takes... What sort of situation is this guy supposed to defend from if it takes him ages to like bring his weapon to bear? He chose the latter and selflessly placed himself in Poco's path without any hesitation. Oh bro, you're gonna get shot, my dude. Engaging him in conversation with a simple question, what are you doing? He answered this by pushing the muzzle of his revolver into Zafar's forehead and barking a simple command at him, throw your shotgun onto the floor, now. Zafar was having none of that, and he ignored the command, unwilling to give up his potential leverage over Poco. Instead, he pushed his fear aside and continued trying to talk Poco down. George, what leverage do you mean? This guy has no leverage. He's not got that shotgun in his hands and he's got a gun pressed against his forehead. Don't mess around. Turn around and leave, he said, his determined voice never cracking nor showing fear. Poco was not moved by Zafar's bravery, however, and simply repeated his earlier command. But once again, Zafar refused to comply, and so with it being clear that he was not going to play ball, Poco pulled the trigger, sending a single .38 special round into Zafar's temple. He immediately crumpled onto the floor, and just to make sure his resistance was over, Poco put another round in his chest. I'm sorry, Zafar, I know that you got killed, but what outcome did you really expect here? Like, what are you doing? Why would you do this? But Zafar was not out of the fight just yet. What? He just got shot in the head and the chest! Contrary to what Hollywood tells you, shots to the head, particularly shots from small, low-velocity rounds such as .38 Special, tend to not instantly be fatal. Whoa, really? And so Zafar mustered the last of his strength and began reaching for his shotgun as the world around him went dark and fuzzy, managing to pull it round, cock it, and begin raising it towards Poco. Try as he might, however, he was unable to get a shot off, and Poco noticed what he was up to, and then sadistically stood above him, and in deranged bemusement, put one more bullet in Zafar's head as the shotgun was shakenly raised towards him. He finally fell down dead. Zafar's sacrifice was not in vain, however, because while he might have only kept Poco distanced for half a minute at the longest, these precious few seconds had allowed Li Jing, the branch manager, to sound the alarm. She first hit the silent alarm under her desk, then retreated to a shrouded back corner of the bank to call the police, giving them whispered, almost muted updates of the ongoing situation. These updates would soon be cut short, however, as Poco, having dealt with Zafar, then turned his attention back to the telecounter and the precious loot that lay inside of it. He leapt through the glass security partition on the edge of the counter and onto the desk. It was then that he spotted Li Jing speaking into the phone, who he could easily spot from his new elevated position. What are you doing, Li Jing? I feel like pressing the alarm button is enough. Then just get down on the ground and just wait for the police to arrive, who will do their job, and hopefully this won't turn into a hostage situation. If I was in this... I don't feel like it's being a coward in this situation to just get down on the ground and be like if I was a civilian in that bank, just hanging out, just like getting my car loan or whatever, I'll just be like, get down on the ground. And then I saw this it was like a documentary by one of these survival guys or whatever. And they were like, the best strategy is just to blend into the background as much as possible. They call it being a grey man, just a grey person. Just like if you're in a hostage situation, just don't look at them. Don't draw attention to yourself. Just sit there silently and comply. Don't do anything. Just let them forget about you. That's what I would do. Like, it's not my money, it's the bank's money. Let's just take the money. Like, you want some help? Infuriated by her interference with his plans, he raised his revolver and let off a single shot. Fortunately for Li Jing, however, for some reason, Poco chose a warning shot rather than an aimed one, discharging his revolver into the ceiling. He then issued a threat. Don't move, I have a bomb. Drop the phone and get down on the floor. Poor Li Jing was absolutely terrified, but not so overcome with fear that she wasn't able to make a very smart and calculated move as she obeyed his demand, leaving the phone off the hook so the police could continue to listen in. Poco either didn't notice or didn't care about the clearly still connected phone, because he then took his sights off Li Jing and he jumped down and ransacked the counters, prying them open and scooping out the cash inside with lightning efficiency, netting himself a total take of 492,880 Hong Kong dollars and 1,091 US dollars. With that, his job in the bank was done. He leapt over the counter and made for the door, bursting back onto the bustling streets of Belvedere Plaza, making a left and heading for Hai'an Road before completely disappearing, having only been in the bank for 1 minute and 18 seconds. Yeah, this guy's MO of just get in and get out real quick is pretty smart, because there's obviously a response time. And we talked about 3 minutes being an incredible response time, but it ain't 1 minute and 18 seconds, is it? With the coast clear in the bank, staff and customers alike dived on Zafar, desperate to aid him however they could, but their efforts were to no avail. He was already long gone. Meanwhile, Li Jing steeled herself following her ordeal and got back on the phone to inform police of the developing situation, who informed her that they were en route and would be there at any moment. The police were true to their word, and less than a minute later, the PTU's sacks and armoured cars were screeching to a halt outside the bank. They moved with a choreographed precision, securing the bank's perimeter as their trained eyes scanned the scene for any signs of the culprit. Meanwhile, other units fanned out into the surrounding neighborhoods, their gazes sharp and their senses alert, hunting for any traces of the elusive robber. They sifted through the urban maze, their radios crackling with updates and their hands steady on their weapons. But fate was not on their side. Poco had slipped through their grip and gotten away once again. Simultaneously, paramedics arrived at the scene, their focus firmly set on Zafar. They hastily loaded him into an ambulance and made for Hong Kong Adventist Hospital. They exchanged grim looks as they departed, their faces reflecting the grim reality of the situation. Tragically, their assessments were correct, and Zafar was confirmed dead at 12:30 before he even reached the hospital. With Zafar's tragic passing, the immediate situation at the bank had come to an end, and the task at hand was figuring out who the hell had robbed the place. And with that in mind, once the crime scene was released by the tactical units, forensic investigators began to meticulously search for any remnants of Poco's presence. All they found, however, was 3 shoe prints on the bank's counters, which clearly indicated a sports shoe of some kind. The shoes had to be identified, as they could prove to be a vital clue that would lead them to identifying Poco, and fortunately, CCTV footage from the scene gave them a pixelated but reasonably clear image of the shoes, and they began trawling through the Decathlon catalogue in search of potential matches. Soon enough, they found one that matched the rough blur from the CCTV, and the footprint exactly. Jackpot. The shoes in question were Mizuno Next Alphas, a model that had only recently been released, and their sales record showed that only 130 pairs in the criminal's size had been sold prior to the robbery. Wow, that is narrowing that down right away. You can imagine the air punching that happened in the office when the investigators managed to narrow down the search to such a small pool. Yeah, wow, that is a huge breakthrough. They then tracked down the 40 retailers in Hong Kong that sold the shoes and interviewed the staff and looked at their CCTV to see if they could find anything that would lead them to the robber. One retailer in particular proved most interesting, the police quartermaster that officers could privately purchase gear through. Are you purchasing your robbery shoes from the police? Poe. That doesn't seem like the best idea ever. This naturally cast a wide net of suspicion over the police force, so detectives turned their attention inward, paying particular attention to the shoes that officers brought to physical training. So if you were going to do crimes, where would you buy your clothes from? You've got to buy the most generic clothes possible from the most generic store possible in cash and ideally wearing a disguise. If I was buying clothes for crime, I'd put on a wig, I'd put on some sunglasses, I'd dress unlike myself, and I'd walk with a non-myself gait. And I'd go there by a very circuitous route, public transport, wandering around, doing all of this stuff. And then I'd go in to Primark with my cash, I'd buy my clothes, and then I'd go out of Primark, and then I'd go on a very long walk. I'd go on the subways, whatever. And then at some point I would change the bag, and then I'd change my clothes, and then I'd go home, and then I'd have my crime clothes, and then afterwards I would burn my crime clothes. Crime is complicated and the police are competent, so you got to think about this stuff. Don't buy your clothes from the police. It's just simple stuff here. They also offered a 300 Hong Kong dollar coupon for shoes of that size being turned in, having created some false pretense of why they suddenly needed that model of shoe in that size, hoping that if the robber was indeed one of them, they might accidentally slip up and hand themselves over. Well, they just stole 50,000 Hong Kong or 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. And so it's you want a 300 Hong Kong dollar coupon to give your crime shoes over to the police? All this would do would be I got to burn those crime shoes real quick. 12 officers came forward to take them up on the offer, but sadly, none of them proved to be an exact match for the footprints that had been recovered from the bank. And so, with the other 39 retailers not providing any leads either, the shoes became a dead end. Yes, but also not that bad. Because you've got 130... Oh, you're not being able to trace those people though, are you? Oh, okay, yeah, I get it. Okay, that is a dead end. That's a shame. All hope was not lost, however, because while the shoes were being investigated, another group of detectives had rolled up their sleeves and taken on the arduous task of interviewing over 250 individuals with any and every connection to the robbery. The bank's employees, its patrons, and the unsuspecting passers-by in the vicinity were all meticulously questioned and their memories probed for any shred of information that could help them ID the robber. But as hours turned into days, the sea of voices yielded nothing, not a single promising lead or shred of telling discrepancy. It was as though the criminal had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a chilling void where answers should have been. With little else they could now do, detectives created a best guess sketch of the robber and dangled it out to the public in the hopes that they would get a bite, even offering $1 million Hong Kong dollars as a reward for any information leading to his arrest, a bounty that was also matched by Han Seng Bank. The case was starting to look hopeless, but they did at least make one solid discovery. The bullet that had ended the life of Zafar was a .38 special, with the exact same rifling indents as the bullets recovered from Xing Yang's body earlier that year, meaning that while they couldn't be certain, it was likely the same firearm had killed them both. Got a note here from George, a slight but pertinent tangent, dear audience. Okay, the media perpetuates a lot of overly dramatic nonsense about ballistic forensics, so it's worth taking the time to clear some of these now so that you can better appreciate exactly why the police were reluctant to firmly state that it was the exact same firearm at this point. You know what? Thank you for this tangent, George, because you know what was entering my mind? I'm like, wait, rifling of bullets? That's like fingerprints, because I've seen CSI and they, even in the big like, ow, you know, the intro to CSI, they're matching up the bullets. I've got it in my mind now where they're both microscopes zoomed in on them and they're twisting the bullet round and they match up the rifling and the marks and they're like, got him. So I guess that's George is going to tell us that they're not real. No. Contrary to what you see on many crime procedural shows, it's all but impossible to ever truly match up a bullet to the gun that fired it. Rather, such assessments are based upon deductive reasoning, which is to say the concordance of multiple premises that are generally assumed to be true. So while you can never match a bullet to a gun that fired it, you can point to numerous factors that make it probable beyond all reasonable doubt that it came from that gun. Well, that's good enough. Typically, but not exclusively, this process amounts to determining the caliber of the rounds, which is done with a simple visual check, then comparing the rifling indents of the rounds on the microscopic level. In Poco's case, the fact that the indents were all but identical on the rounds recovered from both Zafar and Xing Yang, coupled with a very small amount of .38 special firearms in circulation in Hong Kong, both legally and illegally, allowed police to deduce beyond all reasonable doubt that they were the same firearm. But equally, the police were taking nothing for granted, as this result, as unlikely as it may be, could well be a fluke, as the shape of the rifling indents change over time as the firearms become corroded and worn, or simply by coincidence, 238 special firearms could have the exact same rifling indents. Long story short, while it is obvious to us with 2020 hindsight that the firearms were the same, the police's reluctance here is actually very understandable and a sign of fastidious policing. Well, there you go. CSI isn't always right. Who would have known? With this revelation, the police merged the two cases together, and the now $2 million Hong Kong dollar reward for a successful arrest made the unidentified Poco one of the most wanted men in the world at the time. But unfortunately, no further evidence emerged. Once again, Poco had meticulously planned and executed his robbery, and thus completely avoided justice and remained free to offend yet again. Chapter 3: The Sim Sha Soi Shooting. Following the Hang Seng bank robbery, Poco went quiet for several years and retreated back into the life of an ordinary, law-abiding police officer, presumably because he had just caught wind of how close he'd come to being identified following the robbery. But he could only repress his true demonic nature for so long, and after a few years he found himself with a murderous itch that he had to scratch, and so he set up his next crime, the ambush of two police officers in Sim Sha Soi. It all began on the 16th of March 2006 at 11 p.m. when Constables Sin Kai Kung and Sang Kwok Hang were walking the streets of Kowloon during a standard nighttime patrol. The night started off tranquil but eventful, as the 24-hour city presented no end of issues for the pair to solve. They began at the Sim Sha Soi Star Ferry Pier, helping drunken revelers and exhausted businessmen alike navigate their way across the calm waters of Victoria Harbour before turning their attention northwards and pounding the concrete of Canton Road. As they walked, they allowed the ambient glow of neon to be their wayfinder, making courtesy visits to the various late-night establishments that littered the area and seeing if their proprietors required any aid. All proved well, and so they continued their patrol further northward. Proceedings continued to be calm, with the most eventual occurrence of that early stage being a suspicious-looking but ultimately harmless man found loitering on Haiphong Road. Again, it's like if I was a police officer, that's the sort of day I want. Just like nothing interesting happening, dealing with some drunk people. Cool. But unfortunately for the two constables, this placidity was not to last long. At 1:12 a.m., they found themselves beside the Austin Road pedestrian subway, and after deviating briefly to check in at the police station that stood immediately adjacent to it, they descended into the tunnel. Initially, all appeared well, with a faint flicker of the subway lighting revealing nothing untoward. But as they reached the bottom of the stairs and turned a corner, a strange sight greeted them. A man lingering in the shadows. The man was wearing thick tortoiseshell sunglasses, as well as a very obvious and badly passing wig. Furthermore, he also had a very unsettling expression. Oh yeah, like, this is a terrible disguise. Sunglasses at night immediately make you look mega suspicious. And also, if you're going to wear a wig, make it a good wig. When I was going to buy my criminal clothes, in my example, it'd be like, you bloody well be sure that's a good wig that I bought. Oh god, then you got to go shopping for the wig somehow, don't you?
When will you wear wigs?
Crime is complicated. Naturally, this attracted the curiosity of Ka Kung and Kwok Hang, who moved in close to investigate. They initially gave the man the benefit of the doubt. Bizarre though the scene was, there was every chance that there was a reasonable explanation: a mental health crisis, intoxication, or simply just an unorthodox fashion sense. Yeah, most of the time, the dude wearing the tortoiseshell sunglasses and the wig on the subway is just a dude wearing, he's just a bit of a weirdo. He's just a weird dude. He's not doing crimes, except the times that he is. This benefit of the doubt was to prove fatally misplaced, however, because the man, of course, was Po Ko, and he was waiting in ambush. Sure enough, as the officers moved closer, he pulled Xing Yang's revolver from his waistband and opened fire. Ka Kong and Kwok Hang had absolutely no time to respond, and before they could even process what was happening in the shadows, let alone have time to draw their own revolvers in response, 4 rounds had been sent their way, 2 for each of them. For Kwok Hang, who had been the closer of the two to Po Ko and thus received the most accurate fire, the results were immediate. He took a round to the temple and the neck and immediately fell to the floor. Ka Kong was hit too, but luckily for him, one of the rounds destined for him missed altogether, and while the other hit him in the face, it only glanced his eye socket. This immediately left him temporarily blinded, but still very much in the fight. Immediately, his muscle memory, honed through countless hours of monotonous and repetitive training, kicked in, and without even having to think about it, he found himself bringing his revolver to bear and pulling the trigger once to clear the empty safety chamber. Procedure at this point would have been to repeatedly pull the trigger until the threat had been neutralized, but Ka Kong knew that this wasn't an option, as there was no cover at all in the subway that he could dive to, and if he started exchanging fire while so exposed, sure, he would have probably been able to neutralize the shooter, but the shooter would also probably return the favor. Wait, he already shot you, dude? Exchange of fire has already began. It's time to shoot back. So with few other options, he did the only thing he could do, tried to disarm the shooter. He's not the... What am I missing? If this was me, I'd be like, bro, you getting some lead right now, son. Bang, bang. What? That's not the only option. He advanced and discharged as much fire as his short approach would allow, 1 single round, which duly found its way into Po Ko's torso. Oh, okay, sorry. George was saying he could do the thing. He's got to disarm him, but he can still use his gun. I thought for some reason, because apparently I'm an idiot, that he's putting his revolver down and trying to disarm him with his hands. Which in retrospect makes absolutely no sense and illustrates my small brain. So let's carry on. He then discarded his revolver and initiated a melee, putting all of his weight into a fierce charge while doing his best to grab the revolver. Unfortunately, Po Ko is a strong guy and he managed to resist Ka Kong's charge, and so the two found themselves in a grapple for life and death. This wasn't quite the disaster it may first sound, however, because while he no longer had his own revolver in hand, he had also taken away Po Ko's ability to shoot him. Not for want of trying on Po Ko's part, however, because as the pair wrestled, he desperately tried to get his muzzle pointed at Ka Kong so that he could finish the job. Unfortunately for Po Ko, however, he had met his match in Ka Kong, who was able to match his strength, and so he began firing wildly in desperation. He let off 2 further rounds, one of which completely missed, and the other hit Ka Kong in the foot. This made him recoil and take his strength off Po Ko, who then managed to break free from the melee, and with a sadistic smile firmly plastered on his face, he took a step back, reloaded his revolver, and pointed it at Ka Kong. But Poco had let his guard down. He had been so fixated on neutralizing Kakung that he had given no thought to Kwok Hang, assuming him to be dead. Yeah, although this dude's shot people before who turned out to not be immediately dead, like the dude with the shotgun at the bank. I know it's been a few years, but don't you remember? This assumption proved to be very, very wrong, as Kwok Hang still had some life in him yet, and he was laying down on the floor, a revolver drawn, desperately praying that the melee would separate before he bled out so that he could save his partner. And so when Kakung recoiled and took a step back after being shot in the foot, Kwok Hang did what had to be done and emptied his cylinder in the nick of time, placing all 5 rounds on his target and sending Poco to the floor in a crumpled heap. Let's go! Is this the end? We're only halfway through the episode. He shot him 5 times though. What's he possibly going to do? That's it. You've been shot 5 times? What's happening? He then holstered his revolver and made a chilling single call on the radio. Shots fired on the Austin Road underpass. Multiple officers down, send help. Then, with his duty done, he took one last look at his injured but very much still alive friend, smiled, and collapsed back onto the floor. Hero. That call was made at 1:14 a.m. and with the police station being so close, the first responding officers, Sergeant Hua Ji Huang and Constable Lin Zhengzhong, were on the scene in less than a minute, arriving breathless with revolvers in hand. As they descended the subway stairs, they were greeted by a scene of abject bedlam. Blood, spent cartridges and tar fragments were strewn everywhere. To their right lay the unresponsive Kwok Hang, and immediately in front of them was Kakung clinging to Poco's collar with all his remaining strength. Without missing a beat, the 2 officers sprang into action, with Ji Kwang leaping onto Kwok Hang to begin administering first aid, while Zhen Jiong handcuffed Poco and turned his attention to Kakung. Is this it? Is this the arrest? I already see later down this page, there's the Chapter 4 investigation. So that's it? He's already, I like it. Let's go. Shot him 5 times. Boom. Mere seconds later, an entire station's worth of PTU officers piled down the stairs, after which, with the immediate scene under control, they were ordered to span out, secure the area, and ensure that the inbound ambulance had a clear path. That ambulance arrived mere minutes later, and Kwok Hang, Kakung, and Poco were all raced to Queen Elizabeth Hospital, with the latter being accompanied by an MP5-wielding PTU officer just to be safe. Despite having been shot twice, Kakung's injuries were found to be minor, and he was back on his feet in no time. The same was he literally back on his feet. He got shot in the foot. It's probably going to be it's going to be a minute, isn't it? The same could not be said for Kwok Hang, however. The hospital's sterile white walls echoed the solemn finality of his fate. And so, having lost far too much blood and sustained far too much physical trauma, he was declared dead at 1:47 a.m. But in a final act of mercy, fate did at least allow him to outlive Poco, who was declared dead 2 minutes earlier. And so, at long last, the devil cop was dead, and with him now lying cold in the Wan Chai Police Headquarters mortuary, it fell to detectives to piece the story together. It's going to be a hell of a piecing together, because we're only halfway through. Is half of this episode going to be investigation? Let's go. Chapter 4, Investigation. With evidence from the scene still being recovered, the detectives on duty on the 17th of March had one task: identifying Poco. We, of course, have known his identity for this entire video, but don't forget, he had totally evaded identification up until this point. Fortunately, this task had proved to be an easy one, because as they clocked on early that morning, they emptied their pigeonholes and found a note from the PTU officer that guarded Poco when he was taken to the hospital. It turned out that he'd recognized him. It was a hell of a tip, but it still needed confirming, and so, armed with copies of Poco's Hong Kong identity card and police ID, they descended into the basement and towards the mortuary, where, sure enough, the tip was correct. It was indeed Poco, one of their own. This revelation was an unsettling one. Across police headquarters, silence descended like an all-smothering shroud as the unthinkable revelation spread. A miasma of disbelief, betrayal, and sorrow suffused the air. The detectives, usually stoic figures of unwavering resolve, now found themselves wrestling with an insidious unease as they tried to process this betrayal, most foul. But ultimately, those considerations would have to wait. There was still a job to be done, and so the detectives steeled themselves and continued their investigation. Officers were immediately dispatched to Rader's home, his lockups, his police locker, anything in any way associated with him, and stripped them bare of all their evidence. This naturally took some time. So in the meantime, other detectives occupied themselves with piecing together Poco's movements on the day of the Sim Cha Soi incident, and by the end of that same day, by combining his work schedule with CCTV footage from both traffic cameras and businesses in the surrounding area, they fully understood his movements. They discovered that he'd clocked off work and left Lantau North Police Station at 11:48 p.m. and then headed for his home at Yutung Court on foot, before then jumping on his motorbike and heading for the Yaptung estate. From here, he hitchhiked his way to Yao Ma Te and walked southwards down Nathan Road to the Austin Road subway, arriving on the scene at 12:21 a.m., less than an hour before he ambushed Kakung and Kwok Hang, although it pained them to admit it. Detectives could only be impressed by the meticulousness of his planning. By using a vehicle not tied to himself and completing the final leg of the journey on foot, tracing him would have been highly difficult, if not impossible, had he not been foiled and caught red-handed. This at least answered the how and the what questions. So now the detectives turned their attention to the why. This would be a much more elusive question, and one that would take much longer to answer. Fortunately, the day spent piecing Poco's movements together had given the detectives time at the crime scene and the house to do their thing, so now a steady stream of evidence was flowing into police headquarters. What is his motivation? I mean, stealing the gun was just a bit strange. That just seems like he wanted to murder someone. Robbing the bank can be for money. The murder of these two officers just seems like he's a psychopath who wants to murder people, which is really hard to pin like a motivation on. It's just what's his motivation? He likes killing. That's very tricky. Hundreds of pieces of evidence were bagged and tagged for the detectives' consideration, so for the sake of expediency, let's now focus on one item of particular interest. A piece of paper found on his motorbike, on which was scribbled a copy of the Sim Sha Soi police station's patrol schedule, as well as some notes regarding the various pedestrian subways on the route, highlighting how the one on Austin Road was the only one equipped with dome mirrors and how it had, quote, particularly bad lighting. This chilly revelation made it apparent to the detectives that they were not dealing with a deranged crime of impulse here, but one that had been carefully and meticulously planned. And once again, they begrudgingly had to acknowledge just how good he was at planning out his crimes. Small pieces of evidence such as this continued to pile up as the days went on, but it was only when they came to investigate Poco's revolver that they pieced all three of his crimes together. It was in a very bad way when it hit the detectives' desks. Its grip was covered in layers of aged and well-worn electrician's tape, and its frame was showing scars from years of negligent maintenance. But worn through it was, as ballistic experts peeled back the layers of tape, the serial number RHKP 4893 was still clear as day, firmly identifying it as a police firearm. Naturally, they ran its serial numbers, with everyone assuming that it was either his issued revolver or that it was stolen from an armory, and that accordingly a negligent armorer was about to have the hammer of God come down on their heads. But of course, we know it wasn't. We know that it was Lung Xing Yang's, and now, having run its numbers, the police did too. The case had suddenly got much bigger. But this only firmly linked Poco to two of the three crimes that we've discussed thus far, because if you recall, the revolvers used in the bank robbery was only speculative and hadn't been proven beyond all reasonable doubt. They needed something else, something concrete that couldn't be dismissed as circumstantial to really prove Poco had committed the bank robbery.
Fortunately, with the leftovers of Poco's life finding their way to Wan Chain's steady flow, that connection arrived soon enough. Specifically, it came from the contents of Poco's TV cabinet, in which were mementos of his participation in the 2000 Yinchuan International Motorcycle Festival and a diary which mentioned a red tracksuit, which sounded very similar to the one we saw earlier on a very particular CCTV image. Naturally, the detectives were like moths to a flame over this discovery, but it still wasn't enough. The evidence by this point was still circumstantial. Sure, by this point, Poco was waddling like a duck, quacking like a duck, flapping his wings like a duck, so generally could be assumed to be a duck, but assumptions weren't good enough, because what if, somehow, it's just one hell of a coincidence? So with that in mind, detectives delved further into the box, keeping their fingers crossed and praying that they'd find the tracksuit jacket from the CCTV images. But alas, it was nowhere to be seen. What was found, however, were several Polaroid photos of him in the jacket, and it was a one-to-one match for the jacket from the CCTV. So bingo, they'd nailed him. What are you doing? How can you be a cop and be so shit at crimes? Like, you got this red tracksuit from like a motorcycle festival that you went to, so it's going to be quite unique. If you're wearing just a regular Primark jacket, no one's going to know. It's just a generic jacket. What have you done? And why haven't you burned it afterwards? Why haven't you burned those pictures? It's the least you could do. Ultimately, despite an exhaustive investigation, no connections to any other crimes would emerge. But that wasn't the end of the detectives' work, not by a long shot. There were still many questions to answer and many blank details that needed filling in. What's more, given the particularly barbaric and unusual nature of Poco's crimes, the detectives were determined to leave no stone unturned. So with that in mind, the investigation plowed ever onwards.
Some more evidence of interest came from Poco's locker room at Lantau North Police Station, in which was found evidence of extensive surveillance carried out on Xinjiang prior to his murder. More specifically, they found a notebook that contained extensive personal information about him, including biographic information, family details, as well as a scribbled copy of both his and his partner's patrol schedule, with an additional doubly underlined note saying that Xinjiang's partner tended to take much longer to eat his lunch than Xinjiang himself. Bro, you're literally a police officer and you're writing down your crimes. This is insane. This made it abundantly clear that for some reason, Poco had gone out of his way to target Xinjiang specifically, although we have no idea why, because, as mentioned earlier, no one interviewed could think of any reason why someone would take umbrage against the poor officer, and no evidence was ever found explaining Poco's reason for specifically targeting him. My theory is this guy, he's obviously a psycho. Like, he just likes murdering. He's got an itch to murder. Anyone who has an itch to murder, psycho. So my theory is this guy's just like they're hanging out at the police station one day and he says something, he does something that just mildly upsets Poco. And he's just like, I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to shoot you in the face. And then he does that and he just plots it out because he's a psycho. Sometimes it's just because he's a psycho. In another chapter of this complex saga, detectives also found themselves embarking on a quest to interview every person connected to Poco. The effort was colossal, and the process grueling as they sought to extract truth from the vast array of both professional and personal relationships that Poco had developed over the years. The number of people interviewed was simply staggering, with the officers involved conducting interviews with 2,849 serving police officers, 623 former officers, and 195 civilians who, due to their varying degrees of connection to Poco, were all considered potentially significant to the investigation. Imagine it's like 3,500 people. Who knows that many people? Who has so many people that know them? I mean, like, obviously not famous people, but like, you know, regular people. Like, what the f***? Many of these interactions seem to yield little to no valuable information, the majority merely adding to the seemingly endless ocean of dead ends and red herrings. But every so often, a precious nugget of information would reveal itself, a remark he once made, a behavior they had noticed, or irregularities in his schedule. Each piece of new information was like a tiny but vital piece of the puzzle, inching the investigators closer to understanding the enigma that was Poco. This stage of the investigation was of great interest to the police's behavioral psychologists, who were paying very close attention because as the story ratcheted ever closer to completion, the initial shock of the discovery was replaced with a stalwart determination that something like this should never be allowed to happen again. The stalwart realization. How about we don't have police officers killing other police officers again? Well done, guys. Genius. And they were the ones who would figure out how. Oh, okay, they're actually going to solve this problem. Okay, I thought this was just like, this must never happen again. And then, you know, like, that's it. It's like, oh no, let's see what they do. Meanwhile, the detectives focused on the bank robbery had a breakthrough. They discovered how he escaped unnoticed. They did this by comparing the octopus card records of Poco and his wife with the station's CCTV footage. And this revealed that he actually used his wife's card. Note from George, for those who don't know, the octopus card is Hong Kong's smart travel card. Think London's Oyster card or New York's Omni card. Okay, I didn't know that. I can't imagine that's particularly common knowledge outside of Hong Kong. If someone asked me before you said that, what was the London one called? I'd be like, okay, I know it's an Oyster card. I used to have an Oyster card. I think they eventually replaced Oyster cards. You could just tap in with your bank card, couldn't you? And then they'd figure it out from there. But yeah, Oyster cards. Wouldn't have been able to name it. Definitely don't know the octopus card. The records showed that at 11 a.m, he took the E31 bus to Discovery Park, then transferred to the 96B green minibus to Belvedere Garden at 11:53 a.m, where he then committed the robbery just after noon. He must have kept his head down and hidden in the immediate aftermath of the robbery because the card wasn't used again until 13:14 p.m. when Poco took the subway to go to work. What are you doing using your bloody Oyster card, your octopus card, to travel to commit crimes? Just buy an anonymous Oyster card. Just go to the newsagents and be like, hi, I want an Oyster card, please, and pay in cash. Put it aside, weeks, preferably. Buy it somewhere very far away from where you're going to commit the crimes. And then you've got your nice anonymous Oyster card. Easy. What are you up to? Make sure that the time between buying that Oyster card and using it is long enough for them to have deleted their CCTV footage or whatever news agency bought that at. So I don't know what sort of time that is, but eventually the tapes will record over themselves. You need to wait that long at least. Come on, criminals, it's not that hard, is it? Naturally, that same team was also very keen to know exactly what he had done with the money from the robbery, a curiosity that was soon satisfied when they started probing through his financial records, which showed he'd opened 12 different investment accounts with different banks across Hong Kong, and over the next 2 years had slowly trickled cash deposits into them that totaled 557,718 Hong Kong dollars. Given the fact that he stole 492,880 Hong Kong dollars during the robbery, I think we can guess where the majority of those deposits came from. How about, like, if a detective has 12 bank accounts, you look into that guy. Like, I mean, there's reasons to have lots of bank accounts if you're rich. Because I don't know what it is in America, but in Europe, they insure you up to 100,000 euros. So if you have more than 100,000 euros in a bank account and that bank goes out of business, you're f***ed except for the 100k. So there's lots of reasons to have lots of bank accounts. But if he's a cop, and let's say he's not having he's not opening bank accounts because he's got $100,000 and wants to be insured, how about that suspicious? Isn't someone being like, why do you need that? Why do you have 12 investment accounts? You're a cop. Come on. What's up? I feel like they even ask you these questions when you open a bank account. There's one thing called being a politically exposed person, which basically means, are you more likely to be able to be bribed or blackmailed and stuff like that? And then they'll ask, it's like, no. But if you're a police person, I guess you are. So they look after you a bit better, or look into you a bit better, more pertinently in this case. It just seems very bad at crimes in general. Eventually, however, after months of painstaking investigation, meticulously combing through the fragmented pieces of Poco's dual life, the police were now prepared to present their findings to the court. With no perpetrator left to prosecute, the case was heard by the coroner's court rather than the high court that would normally hear such crimes. I believe that this type of court may be something unfamiliar to many of you in the audience. Hong Kong's coroner's court, oh, okay, I just assumed it was a name for some reason, is the specific branch of the judiciary that specifically deals with matters of death. Oftentimes it's responsible for things that are quite mundane, death certificates, autopsy requests, etc. But it's also tasked with investigating the causes and circumstances of deaths suspected or known to have been criminal in nature. So this court's dealing with really important shit and really boring shit. It's next on the docket, issuing a death certificate for John. Next on the docket, 17 people murdered by gangs. In this instance, because Poco was already dead and therefore unable to stand trial, it fell to this court to get to the bottom of the matter. We should not dwell too much on the proceedings of the trial, as largely they just heard an expanded and more detailed explanation of the evidence that we've already discussed in this chapter. What is worth noting, however, is that 116 witnesses were called to testify, and 258 exhibits, out of a total of 1,073 collected, were presented to the court as evidence. They're really locking this case down for a dead man. 2 months later, on April the 25th, the court fell into a tense hush as the verdict was delivered. The jury, standing unanimous, declared Poco guilty of his chilling crimes. This man, once seen as a protector in his uniform, was now condemned as a predator, a terrifying embodiment of betrayal. Well, not so terrifying, because he's dead. This verdict marked not only the end of a gruesome chapter, but also the beginning of a critical period of introspection for the police force. With the investigation culminating in this monumental verdict, the police could now shift their focus inward and undertake a determined effort to prevent the emergence of another devil cop within their ranks. Chapter 5. Police Reform. So we're well aware by this point that the police force was absolutely adamant in making sure that another Poco never joins their ranks ever again. But how exactly did they do this? A major reform was the introduction of a stricter procedure for handling complaints in reporting rooms. Now, officers were obliged to request Hong Kong identity card details from any individual reporting a crime in order to add a layer of verification and protection. Whoa. They're obliged? That seems a bit much. It's yo, I want to report a crime anonymously. And if they're well, we need your ID card, I'd be well, I'm not going to report the crime then, am I? Because I want to be left anonymous because I don't want to be killed. What the Of course, the effectiveness of this measure was not without its limitations. It relied on the honesty of the reporting individual, and during emergencies, it was instructed that officers be dispatched before the identity was confirmed. Yet, despite its flaws, this process was a clear attempt to provide some measures of safety against ambushes like the one that ended Xinjiang's life. This seems very onerous. Arguably, there was no perfect solution to this problem. After all, the inherent risks of police work can never be entirely mitigated. This seems to me like I'm all for making police work safer. But at the cost of reducing the number of people who are reporting crimes, that seems very risky. It's 999, what's your emergency? I'm being robbed. Okay, can I have your ID number, please? It's no, I'm being robbed, come quick. But this procedure at least represented a proactive effort to protect officers to the best of the force's ability and in a way that didn't compromise response time. Seems like it can compromise response time, and it certainly compromises the amount of people willing to report crimes. Like, oh, I just saw a gang shoot someone in the street. Okay, what's your name? Fucking no. No. Another crucial reform tackled the issue of lone patrolling. This practice has previously seen officers on their beat alone from time to time. Oh, we talked about this earlier. Which, as evidenced by Xinyang's murder, was a system primed for exploitation by criminal elements. As a result, the force made a decisive change. Officers were no longer permitted to patrol alone, except in the most pressing of emergencies. Some senior members of the force did express concern that this would not leave enough manpower to staff all patrols, but fortunately, the size of the force, which had always been uncharacteristically large by world standards thanks to Hong Kong's wild colonial years, allowed for this adjustment without any problems, and there were more than enough officers on the books to accommodate this new measure. That's interesting. I never thought of Hong Kong as like a particularly crimey area, but apparently maybe it's because they've got loads of police. Finally, and arguably most crucially, it was the rigorous and comprehensive re-evaluation of the mental health screenings for potential officers. That seems like a much better way to handle this. Poco's crimes made it blatantly clear that a basic psychological assessment was insufficient to determine a candidate's suitability for policing. And so the force introduced world-leading mental health screening for all recruits. Great idea! It seems like generally a good idea that you should mentally vet your police officers. Like, that seems like a good idea for every country everywhere. Like, it would mean there's less police who are psychos and shooting people and killing people and causing all sorts of trouble. They also extended mental health screening beyond recruitment and now would look after and monitor officers throughout their whole career. This is all good. I think this is really strong. The updated screening process encompassed psychometric tests, structured interviews, and observational assessments, all undertaken by trained psychologists that were to identify any potential risk factors early and, if needed, immediately ensure that the officer received the treatment warranted or was dismissed from the force if appropriate. And just to be safe, every officer was made to take this new assessment within a year of it being implemented. Chapter 6. Psychoanalysis. So, now we have a comprehensive understanding of what Poco did and the fallout of his crimes, but still there's a burning question that remains unanswered. Why? Why did he commit such brutal crimes? What drove him to such depravity? I feel he's just a psycho. I have to say, normally in these casual criminal episodes, we always start with the guy's background, where he came from, how he got super f***ed up. We flipped the script today. Ultimately, that is a question we don't have the answer to. Oh, okay, that's probably why we flipped the script, because there's no he was born here and he had abusive parents and blah, 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 making of a murderer. Poco's death meant that he could never receive a full and proper analysis from psychologists, and furthermore, despite the litany of evidence he left investigators, an explanation was not among it. This leaves us having to speculate and draw what conclusions we can from the scraps of evidence that he did leave us. Fortunately, we're not the only people to have had these questions, so rather than having to draw from the lowly pontifications of a humble YouTube wordsmith, there is an absolute wealth of expert insight that we can draw upon, so let's dive into it. I wonder how true my theory will be. It's just he was a psycho who liked killing people. Is there more to it? There's many more pages, so I guess so. The first such analysis comes from one Dr. Zhu Pei Hong, a clinical psychologist who was serving with the Police Psychological Service Division at the time of Poco's death. He led an investigation based on discussions with Poco's family and 16 letters that he wrote to his wife immediately preceding his demise. Dr. Zhu found that during his early years, his parents made every effort to shape him into an industrious young child with exceptional self-assurance and self-control. I feel like that's what I'm trying to craft my children into. Industrious, good self-assurance, good self-control, all those things. I think these are super positive traits. Industriousness. That's getting done. His upbringing was also found to be free from any irregularities or abuse that could have served as the foundations of a mental collapse. The closest thing to trauma that he found was some initial integration struggles when he relocated to Hong Kong from the mainland at the age of 7, mostly from having to adjust to speaking Cantonese rather than Mandarin. Well, there we go. There's an answer to earlier question. They speak Cantonese in Hong Kong. Otherwise, Poco's earliest years appear to have been generally joyful and happy. Not what I expected, to be honest. Similarly, Dr. Zhu uncovered no real problems during Poco's adolescent years, noting that by this stage he was fiercely intelligent, with a reading age well in excess of that of his peers. He was also exceptionally independent as a teenager, being perfectly happy in groups, but more than content with his own company. This seems like a regular, way above average dude. All in all, it appeared as though he was perfectly well adjusted and a normal teenage boy. But Dr. Zhu, normal teenage boy, he seems like he's better than a normal teenage boy. But As Dr. Zhu continued to probe into his adult life, potential issues and triggers started to present themselves thick and fast. Poco's parents had gotten divorced in 1990, and despite being aged 20 at the time, he appears to have taken this very, very badly. Family had always been important to Poco, so this divorce, which came as a complete surprise to him, was akin to his entire world being torn apart. He coped with this by placing all of the blame on his father, with whom his relationship all but ceased following the divorce. Still, though, his psyche appeared sound all in all. Dr. Zhu also pointed to his police record during this period. Poco had first joined the force in 1993, and as much as the psychometric tests of this period were admittedly crude, as we discussed earlier, they still highlighted nothing of concern. Furthermore, there were no marks on his record for unwarranted violence or aggression in his early career, so the question is, where did it all go wrong? According to Dr. Zhu, that turning point was 1998, when two major events occurred that warped his mind dramatically. The first was a failed promotion to operations sergeant, which made him hateful toward the police force and exceptionally envious of other officers who were climbing the ladder quicker than him. Yeah, this is tough, especially he's obviously bright and industrious and all this stuff. He's like, why aren't I getting this? Why is it someone else and not me? Yeah. But so what? There's plenty of people that discover their dream career wasn't all it was cracked out to be and confine themselves to a life of punching in and punching out and just collecting a paycheck. Yeah, but this isn't this guy. Plenty of people are like this, but this guy's personality is not wired that way. But they don't go on murder their colleagues, do they? So surely there has to be more to it. Yeah, I'm not saying like if I was in this position, I'd be feeling the same way as this dude. I'd be like, what the f***? I'm working hard. I'm doing everything right. Why aren't I getting promoted? I'm trying, all of this stuff. And then I'd probably just change jobs, or I'd have to find something that I'm better at because I wouldn't like to be left behind. But no, I probably wouldn't go on and murder my colleagues. That seems insane. And by probably, I mean I definitely wouldn't. Well, sure enough, there is. And that would be the second turning point in 1998 that Dr. Zhu identified. Remember that divorce? The one that Poco blamed his father for? Yep, I do, because it was 2 paragraphs ago. And had subsequently cut off all contact with him as a result? Again? Yes. Well, it turns out it was actually his mother who caused it by cheating on her husband with another man and being caught in the act, which Poco found out about in 1998. The sudden revelation threw his entire perception of the world into question, and he began to be riddled with self-guilt and excessively questioned absolutely everything about the world around him. According to Dr. Zhu, this was the point that the cracks in his psyche started to show as psychotic and schizophrenic tendencies began to gradually take over his mind. But Dr. Zhu also stressed that this transformation was a slow and gradual process. It was not overnight by any stretch of the imagination, and that Poco had plenty of time to recognize the changes that were happening in him and try and seek help. Oh, just like that, right? Yeah. I mean, seeking help is not that easy. It's really not that easy. And I imagine today, it's a lot easier than it was in the 1990s. There's been a stigma around mental health, and there is a stigma around mental health for a very long time. Indeed, it appears that for a time, that was exactly what Poco tried to do, as in mid-1998, he took a sabbatical from the police force and embarked on a 3,000-kilometer cycling trip across mainland China to, and I quote here, clear his head, in addition to regularly reaching out to his younger brother to discuss his inner struggles. Unfortunately, this would do little to dispel the demon that was brewing inside of him, and over the following years, his mental health spiraled even deeper. Upon returning to the force in late 1998, he finally got the much-coveted promotion to operations sergeant, but turned it down in favor of serving as a traffic officer, reasoning that a more actiony field role would suit him better. But this choice ended up soft-blocking further promotion, because the natural progression beyond this point was to try out for the SDU, a role which he was firmly rejected for on account of his unwillingness to give up smoking and drinking. There's a note here for me. Slight tangent, but the entry requirements of the SDU are actually kind of insane, and it's easy to see why they're such absolute units. In addition to being flatly banned from smoking and drinking, as previously mentioned, potential SDU officers are expected to demonstrate exceptional intelligence via their high school qualifications and tests conducted during assessment, as well as physical excellence through feats such as multi-hour-long swims in near-freezing water, repeated weighted runs up and down Hong Kong's highest peaks, and continual bodyweight exercises to the point of total failure. Putting all his eggs in that basket might have been a tad foolish, and I don't think anyone would be able to try out for the SDU and be sure of their success. That sounds intense. So you got to be you got to be willing to do it, for one. You got to be super smart, so there are other options open to you. Plus, no drinking, no smoking, and you got to be a physical specimen. That sounds extremely hard. For Dr. Zhu, this was when Poco crossed the point of no return, when the cracks in his psyche fully gave way, and his becoming a monster became not a matter of if, but when. This was then only made worse by a subsequent relocation to Tongchong, a sleepy town on the northern tip of Lantau Island, as he found life now dull and monotonous, and found himself all but completely cut off from his support network of family and friends, which in turn further drove him to make reckless and impulsive decisions. This loneliness even led him to contemplate divorce, as well as developing an expensive habit of seeking solace in the arms of sex workers. Further still, Dr. Zhu noted that in the immediate lead up to Xing Yang's murder, Poco's behavior had become more erratic than ever, bordering on the frankly bizarre at times. For example, he listed himself as unemployed when applying for a replacement Hong Kong identity card and was becoming notably short-fused and aggressive at work, showing a clear disdain and hatred for the police force, which had offered him gainful employment for so many years. Taking all of this into account, Dr. Zhu's final conclusion was that family stress and career disappointment had laid the foundations of his mental collapse and introduced psychotic and schizophrenic traits into his mind, and that continued work stress, coupled with removal from his pre-established support networks, allowed these new traits to snowball out of control, turning him into the murdering monster that we have known him as throughout this video. Now, this is certainly comprehensive and makes for a fascinating insight, but Dr. Zhu was far from the only expert that the police utilized while trying to get to the bottom of Poco's mental condition. So now, let's look at what others had to say and see if we can garner any more insight. Specifically, let's look at the research opinion of Huan Chengrong, who was director of the Criminology Curriculum Research Center at City University, Hong Kong at the time of Poco's death. He presented a different hypothesis, speculating that Poco's recurrent failures to secure a promotion may have engendered a profound resentment towards his superiors. This, he proposed, could have spiraled into oppositional defiant disorder, a condition characterized by persistent anger, irritability, and a vindictive defiance toward authority figures. When Poco relocated to Tung Chong, he found himself bereft of outlets to express his mounting frustration. According to Dr. Huang, this could have prompted Poco to seek validation and a sense of achievement outside his workplace, with his criminal activities serving as a twisted form of release from his accumulated discontent. Dr. Huang also suggested that Poco's introverted personality could have contributed to a warped self-perception of victimhood, breeding a sense of superiority and a steadfast belief in his own infallibility. He pointed to Poco's early career success as a catalyst for this inflated self-image. A feature article in the official police publication Offbeat, lauding Poco's exemplary performance in the police promotion exam, was highlighted as the likely source of an inflated sense of superiority. However, as his career plateaued, this ego was bruised, leaving him embittered. In Dr. Huang's assessment, Poco may have sought to assuage his perceived failings in increasingly horrific ways, leading ultimately to the shocking crimes that we've discussed earlier. That's super intense. It's like you didn't get promoted at work, so you became a murderer. So, we currently have the opinion of two expert psychologists from Hong Kong, but let's try to expand our perspectives and look at the opinions of those from further afield. Fortunately, there's no shortage of these, as the police themselves sought outside opinion while trying to get to the bottom of Poco's mental state. James J. McNamara, an expert in criminal investigation from the FBI, offered an altogether different perspective on Poco's motivations. He proposed that Poco may have been wrestling with dissociative identity disorder. That's is that the multiple personality thing? This theory emerged from his scrutiny of witness accounts, highlighting Poco's extreme dedication to maintaining physical fitness, his choice of solitary sports, and his notable lack of any participation in social activities, including work-related banquets and celebrations. These traits portrayed Poco as an introverted individual, seemingly disinterested in social accolades, while simultaneously demonstrating an unrelenting drive for professional growth. McNamara drew particular attention to Poco's failed attempt to join the SDU. He also discussed Poco's puzzled reaction to his superiors' lack of admiration for his diligent enforcement of minor offenses, as they instead encouraged him to concentrate on more severe crimes. McNamara hypothesized that these experiences contributed to building a wave of frustration in Poco. Over time, this simmering resentment might have compelled him to seek the adrenaline rush that he felt his day-to-day police work lacked. This, McNamara suggested, could have been a pivotal factor leading to Poco committing these chilling crimes. Another outside opinion comes from Roderick Broadhurst, head professor of the Department of Criminology at Queensland's University of Technology in Australia. And like McNamara, he too was brought in by the police to provide expert counsel on Poco's mental state. Broadhurst suggested that Poco's high intellect, juxtaposed with his lack of opportunity to pursue higher education, resulted in a profound dissatisfaction with his career in the police force. This discontentment, he believed, reached a tipping point just days before the horrific Sim Sha Soi shooting, following a reprimand from a female superior, which likely rekindled latent feelings of disappointment and humiliation. In examining Poco's personal life, Broadhurst hypothesized that his interpersonal relationships were superficial at best. He claimed that this was especially apparent in his marriage, which was marred by his repeated infidelity, which further evidenced Poco's chronic dissatisfaction with his lot in life. A curious facet of Poco's personality, according to Broadhurst, was his possible delusions of grandeur, of moulding the world in his own vision. Poco, a fervent reader of Chinese and international war history, often expressed contempt for political leaders, hinting at his own political aspirations. A philosophical note found beside his bed spoke of life, purpose, and divinity, suggesting a desire to ascend from his mundane existence to a godlike status. Okay, wait. Jesus. He's beginning to sound quite delusional, isn't he? This brings our expert analysis to a close. We've journeyed through Dr. Xu Pei Hong's theory of a slow and gradual mental decline due to family trauma and career disappointments. We've covered Dr. Huan Cheng-Rong's suggestion of oppositional defiant disorder born from a deep-seated resentment. We've entertained James J. McNamara's intriguing proposition of dissociative identity disorder. And lastly, we've reflected upon Professor Broadhurst's notion of Poco as an intellectual in the midst of a murderous identity crisis. But which of these is correct? Well, that is for you to decide, dear viewer. I am but a humble YouTube wordsmith, and such answers, if answers to a matter so subjective even truly exist, is significantly beyond my pay grade. Yeah, look, I'll speculate, why not? I reckon this dude he's smart, he's successful at a young age, and he enters the police force and they're like, you're going to be the next big thing. You got it. This is your time. And then he does that and he succeeds for a little while, but then he bumps up against something and he just can't break through. And other people get promoted, and that really upsets him. And because he's already a little bit broken inside, he just has this crazy resentment building up, and he doesn't know what to do with it, so he kills people, which is crazy, but crazy is as crazy does. Crazy does as crazy is, whatever. That. Chapter 7. Remembrance. We have no interest in producing mere murder porn here on this channel, but regrettably, it is the reality of the matter on these videos that they're naturally going to pay more lip service to the killers who occupy a greater proportion of the story than their victims, which occupy less. So, with that in mind, as we draw this video to a close, let's cast the name of today's killer from our minds, and do what we can to right that wrong by focusing on those who we really ought to remember. Let us begin with Liang Xinyang, today's first victim. Following his murder, he was posthumously honored with the Silver Medal for Bravery in 2002. This was in recognition of the extraordinary courage he displayed in his final moments. He left behind a family who had their home plunged into grief. A mum, a dad, a sister, and a brother, none of whom would ever get to see the family member of whom they had been so proud ever again. He was also survived by his fiancée, who was set to marry in May 2001, less than 8 weeks after his killing. He was buried with full police honors in a somber ceremony attended by leading figures such as Chief Executive Tang Chi-hua, Police Commissioner Tsang Yam-pui, and of course, his family. I won't disclose which cemetery he's buried in, but you'll be pleased to hear that his plot is well attended and cared for. Sadly, there's no paper trail for what happened to Zavar Khan following his death, so instead, let us take the time to remember his exceptional bravery, for he was a man who had every opportunity to save his own skin and retreat to safety, but instead he completely relinquished that opportunity in order to try and keep the civilians in his banks safe. A real hero. And then there's Sang Kwok Hang, the officer who refused to die until it ensured the safety of his friend and colleague. How am I even meant to put the bravery of this magnitude into words? In recognition of this feat, he was posthumously awarded the Gold Medal for Bravery, among the highest gallantry awards that can be awarded in Hong Kong, which I think we can all agree is more than earned. An elaborate funeral procession headed by his friends and colleagues escorted him on his final journey, and he was then cremated with full police honors at the Universal Funeral Parlor in Hung Hom, a service attended by Chief Executive Tsang Yam-kwon, Police Commissioner Ling Ming-kwai, and of course, his family. We also mustn't forget Sing Ka-kong, for while he might have survived his encounter with today's killer, his life has been irrevocably changed, and he will carry the scars, both mentally and physically, for the rest of his life. Like his colleague Sang Kwok Hang, he displayed gallantry of the highest possible order, and so he was awarded the Gold Medal for Bravery in recognition. He went on to have a long and fruitful career following his recovery, remaining on the force and eventually being promoted to desk sergeant before he then retired recently, wrote a book about his experiences, and began volunteering his time with a number of trauma and mental health charities. Despite bouts of despair, he appreciates the simplest joys of life and cherishes each passing moment, determined to live life to its fullest, not just for himself, but also for his dear friend, who never got the opportunity. Dismembered appendices. A few notes on my research methodology for this video. As ever, my first port of call was the Hong Kong police force, with whom I made a request to access archival information, as well as to see Poco's service record and otherwise receive their comments on the case. However, much like I found when researching the Yoga Ball murders, this proved largely unfruitful, as today's case was far too recent to be publicly disclosed, with many of the relevant files still being restricted under various privacy laws. This, of course, is completely understandable, as some of the people mentioned in today's video are still alive. Similarly, my network of police veterans that I usually squeeze for information while writing these scripts proved to be of little utility, simply due to the fact that of the few of them that happened to be on the force during Poco's time, none of them ever had any encounters with him on the job, and they had all long retired when his crimes came to public attention in 2006. So all of this put me on the back foot somewhat and left me having to piece together a story using a patchwork of sources, including newspaper articles, official government press releases, the occasional passing reference in books, and of course online sources. As ever, with secondary sources, I typically prioritize Chinese language sources because, as I have said before, I find them to be more reliable and trustworthy than the English language ones, though I did make an exception when the Chinese sources seemed a bit outlandish and unbelievable. This dependence upon secondary sources brings me no joy, as they often are very contradictory in their claims, and without primary verification, I'm left having to judge their utility based purely upon the weight of evidence or gut instinct. This is the nature of the beast with Poco's story, sadly. It is unavoidable, unless we wanted to wait 20 years to publish this video. Maybe in 20 years we'll be able to update it. Whilst I was researching this piece, I noticed how opinions on the police's handling of the case extremely polarized online. No doubt it is a tricky subject, and certainly it is easy to see why many would come away from this story with a negative opinion of the police. No, I think this seems to be quite a competent handling of everything, to be honest. It was one of their own that went rogue after all. Oh, okay. That's not bad police work, that's a bad man. However, I cannot say it's an opinion I share, so I'm going to be brave here and stick my neck on the line. Personally, all things considered, I think the police did a fantastic job. Yes, agreed, they're very competent. Sure, they didn't catch Poco until they shot him, but his planning of the crimes was so meticulous and his execution of them so efficient and brutal that frankly, I don't see how they could have been expected to. Had they failed to apprehend him due to incompetence or negligence, I'd be rightly criticizing the force, but when they did pursue every single lead to its very end, and uniformly displayed nothing but bravery and disregard for their own safety in the face of violence, well, good job, Hong Kong police. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, I'll back that up. I think that's spot on. Finally. And of course, it wouldn't be a Hong Kong video without the traditional contextualizing disclaimer. As ever, I implore you all to remember that the cases we look at in these videos, although always extreme in nature, are in no way representative of the territory itself, which by a country mile remains one of the safest places on Earth. And that is where we end today's video. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed, please do leave a review if you're watching on YouTube, like, subscribe, and I'll see you next.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I am Simon, your host. Today's episode, Scrooge McDuck the Terrorist, brought to you by my writer, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis. This is an absolute beast.
3 hours.
Dennis included a little comment at the front here from one of these things, from one of the previous videos, like a comment on YouTube saying, from Arati, thank you, if I'm pronouncing that right. Dennis, mate, can you please write a novel? I'm serious. And so Dennis did. It's 52 pages long.
Yeah. Let's kill it.
There's three pages of like a preamble, but it's basically a 50-page script. We're going to be here a while. Settle in, relax. I hope you enjoy the show. If you're new here, welcome. The format, of course, is I've never read this before. Dennis has essentially written me a book, and I'm going to sit here for probably the better part of my workday, when you include breaks and everything, and read this book to you. Maybe it'll take more than one day. Let's find out. Let's jump in. Crime has a lot of faces, yet upon closer inspection, most of them look terrifyingly human. There's something strangely captivating about the macabre beckoning us to explore. For some, it's the thrill of the chase, the challenge of piecing clues together, the satisfaction of seeing justice served, but sometimes we find ourselves magically drawn to outlaws and villains for reasons that are not so easily explained. Yeah, and sometimes it's just because people are sick.
Sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna skip over the bit where where the person's removing people's eyes and inserting them into their butts and then taking them out and eating them. I made that up. Don't quite know how or where the fuck I got that from. But it's like I'll skip over that bit because I'll be like, I didn't need to read that. And I don't think you need to. People will be like,
Simon, read the disgusting bits. Simon, I can't believe you cut that out.
and I'm like, oh, this channel isn't for you, you sicko.
We're here to entertain, not to heal.
As I always say, less Saw and more CSI. This applies not only to true crime stories, but also to fictional ones. We root for Walter White, Dexter Morgan, and Tyler Durden with sincere admiration, utterly oblivious to the fact that by idealizing them, we've missed the point of the plot entirely. Yeah. I haven't seen Fight Club in a really long time. I definitely with Dexter Morgan, the serial killer who kills the bad guys. I was rooted for him hard through that show. With Breaking Bad, I rooted for Walter White at the beginning, and then very quickly I didn't because he became a monster.
You and your eyebrows.
Like, no one was rooting for Walter White by the end of that show, were they? Surely not. You were just like, I hope he either gets killed or his cancer comes back and kills him. That sounds like, I hope his cancer comes back and takes him away from the world, is a phrase that should never be uttered. But in Walter White's case, I was like, oh my God, come on. He deserves it. He became a monster. This is not necessarily because we approve of their actions, but due to a faint glimmer of recognition. Oh yeah? I don't know about Walter White. Walter White more than like Dexter Morgan. My desire to kill anybody is pretty much zero. But my desire to become a meth kingpin? Well, let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Their primal desire for violence and destruction still lurks beneath the paved surface of civilization, and even though this force rarely erupts, we can sometimes feel its tamed movements in the uncharted trenches of our own psyche. It is with this uncanny blend of horror and self-observation that we peer into the true crime abyss, leaving us wondering if the difference between the perpetrators and ourselves is truly that profound. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes it's like, oh, okay, this person did this because of that. I'd be like, yeah. I mean, like, I could put myself in that position. Well, I don't know. This like, I feel like on one episode I was like, yeah, I could kill someone if necessary. And people were like, whoa, Simon, steady on. And I'm like, is that so unusual? Like, there's definitely situations where it would be like, people do this every day, like legally in like wars and shit. And it's like, yeah, if you're in that position, I'm pretty sure I could do that. Like, and if you think you can't, you probably could, because like the military and stuff, really good at training you to be able to kill people. It's kind of what they do. There was something, I don't want to butcher the facts too much, but I think I made a video about this once. There was, until like the mid 20th century, I think it was after World War II, soldiers were really bad at killing other people. They'd be great with guns, they'd be good at all of this stuff, but when it came to killing someone, they were like, oh no, I don't like that. That's another person. And so what they did is they started changing the targets in target practice to cutouts of people, and it made it much easier, and the soldiers became much more effective at killing people. And I think this was an American-specific example, but I think Vietnam became the first war where this kind of post-indoctrination of shooting at targets of people rather than just circular targets became a thing. I'm sure I'm butchering these facts, but it was like a crazy statistic jump of how many people were willing to kill people after just like changing what the targets looked like. Because the military's really good at getting people to kill people. What a genius insight, Simon. Well done. And when the credits of yet another episode roll, we may be left with the low-key impression of having learned something about ourselves, subdued and sealed away by the much greater force that is our morality. I mean, you're the one watching the guy who has literally 22 writers locked up in his basement for entertainment purposes. You're in no position to disagree, Dennis. We've talked about this. Don't mention the basement. You've got to mention that you're free and happy and living on the outside, Dennis. Come on. Am I right, Dennis?
What you did, you upset him. No, you.
At first glance, this episode unfurls the career of a terrorist, an out-of-control mastermind driven by the lowest of motives, toying with human lives as though they were entirely worthless. I'll report on arguably the most notorious crime series of post-war Germany, committed by a twisted soul that could have gone down in the annals as a disgrace. But let me emphasize the important part here. He could have. He actually became a national hero instead. I just recorded an episode, I can't remember what it was, and it was titled like, oh, it was the Chopper Read episode that David wrote for me. And David lives in Australia, and he was like, this guy's like revered. And I finished that episode being like, yeah, he's a piece of shit, isn't he? And apparently he's beloved in Australia as an outlaw. And I'm like, yeah, that's because he told like a really good fictitious story of his life, but the guy's a douche. Or he was. He died. I think it was cancer in the end of him or something. I think he drank so much his liver died. That was it. His liver died. And he got like cirrhosis, not cancer. Is cirrhosis cancer? Is that a type of cancer? Probably not, right? That's just when your liver gets all ruined because you drank too much.
All we gotta do is tell the story right.
This is the story of the most cunning, most intelligent offender we've covered on this channel so far. His genius being reminiscent of an over-the-top movie character. Even though this is a truthful account of real events, every other paragraph will feel like a Hollywood screenplay. Yet the deeper we delve into this roller coaster of a case, the more you'll realize this episode is actually all about you. Also, as an unexpected detour from our usual narrative journey, we're not dissecting the past, we're confronting it head on. For the first time on the Casual Criminalist, I personally scored an exclusive interview with the elusive mastermind himself, who, despite now leading a secluded life, agreed to share his side of the story with us. Oh, this is cool. Dennis sent me a box. Hold on. He sent me a copy of this dude's autobiography, which is entirely in German. So I won't be reading this later. And a signed photo of the dude. I already like him. It's also in German, but this is still very cool. I didn't crease this, Dennis. I'm sorry. The postal service creased it. I don't know why. The box was quite beat up. It was an experience, to say the least. Easily the weirdest encounter of my entire life. And I say this as someone who was once lectured about Japanese rope bondage by a nun at an airport cafeteria. Okay. I dare propose a wager. Over the course of the next few hours, you'll carve out a vivid image of this perpetrator and forge your own moral verdict about him, and you will feel somewhat certain about your conclusions. Yet once I reveal his utterly surprising response to one specific and very basic interview question, I assure you, any initial conclusions will be upended in an instant. Depending on your interpretation, this might very well be our first episode, where the culprit is genuinely the good guy. Okay, let's see. I feel a little bit biased because I've got his autobiography, he signed this thing for me, but I'll try and be impartial. Okay, let's go. Scrooge McDuck greets his nephews. Hamburg, Germany, 1922. A foreboding calm cloaked the street as if the boulevard of shuttered shops and closed restaurants had been paralyzed with sudden anticipation. No footsteps echoed through the night. No voices betrayed the presence of any nearby pedestrians. Only the distant noise of passing cars broke the silence every once in a while. But if someone had been there to witness the moment, they would have detected a certain unease tugging at their attention. The flimsy piece was deceitful and vibrant to the touch. A premonition of something vast hung heavy in the atmosphere as a sinister pulse wormed its way through the towering facades flanking the street. You could hear it emerge from the Golden Shop windows where high-end household items were flaunted, visible to all, yet out of reach for most. The insidious ticking noise was not a metaphor. It emanated from a makeshift pipe bomb hidden in the housewares section of Hamburg's Karstadt department store. The good guys put a pipe bomb in a department store, Dennis. It's not a strong start for him. I also do feel like I'm reading a novel. I feel like this is how novels sound in my head when I read them. At the stroke of 1 a.m. I don't know why. It's like that very novel-y voice. The hour hand of a mechanical timer met with an electrical contact, igniting a dance of destruction. Pinpoint sparks shot up from the cellophane wrapping, setting off a series of electrical discharges that raced through the wirings. The moment they reached the black powder core, a resounding boom echoed across the desolate aisles, like a gunshot starting a race against time. The blast upended shelves, cracked floor tiles, smashed hundreds of expensive porcelain items, and sent their fragments flying like artillery shrapnel. The deafening pressure wave reverberated through the corridors, leaving nothing behind but a trail of destruction, debris, and streaks of pulverized glass that drifted slowly to the ground. And then, after the deep rumble had wafted up and down the walls a couple of times, silence settled in again. But not for long. Within minutes, the sounds of sirens heralded the arrival of first responders from every direction. In a flash of red and blue, police cars, fire engines, and ambulances converged on them all, and just like an orchestra, each section played its part in perfect sync. Dennis, mate, this could be a book. I feel like this is it's very, very nice. Like, all of these metaphors are so thought out. I feel like I'm genuinely reading a book.
Oh, I don't deserve you. That's my favorite one.
Really? You know what I like?
To keep onlookers at bay, the anti-terror squad swiftly set up a perimeter around the Karstadt complex, and just outside the police cordon, paramedics stood ready and prepared for the worst. At the same time, a phalanx of firefighters charged into the smoke-choked building, their faces etched with determination and concern as they scanned every corner for signs of human victims. Yet, despite a backdrop ripped straight out of a movie, the more pressing concerns were quickly allayed. As it turned out, the building had been utterly empty at the time of the attack, devoid of even the most solitary night janitor. There was no cleaning crew scheduled for that night, and the temporary workers assigned to restock the shelves weren't due to arrive for several more hours. With a deep sense of relief, the experts also confirmed that the damage, while considerable, did not pose any threat to the structural integrity of the building. The tableware section had indeed been reduced to a wasteland. Yet the building itself was virtually unaffected, and so, once any immediate dangers had been dispelled, the real investigation began with a late-night phone call, summoning one of Hamburg's most capable investigators to the scene. As Detective Michael Dalecki's car glided through the city minutes later, his piercing blue eyes remained focused on the road ahead, and his calm face betrayed the extraordinary wisdom that he'd amassed through his accelerated career. As the chief investigator of Hamburg's police, Dalecki wore his authority with the same ease as his neatly pressed suit, a testament to the balance he had struck between the demands of his job and the compassionate nature that defined him. It's like a movie, Dennis. I'm like, it's like, I am imagining this playing out like a movie in my mind. This should be a movie. Is this a movie in Germany? At this point in his life, he had been quite the public figure. The media had taken to calling him the genius every once in a while, and not without reason. His ability to unravel even the most twisted and convoluted of cases was the stuff of noir folklore, and his file of awards and commendations could paper the walls of his office, so to speak. The air was still stained with the acrid tang of explosives when Dalecki arrived. From the outset, the prospects were looking grim. The forensics team painted a bleak picture of their findings, or rather, a lack thereof. No eyewitnesses, let alone suspects, no fingerprints on the bomb's components. It is amazing how, a bomb can go off, and the police will be like, yeah, we'll find the pieces, and we'll place it back together, like a jigsaw puzzle, and then maybe we'll get some fingerprints off them. And it's like, it was a bomb! It literally blew up! And even though rudimentary DNA analysis was a tool available in 1992, any traces of biological material would have been incinerated anyway. The security cameras had been skillfully dodged by the person who'd placed the explosive device during the previous day, and for all they knew, the culprit might as well have been a ghost. A fast-paced tide of updates ebbed and flowed, each incoming report as illuminating as a match in the Mariana Trench. It seemed as if the case had reached a dead end before it had even begun. On the other hand, Inspector Dalecki felt as if he was missing something blindingly obvious. His subconscious mind tried to point his attention towards a certain memory, but surely he was just fooling himself. Being a man of facts, he decided to disregard his gut feeling for now. I feel like I'm a man of facts. Definitely. My logic side of the brain works overtime compared to the other side. But that gut feeling about stuff is often not that's not like the opposite of logic. I feel that that's that feeling you get about something because you have so much knowledge. Not that I have some super knowledgeable brain, but it's when you've accumulated knowledge about something and then you have a feeling about it. It's not just completely unfounded. It's like all of that knowledge is in the back of your mind, and it's subconsciously pushing you towards one decision or another. You know what I mean? Like that, there's a book about this, the chunked knowledge and stuff about the chess masters, where it's they make the moves even though they're not really aware of why it's quite so good. Their brain's working subconsciously on why it's so good. You know what I mean? Lost in those thoughts, he ran his finger across the film of ash and cinder that blanketed the floor. In his experience, the absence of evidence could sometimes speak volumes as well, so his mind began to inventory everything that seemed to be conspicuously absent. First and foremost, human victims. Bomb technicians had quickly been set to reverse engineer the triggering mechanism, confirming the chosen time frame was neither a technical fluke or a matter of luck, but a deliberate choice by whoever designed it. Yeah, I mean, if that happened, I think my first feeling as a cop would be, the timer went off at the wrong time. They set it for 3 a.m. instead of 3 p.m., when the store would be heaving. If someone places a bomb, terrorist, assuming a terrorist is a pipe bomb, they generally want to kill people, not just blow up a department store. But the fact that that was deliberate, super interesting. There was that famous story where there was some terrorists somewhere and they set the timers they got the time zone wrong or something. So they set it by the wrong time zone, and then they were going to they were suicide bombers. They were going to go, or they weren't suicide bombers. They were going to place the bomb somewhere, and it went off an hour early and blew them all up. It's good. Murder, or even attempted murder, could therefore be ruled out, and good old terrorism appeared rather unlikely as well, as violent extremists typically strived for maximum carnage. Then again, Karstadt wasn't just a random chain of malls, not in the least. For centuries, the company stood synonymous with a lifestyle of economic pride, national wealth, and opulence. The brand's name carried a rich tapestry of historical significance and symbolism that almost reached back to the birth of Germany itself. This sounds like Harrods or Selfridges, right? What do you have in America? What's the Harrods of America? I feel like it's in New York, right? You got that big shopping street. Is it Fifth Avenue? Something like that. Is there some big store that's super nice and have all this cool shit inside? It's really expensive. Good deli. Ever since the first emperor had been crowned, Karstadt would gladly align itself with those who currently held the reins of power. If you know anything about European history, then you're probably aware this is not necessarily a good thing. In other words, I don't know, it's a business. It survives. Like, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. You don't want to take it too far. You don't want to be like IBM. Right, it's like, what are you working on, IBM? Oh, we're working on a system to document the Holocaust. Oh, okay. That was IBM, right? I don't want to get it wrong and shout IBM out for doing something horrible. I'm pretty sure it was IBM, allegedly. In other words, Karstadt was an obvious target for several types of political extremists. If it came down to that, Adelecki concluded that they should receive a confession letter shortly. The first light of dawn had barely crept over the horizon when the task force got their assumption confirmed. A cell of radical anarchists publicly claimed responsibility for the attack. According to their statement, the bomb had been intended to protest Western consumerism. Only a few years prior, the same group had carried out a similar attack at an empty office building, lending their words a sheen of credibility. This is so stupid. Like, how are you going to protest Western consumerism by setting off a bomb? Yeah, it's really going to do a lot to stop people shopping. Well done. It's just insane. Like, and they did it at an office building, not even a shop. Yeah, by the date after another letter arrived at the Karstadt branch, this one not only contained a written message, but also a drawing of a custom metal piece that had been used in the bomb's construction, proving the authenticity of this author beyond any doubt. Therefore, authorities directed all their attention towards the new one. The contents were remarkably straightforward. In rather plain language, the sender demanded money. No socio-philosophical outpourings, no political stipulations. The request was as austere as it was simple. Give me 1,000,000 marks, or there will be another explosion in a different Karstadt store, but one way more powerful. And there's a note here. A German mark was the currency before the introduction of the euro. I remember this. I remember going to Germany when there were German marks. I can't remember quite what... I think you got 3 German marks for every £1. Feels about right. This must have been in the early 2000s, late 90s. We used to go... We'd have this crazy school trip every year. We would go to the German Christmas markets in Aachen, which I think is in West Germany somewhere. But it would be a day trip. So we'd get on a bus at like 3 in the morning. That bus would cross the channel. We'd drive to the Christmas market in Aachen, spend like the afternoon or the day in Aachen doing the Christmas markets and buying shit, and then we'd drive back and get back at like midnight. It was like a day trip to Germany. It was really far, and we'd do it like every year. I think from like years 1 to 4 of my school, so from like 12 to 16, something like that. Every year that I had to learn German, which I now don't speak at all. I know that Schmetterling means butterfly. So coincidentally, 1,000,000 marks from 1992 is pretty much equal to $1 million today when adjusted for inflation. That makes everything very easy. So he wants $1 million, does he? If the company was going to agree to pay the ransom, they were asked to place an ad in a daily newspaper stating this cryptic sentence: Scrooge McDuck greets his nephews. They would then receive further instructions. As Adelecki perused the letter for the umpteenth time, he was once again assailed by an uncanny sense of deja vu. The course of events vaguely mirrored what had happened 4 years prior. Even though this mental connection was more of an instinct than a logical conclusion, everything felt strangely reminiscent of that one cold case, widely regarded among the most embarrassing blunders in German police history. Could it be him again? Was the unknown perpetrator the same mastermind who fooled the police back in 1988? Yes, it must be him, Adelecki contemplated as his adrenaline levels spiked through the roof. Yet he decided to keep this suspicion under wraps until he had the hard evidence to support his hunch. Of course, the note was also scrutinized by an armada of profilers, and indeed they quickly arrived at conclusive verdicts, which would certainly have been helpful to Detective Adelecki if those dead-sure assessments had not directly contradicted one another. In the realm of crime novels and movies, there is the common trope of law enforcement never ever bending to the demands of extortionists. Any fan of the genre will find the mantra all too familiar. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Yeah, except governments negotiate with terrorists and like blackmailers all the time. Yet in reality, this concept couldn't be further from the truth. Simon recently released a Today I Found Now video about the topic in case you're interested. God, that doesn't feel so recent. When was that? I don't even remember it. But here's a quick summary. Most governments and law enforcement agencies do have some kind of codified rule that precludes any kind of negotiation with criminals and terrorists as a means of deterrence. Yet, it is a very open secret that these principles are constantly being breached for obvious reasons. Yeah, it happens all the time. Isn't like prisoner exchanges like a classic example with that? Like the Russians aren't. The Russians arguably not terrorists. And they did that prisoner exchange where they got that basketball player, the woman who got arrested for like having weed or whatever, and they exchanged the merchant of death for her. So I'm like, that sort of negotiation goes on all the time. I'm not saying like that's negotiating with terrorists, but it's like, yo, you got the merchant of death, and in exchange, America got a basketball player who got arrested for having a little bit of weed on her or something. Wasn't it even a frame up or something? First of all, we need to consider Karstad's image, which was like a Picasso painting. Not that good at second glance. It was so harsh. I will spare you the details. Let's just say he paid compensation to the Jewish community in the late 1940s. You fill in the blanks. Executive management was hell-bent on not appearing like a bunch of sociopaths who would put avarice before human life, a clever strategy sometimes called public relations. Reportedly, they not only offered to pay the ransom out of their own pockets, but they also considered adding a little tip to the requested sum at some point, just to make sure the elusive monster was entirely satisfied. Not even as a trap to catch the man behind the curtain, but simply to fulfill his demands. They basically begged Detective Dalecki to simply let them comply, though there are sources contradicting this notion. I mean, this is all well and good, but that really encourages terrorism. It's like, yeah, we just paid it. We were happy to pay it. You could just be like, yeah, so I didn't set off a bomb, but I'm going to. Like, you just like vague threats. And I only want 10 grand. So come on, let's go. Give me my marks. But more importantly, extortionists are rather stupid on average, meaning they will often screw up when given the opportunity. The German Special Operations Unit reports that nearly all police-guided cash handovers result in the extortionist's arrest, a trend echoed globally. Nearly all? How dumb are these people? The worst case scenario of a criminal escaping with the money is statistically negligible, but let's insert an almost for foreshadowing purposes. The decisive factor, however, only discernible to an expert investigator, lay in the date on the ransom note stamp, showing it had been sent off before the bomb's detonation. Basically, every single extortionist in the history of recorded criminology had made their demands only after the leverage had taken effect. They accounted for the possibility of failure. What if the bomb had failed to detonate? What if it had been discovered and defused hours ahead of the scheduled time? But this person had no such contingency, no concept of defeat. They were either a full-blown narcissistic psychopath, or they'd done this before. Both possibilities made it exponentially more likely that they were willing to follow through with their threats. After weighing the various factors, it was ultimately decided to comply with the request and respond in the desired manner, so the agreed-upon signal graced the very next issue of the local newspaper. Scrooge McDuck greets his nephews. It read in bold, black ink, an innocuous sentence laden with heavy significance for only a small circle of insiders. Then again, what is the meaning of that phrase? Moving forward, the media will start referring to the nameless extortionist exclusively by Scrooge, and he will gladly accept the name for himself. So in case you're not an expert on the lore of Donald Duck comics, here's a quick rundown. Scrooge McDuck's the rich dude, right? He has that giant tower of money. So I was always like, that's awesome, and he just swims in it. And there was that amazing Family Guy sketch where Peter jumps into like his own giant pile of money, and he's like, he breaks all of his bones, and he's like, oh no, money is a solid, not a liquid. Amazing. Donald Duck is a wealthy, anthropomorphic duck-shaped capitalist pig created by Disney. He's a duck, Dennis, not a pig. Known for his insatiable thirst for wealth and his ruthless pursuit of profit. This bourgeois enemy of the working class first appeared in a comic strip written and drawn by Carl Barks in 1947, and he serves as a child-friendly manifestation of selfishness ever since. When I was a kid, I was like, awesome, he's rich. Message took away the completely wrong message. Not like that guy's a capitalist pig, but I'd love a tower full of money. But beneath all of his superficial riches, he's also shown to have a heart of gold. The essence of his character seems to be the following insight: there's more to life than money. Scrooge McDuck learns this lesson in every other comic that he's involved in, only to forget this newly acquired wisdom by the time the next comic is published, so he can learn it all over again. Even though he is a portrayal of reckless greed, he is not a glorification of such traits, but a critique. Yet if that is the case, why choose him as an alias for your very reckless and greedy extortion games? Well, we'll come back to this question later, but feel free to speculate in the meantime. Spoiler alert, you're as wrong as all of those aforementioned profilers were. My guess would be it's like just irony. I guess I'm wrong because I'm not a profiler. The profiler's got it wrong, so I'm also going to be wrong. But it's just like, you know, took away, like me, took away the wrong message. Starving. But it's nice to have a giant tower full of money.
I think it's very nice, very modest.
A small side note, Scrooge McDuck is called Dagobert Duck in Germany. I decided to go with the international equivalent for clarity and consistency, yet strictly speaking, the mysterious extortionist was using the German Dagobert Duck. Keep this in mind if you want to decide to further investigate the case after watching this video. Or if you're German, there's the autobiography? Oh no, it's in German, I can't find out. I think it's, Arno Funk wrote this, so I guess it's a biography. Wait, did we find out this dude's name yet? No, maybe this dude's name is Arno. Oh, I still don't know. I think it is Arno. I'm trying to read this dude's signature, and I think it says Arno Funke, so I hope that doesn't spoil anything. Over the next few days, Dalecky and his team of investigators looked out for Scrooge's reaction with a queasy feeling. Would he reply through the newspaper? Was he going to send another letter by mail? What exactly were they even searching for? They had been working non-stop on this case for days now, grasping at every straw to no avail, and the weight of it was beginning to show. A few policemen had even started studying Donald Duck comics just in case, despite his... be like, yeah, what you did? I'm reading comics for research.
I see what you did there. Very good. Okay.
Despite his reputation for mental fortitude and thriving under pressure, the case had quickly taken its toll on Inspector Dalecky. Sleep had turned into an elusive luxury, and excessive amounts of bitter coffee made both his mind and his heart race non-stop. But among all those uncertainties, there was one thing they somehow knew for sure. Many stages of escalation lay ahead of them. My words can hardly convey just how spot on their instincts were about that. The radio silence dragged on for 2 seemingly never-ending weeks. To everyone's surprise, when Scrooge finally did reach out, he did so by simply calling the car start service hotline from a public phone booth. While this method of contact ranked low on the list of expectations, the task force had fortunately prepared for this eventuality. An officer, rather than a random employee, answered the call as a recording device captured each syllable for later analysis. Scrooge obviously did not take the risk of engaging in a personal conversation. Instead, he played a tape recording of an extremely distorted and pitch-shifted voice, relaying yet another set of instructions. The barely intelligible message guided investigators to a specific luggage locker at Hamburg's main railway station. Afraid of finding another explosive in there, the emergency services sped off with no delay. Yet when the bomb squad carefully opened the locker and inspected its contents, they discovered something else entirely. A mechanical contraption of metal and mystery, whose purpose was difficult to tell at first glance. Oh my god, if I was the bomb squad, I'd be like, it is a bomb. Like, you looking for a guy who plants bombs and you open a locker in a public place and there's a mechanical device in there, you're like, Being the bomb squad's got to be fucking terrifying. Your job is to just go up in that big suit and deal with bombs and possibly get blown up. And I mean, how useful is that big suit? If a bomb goes off, it's a bomb. Imagine a backpack with an elaborate metal chassis and magnets attached to the rear side. Neither the explosive experts nor Inspector Dalecky have ever seen anything like it before. Fortunately, the ominous object came with a short user manual of sorts, written in the familiar font of Scrooge's typewriter. The ominous device was a self-developed high-tech solution for secure money delivery, the letter explained. A self-developed high-tech solution for secure money delivery? What is this? It instructed police officers to place the money into the bag-like component and fasten the zip tightly. Once the cash was safely stowed inside, they were supposed to attach the entire apparatus to the rearmost carriage of a specific train. The magnets were aligned precisely to fit the outer coupling mechanism. The ingenious twist inside the metal box was a clock mechanism, very similar to the one that triggered the bomb previously. Oh, it's going to drop it somewhere, isn't it? It's going to deactivate the magnets, like electromagnets or something, at a specific point, and drop it along the line where the guy will be waiting. But instead of setting off an explosion, it would release the hooks holding the bag component at a certain time. The money-filled container would therefore drop onto the rail bed at some secret point during the train's journey at a predetermined location, known only to Scrooge himself, who would merely gather the spoils from the tracks and vanish like a wisp of smoke. On the backside, Scrooge provided the exact train they were going to use. It was an intercity express named Kathy Kollwitz, scheduled to travel from Hamburg to Berlin. And there is a note here. Every train in Germany is named after an important person. Kathy Kollwitz was a painter and sculptor and one of the most famous German artists of the 20th century. I always feel it nice when it feels so fancy when you get on a train. It's not like, the A17. It's like the Kathy Kollwitz or the Albert Einstein. You're like, wow, look at this. Scrooge's plan seemed completely ridiculous, but undeniably brilliant. You see, the two cities were almost 300 kilometers apart. There was no way to deploy officers across the entire route. Dalecky's gaze darted back and forth between Scrooge's device and the policeman who surrounded him in eager anticipation of orders. The train in question was due to depart in a couple of days. Maybe there was enough time left to gain the upper hand after all. The police technicians found themselves tasked with a new objective: reverse engineer the gadget, figure out the timer's configuration, and then calculate the location at which Scrooge would be waiting for the cash. It was his engineering expertise against that of the entire police force, which does sound like an easy win on paper, doesn't it? It does. I mean, I can think of ways that you could do this now where you couldn't do it, like with encryption and stuff, where they wouldn't be able to break into it and figure it out. But is this a mechanical device? I mean, surely. How can you... I mean, I wouldn't know how to possibly hide something like that in a mechanical device. As the nerd set about analyzing the device, Dalecky and the head of operations once again exchanged weighted glances. There was no denying the truth. Scrooge was the very same criminal who had outsmarted the police 4 years prior. The modus operandi was more refined this time, but essentially identical. Could this be their shot at redemption, a chance to rectify a humiliating defeat? Though Dalecky was not directly involved with the catastrophic failure from 1998, he took the challenge somewhat personally. The entire German law enforcement had been outsmarted by a criminal genius, humiliated, ridiculed, and relieved of 500,000 German marks. The memories of this bitter defeat had haunted thousands of crime fighters ever since. Maybe this was their fateful opportunity to rectify a major slip-up. Oh no, I'll just be thinking, it was really hard the last time, and now we're going to get taken again, and it's going to be for twice as much. The detective's sentimental contemplation was interrupted when the technicians announced a surprisingly swift breakthrough. Scrooge had made a grave error by simply recycling the design of the bomb's trigger mechanism, which was both familiar and rather simple to begin with. After unscrewing the box and ransacking the inner blend of wires and security and circuitry, they had discovered that everything was connected to a slightly modified alarm clock set for 5:52 p.m. This is way too obvious. This is way too obvious. Although Scrooge had disabled the display, they could easily reconstruct the alarm time. The detectives huddled around a map, feverishly calculating the precise location of the train at the moment of the drop. It was a mathematical conundrum everyone had encountered countless times during their school days, never imagining that one day it would be the key to potentially saving lives. The location they pinpointed was a minuscule village, barely a blip on the map, nestled 100 kilometers from the bustling city of Hamburg. Oh, you guys are getting taken for a ride. This was too easy. It's a red herring. Maybe the train's just going to go all the way to the final destination where the guy just grabs it. It just gets into the station and he's waiting there just to collect the money. It never drops off. Or he takes it at, before it leaves or when it pulls into a station, something like that. Or maybe it will drop at that point. Yeah, that's where I'm thinking what's going to happen. So this train is obviously going to stop several times along its 300-kilometer journey. And if there was no mechanism, the only point that he could collect the money would be when it pulls in to specific stations. So the police would be stationed at every specific station along the route. But by dropping it off at some point along the route at this tiny little village, the police are going to wait exclusively there. So if I were the police at this point, I would very much, just in case, station people at that tiny village where it's due to drop. But also I would station police at one, on the train, looking out the back, and then two, also at every station, right? That's the checking all the boxes plan. At exactly 4:40 on the specified day, Kathy Corvitz roared out of Hamburg's main station with the ominous device firmly attached to its rear. Members of the Scrooge task force sped down the highway in unmarked cars hours ahead of the Intercity Express. They mentally prepared for the inevitable arrest and their well-deserved moment of sweet, sweet victory. Oh, guys, we're 10 pages in. It's not happening. They envisioned Scrooge standing in the middle of nowhere, nervously watching the tracks, waiting for his ill-gotten gains to fall into his hands, completely unaware of his impending doom. The cat-and-mouse game was building up to the climax. The team had arrived early, leaving them to stew in the seemingly indeterminable stretch of time before the big showdown. With the villagers ushered into their homes for safety, the assembled officers assumed their hidden positions, scanning the area for anything out of the ordinary. They slinked from one vantage point to another, ensuring every possible angle was covered. And then, when all preparations for the surprise party were completed, the suspense began. The moment, the minutes, inched by, and the tree's shadows grew ever so slowly. The policemen fixed their gaze on the tracks where their adversary was due to materialize at any moment now. Despite not being physically present himself, Dalecky was filled with an overwhelming sense of tension as he anxiously awaited news from the field squad. Waiting back at the headquarters, his thoughts drifted to 1988 when Scrooge, then still under a different name, had pulled off a very similar plan successfully. But not this time. Not again. The sun had dipped low in the sky by now, casting a golden hue over the surrounding field, but no trace of the extortionist was in sight. The small army of officers still hunkered down, hidden within the bushes and trees, but nothing happened. After a while, frustration and confusion crept in, eroding their initial confidence. Had they somehow gotten the drop site wrong? Maybe Scrooge had caught on to their plan and changed his mind. I mean, why are they so sure that he's going to collect it immediately after the train goes past? It's just going to be on the tracks. He could come by an hour or two later and collect it. He could come by days later and collect it, assuming that he doesn't think the police are onto him. Eventually, the train's headlights crested the horizon in the far distance. Kathy Corvitz approached the ambush spot at exactly 5:52 p.m., just as they had calculated. With a hiss of compressed air and squeezing brakes, the vehicle came to a halt. No suspicious figure appeared anywhere. The ensuing silence seemed to mock the investigators' confusion as they slowly began to understand that they were very, very screwed. The metal box was still dangling off the last carriage, but the bag of money was gone. The extortionist had outplayed them a second time, and now they stood there in the middle of nowhere, shaking their heads in disbelief. The trick was blindingly obvious. In a stroke of twisted genius, Scrooge had placed a second timer inside the box, completely concealed from view. The visible one was nothing more than a ruse, a decoy designed solely to lead investigators astray. The true mechanism had triggered mere minutes after the train left Hamburg. While the police officers were prematurely celebrating and getting into position for victorious arrest, Scrooge had already absconded with the money. Okay. That's, I think my plan's better. Just go to a station and pick it up. Like, if you've got the decoy one in there and a real one, there's still the chance that they can discover the real one. I mean, they didn't, but they could have. As the reports reached Delecki back in Hamburg, he couldn't help but marvel at Scrooge's cunning. This was a game of chess played at the highest level, he thought, but it wasn't checkmate just yet. Scrooge may have eluded capture for now, but Delecki had set up a multi-layered trap on his own. Scrooge's alarm clock was fake, but so was the money stuffed into his bag. The game was just beginning. The money stuffed into the bag being fake, he's going to discover that very quickly, and then he's going to be like, okay, I guess we're doing another bomb. The pursuit of happiness. In 1950, Arno Funke was born into a world that seemed determined to smother every spark within him. Growing up in Rudau, a rather primitive village in West Germany, his life was imbued with an aura of misery from the very moment he drew breath. Even though roughly 5 years had passed since Hitler's ballistic withdrawal from active politics. The aftermath of the Third Reich continued to shroud the ravaged nation like an everlasting shadow. There was a deep-seated sense of guilt, shame, and remorse, well earned by an awful lot of people. And for those who had staked their lives on opposition to the regime, the sheer scale of inhumane atrocities was still an unresolved trauma. The war remained vividly present to those who survived, with partially disfigured cities and occasionally bombed-out buildings serving as constant reminders. Within the time span of only 12 years, the Nazis had industrially murdered 11 million people and started a war that would cost 50 million more lives, and that's not even counting the 30 million deaths that would result from war-related disease and famine. It had been the single worst calamity in the entire history of our species, a magnitude of suffering beyond any human comprehension. I introduced the Pedro Lopez scale of evil in another episode, and just going by the number of fatalities, this scores a 30.3 million out of 10. It is psychologically just impossible to truly grasp any of this, and yet we have a whole nation of people who, for the most part, actively or passively contributed to what had happened. And then, of course, the next disaster loomed on the horizon. Germany had been divided into two parts since 1949, and the extent of this rift was slowly dawning on both sides. While the western part, guided by Allied forces, made slow but steady progress in establishing a self-sustaining democracy, the eastern section seemed to slither from one dictatorship to the next, merely swapping the Nazi Party as their oppressor for the Soviet Union. The potential for escalation was obvious to everyone from the beginning, and as we know today, this global conflict would eventually push the world to the brink of nuclear Armageddon. This was the joyful land of milk and honey into which Arno had been born, a depressing climate, bound to leave its mark on the soul. Information about his formative years is pretty limited, compelling us to lean heavily on his autobiography. Along with his anecdotal tales whose origins can't be definitively confirmed. I did my best to weave the individual data points into a coherent narrative, though this was only possible by applying a medium-sized dose of interpretation. The forthcoming section rests upon somewhat unstable ground, but I believe we can piece together a plausible framework from the scattered hints available. To my understanding, Arno was a very special child to begin with. It didn't take long for his parents to notice his strange and peculiar traits. As a toddler, Arno seemed solemnly withdrawn and introspective, ensconced within an invisible fortress that severed him from the world outside. He showed little to no interest in anything. Instead of reacting to voices or engaging with toys, his eyes stared blankly into the void, like a computer processing complex calculations behind a frozen user interface. There was no life sparking in his pupils, but an unfathomable intensity that scared his mother and angered his father. As Arno grew older, his parents remained hopelessly overburdened with his unusual habits, wondering whether they were raising an extraterrestrial. He would only talk when absolutely necessary, completely lose himself in the dullest things imaginable, and react in ways that were just off. Throughout his childhood, he struggled to make any friends. On the one hand, there were only a few peers of his own age living nearby, but on the other hand, communicating with anyone seemed to be an overwhelming challenge to Arno in general. Technically speaking, Rudow was an outskirt district of West Berlin, yet the distance to the actual city stretched so far that it was mostly seen as a separate village in its own right. Life there was rather simple and arguably a little backward even for the time. In the cluster of half-timbered houses and gardens, there was no running water, no sewage system, no continuous electricity supply, and with every little rain shower, the dirt roads transformed into quagmires. It's crazy how, times have changed. No running water in Europe 50 years ago. No, 70 years ago. It's pretty nuts. I mean, I guess there are places now yeah, I think about it. I have a little house in the countryside that doesn't have running water. It has a well with a pump. I mean, does that mean running water? It's it's in the middle of nowhere. There's no pipes serving it because that would be insane. So there's a well and you press there's a button and you turn it on when you arrive and it pumps water to is that running? Well, I guess that is running water, isn't it? Yet as Arno grew into school age, he found a lot to like about their surroundings. Amidst the bushes, forests, and mud pits, he would encounter one fun adventure after another, even though he continued to take them on alone. Arno was also fond of the desolate allure that emanated from an abandoned railway station south of Rudow, and aware of the profound influence trains would eventually wield over his life. In the pre-modern society of 1950, psychological deviations were often frowned upon and vastly misunderstood. People, even children, were expected to conform to societal norms, and if they couldn't, they were quickly labelled as abnormal outcasts that needed to be punished for their shortcomings. Arno's father lacked empathy and understanding for his son's unique needs. He deemed his behaviour indicative of a flawed character, a problem that he believed could only be resolved through physical discipline. Ah, yes. Let's beat the weird out of him. Consequently, Arno faced regular beatings just for existing the way that he was. For the most part, his father tried to avoid Arno. He hated being reminded of his existence. But if he was somehow forced to deal with the child, he would often resort to violence. The young boy quickly figured out the pattern and how to escape it, by not daring to exist in front of his father's eyes. For the lack of paternal love, he instead sought emotional connection with the nearby farm animals. The Funke family owned a chicken coop behind the house, whose feathery inhabitants quickly became Arno's dearest playmates. He would spend entire days just sitting among them, as if the hens understood his innermost nature better than humans ever could. One day, however, when the smell of dinner drew Arno into the kitchen, he became suspicious at the sight of the meat on his plate. He ran outside to count his friends, and to his shock, one of them was missing. His father found this reaction extremely funny at first, but when Arno flatly refused to eat his best buddy, he exploded with anger in the blink of an eye and spanked Arno into submission. Apart from assaulting his offspring, Mr. Funke pursued a wide range of other hobbies as well, such as drinking excessive amounts of beer, losing money in the lottery, or abusing his wife in front of his son. By the time Arno was 10, the situation had spiraled out of control even further, to the point where his mother just couldn't take it anymore. In early 1960, she made a life-changing decision for Arno and herself, starting a new life free from brutality by escaping to New Cologne, a working-class suburb in the western sector of Berlin. You might assume that a violent and possessive tormentor would make every effort to keep his punching bags in his clutches. Yet much to my surprise, Mr. Funke neither applied any force nor psychological pressure. Quite the opposite. His indifference towards his family apparently outweighed his seeming narcissistic impulses, so he was mostly fine with the decision and simply allowed them to go. Up to this point, everything sounds like a bit of a parenting guide for those who seek to raise serial killers, but despite all of that, Arno would later describe these early years as the happiest in his entire life. From our perspective, urban Berlin may seem like the lesser of two evils, but according to Arno himself, it was decidedly not. Known for its vibrant art scene, gritty streetscapes, and winding alleys lined with trendy cafes and alternative restaurants, New Cologne serves as one of the world's largest hipster hotspots in contemporary times. Yet when Arno ended up there in 1960, it was arguably even worse. Between the rundown facades, it reeked of decay and poverty for miles around. Arguably even worse. The attitude among the locals was rough and governed by social tensions. Neighbors remained strangers, and everyone was drunk at all times. In a cramped and dismal corner of the city, the Funke family had taken up residence in an unassuming backyard hovel hidden from sight by a labyrinth of shadowy staircases. Arno found himself immersed in a world that bore no resemblance to his former life. Gone were the days of wandering through the woods, communing with the wildlife, and basking in the tranquil stillness of expansive crop fields. In their place, Arno now faced a grimy and treacherous metropolis. Yeah, I would think, if you're poor, right, isn't it better to live in the country where you have a bit more space and there's less crime and stuff and everything's just less expensive, rather than in the city where everything's expensive and there's going to be crime and too many people? And I don't know, I'd always be like, the country sounds way better and you can grow some of your own food, you can have your own chickens, That sounds way nicer. I guess there's more opportunities in the city, so you can get a better job and earn more money, but then everything costs more. I don't know. Does that make sense?
His surroundings were a gross mockery of nature. Trees had been replaced with soot-blackened chimneys. Chickens had given way to verminous rats. Lush meadows had been supplanted by foul-smelling landfill sites, and the gentle bird song had been drowned out by the relentless clatter of factory machinery. Arno felt suffocated by the oppressive brick structures that loomed above him, casting a pall over his young life. But soon, he would find that this Charles Dickens hellscape was only the beginning of his troubles. Mrs. Funker, a weary single mother toiling from dawn till dusk to put food on the table, was all too aware of the perils that lurked in the urban jungle beyond their doorstep. In order to shield her son from these dangers, she resorted to locking him away in his room, making him a prisoner in his own home. For reasons known only to her, she subjected him to this confinement not only during work days, but also on most weekends. Perhaps she was unnerved by his peculiar behavior, or maybe she was simply unwilling to face the reality of having a child she never wanted, a fact Arno was thoroughly aware of. In his autobiography, Arno recounted the crushing weight of boredom as the ultimate test of endurance, one that undoubtedly caused lasting damage to his mental health. Also, his isolation did certainly not help to improve his lacking social skills, but it did introduce him to a passion that would come to define him for the rest of his life: art. The boy would spend countless hours hunched over a canvas, his hands a blur of motion as he poured his soul into each stroke of the brush. Through his artwork, he sought a fleeting respite from the drab darkness that threatened to swallow him whole. Despite his young age, Arno's talent for proportions and perspectives was undeniable, and some of his early works still survive as a testament to his prodigious skill. To me, an absolute layman, they look exceedingly impressive, but also very concerning. His motives clearly serve as a reflection of this inner struggle. Children locked behind prison bars, fences and barbed wire in front of meadows, teddy bears brutally pierced with iron spikes. It sounds like the sort of thing, it's like if you did that in school, the teachers would be like,
So, Mr. and Mrs. Whistler, have you, considered your child seeing a psychologist? We just want to make sure everything's okay, because they keep drawing teddy bears with spikes through their faces.
oh no, she seems so normal.
As time wore on, his paintings grew increasingly somber, a clear indication that while art may have slowed his descent into the abyss, it would neither halt nor reverse it. Not even the most opaque color could conceal the empty canvas within him. Mrs. Funker, though aware of her son's disquieting artwork, maintained her iron grip on his freedom. Arno's only reprieve from his confinement came in the form of brief trips to the communal toilet, which they shared with other tenants, and of course, he was allowed to leave for school. Arno attended the notorious Rutley School, a rather problematic institution to this day, plagued by violence and drugs among the students and resignation among the teachers. It had been a catch basin for those without prospects, and Arno blended seamlessly with this backdrop. By no means did he cause much trouble for his teachers. He attended the lessons impassively, often isolated himself to the last row, and constantly lost himself in his own imagination. In terms of academic performance, Arno navigated his early school years as if it was nothing. Failure was quite the norm in this school, yet he seemed to defy the odds. He moved effortlessly through any intellectual challenge, conquering test after test with an ease that belied his reserved manners. Languages, though, were never his strong suit. Arno struggled to wrap his mind around the nuances of both German and foreign tongues, but he managed to pass his exams with little more than a shrug nonetheless. Mathematics and the sciences, however, were a different story altogether. In these realms, his mind raced at the speed of light, drawing connections and solving problems that would have left his teachers gasping for breath if he paid any attention to them. Complicated formulas bent and twisted to his will, rearranging themselves into neat solutions before his eyes. Geometric patterns snapped into place as if guided by an invisible hand, and when he contemplated scientific experiments, a detailed three-dimensional model would materialize in his mind's eye, as tangible as any object in the physical world. This assessment, by the way, was not based solely on Arno's autobiography. Other sources scientifically and reliably confirm his extraordinary intellectual abilities, and we'll have more on those a little bit later. Arno's life of boredom shifted dramatically the day he discovered the wonders of the library. Each day on his way home from school, he would load his arms with stacks of books, which he would exchange for new supplies the following day. Stories of adventure and fantasy held little appeal for him, as he rarely managed to emotionally connect with the protagonists. Instead, he found solace in the crisp, clear lines of non-fiction. Textbooks on technology, electronics, physics, and chemistry became his sustenance, as he devoured them with a voracious appetite. As the weeks and months passed, his academic expertise grew to a level that was nothing short of extraordinary. And yet, this newfound knowledge did not bring him the pride or sense of accomplishment one might expect. Arno had no idea how other people functioned and what intellectual capacity corresponded to the average. Therefore,
he failed to recognize that he was exceptional. For him, becoming an expert in basically every type of science was simply a way to fill the endless hours that stretched before him. His mind was a tempestuous sea, nonetheless, roiling with feelings of worthlessness and despair that threatened to pull him under at any moment. A black cloud of emotional numbness dogged his every step, casting shadows on any glimmer of happiness that dared to pierce the gloom. But Arno's autodidactic pursuits came at a price. The more he focused on cramming the entire body of engineering wisdom into his brain, the less seriously he took school. Soon he had intellectually transcended so far beyond the reality of the classroom that he had completely lost touch with the topics the teachers discussed. The school's climate of self-abandonment had caught up with him at some point, even forcing him to repeat 2 years of school after failing most of his exams. This was, and is, common practice in the German educational system, even though scientific studies have repeatedly showed that it is among the worst things one could do to a struggling student. Really? To have them repeat a year? But what happens if they do fail? Can they go on to the next year? They don't know how to do stuff, and then they're just going to be extra lost. How do you deal with that? Even I, the author of this episode, have been forced to repeat 2 of my school years, somewhat ironically for failing my English exams. This is crazy. Dennis's English is better than mine. I would have no idea that this was written by someone who didn't speak English as a first language, and it's certainly much better than anything I could possibly write.
Dennis has done it!
Among other things. Yet here we are. Shout out to Mr. Landstein, my former English teacher, who called me a hopeless failure instead of providing me with any kind of support.
He did anyway. I slit his throat.
In fact, funny parallels. My German teacher was kind of a bit of a... In fact, this horrible experience was the catalyst that led me to pursue a career as a high school teacher myself, with the lofty intention of providing my students all the attention and care that was missing in my own educational journey. Unfortunately, within my first week of working at a school, I understood that the problem is not only the person in front of the classroom, it is the entire educational system that needs to be overhauled, perhaps even completely replaced. Not long after, I gave up on this career path. Yeah, the educational system is in for a hell of a shake-up though, isn't it? Like this ChatGPT and stuff. Like, you mess around with that, and you don't know, if you don't understand something, it will tutor you to understand it, which is nuts. Like, you can just be like, I don't understand this, can you help me learn it? And it'll be like, absolutely, here's a lesson plan. And you'll be like, okay, let's get going. And it'll just get going. It's crazy. Anyway, Arno did not care about failing school or about literally anything else regarding his future. Instead, he was brooding about gloomy thoughts and unanswerable questions. By the time he had turned into a teenager, he'd internalized the theory of being fundamentally broken, of having some kind of major defect in his head. Maybe there was a tumor growing in his brain, an insatiable black hole that exclusively feasts on positive feelings. At times, he struggled to remember what joy even was. I mean, it does sound like he has a flaw in his brain, but it sounds like the sort of flaw that can, be treated. Yeah. But unfortunately, this was the 1950s. As a young adult, Arno's entire life had devolved into a desperate pursuit for happiness, or not even necessarily happiness, but just any feeling at all. He dropped out of school at the earliest possible opportunity, which took away even the faintest semblance of orientation. Devoid of purpose, Arno aimlessly meandered through his days, observing the lives of others with the keen analytical eye of a scientist. He dissected the vibrant, bustling world that swirled around him, seeking to replicate the formula for happiness that had eluded him for so long. His theory? By mimicking the actions of those who appeared content, their joy might somehow seep into his own desolate existence. He lacked intuition on how to be happy, so he straight up copied the habits of others. I mean, fake it till you make it. It's not bad though. There's that whole thing about if you just smile, you'll feel better. And that works, dude. You just be like, I feel miserable. You're just like, and it's like, you do feel slightly better, don't you? It's like, hey, I force myself to do that sometimes. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. And you're like, okay, big smile, let's go. Arno strolled through public parks, indulged in culinary experiences, immersed himself in literary masterworks. He frequented pubs, reveled in the magic of the silver screen, marveled at the exhibitions of every museum that Berlin had to offer. Among the places he visited frequently was the Mall of the West, a sprawling temple of luxury, a glittering monument to opulence hailed as the pinnacle of human contentment. Arno never made a purchase. Instead, he observed the sea of smiling faces, hoping their attitude might someday rub off on him. But it never did. In the evenings of these eventful days, Arno would go to bed without having felt anything, falling asleep to the same sinister thoughts that had haunted him since childhood. Again and again, he consciously decided to have a good time, but it only ever felt fake, forced, a hollow pantomime of genuine emotion. He was a robot unable to process the data of joy. Happiness was a foreign language to him, a concept he could describe only theoretically. The more he tried to do the right things in life, the more his soul withered away. However, Arno never harbored anger or envy. He believed the fault lay solely within himself, a malfunction in his inner workings for which no one else could be held responsible. The following years were a collection of even more false starts. Since nothing and no one could truly stimulate him anyway, he simply let himself drift. He embarked on a series of vastly divergent career paths, each one a vain attempt to find a place where he belonged. He dabbled in sign painting, seeking to harness his experienced hands, but the march of progress and the rise of automation had rendered his skill set entirely obsolete. Turning to the realms of entertainment, he briefly tried his luck as a disc jockey, reasoning that surely a fun profession would foster a fun disposition. Alas, his lack of musical aptitude doomed the endeavor from the outset. He would later drive a truck for a beverage company because finding joy in simple things was a widespread phenomenon, or at least he had heard about that. It didn't work for him. He then turned to manual labor, hoping that physical exertion would spark life within him. Yet his stints as a construction worker and a mechatronics technician, which is a real-world Simon, mechatronics, okay, don't know what it is, left him feeling just as empty as before. What is mechatronics? Look up. Technology combining electronics and mechanical engineering. Well, there you go. Could have guessed that, couldn't I?
One would think.
No matter the job, Arno almost immediately grew apathetic. The monotony of routine chafed at his spirit, leaving him yearning for the freedom and expression that he found in the arts. It sounds like you need to be an artist, mate. I guess there's not a lot of money in that, is there? But you could, I
wish you would have done it for your YouTube channel.
Have a crack at it at least. That seems to be something you do find joy in, like painting. So just drive the truck and then paint. Like a lot of people do jobs they don't like so they can pursue their interests. My coffee is so cold. I've just been so absorbed in this story. I had a hot cup of coffee when this episode started, and now it is stone-ass cold. He tried time and again to break into the world of commercial creativity as a side hustle. Well, there we go. But each foray led to another failure. Photography offered a fleeting glimmer of hope for a while, but ultimately his innate shyness proved his undoing once more. He felt as if he was intruding on others' private moments with his lens in an unethical way, even though that was exactly what they paid him to do. Fate ultimately led him to a small car repair shop, where he found work as a spray painter. But it was not passion that tethered him there, but the friendship he forged with Heinz, his boss. Quite a big deal for him. This way, he could at least ease his all-consuming loneliness a little. But one must not draw any wrong conclusions. He was still beyond miserable. As he entered his mid-30s, Arno's suicidal tendencies began to take the shape of concrete plans. In his imagination, he had already put an end to it countless times, but had never acted upon it in any way. Nonetheless, when Heinz was looking for a specific wrench one day, he instead discovered a genuine handgun and a single bullet hidden in Arno's personal tool drawer. That was not something people just had randomly lying around, as owning a firearm is a serious criminal offense in Germany. Heinz had been well aware that his employee was in pretty bad shape, but it was only now that he truly understood the extent of his suffering. Upon confronting Arno, the latter explained that he wasn't really planning on shooting himself anytime soon. He just wanted to keep all possible options open. Oh my god. It's like, no, I'm not planning on killing myself. I wouldn't discount the idea. Heinz immediately ordered Arno to dispose of the gun, and Arno obliged under Heinz's strict supervision. Yet, in a beautiful twist of fate, this somber encounter strengthened the bonds of friendship between the two men, which led to a positive spin on Arno's general mood. He had never shared his inner darkness with anyone up to this point, and Heinz's sincere attempt at understanding him felt somewhat uplifting. I get the feeling, because that happiness thing is kind of like, it's like this base level that you're at, right? And then you have these events in life. So I imagine that's like cool and his friendship is strengthened. But he's going to return to that kind of base low level, right? Because it just doesn't really change that much. But that was not the only change Arno noticed around this time. He observed a novel peculiarity that made itself felt increasingly often, and it worried him quite a lot. Every other day, he would experience severe episodes of dizziness and disorientation, as if he were heavily intoxicated all of a sudden. His eyes would turn into long, dark tunnels, taking in their surroundings through a thick lens of frosted glass. Everything sounded as if his ears were deeply submerged underwater, and he had trouble keeping his balance. This is, you need to see a doctor. During the following months, these attacks grew in intensity and duration. Within a year, they completely replaced his default state. If that happened to me more than once, I'd see that. Like, if that happened once, I'd be like, oh, that was weird. And it would hopefully it would never happen again. Like, I once had a migraine. Never had a migraine in my life. This was years ago. Never had a migraine since. It was horrible. And I finally understood. I was like, oh, I see. This is like not a headache. This is a absolute disaster. And it went on for hours. And then it completely passed, and it's never happened since. But if it kept happening, I'd go to see the doctor. I wouldn't wait a year. He did his best to conceal this issue, but it would only get worse. The quality of his work suffered greatly as a result, but Hines cut him plenty of slack, knowing of Arno's difficulties. On particularly bad days, Hines would drop his duties and take Arno for a stroll along the nearby railway tracks, hoping that this act of emotional support would help him in some way. Hines sounds like an absolute legend. This sounds like a super nice dude. And in fact, the symptoms appeared to slowly diminish over time. Not because the actual problem disappeared, but because Arno had developed and adapted strategies to appear functional to the outside world despite his inner suffering. At some point, his coping mechanisms had become so effective that he managed to continue his job as a spray painter without drawing unfavorable attention from his co-workers, and this was quite the dramatic irony. You see, many years later, it would be discovered that the lack of car paint was to blame for his neurological deterioration. Toxic particles had entered his circulation through his lung tissue, gradually accumulating in his brain and causing severe damage over time. The devastating side effects of spray paint were mostly unknown or disregarded at the time, meaning he would continue to inhale even more poison for years to come. A simple face mask could have prevented all of this. Dude, spray painting without masks just seems so insane today, because it's like, yeah, well, you're aerosolizing something that goes and stays on a car for years, and just breathing that in, it's like, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. The stuff that, you see nowadays, and you're like, that's not a good idea. Like, I don't know, pollution in cities and stuff. You'd just be wandering along and like a buzz, and you're like, oh, breathing that in. It's probably not good for me, is it? And I imagine in like years, people would be like, yeah. No. There were internal combustion engines in cities, like in densely populated areas where people lived permanently. And people were like, that's insane. Didn't they realize how bad it was? And it's like, yeah, not really. As the 1980s drew to a close, Arno hit rock bottom. He was both bodily and mentally broken. His life was devoid of meaning and passion, and his quest for happiness had led him to an abyss. On all levels, except physical, he considered himself dead. But with this ultimate resignation came a strange, rekindled drive. Arno was aware of having nothing left to lose, so why not go all in? Among all the things he tried in order to finally be happy, there was one thing he had not attempted yet. A strategy that, by all appearances, was guaranteed to work. It may seem shallow, but according to his observation, the super happy all had one characteristic in common. They were also super rich. Is that, I guess, on the outside? But it's like, are rich people happier?
Yes, they are.
I mean, I used to not have much money, and now I have more money. And I think I'm about the same happy. It's just like, stays the same. I'm more satisfied, I think. Like, I get quite a lot of satisfaction. But happiness, I don't know if that really changes that much, does it? Following this logic, Arno decided that becoming incomprehensibly wealthy would be his last shot of finding happiness. He also concluded that, as a virtually dead person, he had no negative consequences to fear whatsoever, so he might as well try the criminal path right away. This is fucking amazing. This is like some Walter White. This random thought nestled itself into his brain like a brand new operating system, a completely overhauled self-image that shaped his decision-making. He could assassinate the Pope if he wanted to. He could strip stark naked in the middle of the street and pretend to be a gorilla. Who was to stop him? And by what means? As a corpse on probation, he was pretty much invulnerable. In fact, he did not have to ponder for long until he identified the appropriate target for his get-rich-fast plan. Arno set his sights on a very familiar institution that proudly stood as a melting pot for happiness and money, seemingly unlimited amounts of money, the Mall of the West. During the research phase of this episode, I consulted a certified psychotherapist who, among other things, specializes in working with former criminals. God, that's got to be an interesting job. Just like analyzing criminals. I will elaborate on her input later on, but I think it is important to emphasize a couple of things at this point. First and foremost, we're not diagnosing anyone in any way. Yet, to her professional eyes, it did seem possible that Arno was suffering from major clinical depression. Yeah, as I was saying, this is treatable. That like black hole inside himself, that like pit of despair. There are 1980s. There are drugs for that. Given that Arno himself would later publicly agree to this assessment on multiple occasions, I think it's fair to let that stand as a working hypothesis. I decided to include this insertion right away to point out the following. There are effective treatments for depressive disorders. If you recognize a pinch of your own mental state in Arno's biography, then please know that help is always available. Being depressed is not a part of your true self, even if it feels like that. It's a disease that plays tricks on your mind. As someone who has suffered from depression in the past, I can guarantee that there is no reason to be ashamed, and it is not a sign of weakness either. I actually mean it. You can tell someone. You can tell someone right now. Yeah, entirely agree. It's like, it's just a trick, and it can be fixed, like most of the time. which is cool. Arno had also been a man of data, facts, and figures. Thus, he thought little of mysticism and the supernatural. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling that destiny was steering him in a certain direction. As a positive byproduct of his disastrous childhood, he held immense knowledge of technology and chemistry, and as luck would have it, he also had access to a fully equipped workshop thanks to his job. The plot to build a bomb materialized all by itself. Despite these fortunate starting conditions, there were still plenty of hurdles ahead. Building a bomb is neither easy nor without risk, especially considering Arno's unpredictable bursts of sudden dizziness. Any technical blunder would result in instant death. Also, Jesus Christ, he's like, oh, I really hope I don't have one of those spray paint blackouts right now. Whoops! Also, without the internet, suitable blueprints were hard to come by. In modern times, of course, everyone knows about the Casual Criminalist, the world's #1 learning resource for criminally insane. Oh, someone pointed this out the other day that it's like, oh my god, we dive into these so deep, and Simon points at everything that's wrong that it started off as a joke that this would be helpful to criminals, and now it's like, oh my god, it is actually helpful to criminals, which is kind of bad. But in the late 1980s, people had to cope without Simon's helpful guidance, which made things incomprehensibly more difficult. Furthermore, the project required a considerable upfront investment as the individual components and some specialized tools had to be acquired. In fact, the lack of funds caused the biggest delay to the plan, but nonetheless, Arno made steady progress. It's just had a super weird thought. But it's like, YouTube's been demonetizing so many of my episodes lately that I should just become a criminal consultant. It's like, you want to commit a crime? I'm your guy. I'll consult with you. I've learned a lot about crime while not being a criminal. Don't get any ideas. I'm not doing that. It's just a joke.
Fine. I'll do it.
The bomb was not the only invention that sprang from his ingenuity. Planning several moves in advance, he also devised a method for the subsequent money handover, a novel, madcap strategy that required a pulley system, a diving suit, and 2 more gadgets that he needed to assemble in addition to the explosive device. These were the most productive weeks of his life. By day, he worked diligently at his job, painting cars with a steady hand and an artist's touch. His colleagues were oblivious to the secret Arno carried within him, yet they did notice that he seemed increasingly, well, happy. Yeah, I remember this. Like, I've had times in my life where it's like now I feel like I've been working on the same things for like a long time. Like, sometimes I'll start a new YouTube channel or whatever, and it's like, yeah, let's go. And even that's now kind of like, okay, yeah, that's what I do. But like, I remember like back in the day when you'd be starting a new project, you'd be like, this is amazing. And I'll be in the office for like 12 hours, 14 hours, just working on some new thing and just being excited and being like, yes, we're doing this, we're doing that, let's go. And
The magic is gone.
yeah, no, I feel that. I wasn't like making bombs. But I feel that, like, the rush of finding something new and exciting. At closing time, he would bid his co-workers farewell with a big smile on his face, pretending to head home for the night. But home was far from his destination. He would simply slip around the corner and wait, his heart pounding with excitement as he listened to the fading footsteps of his colleagues. When he was certain that Hines and the others had disappeared, he would sneak back into the workshop and continue tinkering on his devices. The workshop was transformed into an entirely different world in the moonlit hours. His blowtorch cast dancing shadows onto the walls as the scent of oil and metal mingled with the cool night air. Arno's heart swelled every time he approached his secret project, the very thing that consumed his waking thoughts and sweetened his dreams. This is fascinating. Like, he's like, fuck it. I've got nothing less to lose. I was going to kill myself. That was my path. I was so depressed. That's my path. And it's like, fuck. Let's become a criminal. Let's go. What have I got to lose? Nothing. And it seems like he's actually found something that genuinely excites him, which is kind of awesome. He had never experienced such joy, such passion in any other pursuit. He would pore through books about electrical engineering, scavenge through scrap dealers' yards for the perfect parts, and draw detailed sketches by the flickering light of a single bulb dangling over his head. The sound of turning screws became a symphony that accompanied his newfound sense of purpose. His brain rewarded him with frequent rushes of endorphins for a change, and he found himself thriving in the world of danger. Arno lived and breathed the fun in dysfunctional. At times, as he collapsed into his bed at the end of a grueling day, he was embraced by a peculiar comforting sensation. It was the anticipation of living another day. The Da Vinci of crime. In the spring of 1988, Arno stood back to admire his creation with an air of pride. The bomb, concealed as an unassuming cardboard box, was nothing short of a masterpiece. He had labored over every intricate detail, ensuring that not a single telltale sign would reveal the nature of its contents. Arno knew that once set in motion, the box would change the course of his life. As the fateful day dawned, Arno found himself at the entrance of the Mall of the West, his masterpiece cradled in a nondescript plastic bag. His palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms were heavy. Getting that reference there, Dennis. He was nervous, but on the surface he looked calm and ready, pleading, blending in with the throngs of shoppers who milled about. Days earlier, he had scouted the perfect location for his sinister plot, a quiet, unremarkable corner in the toy section. With a surreptitious glance to ensure he was unobserved, he set the box in place, made sure it was out of the reach of children, and activated the timer, scheduling its detonation for the early hours of the morning when the mall would be devoid of life. I still would have put this in the toy section. I'd go put it in like the old person's, like where they sell those, those weird bags that old people wheel around behind them. Like that's where I'll put it, not in the toy section. Because it's like... I'm sure my bomb is a masterpiece, but just in case I'm going to blow some people up, I'd rather blow up 2 old people than some kids. Because I hate old people. Just kidding. I love old people. From the very outset, Arno had been determined to avoid human casualties at all costs. His ethical compass would not allow him to sacrifice innocent lives for his own gain, even if it meant forgoing the strategic advantage that leverage would afford him. He also understood that killing people would have garnered more attention, more power. But Arno's underlying sense of justice would not yield to this temptation. For those familiar with true crime stories, the broad strokes of Arno's story might seem all too predictable. Time and time again, the world has witnessed a childhood marred by abuse, isolation, and negligence, which can breed violent attributes. But Arno was an exception to this grim pattern. I honestly think most people are an exception to this grim pattern. Sure, there's a pattern on the Casual Criminalist because it's a true crime podcast, but most people who come from childhoods marred by abuse, isolation, and negligence grow up to be
rappers, those athletes, those YouTubers.
I mean, people with bad childhoods. They're not all monsters. Most people are not monsters. It just increases the chance of you becoming a monster. I also don't think Arno's a monster. He had never tortured animals, never harmed his peers, and never exhibited a propensity for deception or stealing prior to, his crime series revolving around deception and stealing. Up to this point, he was the embodiment of careful calculation and prudent restraint. Heck, as far as I know, he wasn't even into questionable pornography like a normal person. As he left the mall empty-handed, a potent... Dennis, you're doing nothing to help with German stereotypes there, mate. As he left the mall empty-handed, a potent cocktail of excitement and terror coursed through his veins, but the emotion that weighed heaviest upon him was guilt. He was under no illusions about the morality of his actions, and he did not commit this crime out of some twisted sense of righteousness. Yet he rationalized it as a necessary evil, one that he had to embrace in order to survive. Before heading home, he tossed the ransom note into the mall's mailbox. Arno did not manage to fall asleep that night, not even with the help of a drink or 5. His thoughts were consumed by the possibility that someone, despite his best efforts, might come to harm. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, he obsessively monitored every news channel, anticipating the breaking story of his nefarious plot. But to his astonishment, not a single report mentioned an explosion. As the hours ticked by, and still no news of his bomb surfaced, suspicion and unease began to gnaw at Arno's already frayed nerves. Unable to quell the mounting dread, he eventually succumbed to the urge to investigate. Still slightly inebriated, he climbed into his car and spread back to the department store. Upon arriving, Arno's gaze was immediately drawn to a small slip of paper affixed to the corner of the main entrance door. A white sticky note adorned by a single green dot. The sight brought a wave of relief washing over Arno. In his ransom letter, he'd explicitly requested the company to signal their willingness to pay via precisely this sign. So they had both received and accepted his demands. What about the bomb? Perhaps it had been discovered and defused in the nick of time, he reasoned. Then again, it no longer mattered. The green dot served as a promise, a guarantee that he was about to receive his much-needed windfall. Does he need the windfall? He doesn't need the money. He's just gonna want the money. Arno had done his homework. In the movies, extortionists usually requested the money to be put in a public waste bin and also do not call the police. But he was not that naive. Obviously, they'd get the police involved no matter what, so he had come up with a plan to fool them. Actually, let's go through it from the perspective of the investigators and maybe put up that galaxy brain meme. Because this one is nothing short of a magic trick. It's admittedly somewhat complicated, so I included a sketch of the setup. Act 1. The Pledge. Picture yourself as a seasoned detective. A ransom note had arrived just days before, directing you to a unique radio frequency at a specific time and date. Your task, to tune in for additional instructions. No way. It's like a movie. You mull over your potential strategies. One of your first ideas is to simply trace the signal back to its origin in order to ensnare the perpetrator. To facilitate this, you bring in your tech squad. They assure you that once the transmission is initiated, they can easily triangulate the signal's source location, so you and your techno wizard set up the necessary equipment in anticipation of the big day. As the appointed hour arrives, your team swiftly identifies the signal and ascertains its point of origin. Wasting no time, you jump into your vehicle, making a beeline for the signal's source, as indicated on your radar. But what you find is far from what you expected. Upon investigating the area, you discover not an extortionist, but a self-made gadget, a radio transmitter connected to a cassette recorder and a timer, all taped to a random tree in the heart of a bustling public park. The apparatus had sent the instructions autonomously. Annoyed by this successful feint, you listen intently as the looping tape crackles to life, the distorted and unrecognizable voice barely discernible amid the static. It speaks of a nearby lake, where you are to deliver the ransom money. With your trusted police colleagues by your side, you gather the cash and drive to the designated body of water. The sun dips below the horizon as you arrive. You cautiously step onto a small wooden jetty, the old planks creaking underfoot. At the end of a footbridge, you discover a small box connected to a steel cable, the other end disappearing into the dark, still surface of the lake. This is so crazy. This is such a plan. Where's it go? How's he going to get that money? He's like, oh, is he in the diving suit? They said there was a diving suit involved earlier, right? Is he under the water? Is he in the lake right now? Act 2. The Turn. You place the money into the box, as requested. As soon as you release your grip, the box springs to life, plunging into the lake with a resounding splash. It seemed as if the steel cable had pulled the box off the jetty, broadly into the direction of the opposing shore. You deduce the extortionist must be hiding on the other side of the lake, pulling in the money like a fisherman reels in a catch. With adrenaline surging through your veins, you and your police team race around the pond, determined to apprehend the criminal before he could pull the loot across the depths of the water. Gasping for breath, you and your team reach the opposite bank, only to find it eerily deserted. No sign of the extortionist, no box full of money, no steel cable. You're left to puzzle over your predicament, failing to notice that the climax is already unfolding back on the wooden walkway. What? And what? They wouldn't have police still at the walkway? I feel like you arrive and he's racing round, but surely some police are left there. Or like at least watching it or something, no? And even if they're not, surely that's a risk that Arno's thinking about. That they might. Act 3. The Prestige. As you and your team are busy scratching your heads, desperately trying to figure out where the ransom had gone, the mastermind emerges from his hiding spot close to the jetty, back on the other side of the lake. Casually steps out to collect the money from beneath the wooden planks. He climbs down between the reeds, grabs the box, and leaves. So how's this possible? Well, let me explain. No person had been reeling in the wire manually. Instead, a self-built winch, complete with a battery-powered waterproof engine, had been responsible for the movement. Days earlier, Arno had dived to the depths of the leak to fix this ingenious device in place. As the gears started to turn, the container had only appeared to be moving across the water, but in truth, the pulley system attached to the bottom of the lake had redirected it straight back to where it came from. The steel wire pulled the money only a few misleading meters towards the middle of the lake, then directed it back under the pier, perfectly poised for retrieval. A fairly convoluted plan, if you ask me. While the basic idea shows appeal in the abstract, I couldn't help but notice the multitude of variables that were simply out of Arno's control. But was it ultimately successful? Unfortunately, this is bound to remain a mystery. You see, even though the Mall of the West management had initially agreed to comply with Arno's demands, the authorities intervened, instructing them to hold off on any payments for strategic reasons. Therefore, this marvelous magic trick was never performed. The investigators did triangulate the signal, they did discover the autonomous transmission device, they did investigate the lake, but they never put any money in the box. The police's refusal to play by Arno's rules had set him on edge. His aspirations of criminal supremacy were proving futile. Even worse, his operations were running in the red. Setting up the underwater mechanism had drained his meager resources even further, and to add insult to injury, the authorities wouldn't even dignify it with fake money. Feeling dismissed, underestimated in this epic battle of brains, Arno knew that he had to promptly adjust their worldview. So, it was back to the drawing board. Once again, days turned into nights as Arno's mind buzzed with activity, refining his gadgets and strategies, seeking the flaw that had derailed his previous plan. It seems to me the flaw is that they're not taking him seriously, so he needs to do another bomb or two until they take him seriously. Before long, he'd discovered a logical error in the electrical switching circuits of the bomb he'd built. Oh, okay, of course the bomb never went off, so they'd just discovered it. An error that prevented detonation. Although the details of the issue were quite fascinating from an engineering standpoint, my kill-drive and editor emphatically advised me to leave out the details. Editor's note: I'm probably on a list just for downloading your original manuscripts.
Most of you are on the list.
Yeah. Don't go too much into bomb-making instructions. It's even probably saying bomb-making instructions is probably not a good thing to say. Now we're all on lists, Dennis. Undeterred, Arno set to work on a new bomb, an improved version. The process moved swiftly this time, as he had learned from his previous trials and errors. He also devised a simpler method for the money transfer, one that didn't involve diving into murky waters or constructing elaborate machinery. He aimed for efficiency, something less complicated, but no less clever. Less than a month later, Arno was ready to strike again. Disguised as a sales representative, he slipped into the Mall of the West, clutching a grey briefcase with explosive contents. He knew the mall detectives would be on high alert, and he couldn't rule out the possibility of undercover police officers lurking between the customers. His heart raced as he made his way to the sports department, feigning interest in various items to blend in with the crowd. When he was certain that he had not aroused suspicion, Arno placed the briefcase on the floor, triggering a small switch on the underside. A concealed flap sprung open, releasing the pipe bomb, which silently rolled under a nearby shelf in a matter of milliseconds. With sweat beading on his brow, Arno picked up the empty briefcase and made his escape as if nothing had happened. That night, alcohol was once again the only solace that could lull him to sleep. Yet around midnight, a distant bang jolted him from his slumber. Panic surged through him, his synapses firing wildly as he wondered if the noise was real or merely a figment of his imagination. But as it turned out, the bomb had indeed worked this time. The explosion decimated the sports section in an instant, the resulting pillar of smoke triggering the mall's sprinkler system. Goods on every floor were drenched, damaged, or destroyed, with a total cost of destruction reaching 250,000 German marks, more than double what Arno had initially demanded. Fortunately, no one was injured, the store areas having been completely deserted just as he had predicted. May 25th, 1988 marked the day of Arno's first successful bombing, the inaugural act in a series of 6 that would follow. Arno couldn't believe that he had literally blown up Germany's largest department store. It felt unreal and vastly different from what he had imagined. The preparation phase had been filled with excitement and a sense of success, but now that he saw the aftermath on the news channel, he felt like Arno's neurological impairment, already a heavy burden, now seemed to weigh him down even more. His steps faltered, and his overstimulated nerves screamed for relief, driving him to numb the pain with high-proof alcohol. His conscience demanded him to surrender at the nearest police station immediately. His logical intelligence told him to go ahead with his plan, and the darkness of his soul enticed him to obtain a new gun. To regain control of his thoughts, he chose to resume regular work for a couple of days without doing anything regarding his crime. Yet despite his best efforts, he could not restrain himself from following the investigation closely. To his relief, however, there seemed to be hardly any progress, meaning that Arno soon felt sufficiently bold to arrange the second money handover operation. Similar to the previous attempt, he transmitted the instructions via autonomous receiver, which he had in a treetop. He declared June the 2nd as the date for the next phase, which gave him more than a month for further preparations. He had shelved the idea of underwater cable winches because in retrospect he found the unpredictable nature of such a scheme to be unworkable. But what was the proper solution? He wasn't sure yet. Inspiration struck during a walk along the railroad tracks near the auto repair shop where he worked. How about dropping the money from a moving train? The attentive listener may recall 4 years later, following the second bombing, Arno would also resort to this method. However, in 1988, his plan was simpler, even a little half-baked. I feel like just having someone on board just throw it out the window. Just be like, okay, I'm going to radio you. You're going to be traveling on this train, officer, with this bag of money. And at some point, I'm going to phone you or radio you or something. I'm going to send a signal. And you're going to have to throw the bag out of the window at that point. And that's where I am. And by the time you scramble police there, I'm already going to be gone. That seems quite simple. Maybe it's a little bit half-baked. But that's kind of the sort of thing I'd think of, just a bag of money thrown out of a window. One could perhaps imagine that Arno had used his remaining preparation time to conjure up a brand new invention from his sleeve. Maybe a small crane, a robot, a remote control helicopter, or the like. But this hadn't been the case. Instead, Arno had simply instructed the police to board the rear wagon of a designated train and prepare themselves to hurl a fortune out of the window upon his commands. Exactly! Though rudimentary in comparison to his masterful, fully automated dropping mechanism of 1992, the essence of his cunning remained intact. With the investigators in the dark about the precise location of the drop, they were unable to strategically position their troops along the sprawling route. Of course, it was entirely possible that the cops would jump out of the moving train and chase after him, but he prevented that pitfall by choosing a fast section of the route. Yeah, jumping off a train? Trains traveled much slower back in the day, because that... I remember a mate of mine came into school one day when we were like, we must have been 18, it was the last year of school, and he was like bruised and battered. And I'm like, what happens? And he was like,
Me and this other guy, we got drunk last night and then we almost missed our station. The train was pulling away. So we just jumped out.
The train was moving quite fast. They fell onto the platform, rolled over, and got all cut and bruised. And it's like, dude. The morning sun cast a golden glow across Arno's bedroom as the shrill sound of an alarm clock roused him from restless attempts at falling asleep. A good day to die, he mused to himself, feeling the weight of sleep deprivation and the after effects of alcohol and spray paint lingering in his foggy mind. He reached into the depths of his drawer, retrieving his portable transceiver and a gleaming new handgun that promised either fortune or doom. With a hint of uncertainty, he mounted his bicycle and swayed his way to work. Throughout his shift, Arno did his best to maintain the facade of normalcy. He shooed away any doubts about his intention like a swarm of flies, and at any given opportunity, reached for the drawer concealing his vodka stash. Like a prisoner awaiting the executioner's axe, Arno's heart pounded relentlessly in his chest as he pretended to focus on the work in front of him. As all the cars were shining in fresh paint, Hines was calling it a day. Arno declared with some half-hearted excuse that he had to stay a little longer. Sitting alone in the workshop, he proceeded to drain his hidden reserves of alcohol, his eyes darting between the radio and the pistol that lay menacingly before him. The minutes ticked away, each one bringing him closer to the precipice of fate. In less than an hour, Arno would either be drowning in wealth and happiness, or he would find himself face to face with his maker. Both options would bring an end to his misery, he thought. But if that was the case, then why was he still filled with doubts? He convinced himself of having no second thoughts, because that would be absurd at this point. The gears were already in motion. 8:30 p.m. Another automated transmitter, hidden in yet another public place, triggers. The tape informs the police of the exact railroad connection Arno had chosen for the coup. He had settled on the track section, where he and Hines had wandered along every now and then, barely a few hundred meters down the hill. I feel like that's a mistake. Don't do it so close to your work. Don't do it somewhere you know. You've got to choose something at random. 8:55 p.m. The train departs with policemen and bag of money on board. Arno empties the bottle and sets off to collect his grand prize. 9 o'clock. Arno kneels down in the wild growth along the railway tracks and waits, one finger hovering over the send button of his radio, one finger tickling the trigger of the pistol. He had intended to calm his nerves with the vodka, but instead the mixture of ethanol, adrenaline, and sleep deprivation made him tremble and shake. Fortunately, he did not have a dizziness attack, which was roughly a 50-50 gamble at this point. 9:05 p.m. As the headlights of the train come into sight, Arno brings the radio to his mouth and speaks loud and clearly. This is the extortionist. Throw the money out now. Throw the money out now. But nothing happened. The train passed his hiding spot at full speed, throwing a gust of draft in his face and vanishing into the sunset in a heartbeat. The clatter of the carriages quickly ebbed away, leaving Arno in a situation he had not calculated in advance. He hastily stumbled onto the tracks to confirm that he had not missed the money drop, and once he was certain of this, a wave of panic took hold. Without thinking, Arno stormed off in a random direction, jumping across fences and bushes, crisscrossing between alleys as if he were shaking off a pursuer. The money no longer mattered to him, and neither did his other exit strategy. He just wanted to escape by any means necessary. Arno ran until his muscles ignited in torment, and his veins surged with burning acid as his lungs were about to disintegrate from sheer exhaustion, and every nerve in his body begged him to stop. His foot then got caught in a chain-link fence. He immediately lost balance and, lacking the strength to catch the fall, crashed hard onto the asphalt floor. He tried to roll sideways, but that was a disastrous mistake, as the old adage about not running with scissors in your hand also applies to pistols. A deafening shot went off, shattering the silence and hurling Arno's adrenaline through the sky. His movements froze, shell-shocked and confused, disorientated, but he would snap back to reality eventually. There was no red stain on his clothes or skin. The bullet must have missed him miraculously. Jesus Christ. You don't have the safety on? Arno picked himself up and sucked in air as if he hadn't breathed for minutes. The world around him was spinning, thanks only in part to the vodka. But now that he had a chance to think for a moment, it occurred to him that he had made an even more serious blunder. The dumbest blunder imaginable. The passing vehicle had been a freight train, but he was expecting a passenger train. He had got the timing wrong. Oh no. Dude. Checking his wristwatch, Arno realized that he could barely make it back to the tracks in time. With sweat flowing like rivers and a vision blurred from pain, he resisted the urge to punch himself in the face for being such a fool. He turned 180 degrees and continued to run. He was using a short-range transmitter, meaning that the policeman on the correct train, still miles away at the time, had not received his previous message. In conclusion, the universe had granted him another attempt. With legs made from pudding, Arno collapsed behind the same buckthorn bush he had used as a hiding spot the first time. Dangerously fatigued, sloshed to the gills, and in clinical shock, he had set a new high score regarding his loss of control. Yes, I think this is a rule of the Casual Criminalist, isn't it? Don't get drunk before doing your crimes. I think there's one, don't get drunk before disposing of a body. But also applies, don't get drunk before doing your crimes. The gunshot had likely prompted residents to call the police to the area, which diminished his prospects of success even further. It could hardly have gone any worse. He hadn't even brought a second bullet, which thwarted yet another option for him. There was only one way left. Forwards. From the direction of the sunset, he could hear the rattling and squeaking of metal. Even though it was slightly delayed, this had to be the correct train. Contrary to stereotypes about German punctuality, our train network is actually one of the worst in Europe up to this date. Delays are rather the norm than an exception here, so this caused no alarm for Arno. On the contrary, he was grateful for the extra minutes. German trains are the worst. UK trains are terrible. This is the extortionist. Throw the money out now. Throw the money out now. He spoke into the radio again. With his gaze fixed on the approaching locomotive, he realized the push-to-talk button. He released the push-to-talk button and waited. His anticipation simmered like a tightly coiled spring. But again, nothing happened. Out of desperation, he relayed his radio message a second time, and as he was still speaking, the unthinkable happened. A small white dot seemed to draw a parabola across the sky, plummeting into the railway bed, straight in front of his eyes. At first, Arno was convinced that his befuddled mind was playing just another trick on him. There was no way it actually followed his instructions, he thought. Not in a billion years. Yet the sudden squeezing of the train brakes betrayed that this was truly happening. Thinking quickly, Arno understood that an army of policemen was about to pour out of the train carriage and flood the surrounding area. So as now or never, the braking distance would push the train several hundred meters down the track, giving him a slight head start in this race. Yeah, okay, wow, they got it to just stop the entire train. That kind of makes sense. I didn't think about that. They'd just be like, okay, stop the train, and then we're all going to... But a train takes a long time to stop because the train's real big. Could you have done this, like, I don't know, throw it into a canyon or something? Like a big... or a river? That sort of thing? And then it'd be like the train would be on a bridge or some shit. That seems like it would avoid that problem. He stumbled towards the package as fast as the last threads of energy allowed him. His wobbly steps danced on the treacherous ground as he fought for balance, a clumsy tango toward his destination. But when he had made it, he knew his life was about to change forever. Stacks upon stacks of money bills sealed in translucent foil. With the package firmly tucked under his arm, he bolted from the scene. His chest heaved. His lungs burned with the ferocity of 1,000 suns. The pain swept into his bones like poison. But a primal, desperate urge propelled him onward. As he reached populated territory, he forced himself to slow his steps, which is great, because I can't think of an even stronger metaphor conveying intense exhaustion. Arno's plan was to slip back into the workshop and hide the money among the junk and clutter until the hunt had died down. The area was surrounded by countless middle-class homes, gardens, and small businesses. It would take the police months to search them all, leaving him plenty of time to smuggle the cash into his apartment at the first convenient opportunity. The flaw in this strategy reared its head when he ran into some men toiling away at the nearby petrol station. He knew them superficially, as they had been in work-related contacts before. Arno mustered a feeble wave from afar, silently praying they wouldn't detect his glowing red face or catch sight of the bundles of money by his side. Arno suppressed his fight-or-flight instincts and proceeded at a leisurely pace, donning the guise of an ordinary evening stroll. And thus, he arrived at the workshop, a sanctuary for his cherished wealth. He locked the door from the inside and sank to the floor, where he lay down on a pillow of money. He did it. He actually did it. Arno was the owner of an immense fortune, waiting to be exchanged for happiness. He glanced around the dark shed as if fireworks were about to erupt in his honor. 500,000 marks, he reminded himself. It was all his. He couldn't even begin to imagine all of the joy he would be feeling soon. I mean, very soon, any minute now. Hours passed, and nobody knocked on the door. To all appearances, there wasn't much activity outside the door at all. As the inky blackness of night had fully convinced him of his successful evasion, he straightened up and stuffed the money snugly behind a bunch of cardboard boxes and empty vodka bottles. What now, he wondered. His gaze roamed again, as if waiting for something to suddenly change. The workshop, though, remained dark and lonely.
The Not-So-Great Gatsby. The forthcoming days unfolded as an unyielding saga of suspense. In every spare second, Arno would perch on the edge of his armchair, spellbound by the television's flickering screen, soaking up the news like a parched sponge. He remained on high alert, poised to react at a moment's notice in case the authorities reported on any breakthroughs. Yet, the more he heard, the more he realized that the police were grasping at straws, their investigation floundering. The incident dominated the news coverage for days, which was no surprise given the sensationalist nature of the crime. But instead of closing in on his identity, the responsible investigators were stunningly open about being completely stuck. One news anchor called it an embarrassment for all involved, before rhetorically questioning the investigators' abilities to even handle the case. The print media echoed this narrative. As inconsequential news of the fruitless manhunt continued to rule the headlines, Arno became increasingly emboldened. Soon he felt sufficiently confident to stop monitoring the media 24 hours a day and return to his time-honored routine. Work, drink, hardly sleep, repeat. Even if there was no immediate threat of being caught, he refrained from recklessly splurging his newfound wealth for the time being. He decided to maintain a low profile for a little bit longer, just to be sure. Inwardly,
Arno's turmoil persisted. His neurological demons danced on his synapses, making him forget random things temporarily. One day, for example, another severe episode caused his memory of the money's hiding spot to evaporate. Driven to near madness, Arno tore open cushions, disassembled furniture, and pried up floorboards, leaving his apartment in shambles. Only then did he recall that the money was stashed at the workshop. And that was a huge problem, by the way. Approximately a fortnight following the incident, two impeccably dressed gentlemen paid a visit to the workshop as Arno toiled away in the spray room. He caught sight of them from his peripheral vision as they exchanged pleasantries with Hines before vanishing into his office. As Arno observed the dapper duo's demeanor, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. He felt an icy dread, as if fate itself had reached out and seized him by the throat. One of them spotted a clipboard bearing a police sketch, which prompted Arno to suspect that the situation was less than favorable. Setting his spray gun aside, he secretly approached the conversation to eavesdrop. "The bomb extortion case brings us here," one of the men explained to Hines. "An eyewitness spotted an individual of questionable behavior near this location. Would you care to take a look at the sketch? Do you know anyone bearing resemblance to this man?" Now, years later, Arno would describe this very moment as one of the two scariest events of his entire criminal career. The pair of policemen stood a mere meters from him and his ill-gotten gains, flaunting his sketched visage to his superior. "Let's have a gander," Hines uttered, followed by a pregnant pause. He scrutinized the image intently, or maybe he had instantly identified Arno's face and was now wrestling with his conscience, weighing their friendship against his loyalty to the law. When Hines finally uttered the words, "Doesn't ring a bell," "Sorry," relief washed over Arno like a torrential downpour, dousing the flames of his fears. I wonder if it just doesn't look like him. It was like that. I assume this is the people at the petrol station, and they only saw him like from a distance. And they didn't know it was him because they had met previously. So they can't have seen him that well. With the customary, "Give us a call if you remember anything else," the officers departed as swiftly as they had arrived, and only now did Arno realize that his clothes were completely soaked with cold sweat. As soon as he heard the police car driving off, Arno announced his lunch break to his colleagues, stormed toward the petrol station across the street, and bought the first newspaper he could find. Sure enough, the sketch was prominently displayed alongside a corresponding article for context. Apparently, a witness had been alerted by the gunshot, and then observed a suspicious individual running back and forth like a maniac. Clearly him. Luckily, though, this mindful citizen suffered from either poor vision or a faulty memory, as the sketch was hardly accurate. Whoa. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I thought that kind of happened in the middle of nowhere. But, yeah. Well, good. Oh, I'm on this guy's side. Just by saying that, I realize I'm on this guy's side. Oh, there we go. How about that? Among the veterans of this channel, eyewitnesses are sufficiently known for their lacking reliability in general, but this one takes the cake for sure. The sketch was probably worse than having none at all. As a matter of fact, the investigators would later retract the drawing from circulation and publicly declare it a dead end after they'd put several innocent people through the ringer on its basis, adding yet another item to their list of well-documented embarrassments. Looking at the drawing gave Arno a dangerous ego boost. The investigators were chasing after a bearded pumpkin. The remaining risk was negligible, so he made a decision on the spot. It was time to blow the dough. Now, how would you convert a medium-sized fortune into happiness, since Simon is paying his writers... Oh no, my battery just ran out.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
Since Simon is paying his writers per word, and it's going to be a 3-hour episode, the same question came up for me. Yeah, it was an expensive one to make. So I dropped some acid, and this is the plan I've settled on. Hire a team of professional skywriters to compose a giant smoke-based Sudoku puzzle right above Berlin and challenge locals to solve it with walkie-talkies, commission a custom waterside filled with cooked spaghetti and marinara sauce that you can slip, slide, and slurp your way to the bottom. That sounds gross. Fund an entire gallery of slinky feet sculptures and then display them in an underwater exhibition for scuba diving foot enthusiasts, and the rest I'll probably spend on pointless nonsense. But since Arno was more the down-to-earth type, he instead decided to abscond to the sun-dappled shores of the Philippines, the Emerald Archipelago that promised the sweet nectar of anonymity and decadence. Yeah, I have to say, if you've got all the proceeds of a crime, and there's been this big cash crime that's gone on, and then this poor dude's just spending all this money in the town, that seems like that's going to draw attention. But if you're just book a flight and just take a shoebox full of money in your luggage, I mean, hope customs don't go through your luggage, and then just spend it abroad, no one's going to know. Right? That seems like quite a good plan. Alongside him, he also invited his boss Hines, who, blissfully ignorant of the money's illicit origins, had been convinced by Arno that a sudden stroke of good luck was responsible for their prepaid all-inclusive trip. What excuse did he use? It's my rich aunt died, or I won a scratch card. It could work. A few weeks later, it's still risky. A few weeks later, the two of them boarded a plane to Palawan Island, diving headfirst into a world of reckless hedonism. They gambled with abandon, raced across the island in rented quads, and drank like there was no dawn. Their holiday funds quickly vanished into the haze of laughter and half-remembered merriment. Yet there was a peculiar thrill to this rapid depletion, granting them a sense of invulnerability, as if they were characters in a novel written just for them. But this euphoria was volatile. Arno's mind ebbed and flowed like the tides that surged up the white beaches and retreated just as quickly. At times, he towered above the world, impervious and mighty, and the next breath self-doubt devoured him, and he wondered if going on an unbridled trip was but an ephemeral and hollow victory that led straight back to square one. Surprise Pikachu meme. Right on. Yet for Arno, their journey was not a mere pleasure trip, but a venture with a concealed agenda. The tropical island state served not only as an Eden for sun-seeking tourists, it bore a more complex identity, partially steeped in, you guessed it, crime. Oh, is he going to launder his money there or something? During the late 80s, the Philippines served as a global hotspot for the unholy trinity of money laundering, tax evasion, and under-the-table dealings. Yes, he is. This was not only an open secret, but a substantial part of the nation's economic system. On top of that, the lax airline safety protocols of the pre-9/11 era allowed Arno to carry all of his cash on board without anyone checking their luggage. Would they check? I mean, when you go to the airport and your bag goes through the scanner, they're checking for like weapons and metal. They're not going to be, there's a bunch of cash in there, right? That's not what they do. Aren't they more interested on the other side? Like, because there's always those signs when you enter an airport, like, are you carrying more than £10,000 worth of cash? Remember to declare it. Like, they don't care on the way out. It's on the way in. And then they don't scan you. It's just about whether you get pulled over if you go through the red lane or through the green lane. Or however it works. I don't know. I've never been pulled over. I've walked through that green lane many, many times. I don't think at least not in memory, I don't think I've ever been pulled over and had my bag searched for anything. Not that I've ever smuggled anything, but you go through those airports. Like, I imagine the Philippines. I've never been to the Philippines, but I imagine it's one of those countries where you go through and they're like, remember, we have the death penalty if you're smuggling drugs. And even though you have no drugs on you, you're walking through that being like, oh no, don't pull me aside. I don't have any drugs, but I'm slightly scared that what if someone did put drugs in my bag?
Pull yourself together. We can't take you anywhere.
Oh, God. His days on Palawan were therefore punctuated by secret visits to shifty exchange offices where the sanctity of the law was a foreign concept. Here in these shadowy corners of commerce, Arno would trade in his stolen and potentially traceable bills for unblemished ones with a knowing nod and a clandestine handshake. Each transaction was marked by a brokerage fee, a small price to pay for the peace of mind it offered. Other sources, however, claimed that Arno simply bought random stuff in large denominations and kept the clean change, which sounds logical, but not half as interesting. Yeah, wait. Why would you need to do anything dodgy? Just like, say you've got, I don't know, how much did he have? Like €500,000? Just go to one place with €5,000 and change it into Philippine pesetas? Whatever currency they use in the Philippines. And then take all that money and then go to another place and go, hey, I'm going home. I'd like to change these back to euros. And then you change them back to euros. And by the time you're done, you probably lost like, I don't know, 20% or something, probably outrageous. I don't know, 10%. And then you've got clean euros. And then just go round like 100 exchange offices or 200 exchange offices, which I'm sure is possible.
I have your passport, your birth certificate. Oh, here's a photo from our honeymoon.
Boom. Done. Why would it? That seems more logical than risking going to some dodgy place where they could get you in trouble. I got a money laundering big brain. Anyway, by the time they boarded their homeward flight, Arno had laundered the entirety of his remaining stash. Yet, amidst the tumultuous story, there was another pivotal twist. During one of the boozy party nights on the island, Arno had crossed paths with a woman who would irrevocably alter his life by stirring in him the tender tumult of first love. A romance as sweet as sugarcane unfurled between them, and despite the fleeting nature of their shared time, she chose to chase the setting sun with Arno all the way to Germany. There they intertwined their lives in matrimony, and even brought forth a new life into their shared world. Changed. This revelation surely comes as a bolt from the blue, considering Arno's characteristically detached approach towards people. His emotional fortress was a confounding maze. Opening up to others was a feat that eluded him. To truly fathom the gravity of this relationship in Arno's existence, one would likely need to pen volumes, but I choose not to do that. You see, in the aftermath of the Scrooge McDuck saga, Arno's wife tried best to remain a silhouette against the spotlight. She demonstrated no inclination for the glare of public scrutiny. Yeah, in the aftermath of it turning out that your husband set off bombs and to make money, you wouldn't be like, hello, yes, I'd love to talk to the police. You'd be like, leave me alone.
I'm staying indoors. Please leave me alone.
And as it must be declared prematurely, she remains entirely ignorant of Arno's criminal ventures up to the point of his eventual arrest. Her only culpability, if any, lay in her reluctance to probe too deeply. There's no culpability there. You just be like, I don't want to know. Thank you very much. But in my opinion, this naivety does not justify dragging her into the limelight against her will. Therefore, out of ethical obligation, I refrain from painting her further into this narrative. Well done, and I like that. I think that is the ethical and correct thing to do. We haven't even mentioned her name, which is nice. By the way, it has been brought to my attention that there is a persistent and somewhat misogynistic stereotype haunting Filipino women who happen to marry affluent European tourists. Yeah, I've heard that. There's that American TV show, which I've never seen, but they talk about it on that podcast, the H3 podcast. 90 Day Fiancé. And there's the dude. Is his name Big Ed? And he doesn't have a neck. And this was his story. And I get the feeling that's the story of 90 Day Fiancé. While the despicable realities of human trafficking and exploitative prostitution do exist and must be fiercely opposed, I caution against heavy generalizations. Their bond was woven from the delicate threads of honest affection, a far cry from the insinuations that such stereotypes suggest. Anyway, back in Germany, richer by a wife and piles of freshly laundered money, Arno moved into a larger home, skirting the boundaries of his legitimate finances by tapping into his dirty treasure. I mean, his money's all been laundered and stuff. But still, if you go and buy a house and you're like, here's a giant pile of cash, or if you go into a bank and are like, here's a giant pile of cash, surely, like, whoever German Scotland Yard, or I don't know, who deals with, like, money laundering? Is it Scotland Yard? Or, like, FBI? Who cares? They're going to get a ring. The bank person's going to be like, hello. Just let you know, this man, who looks a bit like a peasant, has arrived with tons of dirty money. Figuratively, and also, perhaps literally. This lifestyle appealed to him, even if it was not the great salvation he had hoped for. In an interview he gave on German television in 2012, Arno described this stage of his life as followed. I felt slightly better on the surface, but on a deeper level, nothing had changed at all. Upon his return to Germany, the extravagances of his once-in-a-lifetime holiday came to an abrupt halt. In stark contrast, the subsequent years were anything but a party. As a newly minted father, Arno instead tried to settle into Berlin's middle class. He shapeshifted into the epitome of normality, a walking, talking embodiment of lawn maintenance, predictable fashion choices, and meticulously organized sock drawers. He embraced the role of a respectable family man with gusto, going above and beyond to create a sense of stability around him. It's sad that I'm so, dadsy and middle-aged that I'm like, ooh, neatly made sock drawer, lawn maintenance. I'm like, yes, please.
Quite like it when you talk dirty to me.
His intention to assimilate into normal suburban life was crowned with some success. He superficially knew his neighbors and even gathered a collection of shallow friendships akin to shells on a beach that lacked the treasures within. His social orbit revolved around the idea of consistency, but fell short of providing the inner fulfillment that he truly sought. Arno soon decided to quit his job because he simply no longer needed it. A good call, albeit for reasons unclear to him at the time. Life is better without lack of paint in the brain. Yes. Poor guy. That's really it goes in through your lungs and into your brain and then makes you have these weird blackouts. Dude, this was the 80s. Even though the damage caused during the previous years was largely irreversible, the lack of new toxins alleviated the symptoms to some extent. The downside of unemployment, of course, is poor sustainability. 500,000 marks was undoubtedly a massive amount of money, but as a funny quirk of mathematics, numbers tend to get smaller if you keep subtracting from them. Again, surprised Pikachu faced? Arno, a self-taught arithmetic genius, was certainly aware of this fact as well. The first, somewhat endurable phase of his adult life had arrived with a built-in expiry date, a looming hourglass steadily emptying its grains over his head. The sand had already risen to his neck. Arno set himself a personal bottom line. The moment the funds dropped below the 100,000 mark threshold, he would seek a new source of income. Unfortunately, that day dawned sooner than anticipated, much sooner. And so, merely 3.5 years later, he rented a nearby workshop and started constructing a new bomb alongside a complex dropping device. His target? The Karstadt Mall in Hamburg's Mocherberg Street. Is this the one we started out with? Robin Hood versus dog poop. As you may recall, our episode began with the explosive events of 1992. Yes, it is. We then took a time portal in order to trace Arno's life up to his first strike in 1988. Now we find ourselves back at the precipice of 1992. You may wonder why I chose this anachronistic structure to begin with. I didn't even think about it because it flowed so nicely, Dennis. I didn't even think about it.
Well, the first draft of this script was written on 12,511 post-it notes, and then a strong gust of wind slightly rearranged the sequence. This is obviously a lie, but when my editor asked me the same question and I explained to her that I tried to keep up the suspense for time-traveling viewers this way, as you cannot spoil an ending if you don't know where it is, she looked at me as if I was crazy or something, so I had to cook up that other excuse. It's not crazy, it works so well. Anyway, 24 pages prior, we concluded the Hamburg saga with a stalemate between the authorities and Arno, who had adopted the moniker Scrooge in the meantime. Scrooge had escaped capture thanks to his double-layered timer mechanism, but Detective Delecky, having learned from past errors, had left the extortionist with nothing more than 1.5 kilograms of worthless paper scraps. Well, almost. As you may recall, the real timer had dropped the bag barely a few kilometers after the train's departure. But when Arno went to pick it up, all he could see was authentic cash. The police had affixed 4 500-mark notes to the external surfaces of the foiled parcel, creating the illusion of real money all the way through. They also had a tracing device within. However, Scrooge proved more perceptive than they had anticipated. He saw straight through their bait and abandoned the package along the railway tracks. This setback had plunged Arno into a precarious state. His funds had dwindled to dangerous levels, and the prospect of impending destitution completely overshadowed the minor triumph of another narrow escape. As we've emphasized before, bomb construction is a task both laborious and expensive. His latest projects had drained his resources to the point of impending bankruptcy, a risky investment that had yielded no returns. The paradigms changed. As a result, Arno was no longer chasing a fantastic life of opulence and luxury. Instead, he was hell-bent on defending the normal life that he had grown to enjoy. Psychological studies have shown time and time again the agony of losing something greatly outweighs the pain of not having received the same thing in the first place. Yeah, of course, you don't miss what you've never had. In consequence, Arno's determination surged like a dangerous tempest. His desperation metastasized into new levels of rage. This is dangerous. This could lead to recklessness. Like the first time around, he was like, I don't have anything to lose. I'm just gonna make some perfect bombs using my genius brain. In a later interview, Arno explained that he felt as furious as he had never been before that day. When he had grabbed the sealed package with a triumphant smirk on his face only to find white strips of paper, his reaction was both intense and obvious. He immediately set about building the next bomb. With the benefit of hindsight, Delecky's decision to use fake money had been extensively questioned and debated. Obviously, the idea of straight-up paying a maniac to blow up random malls every few years was untenable for law enforcement. Yeah, this was the thing at the beginning, don't negotiate with terrorists, because then the terrorists will do it again. Don't negotiate with blackmailers and bombers for the same reason. The potential for inspiring copycats was all too apparent, not to mention the challenge of explaining such a strategy to the taxpayers. Yeah, and wasn't there... So we talked earlier about the prisoner exchange for the Merchant of Death, the basketball player, the American. And then, a few months later, Russia arrests a journalist, an American journalist, and you're like, who's getting free this time? It just encourages bad behavior. Then again, the lack of fatalities thus far could only be attributed to Arno's cool-headed moral consideration. Had it been wise to provoke such a volatile individual? It was now up to Arno to unmistakably demonstrate the depth of his resolve by raising the stakes with the police. He felt obliged to teach them a lesson. He had to step up his game, infuse his threats with new credibility. For the Scrooge Task Force of 1992, all of this had been as clear as day, yet all they could do was cross their fingers and hope that Arno would stick to his credo nonetheless. You may wonder why they did not simply close the malls as a security measure. Well, this certainly sounds good on paper, but the sheer number of possible locations made it impractical, as it would best postpone the inevitable blast, not forestall it indefinitely. Moreover, there was nothing preventing Scrooge from redirecting his attention to other structures, airports, train stations, schools. While Arno was busy crafting his fourth explosive device, the gears of the investigation relentlessly turned, sweeping up numerous individuals in the dragnet of suspicion. The vortex of scrutiny had caught quite a few, but one elderly gentleman found himself in the eye of the storm. His voice bore an uncanny resemblance to the one captured on tape, and his striking similarity to the sketch had him in the crosshairs following a neighbor's tip-off. The man was known as a tinkerer and a craftsman among his friends, and as a surprising twist, it was quickly discovered that his late brother had named him Dagobert, the German equivalent of Scrooge. Wow, this is an unlucky dude. The most condemning of all evidence, however, was his brazen loyalty to Marxism, and as we all know, only a bad person could ever be a communist, and vice versa. Thus, it seemed victory was practically in the bag, yet when the suspect was ultimately presented to Inspector Delecky, who thought little of political bias and instead focused his attention on rock-solid alibis for literally every single bomb attack and money handover, well, he was quickly let off the hook. Yeah, it's that is so unfortunate. It's good there's a policeman who's yeah, okay, let's actually, look at the real things. Incidents like these further shaped the public sentiment to the disadvantage of investigators. This was not their first failure making headlines. and it would not be their last. The media had a field day with the incident, churning out countless articles and editorials about the blunder. "Another embarrassment for the department," read one title, while another snidely questioned, "Are the investigators still around?" The tabloids, hungry for sensationalism, pounced on the story, criticizing the investigative team and painting a picture of incompetence and clownery, while implicitly praising Scrooge for his wits. Although they were not openly endorsing his actions, they still went for "Scrooge outsmarts police," once again, rather than "dangerous terrorists still on the loose." Arno closely monitored the media with mixed feelings. Among the investigators, one face emerged particularly often. This epitome of lawful good, characterized by his penetrating gaze, appeared to helm the investigation, and his name was Michael Dalecki. The media presented him with great deference at first, but this would quickly change as his on-camera contributions were often minimal and discouraging. "We have no new facts to report at the moment," he would repeat over and over again, likely a genuine admission. In one instance, Dalecki withdrew the microphone and stepped aside, unaware that he remained within the camera's purview and that the broadcast was still going. For a second or two, the entire nation could watch him shake his head in shame before the feed abruptly cut back to the studio. On a separate occasion, a reporter blindsided him with a question, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. The unexpected query: "When can we expect your inevitable resignation?" Harsh. Wait, he's just... What? Like, when can we expect you? I'm doing my job. I'm trying to catch a dude. Like, I'm not going to catch them all. What do you want? I'm not just going to quit every time I don't close a case. According to some retellings of the story, Arno found himself filled with empathy for Dalecki on a personal level, despite his lingering anger over the counterfeit money. After all, it was his actions that had turned the inspector into the laughingstock of the nation, and this poor man was only doing his job. However, there are pressing reasons to question this anecdote. Notably, Arno does not reference Dalecki in his biography. Not even once. His name was not surfaced frequently in subsequent interviews either. Uncovering any direct commentary from Arno about his adversary proved to be a challenging task, with a few existing remarks feeling somewhat indifferent. Their alleged parasocial relationship akin to Sherlock Holmes versus Professor Moriarty, a bromance, did likely not exist from Arno's point of view. I think of not Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty, but the Catch Me If You Can, Tom Hanks and DiCaprio's characters. But I guess that's not what this is. We can certainly assume he felt some degree of professional connection, though it did not carry a huge amount of emotional resonance for him. But we'll circle back to that later. Dalecki had also made an appearance on Aktenzeichen XY, Germany's equivalent of America's Most Wanted. This show's format involved investigators presenting unsolved cases in the hope of garnering valuable leads from the public. During the broadcast, a phone number was displayed, enabling viewers to listen to Arno's 1988 radio transmission free of charge. "This is the extortionist. Throw the money out now! Throw the money out now!" Perhaps someone out there would identify the voice. Dalecki reasoned to the host. Arno doubted that. He had concealed his voice, of course, and upon hearing his own recording, he could confidently confirm it bore no resemblance to his natural tone. Arno's vocal pitch was a tenor with clear accentuation, whereas the radio transmission was reminiscent of a cartoon robot suffering from a mild case of East German dialect. September the 9th, 1992. The explosion came sudden and violent, drastically exceeding its predecessors. The blast echoed through the halls of Bremen's Karstadt Mall, a monstrous roar that shook the very foundation of the newly renovated building like an earthquake, annihilating everything in its path of destruction. Arno's arsenal had evolved from rudimentary pipe bombs to military-grade tools of warfare, so to speak. According to experts, the resulting damage exceeded the previous attack by a factor of roughly 25. But as a silver lining, despite everything, Arno had once again chosen to strike at night, with no lives lost and no bodies maimed. As the old headlines gave way to the next news cycle, the nation's kiosks were once again dominated by Scrooge. Interestingly, Arno contradicts this in his autobiography by stating, "I searched the newspapers for reports about the attack, but could not find anything." I'm not sure if this was a lapse in his memory or a result of some other confusion, but after unearthing the respective editions of several newspapers, I can attest that the blast certainly garnered proper attention. However, there was one article Arno did find, and it would profoundly influence him. It was an interview with a criminology expert of questionable credentials who did his best at outlining a profile of the perpetrator. One line that stuck with Arno was this: "Detonating a bomb when the stores are empty is one thing, but detonating during opening hours would be quite another. There is certainly no danger from Scrooge. He would never dare take such a step. Never, ever." And do you want to guess what Scrooge did next? As a rule, he really in the day? Like, this doesn't seem like him. He does seem to have a very strong moral compass about not hurting people. As a rule of thumb, The pace of any crime series will exponentially speed up over time, and this was true for Arno too. Not even a week after the Bremen attack, which he now deemed insufficient on account of the aforementioned article, he boarded a train headed for Hanover, his heart hammering a furious rhythm against his ribs. He was gripped with an unusual cocktail of feelings, the most disconcerting of which was his absolute sobriety. Not a drop of alcohol had passed his lips in preparation for this perilous mission, a venture of terrifying uncertainty. Good. Don't commit crimes while you're drunk. We know this. It's a rule. The absence of the familiar warmth in his bloodstream left his nerves raw and unprotected, and his impulse to change that and the onboard bistro was strong. Hanover, in stark contrast, the kaleidoscope of Arno's emotion, was a landscape of averages, gracefully devoid of any distinctive flair. If you type generic German city into any AI image generator, you will find yourself with Hanover. It's the type of I don't think I've ever been to Hanover. Honestly, until he mentioned it was in Germany, I kind of thought it was in the Netherlands. Kind of sounds Dutch. It's the type of functional no-frills architecture that makes you instantly lose on GeoGuessr, a masterclass in monotony, a parade of identical streets, geometrically precise rectangles, and a palette of colours as muted as a winter dawn. I get the feeling that Dennis doesn't like Hanover. Arno had been there many times before, yet he did not recognise anything specific, as there is nothing specific to recognise. For the better part... harsh. For the better part of an hour, Arno meandered the city, absorbing its blandness. He noted the array of department stores flanking pedestrian zones, virtually indistinguishable from one another. He chose one at random, but not before fortifying himself with a quick bite from a nearby fast food joint. As he crunched through his burger, Arno's thoughts drifted toward the upcoming steps of his mission. Unlike previous attacks, his approach was less calculated this time, less thought through, born mostly out of compulsion than strategic deliberation. This sounds like a mistake. Strategic deliberation has served you very well so far, Arno. And now this feels like the sort of thing that's going to get you in trouble. Retiring to the privacy of a restroom cubicle, Arno, with his hands still trembling from the lack of liquid courage, gingerly unpacked his cargo. A pipe bomb. His eyes flicked to his watch. It read 17:30. With a few swift taps, he set the timer for 17:45, a mere quarter of an hour away. He carefully swaddled the explosive device in a cloak of black cloth, cradled the ominous parcel under his arm, and with unerring purpose ventured toward the main entrance of the department store that sprawled across the street. This sounds like it's going to kill people, dude. The interior of Karstadt locations followed a predictable layout, so he immediately found his way around. As per the routine of past attacks, he ambled through the aisles, feigning interest in this or that, all while vigilantly scanning for an opportune moment. The oppressive seconds ticked away, each one amplifying the pressure mounting in Arno's mind. His heart pounded in sync with each throb of the second hand on his watch. 17:38. 17:39. The immensity of the situation was beginning to bear down on him. The weight of the concealed bomb grew progressively burdensome. His frantic eyes darted around the store, desperately scanning for a suitable spot. Every potential location had its pitfalls. The toy section was rife with cameras, the clothing department teeming with shoppers, the sports section too open, too visible. The normally dull and characterless department store had suddenly transformed into a labyrinth of potential dead ends and hazards. His gaze landed on the furniture section, but as he began to stride towards it, he noticed a security guard making a rounds, an unfortunate roadblock in his path. He veered off toward the electronics section, only to meet up with a group of children playfully exploring the rows of first-generation gaming consoles. His watch now read 17:42, a mere 3 minutes left. The relentless march of time seemed to have accelerated, the seconds slipping away faster than Arno could keep up with. Panic surged through him like an electric current. The possibility of not finding a spot in time was becoming a reality, an outcome that could result in his own demise. He was running out of time and options. With just a minute to spare, he darted back toward the furniture section, which was now completely empty. The security guard appeared to be patrolling somewhere else. This was the opportunity Arno had been waiting for. He carefully slid the bomb between a folding cabinet and a supporting pillar, praying that nobody would come near it within the next 15 seconds. Arno put barely 20 meters between him and the bomb when it went off, its roar echoing throughout the department store. The sound was a monstrous wave, engulfing him, washing over him, threatening to drown him. It resonated in his skull, bouncing off his eardrums in a disorientating symphony of noise. This seems like a terrible idea, dude. What are you up to? Arno reeled back, clutching his head as his world spun. His vision blurred, the shapes of the store and the people within it blending together in a chaotic whirl of colors. He staggered, trying to maintain his balance, but the disorientation was too overwhelming. Everything was too loud, too bright, too fast. He was a ship adrift in a storm, tossed about by the relentless waves of sensory overload. Around him, the department store descended into chaos. People screamed, their voices just indistinct noise against the ringing in his ears. They ran in every direction, their movements erratic and panic-stricken. Shoppers' carts were abandoned mid-aisle, their contents scattered across the floor. The store's alarm system blared, its piercing wail adding to the cacophony. Arno's journey to the exit seemed never-ending. But once he finally managed to step back onto the street, a sigh of relief ghosted his lips, merging with the cool embrace of the evening air. The ensuing pandemonium provided Arno with the perfect cover, allowing him to slip away unnoticed. Yet a fragment of his subconscious would forever remain tethered to the mess he had created, an indelible mark etched upon his psyche. As the sky darkened later that day, Arno found no sleep. Completely immersed in the realm of intoxication, the full magnitude of his actions began to bear down on him with increasing intensity. Fear and guilt consumed him, wondering if he had caused harm or even death to innocent bystanders. Though he had chosen a relatively feeble explosive to minimize such possibilities, witnessing the destructive power of his own creation had shattered his certainty. This rubbish article had tempted him to set off a bomb during the opening hours, and he had allowed himself to be provoked. Maybe he'd gone too far. Yeah, it was crazy risky, dude. What if there were no spaces without people in them? You could have easily killed someone. This, like so far in the story, I was kind of like, yeah, it's just kind of like he's not hurting anyone on purpose. It's kind of like on his side, like you are in Catch Me If You Can and stuff, or like in Dexter. And now I'm just like, yeah, dude, you could have really killed someone. There were children in there and stuff. With the arrival of the next morning, the unfortunate truth came crashing down through the news. 2 women had suffered so-called blast trauma, which is a type of physical injury resulting from the forceful impact of a blast wave. The long-term symptoms vary depending on the severity of the injury, but they may include permanent hearing loss, tinnitus, traumatic brain injuries, and even irreversible cognitive difficulties. Moreover, I'm convinced that many others had to cope with the psychological consequences for a long time to come, though this was never really reported on. I've been to Hanover recently, and I visited the mall in question, without any concrete expectations, just pure curiosity. I believe I pinpointed the precise location of the bomb's detonation, though no commemorative marker or noticeable aberration marked the area, so I just snapped a photo to satisfy my narcissistic impulses and left. What struck me as extraordinary on the way out, however, was the remarkably broad selection of Disney products. Okay. It seemed like every character was represented among the toys and printed clothing, with the notable exception of Scrooge McDuck. I couldn't help but find this amusing, though I'm certain it was a mere coincidence. So, the bombings. Now that the line of human victims had been crossed, you would think that Scrooge's excellent reputation would be worsened drastically. The public discourse now turned into an absurd circus, and national news devolved into a daily soap where people cheered for the bad guy. In one broadcast, a camera crew asked people on the street what they thought of Scrooge. Every single person expressed their respect, sympathy, or even admiration. In a professional, we do like a bad guy, don't we? In a professional poll conducted in 1992, 64% of all respondents declared themselves to be on his side, making Scrooge more popular than Helmut Kohl, the federal chancellor. Scrooge's influence permeated pop culture. He's not even a Robin Hood. He's not giving it to the poor. He's just keeping it for himself.
White people are crazy.
Scrooge's influence permeated pop culture, with several bands changing their names in his honor, and even successful ones such as Scrooge, and even Scrooge. Fan clubs sprouted up like mushrooms. A variety of merch was available at every other general store, and everyone wanted to join the madness. Techno tracks, peppered with samples from Arno's famous Throw the Money Out Now line, reverberated incessantly across disco floors and radio dials. T-shirts saying, "I am Scrooge," were sold by the thousands, and people across all ages and socioeconomic bubbles would unite by wearing them. This is kind of crazy, though. On various talk shows, panels of comic analyst experts attempted to identify connections between the cartoons and real-life events, and potentially forecasting future developments. Following the police's disclosure that Scrooge had allegedly been residing in a particular hotel under an assumed identity, the establishment converted said room into a bizarre Scrooge-themed exhibition showcasing evidence, crime scene photos, and portraits of known suspects. Consequently, the hotel was fully booked for months on end. Scrooge McDuck had morphed into a widely cherished brand. Which begs the question, what the fuck is wrong with people? It is kind of strange, isn't it? He's a bomber. He's setting off bombs. For our international viewers, it is likely hard to imagine a failed artist with a questionable moral compass rising to power and fame in Germany. So let me elaborate. I wonder what famed artist that would be, Dennis.
6 foot, spray painting black hair, that weird mustache.
According to my analysis, there are mainly 2 reasons for Scrooge's stardom, with one of them being rather obvious. Scrooge, seen through the lens of the TV screen, was the archetype of an anti-hero, a reflection of real human flaws and complexities. His unorthodox approach of non-violent terrorism captivated audiences drawn to rule breakers and rebels, but without causing much cognitive dissonance. Scrooge was the Gandhi of pipe bombs, the underdog who dared to rise against the establishment, the David fighting against the Goliath. and everyone joined in on a rebellion against those up there. Those up there are the police trying to stop bombings. It's important to mention, however, that this characterization is debatable at best. Scrooge is often compared to Robin Hood up to this date, but this verdict comes with a small issue. While Scrooge certainly mastered the taking from the rich part, he conveniently forgot the giving to the poor bit. He had never been concerned with political change, wealth redistribution, or justice, at least not during his criminal career. Also, I refuse to applaud him for avoiding fatalities, as this false dichotomy completely ignores the existence of a third option, not blowing up malls at all. Beyond that, however, there was a second, much more important factor. In the early 90s, people loved to watch the police getting pounded really hard, and they all had a reason to do so. Again, in the aftermath of the Second World War, Germany had been cleaved in two parts, a division that would endure until the winter of 1989, barely 3 years prior to the Hanover explosion. We've touched on this before, but as a quick reminder, whereas the western areas had blossomed into a modern democracy, the eastern part had been ruled by the Soviet oppressors with an iron fist. During those 40 years, the police played a key role in maintaining the totalitarian regime. Operating under the Ministry of State Security, commonly known as the Stasi, the police in the GDR were notorious for their brutal tactics and pervasive surveillance apparatus. They employed a range of oppressive measures, including arbitrary arrests, imprisonment without trial, and the systematic use of torture to extract confessions. Dissidents, political activists, and anyone deemed a threat to the regime faced constant surveillance, harassment, and intimidation, and if you were caught trying to cross the border, you were shot on the spot. Yeah, it's a really good way to encourage hate of police, right? With the fall of the Berlin Wall, the police agencies underwent rapid transformation. However, to many, this change seemed to be merely cosmetic. A handful of the authority figures were relocated, some were dismissed entirely, but the majority of the rank-and-file officers simply continued their service under the new banner, which is weird because, you've got to have police, right? But the police in East Germany, shooting people if they cross the border and doing all that kind of oppressive Soviet Union shit, it's going to be a real change when you're oh, wait, we've got to be policemen in the democracy? That's a bit weird. What do we do? Traffic control? There's no shooting of innocent people? Come on! What are we supposed to do all day? Distrust remained the overarching sentiment towards law enforcement in the former GDR regions. They were still viewed as adversaries. This political climate was clearly not without effect. Scrooge was the enemy of the police, thus he was the friend of the people. Quite a while, it was also theorized that Scrooge might be, in fact, a police officer himself. Even the task force had conducted quite a bit of research on this, because the idea was rather plausible if you think about it. Scrooge's uncanny ability to stay one step ahead for years could conclusively be explained that way. To illustrate, consider these examples. In October of 1992, the investigative team discovered that Scrooge purchased most of his electronic bomb components from a specific retailer, prompting them to deploy undercover agents throughout the stores. However, as soon as this strategy was implemented, Scrooge began sourcing his supplies elsewhere. Then there was the matter of the telephone booths. Following the attack in Hamburg, Scrooge had started communicating his demands via public telephones instead of an elaborate radio transmitter. However, he had only used those located in the far west of Berlin. As soon as the police noticed the pattern and commenced surveillance on all West Berlin telecommunication points, Scrooge started calling from the east. That's pretty suspicious, right? That's going to look like you've got some inside knowledge, for sure. There were numerous indications that suggested privileged inside knowledge, a topic which incited widespread media speculation. These bad optics intensified the public relations nightmare, exacerbating the already rampant distrust. In reality, Arno never had any access to classified information. He was simply a person of far-sightedness and intelligence, peppered with a healthy dash of luck. And then there was the dog poop incident. Don't try and even get me started on the dog poop incident, but oh boy, here we go. So, in the aftermath of the Hanover explosion, which injured 2 people, Arno put forward a new demand for money. His chosen method of exchange was reminiscent of the successful strategy from 1988, where police would yeet the money from a moving train. This time, however, Arno added a tactical twist: the use of a bridge as the drop point. Oh my god, that's exactly what I said. The simplicity and elegance of this plan lay in Arno's positioning beneath the bridge while the train passed overhead. This setup would make it extremely challenging for the officers to halt the vehicle and descend to his location, affording Arno ample time to gather the dropped cash and make his escape on a bike. There was no need for intricate gadgetry or complex preparations. The location itself provided the perfect advantage. However, this was the third consecutive handover attempt revolving around a moving train. His over-reliance on this methodology had made it predictable. too predictable, perhaps. The task force had been graced with plenty of time to consider all imaginable train-related scenarios and concoct an effective countermeasure. As Arno's call came through and the details of the train connection were shared, Dalecky had to stifle a triumphant cheer. They had a corresponding plan for this specific track section in the drawer. In no time, they all sprang into action, stationing covert law officers at every critical juncture. When Arno arrived, an hour after the police had taken position, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that the vicinity was teeming with policemen. It sounds like he's about to get arrested. The bridge spanned across a bustling intersection at the heart of Berlin, so the throng of people muddling about was an ordinary sight. Yet Arno appeared to be an anomaly amidst the crowd. His demeanor was conspicuously normal. He also seemed to be in a state of passive anticipation, unlike the others who were eagerly caught in the city's heartbeat. Michael Jahn, a seasoned member of the Berlin SEK team, basically the German SWAT equivalent, took note of this peculiar man and began to close the gap, inching towards him with calculated caution. But when Arno's face fell upon the approaching undercover officer, a creeping sensation tingled up his spine. The telltale scent of the law seemed to emanate from the man's very movements. Their eyes locked, if only for an infinitesimal instant, before Arno, like a startled hare, leapt onto his bicycle, feet thrashing against the pedals. Officer Jahn lunged, his fingers barely grazing Arno's jacket, but Lady Lark, in a cruel twist of fate, had another plan. His foot met a slick glare of wet leaves, sending him sprawling onto the hard pavement. Arno, once again, managed to escape without money, but also without a trace. But bad news, this guy, the SEK guy, he's just full-on seen your face, and they're going to have a proper sketch of you now. The Bild, a German tabloid giant, was the first to splash the story across the pages, but not without adding their own bit of creative license. In their version, the innocent pile of leaves had been replaced with a heap of steaming dog poop. I am not kidding. Reading The Bild is like playing two truths and a lie, but with three lies. Imagine toilet paper that screams vaguely racist misinformation at you. Sounds very similar to the Daily Mail. This basically the business model, allegedly in my opinion. Nonetheless, their embellished retelling, in quotes, of events was echoed uncritically across the whole media landscape, sparking a bunch of pathetically unfunny puns as newspaper headlines. Those only work in German, of course, but here's an English one that I came up with. Scrooge McDuck case is still a poo-done-it. I can't believe I'm getting played for this. Please like and subscribe. It's good. It's so bad, it's good. Dalecky, along with the rest of the police force, was profoundly infuriated. Even if their work had not been above valid criticism, they did not deserve to be dragged through the mud like this. Yeah, it does. Like, calling for his resignation because he can't close a case just feels super harsh. Dalecky had worked tirelessly to the point of jeopardizing his own health, only to find himself the subject of ridicule and derision nonetheless. Also, the dog poop incident had completely eclipsed the significant breakthrough. Michael Jahn's exceptional awareness had led them to a highly accurate sketch of the elusive criminal, a fact which was now buried under mockery. Besieged by frustration, Dalecky resolved to limit his interactions with the press to absolute minimum. However, there was one individual with whom he maintained regular communication, Scrooge. As mentioned earlier, Arno had become less and less risk-averse, opting for public phone booths instead of double-relayed radio transmitters. He would communicate with two people, Klaus Springborn, who was a police officer pretending to be an employee of Karstadt, and occasionally with Dalecky himself representing the police. The phone conversations between them bore an uncanny resemblance to friendly banter, akin to old buddies plotting their weekend escapades. This does sound like Catch Me If You Can, doesn't it? Because they would phone each other and stuff. This informal style wasn't without its strategic motives, though. Dalecky hoped that by engaging Scrooge in casual conversation, he might inadvertently reveal crucial information about his identity. While this outcome never materialized, the phone calls did lose their professionalism over time, becoming increasingly relaxed with each iteration. But, I mean, isn't that Dalecky doing his job? Like, he's doing these phone calls, so Arno thinks he's his mate and will catch him. And even if he is becoming friendly with him, he's still doing his job. Again, this was mainly tactics, exactly, but I like to imagine that it transcended this to some extent. In fact, I suspect both Arno and Inspector Dalecky genuinely enjoyed talking to each other, and there are examples to illustrate this. For instance, on one occasion in early 1993, Dalecky tried to convince Scrooge to postpone a handover by a couple of days because the SEK team required more time for preparations. SWAT's not ready for you. Can you wait a couple of days? Of course, he did not disclose the true reason for his request. Instead, he informed Scrooge that he could not make the original date because a family member was getting married. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. After a moment of silence, Scrooge retorted in a mockingly crestfallen tone, "That's it? Oh, for a second, I thought you were about to invite me." They had a good laugh, and then Scrooge agreed to reschedule. Oh god. And then later on he was like, "How was the wedding?" And Dalecky's like, "What wedding?" "Oh yeah, it was great. Yeah, it's great." Yes, nothing to do with SWAT teams. Nothing. It's great. It's a beautiful wedding. It was cake. During this phase of our story, there was a total of 20 failed money handover attempts, each one more absurd than the next. In April of 1993, for example, Scrooge told the police to place the money in a so-called grit box located near a parking lot. A grit box is like, it's in quotes here, but I think I know what it is. It's like that thing that contains salted gravel that you put on the roads when it gets snowy. That's the thing we have in the UK. Is that an American thing? If you're unfamiliar with the concept of a grit box, let me explain. In countries where winter weather can make roads and walkways treacherous, local authorities often install these boxes at crucial points filled with a combination of sand and salt. They provide a way to spread grit on icy surfaces to enhance traffic and prevent traffic accidents. Yes, definitely. In this case, however, the grit was rigged with a secret. Arno had sawed a hole in its bottom and strategically placed it over a manhole. His plan was to remain hidden in the sewer, enabling him to connect the money without having to approach the box from above. That's kind of genius. But things didn't go as planned, but apparently not genius enough. When the police officers, unaware of Arno's lurking below, deposited the money into the box, one of them questioned whether the concealed tracking device nestled among the counterfeit bills was activated. They're still in the counterfeit bills. Hearing this conversation through the bottom of the box, Arno swiftly bolted across the sewer system, emerging from a different manhole cover for his escape. A few hours later, a flock of journalists ambushed Inspector Dalecki, who was still busy scouring the parking lot for evidence. The only response he would offer to the media was his unofficial catchphrase, "I have nothing to say." Other handover attempts involved a remote control lorry, booby traps connected to fireworks, a miniature submarine, as well as a mountain gorilla trained in archery. Surely not. And even though I completely made that last one up, yes, thank you, I think you get the overall idea. It was a never-ending heist movie with a steadily growing fan base. But they did it 20 times and he didn't get his money. Where's he getting all the money to do this elaborate shit from? I thought he was running out. Yet despite Arno's brilliance and creativity, each of these ploys had led to nothing but another draw, followed by a subsequent phone call in which both teams paid respect to the other and wished good luck for their next matchup, so to speak. Good times. Good times. Pretty wild. The banality of evil. Now, you might have noticed the subtle shift in tonality over the last few pages. I have indeed. It's become more
ridiculous,
friendly. What started as a gloomy noir thriller gradually transformed into a light-hearted crime comedy starring Adam Sandler and Nicolas Cage. I'd watch the shit out of that. Perhaps you also sensed that at some point the focus shifted from the money to the thrill of the game. After all, there have been 20 failed attempts, so why even bother to continue? Either overhaul the strategy or stop entirely. There is a certain element of insanity in unsuccessfully trying the same thing again and again, unless, of course, you are participating purely for the heck of it. Perhaps Arno had become an adrenaline addict, or maybe the intellectual tug-of-war had outstripped the allure of any monetary reward. Maybe the true treasure was the enemies he made along the way. While there is certainly truth in these observations, the overarching situation was anything but fun and games. The dark underbelly persisted. Yeah, it's a lot of police time and effort and expense being wasted on this. By late 1993, Arno was officially broke. His family relied on social benefits, which strained his marriage to the point of regular fights. Supporting a son without a stable income proved challenging, as the ruling coalition of conservative and free market parties hated the poor and went out of their way to put needy families through every hardship that the constitution allowed. Wow, I didn't know Germany had that in the 90s. I imagine Germany, I don't know much about Germany's political situation, but I imagine it's a fairly robust welfare state. Today, wouldn't it be? It's Germany. It's got lots of money. They spread it around, don't they? Let me know, Germans, in the comments. Do you have a robust welfare state? I'd say the UK's welfare state is quite robust. It reminds me of that Mitchell and Webb sketch. You guys seen that show? It's amazing. And there's this one where the politician's having a discussion and some conservative politician, or I'm sure he's meant to be conservative, is like, listen, everybody, I just want to suggest, have you considered just killing the poor? Savage. So funny. With his back against the wall, Arno blew up 2 more card-stabbed locations after closing hours, one in Berlin and one in Bielefeld, which does, in fact, exist. I double-checked. Oh, that's the town. Was that Undercoding the Unknown? On this show? Or was it on this show? Where it was like, it's this town that people in Germany, they have this running joke that it doesn't exist. But instead of giving the police another easygoing call, Arno pens a letter, a very sinister one. Apparently, you still think I'm one willing to kill people, he wrote. You are leaving me with no other choice but to prove you wrong. If you use fake money one more time, I will do it. And thus, the narrative arc comes full circle in 2 ways. Just like in 1998, it was the mall's management that offered to pay the 1.4 million German marks that Arno requested, enough money to purchase either 2.25 million square meters of bubble wrap or approximately 36 giraffes, 55 on the black market. Is that the price of a giraffe? A giraffe so expensive? Seems like a lot. Also reminiscent of 1998, Arno reverted to his most basic approach, instructing the police to simply throw the money from a train, his least intricate yet most effective method so far. At this point, the entire German law enforcement found themselves at war with Scrooge McDuck. Everyone was involved in the case in some capacity. The higher-ups continued sifting through the seemingly endless list of suspects, while frontline staff nationwide were told to prepare for Day X. Yet, there was one crucial difference from the previous situation. As the calendar of 1993 approached its final chapter, the onset of Christmas season pulsated with relentless momentum. The malls had turned into entirely different universes, awash with a flickering light, silver garlands, and decorative tinsel that hung from the tall ceilings like icicles. The press of people was dizzying. Human rivers flowed with casual urgency, carrying shopping bags heavy with treasures. Children trotted alongside their parents, faces alight with the magic of the season, tugging at coat sleeves to point at mesmerizing window displays. And amidst the picturesque scene of festive merriment, lurked the ominous presence of an unidentified bomber who now posed a very credible threat of death and destruction. The emerging crisis was so deeply affecting public safety that it commanded the immediate involvement of the political realm. By early December, the Berlin Senator for Internal Affairs, recognizing the gravity of the situation, called Delecky into his office. The directive was clear and non-negotiable. Implement the non-confrontational fulfillment strategy. This was, as you may have guessed, a sophisticated euphemism for simply giving up. In this volatile period, bristling with unpredictability, the governing officials opted to not gamble with the stakes so high. Therefore, they set aside any elaborate schemes or underhand tactics, no snares, no surveillance devices, not a single hidden agenda. They were finally prepared to placate Arno with a straightforward payment. No strings attached. In a small office within the labyrinth of Berlin City Hall, Arno had been declared the winner. And then, a couple of weeks later, something extraordinary occurred. I mean, he's sort of the winner, but it doesn't end, because what's to stop him from doing it again? And then surely the police investigation will pick up, because he's not just gone quietly away with 1.4 million. Surely at some point he'll be back when he's spent the 1.4. The streets buzzed around Andreas Blum. There's a note for me, name changed upon request. Okay, a seasoned member of the Special Operations Unit. He was maneuvering an unmarked high-performance vehicle down a vibrant boulevard close to the heart of the city. Despite the surrounding bustle, Bloom's mind was engrossed in an imminent operation. He was tasked with preparations for the handover of a sizable 1.4 million marks. The high-stakes event required meticulous planning and left no room for error, hence the intense focus of his thoughts. Throughout the last several weeks, there have been several attempts to hand over the cash to the extortionists, yet it was Scrooge who had either failed to show up or asked to change the day, location, or method last minute, as if it suddenly lacked the self-confidence that had defined him before. As he neared a busy intersection, the traffic light flicked to red. Almost mechanically, Bloom shifted the car into neutral and gently pressed the brake pedal. The car slowed and came to a halt, offering him a brief moment of solitude amidst his high-octane life. During this moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the vehicle in front of him. It was a nondescript white car that blended seamlessly into the urban landscape, but something about it caught his eye. A small window at the rear granted a glimpse into the vehicle's trunk. Peering through the semi-transparent glass, Bloom discerned the shape of a bicycle, an ordinary, everyday item at first glance, yet its distinct details were eerily familiar. The rusted metal frame, the mismatched wheel spokes, and the seat covered in worn-out duct-tape leather. It wasn't just any bicycle. It was a distinctive one that had come across before in the line of duty. Was it the exact same bicycle Scrooge had used on the day of the dog poop incident? It perfectly matched his colleague's description. A rush of adrenaline then surged through Bloom's veins as he grabbed his radio device and relayed the number plate to Ulrich Tiller's office, who served as head of operations. Tiller immediately dropped everything and had the license plate checked. As it turns out, the vehicle in question was a rental car, currently held by a man named Arno Martin Franz Funke. In a subsequent documentary, Inspector Tiller would reflect on the unforgettable nature of that particular day. Quote, "The car had been leased precisely on the day scheduled for a money handover, and after the transfer had failed, the rental contract was extended until the follow-up handover attempt. Things like these do not happen by chance." The news spread like wildfire, searing its way through the tight-knit network of local and national police agencies. They quickly discovered a plethora of other strange coincidences that linked Arno to the crimes, albeit only via circumstantial evidence. The crucial element eluded them still: irrefutable proof, a proverbial smoking gun that would incontrovertibly reveal Arno to be behind the crimes that had shaken the nation. At this point, if they arrest him and bring him in and then search all his stuff, won't they find like the bomb-making stuff and the evidence of the money, and they can follow that and figure it out and get to... They've got this, circumstantial evidence, and now they're looking for proof. but I feel like the circumstantial evidence is enough to arrest him and then get that proof, although maybe they're going to be cleverer than that and like catch him in the act or something. In the weeks that followed, a select team of surveillance experts was dispatched with a singular task: to shadow Arno's every move. They watched with hawk-like precision as Arno went about his daily routines, each one seeming to be just as mundane as the last. Arno would drop his son off at the local kindergarten, his fatherly affection belying the monstrous accusations leveled against him. He would be seen shopping at the neighborhood supermarket, his grocery cart filled with the most ordinary of household items: bread, milk, a selection of fresh fruits and vegetables. His interactions with his neighbors were fleeting, yet polite. A quick nod, a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing that would indicate his potential for malevolence. In fact, his behavior was so impeccably ordinary, his face so remarkably unremarkable, that it began to sow seeds of doubt within the ranks of the observation unit. Could this unassuming average Joe really be a criminal mastermind without equal, a puppeteer pulling at the strings of chaos and destruction? The dichotomy was startling, and the quest for the truth unending. They had followed Arno for weeks without obtaining any concrete evidence. And then on the 22nd of April 1994, the day of the grand finale arrived. Surely you're expecting a dramatic climax, with Dlecki and Arno having a sword duel over the mouth of a volcano or something like that. Honestly, it's been so cinematic so far, it wouldn't surprise me. How does Catch Me If You Can end? How does he eventually get him? He finds him in the French get him, right? He gets him out of a French prison or something like that. Isn't that right? I should watch that movie again. It's been a while. I've seen it many times. It's so good. In the beginning of this episode, I stated that the case of Scrooge McDuck resembles an over-the-top Netflix series, but unfortunately, this includes the way things end, rather disappointingly and without a second season despite popular demand. Yeah, Netflix makes some cracking shows. I recently was watching, is it The Diplomat, about the American ambassador who gets sent to London with her husband and all of this stuff. Amazing. It felt like, it was like, clearly inspired by Sorkin's writing, and I enjoyed it a great deal, especially the early episodes. But then you see some other Netflix shows, and oh my god, this is such garbage. Not to name names, but there's some really bad Netflix shows. At roughly 5 p.m, Arno Funke entered a phone booth, called the police, introduced himself as Scrooge, and relayed some instructions regarding the still outstanding payment of 1.4 million marks. After he hung up, the harsh screech of tires echoed from every direction as policemen swarmed out of unmarked vehicles, their pistols trained on him like magnetic needles drawn to north. Arno nodded as if to say, well done, and with a mild smile on his face, after a short pause for dramatic effect, he loud and clearly declared, I am Iron Man. I mean Scrooge. He said, I am Scrooge. You know, there is this old expression which states, never meet your heroes, implying that getting to know a public figure would likely be a letdown. And sure enough, there is a common fallacy governing many fandoms and parasocial relationships, confusing the cultivated persona for the person behind it. This also applies to Simon, for instance. You may think of him as a chill and humble dude, but once you get to know him off screen, you might come to realize that the running gag about his basement prison is in fact not a joke, and we actually need help.
Help. Help.
The fact that you're saying it's not a joke makes it sound like it's not actually a joke and the police are going to come to my house. Why? Yet to every rule, there are exceptions, and one of those was Arno Funke. When the true face of Scrooge was revealed to the public, people fell in love with him all over again, as he not only confirmed their expectations, he exceeded them. There is a particularly surreal moment of television history that demonstrates my point very well. The scene unfolds within the austere confines of a Berlin detention center, a place you would expect to be thick with tension and trepidation. Arno is seen comfortably surrounded by a group of policemen, as if he was an esteemed member of their ranks. He doesn't appear to be a captive, but rather an old friend. He is seen sharing laughs with the officers, but not in a big-headed way. His smile relaxed, the absurdity of the situation underscored by a glint of boyish mischief in his eyes. Suddenly, a journalist materializes into the frame, thrusting a microphone under Arno's nose and quips, "Not exactly a great day for you, is it?" Arno chuckles a bit, casting a knowing glance at the officers as if they were all in on some grand joke, and sheepishly replies, "Oh well, a tad stressful, truth be told." Then he nonchalantly saunters off with the officers, disappearing around the corner. And the punchline to this whole charade, this bizarre theatre unfolded only half an hour after Arno's initial arrest. He had been put in handcuffs, he had been chauffeured to the detention center, and then he found himself before a camera immediately, whilst sharing laughs with the very people who had just arrested him after a 4-year-long manhunt. I think the big thing is he never hurt anybody. And that's a big thing. And it was
fun.
Oh, he did hurt some people, didn't he? There was that bomb that went off and they got the bomb shock or whatever it was called. But he never killed anybody, that's what I'll say. Inspector Delecky, however, was not present. When he heard about Scrooge's arrest, he escaped the hustle and bustle because his service was no longer required, as he put it. Instead of seeking the next best camera team in order to finally report on a success, he simply got into his car and drove into the sunset like an old-fashioned movie cowboy because he knew what would happen next. The world exploded. This would be the moment in the movie. Like, he catches his guy, it's all done, and then the cameras are waiting for him, and instead, he just gets into his car, and there's like a long shot of him just driving, staring off into the distance. Just driving. And then it fades to black. And then there's, like at the end of every based on a true story movie, there's pictures of the real people, and there's like text saying what happened next. That's where it would end, I reckon. Look, Netflix, I could direct that. I couldn't. I know nothing about direction. The media, but that would be a good ending. The media pounced on the arrest with an intensity matching the moon landing. Words cannot describe the metaphorical earthquake that shook the nation. A depressing day for anarchists, one news anchor stated, but also for many good citizens. The hero, Scrooge McDuck, has been both arrested and demystified. Another channel felt moved to the point of poetry and commented on it like this: "Dear Zeitgeist, you had such a beautiful symbol. Scrooge was a cult figure of all-round displeasure with the authorities. We as a society have constructed him, and we have created him in our own image." On the surface, a random extortionist had been caught that day. But this extortionist represented more than just a series of crimes. He indeed served as a reflection of his time, the essence of a nation in desperate search of an identity. Arno was a symbol for many things, but first and foremost, he embodied the overcoming of the inner German division. By blowing up iron department stores, he spoke from the soul of those who detested Western capitalism, and by humiliating the police, he deeply touched those who had still unresolved scars from the Stasi tyranny. Imagine a lens that concentrated all the pent-up emotions from 40 years of sorrow and yearning for unity. Though Arno had never cared much for politics, he became that lens. People did not see a criminal on their screens. They watched a piece of themselves. A Berlin newspaper captured the sentiment very well by printing a headline both hyperbolic and adequate: "Scrooge McDuck has been arrested for our sins." According to some YouTube comments on my previous episodes, people seem to assume that I'm rather old. Although I do consider myself ready for retirement, the hard evidence on my birth certificate suggests that I've barely turned 30. I also assume, I don't know why, Dennis, I also assumed for some reason you were older than me. And I'm 6 years older than you. Okay, this is important because I don't know why I assumed you were older.
Because he's so self-destructive, but he's so brilliant.
You just seem smart. Like, for some reason, all smart people have to be older than me. But it does feel that way sometimes, doesn't it? This is important because I have no first-hand experience with the political climate I tried to convey. I've never directly been affected by German division. Thus, the deep emotional tremors these evokes provoked in many are a matter of attempted empathy for me, not personal recollections. Besides, I perceive overly nationalistic mindsets as cartography-based esotericism. Therefore, I'm not connected to Germany through strong patriotic feelings. Being randomly born within these borders is not a personal achievement, not a part of my identity. As a result, I mean, yeah, I guess I feel similar. It's like, you're just born where you're born, aren't you? But it's part of my identity through it's the language that I speak, it's the culture that I was raised in. So in that way, it's part of my identity. It's not a large part of my identity, but it's definitely like being British is a part of who I am, I suppose. I don't take any pride in it. That would be different.
From Venezuela!
As a result, I really struggle to understand how some people had full-blown mental breakdowns upon Scrooge's downfall, collapsing in front of their TVs as if the world was ending. Then again, I suffered my last mental crisis after learning that Chester Bennington, who had always meant more to me than I could ever rationally explain, had died from depression. So I guess people felt roughly the same about Arno's arrest. I really don't know. Chester Bennington. There's no explanation. No, is this guy so famous that I should know who he is? And, oh my god, he's the first guy to come up under Chester. Chester Bennington. Chazzy Chess. Oh no, I'm on the Czech page. Let me see. Here's the English one. Was an American singer, best known as the lead vocalist of Linkin Park. Oh, I've heard of Linkin Park. I didn't know he died. Oh. Rest in peace. In the days that followed, journalists meticulously dissected every facet of Arno's existence. They sought out interviews with former colleagues, broadcasted exterior shots of his suburban residence, and ushered a parade of so-called criminal profilers onto their news sets, all the while stoking the fires of sensationalism to a fever pitch. Demonstrations of peaceful protest arose at the gates of Plotzency prison, with citizens insisting on Arno's immediate release. Yet despite these fervent pleas, Arno was not exonerated. well, not in the conventional sense. You see, the subsequent trial sharply contrasted with the nature of the crimes. It was remarkably uneventful. Evidence was scrutinized, witnesses testified, and legal arrangements volleyed back and forth. It's important to note the stark cultural divergence between Central Europe and the United States regarding judicial proceedings, as they're typically not designed for public amusement among civilized nations. Yeah. American courts are wild, like televised. It's like broadcast in the news. People follow along. There's a big show. People dance in front of a jury. It's great. I'm watching that show. I can't remember the name of it. Is it called Jury Duty? With the guy from James Marsden, the actor James Marsden, who I mostly know from as Spike from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but he's done loads of other shit. And he's in this show where there's a jury and he's the only... There's everyone's an actor except for this one dude. And I think he thinks he's part of a documentary, but really he's just being set up in this show. It's quite amusing. It's quite amusing. This is great because this way I can summarize the trial within a paragraph rather than sprawling across numerous chapters. But to inject a dash of suspense, Simon, feel free to take a brief pause and try and predict the verdict. It will be revealed in the next sentence. He's got to be guilty, right? I'm guessing guilty, and then a very, very light sentence is my feeling right now. He can't be not guilty. He's admitted to it. Or he's like saying, yeah, he's pleading guilty and he gets a light sentence. Surely he has to serve some time. Surely there's some time being served. Okay. At the trial, Arno was handed a sentence of 7 years and 9 months for aggravated predatory extortion. Okay. That seems reasonable. Surprisingly lenient, isn't it? No, I'd say that's fair. He didn't kill anybody. He intentionally didn't kill anybody. He tried to extort some people for money. I would say that's fairly fair, if not on the higher end of things. Like, this guy didn't hurt anybody. I'm all for people who murder people, like the people we cover on this show. I'm all for throwing them in prison and throwing away the key, to be honest, sometimes. But this seems fair. I mean, I'm probably fine with the punishment for the bombing stuff, but I would have expected 150 additional life sentences for infringing on the copyright of a Disney character. Irrespective of the circumstances, there exists an unequivocal boundary past which the severity of a crime simply cannot be tolerated. I'm looking at the cover of the book and knowing how litigious Disney is, I'm surprised he got away with this. Like, I know it's obviously a photograph of like a Disney toy, but Disney be like, that's our image. Disney's crazy with this. Oh, it's all in German. I'm like, who's took the photograph on the cover? It's all in bloody German. But all jokes aside, the public prosecutor was indeed not satisfied with the ruling, so he successfully appealed for a harsher punishment. A year later, the Berlin Regional Court concurred and extended Arno's incarceration to 9 years, albeit with the possibility of earlier release after just 6. During the trial, Arno's identity as Scrooge was never in question. Everyone knew he did it, and nobody contested that. The crux of the matter lay in his culpability. Multiple expert evaluations concluded early in the proceedings that Arno wasn't mentally stable during his criminal activities. He was battling severe depression, and as later discovered, he had suffered brain damage due to the exposure to toxic lacquer paint. Both factors could potentially lessen the severity of his punishment. The degree to which they should was at the heart of the debate. Judge Scholes ultimately determined Arno to bear diminished criminal culpability. He quoted several psychological evaluations in his ruling, according to which Arno had only possessed partial control over his actions due to his neurobiological challenges. However, the judge was also quick to emphasize that his conclusion was in no way trivializing the seriousness of Arno's actions. Yet when someone is accused of a crime they committed out of compulsion, you cannot hold them entirely accountable for that, can you? In all honesty, this line of reasoning had me stumped. While I certainly agree to the general idea of diminished culpability, I cannot bring myself to believe that this applies to Arno's case in any way. I can. I think I can. I believe he's responsible for his actions. I believe there's some amount of diminishment because he originally got into these crimes because he was depressed and he was like, I literally have nothing else to lose. I'm just going to see if I can feel something by being a criminal. That to me speaks of something unusual, and I think there is diminishment there. As for the later ones, I'm not so sure that applies, so I'd give him some diminished culpability on the first and then probably reduce the diminished culpability later. As mentioned before, I've discussed this case with a local psychotherapist who was super eager to lend her expertise, though she asked me to keep her identity private. I'm not sure if Simon is fully aware of this, but he's quite the household name here in Germany. Is that true? Is that true?
So you're going to tell your friends we're famous?
That's nice. I know Germany, you see, like, obviously, my content's in English, so you look at the things, like, America is by far the largest audience. Hello, Americans. There's so many of you. And then it's UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Did I say Australia? Like the big English-speaking countries. And then Germany. Maybe Germany's above South Africa. There's lots of Germans. But like the big English-speaking countries, and then Germany's always up there, which is nice. But it's a small percentage. But that's nice to know. Sometimes I feel like everyone follows at least one or two of his channels, thus being associated with him. It opens quite a lot of doors. Well, brilliant. I honestly did not know that or expect that. That's nice. This has been my experience in past episodes as well, with one notable exception. People were not only willing to help, they've been positively thrilled at the prospect. This is especially true when pronouncing your own name a little bit unclearly, so people assume they're going to be in a video written by Danny. Anyway, she asked me to, once again, make double extra super sure that she's not diagnosing anyone, as this would obviously require a comprehensive assessment on her part. She has never met Arno in her life, so everything below this line is to be considered speculation. She provided me with general knowledge. Projecting it onto Arno is your task, if you should want it. With that out of the way, there are a couple of things to say. First of all, depression is not usually correlated with criminal activities. Depressive disorders may come with a wide range of complex symptoms, but in most cases it entails a debilitating and all-encompassing lack of motivation to do even the most basic things, such as eating, working, or simply getting out of bed. Arno, in my personal opinion, was likely the most motivated person imaginable. The sheer amount of long-term planning, researching, and self-optimizing is essentially the opposite of the archetypal depressed person. This, of course, does not imply that Arno was not very seriously depressed. He certainly was. Any mental condition can manifest in a vast variety of ways, so a highly motivated depressed person is entirely within the realm of possibilities. But to say that the depression directly contributed to his criminal career does seem like a bit of a stretch to me. This is a psychologist? I don't know. It doesn't matter. An expert saying this. So obviously I'm wrong. But it did seem like it kind of kicked it off. He was so depressed, he was like, I've got nothing else to live for, so I might as well give crime a crack. Like, that does seem to be the instigating event, is his depression. There are mental disorders that can act as a catalyst for criminal activities, such as antisocial personality disorder or narcissism. However, none of these have ever been suspected in Arno's case, at least not to my knowledge, and even if they had, one must keep in mind that such statistical correlations only emerge within enormously huge sample sizes and must never be applied to individuals without conducting individual evaluations. Regarding the brain damage caused by the spray paint, it is safe to assume that this altered his decision-making abilities a lot. There are numerous case studies showing severe changes in temperament with people affected by similar poisons over long periods of time. Interestingly, those victims also tend to show substantial decline in intellectual ability, yet Arno managed to become the jigsaw of money transfer mechanisms while outwitting several thousand police officers for years. As a matter of fact, Arno had been subjected to an IQ test during the trial with a result of 145. Which is very high. That places him in the top 0.15% of the general population. One can only wonder what score he would have achieved if the brain damage had never occurred. As a reminder, just to make extra triple ultra mega sure, we're still only speculating here, but in my personal opinion, I'm still not entirely convinced. Somebody who could build bombs and multi-layered trap devices should also be able to conclude that it is ethically wrong to do so. And as a matter of fact, Arno did know he was doing wrong. He told us in his autobiography, remember? Taking his own words seriously, he was permanently plagued by a guilty conscience and ethical qualms. By presenting himself in a sensible, self-conscious light, he somehow refuted his own legal defense strategy. Then again, isn't Arno the epitome of inner contradictions in general? Yes, indeed. Look, I'm just a humble idiot with a keyboard. Yet I do feel like Arno was very aware of everything he did, and his actions felt very controlled. In a way, this must be considered a noble trait. I cannot recall any other true crime story with this amount of consideration on the culprit's part. Yeah, self-ownership is fairly rare in these stories. It's always someone else's fault. But at the same time, it is challenging for me to reconcile this image with the depiction of an unhinged maniac so bereft of control over his actions that one could absolve him of personal accountability. For me, these ideas simply do not harmonize. And I agree. I just don't think it's a black and white question of yes or no. I think it's grey, and I think to some degree, in my opinion, like, again, I'm not even a psychologist trying to analyze him, like, without seeing him. I'm just a dude with a microphone. But I think, to some degree, this affected him. Like, his brain was all poisoned from paint, and he was very clearly mega depressed. So, I think, yes, to some degree, but also, I'd say like 30% is where I'd say it's very specific.
And it wasn't because he wanted to be rich or famous. It was just because he wanted the world to stay beautiful.
That's my vibe. During his imprisonment, Arno received psychotherapy and a number of other treatments to address his neurological damage, resulting in a remarkable improvement in his overall well-being. The persistent state of disorientation and dizziness gradually dissipated completely, prompting Arno to later express profound gratitude for the medical care he received while incarcerated. In the retrospectives, Arno tended to downplay his time in jail, often referring to it as not that bad, despite the threat of boredom, his ever-present nemesis. In a twist of dramatic irony, his childhood experiences with confinement in barren rooms had somewhat equipped him with coping strategies for his incarceration. He once again found solace in his drawing pen and mental escape from his monotonous life in prison. He would keep his hands busy by working for a satirical magazine called Uhlenspiegel, where he contributed both caricatures and cartoon sketches. This engagement would extend even beyond his time behind bars. As a second method, that's nice. He's got a job, a creative job while in prison, not a prison job like folding laundry, but an actual outside job. And does he get paid for this? Because then he'll build up a nice little sum of money for when he gets out, right? As a second method to subduing the ticking clock, Arno had even opted to attend the prison church services, an unusual choice for a non-believer, though better than nothing, I suppose. A consistent stream of fan mail in volumes verging on the unimaginable furnished further distraction from the dreary walls. However, with each passing week, the pile of fresh letters dwindled. Arno's stint in prison barely exceeded the absolute minimum duration. After just 6 years and 4 months, he was granted early release for good conduct. On the 13th of August 2000, Arno regained his freedom. From handcuffs, I realized I was a bit... Earlier on, I was kind of oh, he only got 7 years feels fair and stuff. But then now I'm thinking about that, and it's he built bombs. He was a terrorist, basically. Which... Now I feel terrorists have to go to prison for a long time. So I'm feeling this is more and more leaning towards lenient/fair. From handcuffs to handshakes. Upon his release in the summer of 2000, Arno found himself in a world transformed, arguably for the better. Political tensions had abated, and faith in law enforcement was largely restored. Arno, once a beacon of dissidence, was no longer needed in that role, and as fate would have it, he was no longer available for the job anyway. He stepped onto the stage of freedom as a reformed man, a reborn phoenix, on a quest to find peace and quiet beyond Scrooge McDuck. Or so he claimed, but was this actually the case? I'd say a big potential yes, because he went to prison and he got psychotherapy and treatment for his, I assume, for the paint stuff, but also for his depression. So entirely possible that he is now a different, or not a different person, but a non-depressed, less paint-poisoned individual. You see, accusations of calculated fame-seeking had frequently been hurled at Arno. It is certainly not far-fetched to arrive at this conclusion, though it must be said that Arno consistently and somewhat convincingly refuted these allegations time and again. I don't know, if I was in this dude's position, I'd be yeah, I'm going to write an autobiography and I'm going to go on a speaking tour. Hell yeah, pay me! Let's make some money! Legitimately, about my crimes. But that's fine. You can talk about you've served your time. Just make sure in those speeches that you don't reveal crimes that you didn't reveal before, okay? His original plunge into criminality was obviously not driven by the allure of fame. I think we can all agree on that. Whether he grew fond of his anonymous notoriety throughout his subsequent career remains largely a matter of speculation, but I don't think so. Up to the point of his arrest, Arno never engaged with his cult following. He never released a public statement. He never addressed his fan base in any way whatsoever. He did, however, try really hard to keep his star burning after his prison time. There! He's an ex-con. His career prospects are not going to be brilliant now. So, fair enough. Fair enough. An astonishing array of interviews stand as testament to this, supplemented by an even more extensive parade of appearances in various entertainment programs. For example, Arno navigated the Australian wilderness of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It. No, he didn't. A brain-dead reality show where minor celebrities face a jungle-themed boot camp, challenged both physically and in their ability to withstand the dumbest dialogues imaginable. Yes. Yeah, I think I saw the first season of that when I was a kid. It's bad. He also competed in the culinary arena of The Perfect Dinner, Celebrity Edition, vying against other familiar faces to prove his prowess in both cooking and hosting. Mind you, these are but the tip of the iceberg when it comes to his lowbrow reality TV engagements. Let it be known that I undertook the masochistic task of sifting through all of these appearances, a multi-day marathon of misery that left me emotionally drained, hollow and dead inside. Yeah, reality TV has an ability, doesn't it? It has an ability to do that. Also, I've mentioned the overabundance of interviews, but the funny thing is, a lot of them were entirely unrelated to his crimes. One that particularly surprised me was about personal finance. You'd think Arno was the last person you should ask about financial responsibility. Yet there he was, featured on a major podcast sponsored by Sparkasse, a major German bank. I know Sparkasse. In Germany, I'm always like, Sparkasse. It's spelled Sparkass.
Sparkass. It is arguably the second most pointless semi-business related podcast on YouTube, but one line that had me especially stumped was this. Arno, according to his own statement, does not carry around a passport because when making large purchases via credit card, he can identify himself by Googling his name on his phone and showing the results to whoever asks for his papers. Wait, why would, when you're paying by credit card, would anyone ask for your ID? Is that a German thing? Is that a German thing? I feel like that's happened to me, and it might have been in Germany. And I was like, what? Like, what do you mean? And it's like, okay, I guess I'll just take out my passport and show it to you. This claim not only strikes me as extremely pretentious, but it's also presumably bogus. Yeah, look, as a person who could do that, I would never do that. It's super pretentious and weird. And people will be like, it's just more, stop causing me a hassle. Just show me your ID card. Because obviously there is a policy that I have to see your ID card, not Google you. Because that's how the rules work. It's like if Bill Murray came in. They'd still be like, Bill, I know it's you. I can see it's you, but I still need to see your ID, Bill. Because that's the rules, Bill.
I'm sorry? What was that again?
I'm a god.
You're a god.
Everyone not named John Smith will find their face on Google, yet there is good reason why nobody will accept this as a legal document. Can you tell apart Simon and the Vsauce guy from images alone? Yes, I look completely different to the Vsauce guy, whose name is Michael.
Well, that guy.
Delving deeper into the vast expanse of Arno's media footprint, a glaring contradiction emerges. The Arno seen in most contexts is a self-effacing figure, modest, self-spoken, and prone to underplay his importance with a tense posture that makes him appear smaller than he was. He often gives the impression as though he's dragged in front of the camera against his will, but in stark contrast, Arno did pop up in the public eye constantly. Well, I think that's part of the thing, isn't it? Like, if you are hesitant or appearing hesitant, then it's more exciting. Even if you're actually not hesitant at all and you're giving an interview about personal finance when you stole money. He was involved with political campaigns by endorsing left-wing parties and designing their election posters, even though he had claimed to be a non-political person before. In 2007, he even had his own stage show consisting of satirical stories, caricatures, and film spots. He then appeared on a British game show called The Heist, where he took the role of an in-game extortionist. The Arno Funke cinematic universe is almost as large as your mum. Since roughly 2010, however, the frequency of his gigs has steeply thinned out. Even though he continued to work for Eulenspiegel, he vanished more and more from the limelight and withdrew to a secluded life. This shouldn't be too much of a surprise, given that Arno had entered his 70s and so, like a wizened sage, retreated into the quiet embrace of his own legend. In the first draft of this episode, this line marked the point at which I slowly transitioned to the final wrap-up. But then an unexpected insight dawned on me. You may have noticed that this episode, while recounting true fact, is partially not written in the style of a report, but rather like a novel. It was indeed. I've said this many times reading this. I'm like, this feels like I'm reading a nice book. Got the book reading, vibes. I tinkered with this concept in previous scripts, and the positive response spurred me on to continue the experiment. But it opens Pandora's box of challenges. You see, crime novels often hinge on the intimacy of their characters, painting the storyline with such vibrant details that the audience feels part of the unfolding drama. They offer a voyeuristic journey into the minds of the protagonists, immersing readers into their thoughts and feelings. This is a feat easily accomplished when the characters are products of fiction. As the author, you can simply assign them an interior cosmos at will. However, when venturing into the realm of true crime, this liberty is unavailable. So how did I navigate this conundrum? Although this is probably obvious to everybody, let me still spell out a reminder. The nature of this genre demands a degree of artistic interpretation. Any thoughts, emotions, and internal experiences ascribed to the individuals involved are not direct quotes unless indicated as such. They are conjectures derived from an in-depth study of available interviews, reports, biographies, and other related material. I got an email the other day.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
There's another unnamed person who covers another YouTube channel that is not similar to this one, but occasionally will do a story that is similar or like covers the same person. I got an email from someone being like, "Hi, I really enjoyed your podcast, but it'd be nice if you could have gone into some of the other details as covered on this channel." And I'm like, that channel's semi-fictionalized, right? They're taking the bones of a story and they're adding a ton of stuff on top of it which isn't necessarily fact and not presented as fact. That's the vibe of the channel. And I just realized, I'm like, what? And then I realized, this person thinks it's all not embellished, that it's all like just deeper research. And I'm like, that's not what that is. I report on facts. There's no embellishment. And they just thought that this unnamed other channel is all facts when it's not. It's stories. Which was like weird, like sort of insulting, but also weird. Most involved parties have repeatedly presented their feelings towards the case throughout the years, allowing me to heuristically incorporate their inner landscape into this script. But on top of that, as teased in the introduction, I reached out to the elusive mastermind himself and asked for a personal interview as a method to further refine my model of his character. I did not really expect him to reply, let alone agree to my proposal, but after some reluctance on his part and some persistence on mine, he ultimately accepted the invitation. Our conversation took place toward the end of my research phase. In preparation for the big day, I'd spent some time revisiting his past interviews, only to notice a recurring pattern among them. By asking mostly dull and unapologetically biased questions, they portrayed Arno in a thoroughly positive light. In most cases, this seemed to be intentional, with the journalists even introducing themselves as huge fans. I committed to a different approach. I'd not uncritically facilitate Arno's self-portrayal, but instead I intended to probe, to challenge, to respectfully ask the hard-hitting questions. Yeah, that's a absolutely solid and better interview technique. It's not a puff piece, just go in neutral. Not good, not bad, tell me a story. I like that. It's important to mention, however, that parts of our exchange have already been incorporated throughout the previous chapters. For brevity's sake, I'll elegantly sidestep the repetitive elements, though it will make the interview appear shorter than it really was. The initial segment of the conversation delved into the peculiar affinity between him and the German populace. When I broached the subject of the immense and arguably misdirected sympathy Scrooge McDuck had been receiving, his retort was contemplative and even-tempered, albeit somewhat anticipated. He unequivocally confirmed that it had never been his objective to incite such a whirlwind of public attention. Although he had foreseen a certain amount of media exposure, he found himself unprepared for the variety that was enthusiastically rallying behind him. Arno further emphasized that having a fan base did not influence his decision-making in any way. The positive feedback did not push him to continue, he explains, and there is a convincing argument to back this up. As the buzz amplified, so did the resources committed to the investigation, inadvertently turning every new admirer into a catalyst for a potential capture. After all, the key to his eventual downfall was the casual recognition of his bicycle. One could imagine a parallel reality where Scrooge's case commanded less attention, resulting in a smaller-scaled investigation that occupied fewer officers' minds night and day. In this universe, it's entirely possible that such an elusive detail could have been overlooked. I then asked Arno for his theories as to why people loved Scrooge quite so much. Echoing my own hypothesis, Arno concurred that people's fondness for his wrongdoings was primarily an expression of latent distrust towards law enforcement. But Arno also acknowledged the entertaining nature of his crimes, as he, too, was thoroughly entertained by the discussions and theories that emerged on screen. The choice of his alias, for instance, held no deep meaning. As he had drafted his ransom note demanding the Uncle Scrooge greets his nephew's newspaper ad, his gaze merely chanced upon his son's school bag featuring the character. While he had a passing familiarity with Scrooge McDuck's greedy traits, he had been anything but a Disney aficionado. Consequently, any complex connections drawn between his illicit activities and the animated duck were purely coincidental, yet irresistibly fascinating to him. Despite the passing of time, many still tie you closely with your infamous history. How does this perception impact you? His reply came instantly, but in the form of a question. Well, isn't it a good thing to be liked? People like Scrooge, and I am Scrooge. This statement perplexed me, as it directly contradicted several previous interviews. With unshakable certainty, Arno had consistently emphasized the difference between his former criminal avatar and his true self. Possibly recognizing his Freudian slip in my puzzled reaction, he quickly transitioned to a different topic. Fan mail. He proceeded to elaborate on the countless sentimental letters he had amassed over the years. Up to this day, requests for autographs would pop up among his correspondence, a testament to his long-lasting popularity. Occasionally, he'd even receive heartfelt notes from police officers praising him with phrases like, "You were genuinely one of the good ones." Alongside these affirmations, expressions of gratitude had found their way to him, credited to the valuable tactical lessons the law enforcement agencies had gleaned from working his case. Now, if you're raising an eyebrow right now, yeah, I'm pretty skeptical of that. You're not alone. I initially did not believe this either, yet when I indulged in some fact-checking afterwards, I concluded that his bragging was likely rooted in truth. Although the press office of the German Federal Police did confirm that their tactics are subject to continuous revision and optimization, that seems like the most generic government reply ever. Or, what's the Glomar response? We cannot confirm nor deny. They chose not to comment on any specifics regarding the case in question, so I did some digging myself, sifting through police manuals and trainee officer study material. Is that stuff public? That's cool. An endeavor as thrilling as it sounds. Maybe it's not so cool. Maybe it's boring. I will spare you the details. However, claim that Arno had influenced the way things are being handled nowadays is not completely untrue, leaving a realistic possibility that people did send him thank you cards. Then again, it is worth noting that current strategic guidelines are heavily shaped by more recent factors, such as advances in forensic technology and legal reform. As far as I can tell, Scrooge McDuck is not a part of the 2023 curriculum. His encounter with hateful remarks, or lack thereof, was another topic of discussion. Not even once was his succinct response. So you never randomly run into someone scolding you for your crimes? I asked. Nope. Never. I think I've told this story before. I've only, people send me emails all the time being like, I didn't like this! Or on Twitter, I don't like your take on this, Factor Boy. And it's like, okay, cool. It's only ever happened to me once in real life. It's like, I must have told this story. It was super uncomfortable. I was just in a pub having a drink, and some guy comes up to me and starts having a go at me about something. And I'm like, bro, this is not appropriate. And he leaves. Only once, though. Only once. Everyone's usually super nice. Venturing deeper into the delicate territory, I asked Arno if he's ever worried about inspiring potential copycats, given the cult-like fanbase that had surrounded him. No, he replied after some consideration. I was busy with my own issues, so I never thought about that during the time. Looking at it with the benefit of hindsight, I probably should have. This interview will reach an audience of roughly 150,000 people, I explained. There is a chance that someone watching will feel inspired by your achievements. Is there a message that you'd like to share for someone who could potentially misconstrue your career? 150,000? And a little bit. Well, we have to do the podcast. The podcast adds a whole bunch to that. And I hope this is a long one. I think over the long term, this will get more than 150k. It's super hard to predict, especially because there's no horrible murder in this episode. Most horrible murder ones tend to do better. Yes, he said, don't do it. I got away with it for years, but you will not. With all the forensic tools available nowadays, you have no chance of succeeding. I waited for a moment, giving him the opportunity to add the moralistic addendum I was expecting, but instead he followed it up with this. You should especially not try this in other global regions. He then referred to the dog poop incident the day the officer had grabbed his jacket and Arno had barely managed to slip away. If this happened in another country, they would have shot me in the back. It's not worth the risk. Frankly, this pragmatic response did not sit well with me, as it marked a tonal shift in our conversation. Despite offering him a golden opportunity to show remorse, he had chosen to lament the personal risks that come with aggravated extortion. While Arno may have misunderstood my query, it felt more like an accidental revelation of his true priorities. Again, it is entirely possible that I completely misinterpreted the situation, but I was struck by a sudden suspicion that further intensified throughout the upcoming questions. Let me explain. Arno has consistently portrayed a profound consideration for ethics. We've witnessed this multiple times throughout the last 47 pages. We've been here a while, haven't we? But what if beneath the surface, his moral commitments did not truly hold that much weight after all? On countless previous occasions, Arno had elaborated on his decision to spare the innocent, even though the strategy deprived him of leverage. If he had killed random bystanders every now and then, the task force may have been more inclined to give him real money rather than paper scraps. This train of thought is plausible, and in consequence, he has won admiration for his moral integrity. Everyone was convinced that Arno had willingly accepted personal disadvantages to uphold his honorable principles. There's also the thing of if you kill someone, they are, that's murder. That's terrorism where someone dies, right? That's a different crime. That's going to get a different response from the police. I guess it was back in the day, but phones are going to be tapped. They were doing that anyway. I feel like there would be more attention to it, surely. But hear me out. Remember 5 minutes ago when I mentioned his concerns about having huge publicity as this increased the investigation's efforts? Now imagine what would have happened with the scale of the investigation if Arno had decided to become a mass murderer. You see what I'm getting at? Though morality certainly has played a huge role in this decision, it may have also been about risk management. But wait, there's more. In the 90s, the maximum punishment for blowing up places was surprisingly lenient as long as it did not entail any human victims. Also, Arno, walking Encyclopedia Funke, was likely aware of this fun fact. So again, ethical compass or calculated risk mitigation, we'll come back to this in a second. And again, I don't think it's one or the other. It's not black and white. It's like, hey, look, I don't have to kill people. That's a win. I don't think, yeah, and that's a win, sure. And then also, less crime, it's a lesser crime. I think that's also a win. I think it can be both at the same time. Discussing Arno's post-prison life was an intriguing odyssey as well. His process of realigning with society or finding his role in the new millennium played no part in our exchange because Arno preferred to paint vibrant pictures of his adventures in television, reveling amidst the glitz and glam of countless appearances. He wove a tale of glamour and fame, obviously attempting to impress me. He failed. I've seen most of his performances. However, the childlike joy he had derived from these televised escapades was palpable, both in his passionate recounts and, upon reflection, in the warm glow his on-screen smile had elicited. In the grand tapestry of Arno's life, one marked by a consistent struggle to coax joy from the recesses of his brain, these TV appearances emerged as unlikely springs of happiness. Sometimes joy blooms in the most unforeseen corners, and if Arno's happy place was the stage of low-budget television shows, then who am I to judge? In all honesty, well, good for him. Yeah, that's fine if that's what he's into. Cool. Then again, without providing me even a slither of opportunity to interject, Arno transitioned to another grandiloquent story about a certain Hollywood producer who once sought him out with a staggeringly lucrative offer. This blockbuster magnate had allegedly proposed to transform Arno's kaleidoscopic life into a silver screen epic, a large screen production for the international market. Arno claims that it entertained the idea for a time, even skillfully negotiated the licensing fee skywards, but after some consideration, he ultimately declined the offer, citing only a single and somewhat surprising reason: he didn't like the style of American movies. This would be a cracking American movie. To say it mildly, I had some doubts about the veracity of this. Arno, a man who had orchestrated the destruction of over half a dozen shopping malls for financial gain, now claimed to have dismissed a veritable fortune out of some newfound artistic conviction. This begged for further scrutiny, yet I neither managed to confirm his story, nor was I able to refute it. I guess we will never know for sure. I think it's entirely possible that someone was interested in this story and even offered him money, whether he refused it or he fell apart. Like this, producers are like the flakiest individuals that I've ever come across in the entertainment industry. Like, they'll be like, we'll do this, we'll do that, and then they'll be like, we're not doing that, we're not doing this. Or just like ghost you. So I do believe that someone came to him with this and it probably just fell apart, or maybe he really didn't want to do it. I got no reason to doubt him. That's fine. But here's the kicker. Arno would indeed give the thumbs up to a miniseries chronicling his life's escapades, but under the production of Bavaria Film Studios, a German company. One might quibble over the artistic merits of US blockbusters, but I dare say it is a universally acknowledged truth that German cinema is fucking horrible. I don't know. I realize I don't think I've seen any German movies, and I have seen like movies from other countries. So I don't know. Maybe there's some good German movies. Arno's supposed dedication to filmic excellence could not really have been a significant factor if he turned down Hollywood, but at the same time greenlit Bavaria Film Studios for a much smaller payout at that. Although I remain open to this being proven incorrect, this consistency nudges my suspicion that there never was a Hollywood offer in the first place. I then mentioned a couple of other famous German crimes, curious to hear his thoughts on cases other than his own. Unfortunately, he didn't display much interest in the broader world of true crime, thus I quickly shelved the topic. However, the question of paramount importance was still lurking in the shadows, unbeknownst even to me. What is that question? You see, I was under the false pretense that we had nearly checked off all of the essential subjects from our list, leaving no room for any surprise game changer. But oh boy, was I wrong. Everything we talked about converged on a question seemingly so trivial and unassuming, yet it would become the most important one. If you had the chance to ask Arno one final question, what would it be? What would be a worthy conclusion to this topic? I aim to end on a positive note, so I offered Arno one final conclusive chance to emphasize his remorse. Thus I landed on the closing query, taking into account all that has transpired. Do you believe becoming Scrooge McDuck was ultimately worth it? This inquiry made Arno giggle, and then he said, there are questions better left unanswered. I mean, how could it not be worth it? He was before his criminal escapades, he was on the verge of suicide. He was super depressed. And then he did something that he found interesting. He hurt a few people. He cost a huge amount, I'm sure, in like police time and money. But then he went to prison for a while. But it seems in prison, he got the treatment that he needed for his depression and the toxic brain stuff, the paint stuff. And then it seems to me he's in a much better place now, thanks to all of this, than he was before it all happened. So I think the answer has to be yes, and he seems to rather like his celebrity. So yeah. TikTok is all a mock. Hold on a second. That's it? No, not a single death? For heaven's sake, Dennis, you subjected us to a veritable saga about explosions for 3 eternal hours. I can't remember. I've stopped the camera multiple times. So I don't have an accurate clock of how long this episode is. I think it's more than 3 hours, right? I'm looking at the time. We're actually 3 minutes into this section. I had a little break. I've had many little breaks. And not one single soul found themselves scattered to the four winds. Well, yeah. This is quite a funny story, actually. You see, I originally proposed a script covering a different non-violent incident, a spectacle of fraud and manipulation that stripped a French noble family of their wealth and fortune. However, Simon instructed me to zero in on our typical cash crim murder formula instead. Yeah, I did, because it's like those are the ones that no people will watch. So I supplied him with a medley of other suggestions harvested from the comment section of earlier episodes. Without a moment's hesitation, Simon confidently selected the only other item from the list which explicitly stated it would not fit the time-honored formula either. The ways of the Lord are inscrutable. I don't know, look, you know earlier I said you have that gut feeling when you've got experience doing something. My experience is YouTube, like finding topics that work on YouTube. And I stand by the fact that this is, just looking at the title of this one and the pitch from Dennis, this is much more interesting than the French noble family and their manipulated fraud. And, well, I'm like, even that, I couldn't remember what Dennis had just told me about it. And in my mind, that's like, it's not interesting. Maybe it is, but it's not interesting enough to click on. Whereas this one, I was just like, that is. And maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe this won't get a lot of views. But I got the feeling this is a good one. However, people have swelled speculations that Arno, had he been left to his own devices for a little longer, could have eventually arrived at the path of death. Entering the highly speculative territory again, one could probably imagine a Scrooge McDuck beyond that final boundary. You surely recall the ominous correspondence penned by Arno, dispatched a few weeks prior to his capture. Some of you may argue that Arno, who had earned himself a reputation for acting on his threats, should be taken at face value when he announced an act of blood. Yet I don't think so, for a plethora of reasons. Firstly, presumed innocent until proven guilty. We cannot condemn someone for deeds he may or may not have committed in a fictional situation that we made up. Yet, beyond that obvious rationale, my intuition veers towards a positive image of Arno after all. Look, the Arno Funke of today is in fact the opposite of danger. Though I laid out some inconsistencies that could have put the authenticity of his remorse into question, I can vow without a doubt in my mind that he had left prison as a reformed person, someone I would trust with my children if I had any. While I acknowledge the subjectivity of this impression, he strikes me as someone who has finally achieved inner tranquility after a desperate quest that led him through one dark place after another. His aura radiates a sense of calmness and equilibrium, reminiscent of a Buddhist monk serenely enveloped in the bliss of nirvana, with a subtle smile that conveys deep and inaccessible enlightenment. In less poetic words, he's just a dude making art nowadays. In fact, he has lived an innocent life for far longer than I have. But even in previous times, when queried about the risks his actions posed, Arno's responses were nothing short of compassionate and genuine. He vehemently rejected the idea of disregarding the paramount value of human life, and the mere thought of playing fast and loose with anyone's well-being filled him with a visible revulsion on multiple occasions. Either he was telling the truth, or he is the best actor to have ever lived. Having watched hours of his reality TV appearances, I can confidently assert that he was not the latter. There are many... I guess reality TV is a bit of acting, isn't it? Because it's always a bit fake. There are so many perspectives to look at this. Some may view Arno as a troubled egomaniac, evading murder merely to diminish his own punitive consequences, never truly caring for anyone but himself. Others might see him as a desperate soul battling depression, resorting to heavy artillery against his inner demons, yet remaining steadfast to his core moral principles. Some might paint Arno as an unsung genius, his brilliance wasted due to a less than fortunate start in life. Alternatively, one might see him as a showman, craving the limelight, or as an individual finding joy in public attention after years of loneliness. Seeking the glow of fame is not inherently suspicious of anything. I feel Simon would agree with this. Of course I would agree with this. Otherwise it's like, what's Simon's game? What's he trying to do? Spread misinformation? No, it's just, I like making things and getting paid to make things. It's nice.
I love it.
I think with this, as I've said many times, I don't think it's one of these things. I think it's several of these things together. Like, it's not black and white. It's not yes or no. It's this and this and this and that. A little bit of each. I started this episode with a bold statement. Crime has a lot of faces, yet upon closer inspection, most of them look terrifyingly human. Arno is a prime example of this. Though he did horrible things that I could never endorse, I do feel a sense of understanding and empathy. Though you're free to disagree, I rate this episode a negative 2 out of 10 on the Pedro Lopez scale of evil. Again, blowing up buildings is not acceptable, even those that are devoid of human life. There is undeniable moral guilt in property damage, extortion, and threatening to kill people if your demands are not met, even if you never planned on following through with it. But Arno, in my personal opinion, doesn't fit the scum that would usually cover. Not in the slightest. He has earned his spot on this channel not by being a bloodthirsty monster, but due to the glimpse behind the veil of human nature that his story offered. I entirely agree, and I've not met the dude, but I like the fact that this episode hasn't been filled with blood and horror. It's a nice break for me, even though I have almost spent the entire day recording this episode with breaks and lunch and the other little tasks. I've recorded nothing else today. This has been my entire project. In 2011, more than a decade after his release, Arno had arranged his final meeting with Michael Dalecky by the railway tracks. But instead of money, they would exchange anecdotes from their intertwined past, as well as a conciliatory handshake. Dalecky, who had retired in 2008 due to partial hearing loss, was evidently willing to forgive Arno by separating the crimes of Scrooge McDuck from the person that now stood in front of him. I see both wisdom and beauty in this attitude, and I think this image serves as a perfect closing shot. Dismembered appendices. Solving crimes is hard. Here at the Casual Criminalist, we have a long-standing tradition of shitting all over the police, and it is admittedly an entertaining habit. Yeah, I mean, when they do bad jobs, but in this one, I felt when are you going to resign? I was on the police's side with this one. This guy was competent and good at not getting caught, and the police ended up catching him and did a pretty good job overall, I would say. In all fairness, there are countless valid reasons for doing so, ranging from poor judgment calls in specific investigations to broader systemic flaws. Intense debates surrounding police misconduct have been forefront in numerous societies in recent years, and rightfully so. As an individual of Middle Eastern descent, I carry my share of skepticism courtesy of the all-too-frequent random police checks that I've encountered. And as a regular participant in protests against right-wing extremism, environmental degradation, and pseudoscientific ideologies, good for you, I've also had my fair share of less peaceful interactions with law enforcement. Although I live by don't hate the player, hate the game philosophy, rest assured that I have no personal inclination to paint an unmerited rosy picture of the police. With that being said, let me highlight that Inspector Dalecky is in fact a f***ing genius, easily on par with Arno. I feel that this... You misspelled genius on purpose, Dennis. I feel like this episode might have led you to... Wait, do I not know how to spell genius? Look up. No, I know how to spell genius. That's got to be a joke, right? Because I genuinely believe that Dennis has better English than I do. I feel like this episode might have led you to another verdict on his skill as an investigator. As an investigator, a misperception I need to rectify. You see, the German clearance rate for violent crimes barely exceeds 57%, which seems surprisingly low, but still ranks rather high in international comparison. Dalecky significantly surpassed this benchmark, yet even the greatest investigators will have their failures every once in a while. It's statistically inevitable. His investigation into Arno's case might not have led to the desired outcome, with Arno's capture resulting mostly from luck rather than strategic sleuthing, thus stating that Dalecky lost the duel against Arno is probably correct. However, this does not mean that he was incompetent in any way, and he certainly did not deserve the media storm that publicly humiliated him for years. Consider Sherlock Holmes, the archetype of a perfect investigator, and even he couldn't fully crack the case in 9 out of his original 56 short stories. Really? Sherlock Holmes had unsolved ones? Was there really 56? I feel like I've read quite a lot of Sherlock Holmes stories. There are 56 of them. This episode contained not one, but 2 prodigious minds. Personally, I do not think Dalecky ever truly blundered. He was consistently just one step behind a marginally smarter opponent who never gave him any opportunity to gain the upper hand. It's like playing chess against Magnus Carlsen, but he goes first, and is free to change the rules at his discretion. You're playing Magnus Carlsen, you're going to get destroyed anyway. There is no shame in losing such a game. Inspector Dalecky has made his mark on many high-profile investigations, solving cases with even worse odds thanks to his brilliance. There's a good chance I will retell some of them in the future, if Business Daddy allows it. Yeah, I hope so. Let's see how this giant episode does, and we'll go from there, shall we, Dennis? Explosions are fun, and barely illegal. Look, I'm certainly not a lawyer, so please don't take this as legal advice, but while leafing through the reports on Arno's trial, I couldn't help but chuckle at Germany's oddly lenient regulations on explosions. Actually, let me quote the law directly. Any person who causes an explosion other than by releasing nuclear energy, namely by means of explosives, and thereby endangers the life or limb of another person or property of significant value to others, shall be liable to a custodial sentence of not less than 1 year. Well, that says not less than 1 year, so it could be very, very long. So, if I'm reading this right, you could technically have a blast, haha, as long as no one gets hurt and no significant property value is harmed. Oh, okay. But then it doesn't specify for that situation. And even if they are, 1 year of incarceration could be all it takes to square things off. And in case you're curious about the nuclear part, well, we've got that covered too. Again, a direct quote. Any person who causes an explosion by releasing nuclear energy and thereby negligently endangers the life or limb of another person or property of significant value should be liable to a custodial sentence from 1 to 10 years. Wanted you to set off a nuclear bomb? 10 years maximum. So a nuke gets you a year too. That's just insane, unless they hold you accountable for the thousands of other laws you'd violate in the process, which is probably how it would work now that I think about it. Exactly. They're going to be like, hey, you also murdered like 50,000 people, so gavel's coming down on that one. The Scrooge case is considered among Germany's best-known crime stories, and the available sources are correspondingly extensive. Yet it is a massive misconception to think that more sources automatically means more clarity. Now, oftentimes it can mean like just more blurriness and more false facts. Each new source offered slight discrepancies to the previous ones concerning both minute details and substantial elements. The deeper I drilled, the less certain I became about several aspects while slowly losing my sanity. Take, for instance, Arno's autobiography. On page 50, Arno confidently claims that he did not have to worry about police helicopters in 1988 because there were none at the time. Yet in a televised documentary, he recounted the distinct drone of a helicopter's blades hovering overhead. The same documentary also proposed that Inspector Dalecki was called onto the Hamburg bombing case only after receiving Arno's letter, a point that directly contradicts several reputable newspaper articles asserting his immediate involvement. Adding to the confusion, Dalecki claimed in another interview that Arno had bagged 1 million marks in 1988, a figure that in fact was only half that size. The list could go on for another hour. I managed to reconcile some discrepancies, but only because I detected them. It is possible, if not likely, that other inconsistencies have slipped through unnoticed. If you have any insider knowledge beyond the contents of this video, feel free to let me know. We may pin a comment highlighting correlations and additional information, as we have occasionally done so on previous episodes. In examining these accounts, we must also recognize that each participant has their personal stake in the story. Arno naturally is inclined to depict himself in a positive moral light, especially because each of his words were subject to a major court case back in the day. This is why I tried to rely on his biography as rarely as possible. Similarly, the police version of events strives to eschew any hint of their alleged incompetence, which is also fair to some degree. Truth is a subjective concept by nature, and as I've mentioned before, even eyewitnesses are significantly less reliable than one might expect. Yeah, it comes up often. Please also note that I did not record the interview with Arno in any way, as agreed upon. Therefore, I wrote it down from memory about 45 minutes after our exchange had ended. Some nuances might have been lost in the process. Lastly, I've trimmed this story drastically, all caps, underlined, by skimming over or completely omitting several events. This was necessary to keep the episode below the 15-hour threshold. Remember, there were more than 20 attempted money handovers in total, and I presented only 5 of them directly. The pace of events may therefore appear skewed or stretched at some points. Leaving out the miniature submarine side quest or the one with the remote-controlled lorry was a hard decision to make, but I feel like this video was way too long already. It's nearly 5 o'clock and I started this morning.
Been here all week?
Yeah.
I also left out some important characters for the same reasons, such as Inspector Martin Texter, who had played quite a big part in the investigation, as well as the myriad of so-called profilers who have successfully muddied the waters throughout the years. Simon asked for a maximum of 10,000 words. But here at Criminalist, we give 350%. Was this 35,000 words long? That's half a book! I read half a book today, aloud! Oh my god, and that's finally the end of today's episode. I enjoyed the out of it, Dennis. I hope everyone here right at the end did as well. Thank you for being here. If you're listening to this as a podcast, please leave us a review. These episodes take, well, Dennis an extraordinary amount of time, and Jen, who edits them, an extraordinary amount of time, and me a medium length amount of time. And thanks for being here. I'll see you next time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm one of my writers, in this case, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew's written me a script. The Watts family disappearance. Very simple title there, Matthew. I mean, it's about a family disappearing, and the name is Watts. So I've never heard of this one. If you're new here, the format of this show, you might be wondering what's going on. What are you talking about? Have you come to this completely unprepared, Simon? And the answer is yes, because that's the format of the show. Matt has written me a script. I've never read it before. We're going to enjoy it together, dear audience. So settle in. Grab a cup of coffee, pour a glass of wine, depending on the time of day, or if you're an alcoholic. Well, whatever, I don't mind. Let's get into it. Although the internet is now a part of everyone's daily lives, except for Ted Kaczynski, because he's dead. That was a terrible joke. I was like, I was going to go with Ted Kaczynski. I guess it was a better joke than I intended it to be, because I was like, initially I was going to go like Ted Kaczynski because he hated technology, but no, because he's dead, because he died in prison. Poor Ted. No one feels sorry for him. He bombed people. Although he's surprisingly big brain. Like, he wasn't, like, he went about things the wrong way, but he it feels strange to say that Ted Kaczynski had a fucking point, but kinda. There's still much debate about whether having 24/7 access to the entire world is a net positive or a net negative for society. Oh, Matthew and me and Ted Kaczynski. On one hand, it allows you to speak with just about anyone as quickly as you could pull out your cell phone and swipe past the multiple Fox News articles your grandmother messaged you on Facebook. This is why I don't have Facebook, a grandmother, or Fox. God, why are we talking about so much death? All my grandparents are dead. Like, I had 4 grandparents, and it's weird because I have 3 grandmothers and 1 grandfather. Not because they're like progressive or anything, but because I have a step family and my granddads were both dead before I was born. Which is why I'm afraid to get. We recently had a sponsor come to us, Simon. They want to sponsor Casual Criminalist. It's a large amount of money. And I'm like, oh, what is it? And they're like, oh, it's a genetic testing thing. And I'm like, I don't want to know. But all my granddads were dead before I was born. Do you really think I want to know about the various diseases they're going to kill me? And I mean, the answer is kind of yes, because I go for that medical and they put me on drugs because I'm like, at risk for various things. And, but I'm not sure I really want to know whether I've got like Huntington's or, it's Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, all of that shit. I don't want to know. You can't pay me to know that. On the other hand, it will likely result in the complete destruction of privacy, objective truth, and possibly democracy itself. So overall, the answer's still a bit of a toss-up. But with that being said, there is one thing that most people can agree on regarding the internet, and that's its negative effect on people's perception of reality. On websites like Instagram, a platform where nearly everything you see is heavily photoshopped, filtered, and reviewed before people upload, people can create a version of themselves that barely reflects reality, if it reflects reality at all. I have to say, I don't use TikTok, I don't use Instagram, I don't use Facebook, I barely use Twitter. I just like upload videos to YouTube and then like watch videos I like on YouTube, and none of those videos are like people flexing about weird shit. The closest I get is when I get force fed from YouTube Shorts, like fucking Daniel Mack videos. Oh, what do you do for a living? And it's like, well done, Daniel. This is the most creative. Sorry, I shouldn't name so hard, but it's like the least creative thing I've ever seen.
Hey man, what do you do for a living?
What do I do for a living? Well, shit, I drive fast and eat ass. What the hell do you do for a living?
I asked people what they do for a living.
Well, shit, I guess they make anybody famous nowadays.
And then when I'm going to stop doing on Daniel Mack because it's a bit of a meme, isn't it? But let's not. Let's just move on. But I don't see any of this stuff. I live in my own little bubble of like me and my mates and the few people that I follow on YouTube. And that's it. And I'm very happy that way because I don't need to be comparing my life to other people's because it would make them feel bad, wouldn't it? This is a huge problem because those who spend too much time obsessing over people's perfect online personas inevitably begin to feel the compulsive need to sanitize their own lives to appear equally as perfect. To many, this may come as no surprise, but to others, particularly young people who were born after the internet boom, not realizing how fake the internet is poses a real danger, as the problem has a compounding effect. This is something I'm going to have to hammer into my kids, because it's like, Matthew's absolutely right. It does project this like perfect image of people's lives, and it's like, yo, that's just a tiny snapshot. Like, most of their life is probably just like yours. But then again, also, it might not be. Like, if you're following, like, I don't know, one of the Kardashians or something, it's like, look, their lives is probably like, they're going to be driving around in a lot more Ferraris than you are, to be honest. And it's like, yeah, but that's just the sanitized version. It's like, well, no, they do have more Ferraris. And they'll be like, so Dad, what's your point exactly? It's like, I don't know what my point is. Just try and be happy with yourself. But the reality, that's probably not going to that's just going to come with age, isn't it? Try not to be too miserable while you get older and realize that everything's going to be okay. I'm sorry for all of the tangents today. I haven't recorded one of these in like 2 weeks because I went on holiday and I feel like I've just got to let out all of the thoughts that have been festering in my mind for the last 2 weeks. Because if I did it just to my wife, she'd go mad. If this vicious cycle continues unabated for several years, eventually you will have a generation in which 1 in 5 teenagers claim to have never taken a selfie without a filter in their entire lives. That is a real statistic. Well, fuck me, that's mental. But the problem goes even deeper than that. Just like many people edit their photos to appear thinner, taller, or less bald. Looks good on you, Simon. Yeah, it's like these videos, it's like we have like a lumetri filter, which is basically just color correction, but no one's smoothing out my beautiful skin. No one's adding me a luscious head of hair. Many also misinterpret the details of their lives to keep up that illusion of perfection. For some, this simply means not posting about the negative aspects of their life, such as recently diagnosed illness or a death in the family, but for others, it means outright fabricating entire portions of their lives for the camera, including their relationships with other people. In this episode of The Casual Criminalist, we'll be taking, this is an episode about true crime, not on, Matthew expounds about the benefits and drawbacks of social media. We're 6 minutes in, everybody. We'll be taking a look at a family, the Watts family from Frederick, Colorado, who were living their lives as I've just described. Online, they appeared as happy as any modern American family could be, but behind the scenes, countless secrets and well-hidden pains were quickly pushing them toward disaster. The disappearance. The nightmare began at around 1:40 p.m. on August the 13th, 2018, when the Frederick County Police Dispatches line received a call from a woman named Nicole Atkinson. According to Nicole, she was concerned about her friend Shannon. I've got a pronunciation guide. Shannon Watts, because I'm definitely going to pronounce that Shannon throughout this video, so just a heads up. Shannon had not been answering her phone calls or text. I've never heard the name Shannon. Or text messages all morning and had missed an important doctor's appointment, something that was exceptionally uncharacteristic of her. As her friend, Nicole then told the dispatcher that she'd driven to Shannon's home at 2825 Saratoga Trail to check on her. However, after receiving no answer at the door and noticing that Shannon's white Lexus was still inside her garage, she became even more concerned. Maybe Shannon just wants a little chill time. Maybe she's like, I'm having the morning off from social media. I'm just going to, watch some Netflix or whatever people do. No, don't people have to go to work and shit. Shannon was diabetic, Nicole said, and had not been feeling well for the past few days. She also had 2 young daughters, 3-year-old Cece and 4-year-old Bella, neither of which had responded when she called out to them from outside the home's front door. Based on all the evidence available to her, Nicole worried that Shannon may have passed out, was in need of immediate medical assistance. She had called 911 to request a welfare check. Okay, cool. No, this seems like pretty sensible. And it's one of those things, I don't know, if I was in that situation, I'd be like, I guess I'll just come back later. Because I'd be like, I don't want to bother the people on 911. I'd be like, that's for emergencies. That's for like, if someone's getting murdered right outside my house, right? But it's like, no, just give them a ring. And if they think it's nothing, they'll tell you it's nothing. But they'll probably just send someone around to check out everything's okay, which is nice. It's, it's what you pay for. It's where your tax dollars are going. Just, I don't know, because, it's easy for me to say, because in this one, it's definitely going to turn out that something's wrong, because otherwise this would be the only true crime episode ever, which ends with a short and very happy ending.
Well, yes.
Several minutes later, Officer Scott Conrad. Why does everyone have weird names today? That's spelled like Coonrod, but it should be like Conrad, right? It doesn't matter. Of the Frederick County Police Department arrived outside the Watts' home to meet with her. He stepped out, greeted Nicole and her 17-year-old son Nicholas, who was standing beside her, and then looked beyond them to the Watts' large yellow home. As a new build, the home was modern and socketed tightly into a neighborhood of similar homes that surrounded it on all sides. Yeah, it's just like, why are the homes so close together in America? You have a lot of space, right? But then you go out to the suburbs, and it's like you've got these massive houses, and they all have like tiny gardens. Why is that? It seems very like in the UK. I'll speak for the UK. If there's a big house, generally has a big garden, because people like gardens. But you see those like suburbs, and it's like just really big houses, but they're all like squashed next to each other. Why is that? Is that like a zoning thing? Trying to explain the situation, Nicole told Coonrad that she and Shannon had been out of town for a business meeting in Arizona the past few days and had just returned home the previous night. Nicole herself was the person who had dropped Shannon off at around 1:20 a.m., approximately 12 hours earlier. That was the last time that she'd seen or spoken to her friend. And as far as Nicole was aware, she had been planning to sleep immediately since she had not been feeling well and was 18 weeks pregnant. The doctor's appointment that Shannon had missed was an emergency checkup to verify the health of her baby. Okay, yeah, if you don't show up to that, it's going to be like, something's up. Especially like, why are you having an emergency checkup? There's probably like quite urgent. Do you have an appointment for an emergency checkup? That seems almost like oxymoronic. It's like an emergency checkup will kind of be like, well, you don't have an appointment, you just got to go into the hospital, don't you? Not wanting to waste any time, Coonrod quickly began attempting to contact Shannon or her daughters. He knocked on the front door, called out to them, and then proceeded on foot toward the home's rear entrance, knocking on and peering through each of the home's windows as he went. At the back of the house, atop a tall wooden deck, he knocked several times on the rear sliding glass door, and then he called out to them once again, still receiving no response. All right, dude, get the big, that hammer thing that they use to go through doors, or just kick it down. Let's go. Or just, I don't know, maybe break a small window. That'd probably be less expensive to repair, wouldn't it? He then circled around to the home's front entrance to reconvene with Nicole. Unfortunately, Coonrod explained, he did not yet have probable cause to enter the premises because all the home's curtains were drawn and did not witness anything that indicated Shannon was in immediate danger. That meant that, as of the moment, all he could do was continue to attempt making contact from outside until some justification for him to enter presented itself, if it ever did. At that point, if I was Nicole, I'm just predicting what would happen next. I'll be very concerned about my friends. I'll be like, all right, officer, look, this is my mate's house. I'm going to go break that window and hop inside and make sure everything's okay. And you can watch and make sure that I don't do anything naughty. And then I'm just going to pay for the repair. Or my mate Shannon's going to pay for the repair and everything's going to be fine. Is that cool? And the officer's probably going to be like, yeah, that's cool. Because, you know, I'm not going to arrest you for breaking into someone's house when you've been like, yeah, it's my mate's house. You can watch me. Blah, blah, blah. Right. An officer. How strict are officers? Are they going to stick right to the letter of the law and be like, hey, don't break into someone's house? I'll be like, yeah, okay, do what I can't do. Because if I was really concerned for my mate, I'll smash that fucking window and I'll be like, let's see what's up. Right? Nicole then informs Coonrod that she knew the code to Shannon's front door but could not open it more than a few inches because the safety latch was engaged from the inside. At his request, Nicole inputted the code, and then all three of them took turns shouting through the narrow gap, trying to bring either Shannon, Bella, or Cece to the door and watching diligently for signs of movement from within. When this didn't work, Coonrod inquired about the whereabouts of Shannon's husband, Christopher Watts. According to Nicole, she had contacted Chris multiple times that morning to see if he had any information, but Chris had denied knowing anything. He had told her that he left Shannon in bed earlier that morning at around 5 a.m. and that she'd mentioned something about a play date for Bella and Cece. He had not asked who the play date was with, where they were going to be, or when they would return. When Nicole pointed out that Shannon's Lexus was still inside the garage and asked Chris to return home as quickly as possible, he said she shouldn't worry because Shannon and the girls had likely been picked up by a friend and would return home shortly. Uh-oh, Chris is on the run because he's murdered his family, hasn't he? I've seen CSI. It's always the husband, and the husband's acting mega sketch. When Nicole asked him to again return for just a moment to open the garage door to allow her inside, Chris said that he couldn't because as an oilfield operator working in the desert many miles outside of town, he couldn't just drop everything in a moment's notice to drive the long distance back to Frederick. He then reassured Nicole that Shannon was fine and would call her back soon. Unsatisfied, Nicole then told Chris that if he didn't return home immediately, she was going to call the police, and upon hearing this, Chris said to wait because if she was that worried about it, he could be there in 45 minutes. Nicole agreed, hung up the phone, and waited for him to arrive. 1 hour later, there was still no sign of him, and that was when she had dialed 911. Feeling that he had a slightly better understanding of the situation, Coonrod then asked for Chris's cell phone number to speak with the man himself. When he dialed it, Chris picked up and confirmed everything that Nicole had said about the playdate and revealed that he was still on his way. He'd been stuck in heavy interstate traffic, but was only 5 minutes out. The officer then hung up the phone, and feeling uneasy, he radioed in a request for his supervisor. Ooh, I wonder why he feels uneasy. He's got that cop's intuition, doesn't he? Because I'm like listening to this story and I'm like, he hangs up the phone and it'd be like, cool, we'll wait 5 minutes. There's probably nothing. But he's got that cop's intuition and he's like, something's up. The home. Minutes after speaking with Coonrod, Chris Watts pulled his work truck to the curb outside the home on Saratoga Trail and stepped out, greeting the officer as he did. Standing at 5 foot 10 inches tall, Chris was dressed in jeans, a long-sleeve t-shirt, and had sunglasses resting atop his close-cut brown hair. He was dirty, as was to be expected from someone who worked in an oil field, but overall seemed surprisingly put together when compared to Nicole and Nicholas. Despite the urgent situation, Chris introduced himself and shook the officer's hand before opening the garage door and inviting them inside. As the four of them passed through the garage, Nicole pointed out that both Bella and Cece's car seats were still buckled into the back seat of Shannon's car. To her, this suggested that they had not called for a ride, as Chris had suggested, because those car seats were the only one that the couple owned. Then, as Nicole explained the situation to Shannon's mother over the phone, Coonrod walked from room to room searching for signs of the missing mother and her children. He checked the bedrooms, bathrooms, living room, and the large unfinished basement with no luck. Well, Don't they have to be in there because of the security? Oh, they could have. Oh, I see. I'm thinking the security chain on the front door means that someone's inside, but they could put the security chain on and then go out through the garage door, right? I guess that's fairly common. And the large unfinished basement with no luck, peering inside every closet and utility room along the way. At the base of the home's main staircase, he noted that there was a large suitcase, the one that Shannon had used for a trip with Nicole the previous day, which had yet to be unpacked. In the kitchen, Shannon's purse, which contained her driver's license and card wallet, was sitting on the counter. These were items that she would obviously not willingly leave home without. However, other than those things, nothing else seemed out of place. Everything from the furniture to the children's toys were exceptionally tidy and organized, and there were no signs of foul play or break-in. Just like the children's toys were exceptionally neat and tidy. I'm like, well, that's not what my home is like, I'll tell you that much. That kid's playroom sometimes is like, guys, it was tidy 5 minutes ago. How did you do this? How? The girls' beds were even made, and Shannon's bathroom appeared spotless. It was as if the three of them had simply vanished into thin air, taking absolutely nothing with them as they went. Upstairs, even more evidence was found that pointed toward this conclusion. Shannon and the children were each prescribed medication, and the bottles for each were still sitting inside the family's medicine cabinet untouched. The only thing that Chris could immediately identify as missing from the home was Bella and Cece's blankets. He said that they never left home without them and would cry if they were forgotten. Chris didn't claim to know where his family had gone, but he believed they'd left in a hurry. People still, if you're leaving in a hurry, you still take your wallet because you're like, well, at some point today I'm going to need money. He was holding on to, and like, if you're going for more than one night, like, I wouldn't forget my drugs, like that little drug box. It's like, that comes with me everywhere. People don't forget this shit. He was still holding on to hope that they were safe somewhere. However, Nicole could not believe it, and the next discovery made would, in her mind, confirm her suspicions. After searching for it briefly, Chris discovered Shannon's cell phone wedged between two couch cushions in the upstairs living room. He brought the phone to Nicole, silently laying it before her. I'm becoming less suspicious of Chris because he's like, oh, I found that. Although maybe he's like, yeah, I had it on me. And then I was like, oh, look, I found it here. Or I don't know, maybe I still am suspicious of Chris. If Chris is innocent, I'm really sorry, Chris. If you're not, I'm not. Okay, let's see where this goes. The pair and Coonrod stared at it in silence. To the officer, it was just a cell phone, but to Chris and Nicole, the implication was obvious. You see, Shannon was not a casual cell phone user, as by her own admission, her phone was her life. This was because she was very active on social media and had grown a sizable following as a mumfluencer. For her followers, there's that story going on right now of that woman who had that like parenting podcast or whatever, and like one of her kids escaped. He was like tied up and like malnutritioned in her house or something. It's a crazy story. It's like, holy shit. For her followers, she posted daily updates that included videos of heartwarming family moments, playdates, birthday parties, and other special events. She would never go anywhere without her camera out of fear of missing something noteworthy. Additionally, Shannon also worked as a direct sales agent for Lavelle, a multi-level marketing company, and sold distributed weight loss patches, pills, and shakes, as well as dietary supplements. Multi-level marketing company. We all know that's another word for, don't we? That I'm not going to say because obviously I wouldn't want to get in any trouble. But MLM, right? She was, according to Nicole, always working, and her cell phone was the only way that her customers ever contacted her. Even on her days off or days when she wasn't feeling well, Shannon would still attempt to sell anyone she came across because her job was something she took great pride in. Sounds really annoying, to be honest. At this point, Nicole asked Chris if he knew the phone's passcode, but Chris claimed not to. Nicole was able to guess it. The 6-digit code was the baby's due date. Wow, that is really? People change their codes that, or should I change my PIN code more often? Like, my PIN code has been the same since, well, it's been embarrassingly long, I'll tell you that much. While reviewing the call log, they discovered that Shannon, in fact, had not made any calls or texts that morning, which further indicated that nobody had picked the three of them up. Trying to gauge Shannon's mood, Coonrod then asked her how Shannon had been acting that morning when Chris left, and Chris stated that she seemed completely normal. They'd spoken briefly in bed after Nicole had dropped her off at around 2 a.m., but she had not indicated to him that anything was wrong. He had left for work before sunup at around 6 a.m. while she was still in bed. After this, Chris searched again the master bedroom and discovered Shannon's wedding ring sitting atop her nightstand. This was when he first revealed to Coonrod that he and Shannon were actively seeking a divorce. Coonrod asked how things were going, and Chris said, civilly. Oh god, like, bro. I'm like, Chris. You get a divorce, huh? Your family's gone missing, huh? You tried to deflect, huh? Oh, Chris. Again, I'm sorry if you're innocent, Chris, but it's not looking good for you, mate, right now. We've all seen CSI. That cop is like, it's Chris. That's what is blaring in his mind. He's like, where's my supervisor? It's Chris. The neighbor. As other officers and detectives were arriving outside the home, Chris and Officer Coonrod walked across the narrow grass that separated Chris's home from that of his neighbor, Nathaniel Stitch. Fortunately for the investigation, Nathaniel had an extensive security system installed, which included a motion-activated camera that pointed toward the Watts' driveway and garage. When he heard that Chris's wife and children were missing, he did the neighborly thing and offered to show them the footage from that morning and the previous night. As they all stood around the television, I recently asked my apartment building management company to put in some security cameras because we had a pushchair, or as Americans would call it, a stroller, downstairs in like this little parking bay where you can park your like strollers, and there's a few other strollers there. And it's like we had a crappy stroller, and then I was like, okay, we're going to buy a nice stroller because it really upset me. Or my wife was like, this is really annoying. And so we bought a nice stroller. I mean, not like crazy or anything, but it was like a fucking grand or something absurd. And so we had it like chained up down there. It was always fine. And then one day I just come down and it's like, oh, it's not there anymore. And so someone had obviously clipped the chain and nicked the stroller. And it's inside our apartment building. So I don't know whether it was someone off the street or someone in our apartment building, but I was like, yo, can we put in some cameras, please? Because that was really annoying. Thanks for that tangent, Simon. Fascinating. I had to buy a new stroller. Jesus Christ. And they're so expensive. They really are. It's such a fucking racket. They all stood around the television in Nathaniel's living room, recording playing that showed Nicole dropping Shannon off the prior night. In another clip that was recorded several hours later, Chris could be seen backing his truck into the garage to load his tools for work. However, what neither clip showed was Shannon or the children leaving the house at any point. There was no footage of that event because it had ostensibly never happened. Oh my god, are they still in the house? Are they still in the house somehow? Seeing that the footage was a dead end, Chris then turned to leave his neighbor's home and go speak with a new detective who just arrived at the scene, but Coonrod took this opportunity to speak to Nathaniel alone. He wanted to see if Nathaniel knew anything else that could be useful for the investigation, and this turned out to be a wise decision because the slightly nosy neighbor was a wealth of information. Without prompting, as soon as Chris was out of earshot, Nathaniel claimed that Chris was not acting right. Obviously, he acknowledged the man was shaken up by the entire ordeal, but the behaviors he had demonstrated while reviewing the footage, rocking back and forth, speaking nervously, and taking deep, calming breaths every few seconds as if he were on the verge of a panic attack, had struck Nathaniel as exceptionally out of character. This is these things. I remember I went on a trip like a couple of weeks ago. It's one of these holidays I went on. I'm going through, I took a giant road trip. I went to the Isle of Man where my uncle lives. And I was like driving there and I'm like crossing over from France to England. And they're like, and it's mad suspicious because I've got a big, it's like I bought like an off-roading, like big 4x4 overland car, which I use for adventures. And it's like got a big roof tent on top. It's got giant wheels. It's wonderful with the environment. And I'm like, look, if anyone's, and also I'm traveling to the UK, but what was this? Oh yeah, I'm driving a Czech plated car. I've got a Czech driver's license, but I sound like fully British. And so they're like, okay, you need to go over and like customs gonna have a look at your car or whatever. And they're like, you seem a bit nervous. And I'm like, yes, I know, there's nothing wrong. It's just I don't like being searched. Like I don't. And they're all like, so what are you doing? What are you doing over here? Where do you live? What's all this? And I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's like, of course I seem nervous. I'm having my car like looked into by the coppers. And then I someone who definitely wasn't me, I'd never admit to this, but let's just say there's another person who I heard a very similar story, who isn't me, happened, and they'd bought some salami in France to take back to the UK on this journey that they were taking, which definitely wasn't me. And it's just like, you know, one of those big French delicious salamis. And that person had just thrown it in the boot of their car. And that person arrives at their parents' house and is like, hey, that person has brought this salami and some wine. And that person's parents were like, you know, it's illegal to bring in meats. And I'm like, and that person's like, no, didn't know that. And fortunately, the customs people didn't notice that there was a big old salami just sitting in the back of the car. Definitely not my car, not my story, someone else's story. Thanks for that story, Simon. No one cares. Let's get back to today's episode. Actually, although Nathaniel had not wanted to say anything while Chris was standing right beside him, he revealed that Chris never loaded his tools for work in the morning because he never unloaded those tools in the evening. Usually Chris parked his truck at the curb and carried everything he needed for work In his arms across the lawn, a lunchbox, a water jug, and a laptop bag were the only things that he normally took with him. Although Nathaniel had never once seen Chris back his work truck up to the garage door in that manner, and not so subtly suggested that he may have been trying to load something else into the truck bed. Oh, what? Nathaniel's like, no, yeah, it's Chris. He murdered his family and put them in the back of the truck. What? Nathaniel! You're just like instantly, it'd be like me being like, well, I don't think my neighbor's a murderer. Statistically, it's really unlikely. Nathaniel's all like, yeah, he is. He's probably murdered his family and put them in the back of the truck. What other reason would he have to back the truck up into the garage? Why would he be doing that? But unfortunately, because of the angle at which the camera was mounted, the footage did not reveal the inside of the garage or what had been loaded. This sorry for shitting on Nathaniel so much. Obviously, he's really helping here. The revelation concerned Keenrod, however, and the next thing the neighbor said was even more concerning. Oh shit. Officially, Chris and Shannon had not yet announced their divorce, but Nathaniel suggested that the couple must be having marital problems because on multiple occasions he had overheard them screaming at each other late into the night. In fact, this had become such a common occurrence that Shannon and her children had been out of town the past several weeks before a business meeting. Oh my god, Chris, you're looking guilty as fuck, my bro. Come on. Like, yeah. Oh no, it's just my wife. It's fine. It's like, oh no, we are getting divorced, but it's amicable. Oh no, we were screaming at each other every night. She had been staying with her family in North Carolina, and Nathaniel assumed that she was trying to distance herself from Chris's abusive behavior. Oh, that was abusive. Chris is going to prison. Or maybe the chair. If you murder your family, Chris, you're going to get in that chair. What state are we in? North Carolina. That's quite yeehaw, isn't it? North Carolina's going to... I feel like North Carolina's like one of those states. They still got a gas chamber. They're going to gas him. Jesus Christ, if he's innocent. I don't know this story, but I get the feeling he's guilty, right?
Perhaps you're right.
Obviously, the divorce was not as civil as Chris had suggested. Back inside the Watts home, detectives were reaching out to Shannon's family and preparing to present Chris with a consent form that would allow them to search his home from top to bottom for evidence. Immediately, without question, Chris agreed. He said that they had free rein to do whatever they needed to bring his family home. After even more officers arrived, they then did exactly that. They combed through every inch of the home, even getting down on their hands and knees to look at the carpet and the baseboards, searching for blood droplets or anything difficult to spot. They found nothing. No blood. No signs of a struggle, no signs of a cleanup, and other than the fact that all of Shannon's important possessions were still inside the home, nothing appeared out of order. Nothing except for one thing. The master bedroom's bedsheets were missing. When sorting through the laundry, they could not be located, but while searching the kitchen trash can, a top sheet and 2 pillowcases were found stuffed inside. Chris, really? If that is evidence, you've just chucked it in the bin and then invited the police to search your home? Why the f*** are you not burning that? What's wrong with you? There was no sign of the fitted bottom sheet, which would have completed the set. Knowing that they were in over their heads and that the first 24 hours in any investigation are the most critical, investigators immediately called in the FBI for special assistance. They also enlisted the help of volunteers who began going door to door canvassing the neighborhood surrounding the Watts home and handing out flyers to passers-by. Chris himself even went on the evening news to issue what he believed was a heartfelt plea, begging for information. However, for those watching at home, this plea came across as cold and artificial. When ignoring what Chris was saying and focusing solely on his demeanor, he appeared wholly unconcerned. Visually, he was also still well put together and appeared rested, not at all how one would expect someone to look when their wife and children were missing. Witnessing this interview live, the FBI knew that it was time to take a closer look at Mr. and Mrs. Watts. The many secrets of Chris and Shannon Watts. Now, normally, married problems between two non-famous people are not considered noteworthy enough to hide so carefully. However, as we briefly touched on earlier, Shannon was not exactly an ordinary person. Online, she was a small-time influencer that attempted to present herself as an idealistic wife and mother, but doing so required her to show her and Chris's relationship in the best possible light. This meant that her Facebook feed was filled with pictures of them and their children smiling for the camera, laughing together and showing off their life. As a result, Shannon's many followers, including most of her family and friends, had no clue that the pair were having marital problems of any kind, much less ones that were quickly spiraling toward divorce. Yeah, they were screaming at each other, and didn't we just say that Chris was abusive? God, that is definite bad divorce material. To give you some idea of just how artificial their relationship had become, Shannon had been posting updates to Facebook where she talked about missing Chris the entire time that she was staying with her parents in North Carolina to escape his abuse. But this trend of faking things for the camera was not new for the couple, as when the police searched Shannon's phone, they discovered that she had been producing artificial content for years. For example, to announce their most recent pregnancy, Shannon had posted a video to Facebook that began with her standing in frame and revealing to viewers that she was wearing a t-shirt that read, "Oops, we did it again." The obvious implication was that she was pregnant. In the video, Shannon then takes a step behind the camera, leaving it pointed toward an open archway, and waits. A moment later, Chris walks into the room, sees the shirt, laughs, and then goes to her. They embrace off camera, and then Chris walks back into frame to proudly present a positive pregnancy test. Had this moment been real, this would have been a sweet moment for the couple to cherish. Sweet and also very, very cheesy. It's like those gender reveal things where it's like, oh, it's so cheesy, Americans. Which is how I was presented to her followers. However, this was not Chris's genuine reaction, as he had known that Shannon was pregnant before the camera started rolling. The pair had staged the entire scene to make the announcement more exciting. Furthermore, Chris was not excited about the pregnancy in the slightest, as text messages on Shannon's phone revealed the pair had actually discussed an abortion not long before filming the video. This was just one of many instances that were faked for the camera because, in truth, the Watts family had been fabricating content around their personal life for years. This sounds so miserable. Like, it just sounds miserable. Just having to live this, faked life. I'm glad my work, my influencer, I don't like that word, but my YouTubing it happens in my office, and I get to tell you guys little stories about my life that you probably don't care about and all of that sort of stuff. But it's I get to tell the stories that I want to tell. I don't tell the ones that I don't want to tell. And yeah, I don't have to present some fake shit. I just get to do what I want. And then when I go home, it's just my life. My ordinary, nice little middle-aged man with nice little family. Just regular-ass life that I don't have to present to anybody for anything. I just get to live my regular-ass life, and I like that. I really like that. It's really nice just getting to be a regular person when you go home. And I'm a regular person all the time. But, other than these, influencers that have to lead this, mummy blog life or whatever. Fuck that. They were truthful about the major parts, such as being married, having 2 children together, where they worked, and so on, but the smaller details were all fantasy. Part of the reason that Shannon likely felt driven to present herself this way was because of her job. As mentioned earlier, Shannon worked for Lavelle, a multi-level marketing company that relies heavily on social media to promote and sell its products, which meant that Shannon's large social media presence had allowed her to become an extremely successful saleswoman at the company. Yet, despite the predatory nature of MLMs, and we're definitely not saying that Lavelle would be predatory, we're just saying that Lavelle is apparently a multi-level marketing company, and some MLMs are known for being predatory. We'd never say that about any specific MLL, would we, Matthew?
No.
Shannon claimed to be making between $65,000 and $70,000 per year, and her and Chris's home and lifestyle reflected that. Is that... I don't want to sound out of touch, and it's mostly not me... It's not being out... I don't want this to sound out of touch because it's mostly me not knowing much about American income. But America, when I've ever been to America, is very expensive. And people make a lot of money in America. It's $65,000 to $70,000, because that doesn't feel that different from the UK, an average earnings in the UK, right? Of $35,000 a year or something. I think it's the median. So that doesn't feel like an extraordinarily lavish lifestyle, does it? Or maybe I just don't know. They took frequent vacations and family trips. They drove expensive cars, like 50, 60 grand, isn't it? You're spending all your money, annual income on a car. They wore nice clothes, none of which would have been possible on Chris's income alone. Oh, okay, yeah, of course, Chris works as well. By revealing their divorce, the entire social media image as a happy wife and mother, and possibly her sales numbers, would have been destroyed overnight. Obviously, the revelation would have shocked those that knew the couple. However, the secrets that the Watts family kept from the world paled in comparison to the ones that Chris kept from Shannon. Based on text messages found on her phone, she suspected her husband of having an affair, and when police searched Chris's phone, they found deleted pictures of him with one of his female co-workers, a woman named Victoria Miller. Oh, Chris, what you do? You've always got to empty the trash, Chris. Burn those bed sheets, Chris. Empty the trash on the trash icon. What are you up to? Come on now. According to Victoria herself, she was a geologist working on contract with the Environmental Services Department at Chris's workplace, and she had met him one day in their office when he introduced himself. At the time, Chris wasn't wearing his wedding ring, and she was not aware that he was married. She also said that during their initial interaction, he was soft-spoken, kind, and a great listener, which immediately attracted her to him. However, when Victoria later learned from another co-worker that Chris was married, he told her in confidence that he and Shannon were seeking a divorce and they were no longer romantically involved. In Victoria's mind, Chris and his wife's relationship was over, and Chris was a single man. Yeah, fair assumptions. Like, it's not the 1950s. You don't, or whenever it was, you don't have to be divorced. Actually, through with it before you go and seek out a new partner, as long as that other partner's aware that you're getting divorced. It's like you've broken up. It's just you're going through the legal motions, which takes a really long-ass time. I've got a couple of friends who got divorced. It's complicated. Holy shit. She was not aware that no paperwork had been filed, nothing had been officially decided, or that Shannon was pregnant with Chris's third child and desperately trying to resolve the problems in their marriage. Obviously, Victoria said in later interviews that if she'd known that Chris and Shannon were still together, she would not have pursued a relationship with him, but Chris lied about everything to both of them for months. She had no idea that she was Chris's secret mistress. What happened after this was pretty standard as far as affairs go. After chatting casually in the office for a few weeks, Chris had taken the next step by inviting Victoria out to lunch where they often discussed his impending divorce. This then led to dinner, which led to romance, which led to the pair meeting up regularly for after-work sex.
Yeah, you like that?
As late work days became all-nighters and Chris went from withdrawn to mentally absent, Shannon began to suspect that something was going on, but she had no proof. In text messages exchanged between Shannon and her closest friends, she revealed that she and Chris had cancelled their planned gender reveal party because of their unresolved problems. Some of the messages read, quote, "I grabbed his hand during the ultrasound, and he didn't grab back." Another, "He has changed. I don't know who he is. He hasn't touched me all week, kissed me, talked to me, except for when I'm trying to figure out what is wrong." Another one, "The only thing I can think of, even though I don't think he has it in him, is another girl." And that's the end. In the weeks before Shannon's disappearance, Victoria discovered the pregnancy, but Chris said that the baby was not his. He claimed that Shannon had cheated on him. Is anyone doubting Chris's guilt right now? What are the odds it's not Chris? It started as being I think it's Chris, but let's say it's 40%, and then it's 60%, and now it's Chris is guilty. The interview. When investigators finally sat Chris down inside an interrogation room, they already knew much of what I just told you. They had seen the text messages documenting Chris and Shannon's rocky relationship, as well as Chris and Victoria's secret affair. However, they kept their cards close to their chests. They didn't yet have any physical evidence that Chris was involved in the disappearance, but by this point, there wasn't much doubt left in their minds. Yeah, me neither, cops. It's, you sit down, it's okay. Let's go through what is called the Reed technique of interrogation, as I learned on a recent video I made about Into the Shadows, and let's get Chris to confess. Let's go. After all, it's always the husband. While giving an official statement over the... Can you imagine this? Turns out it wasn't the husband. Turns out it was that neighbor dude, Nathaniel. It's not Nathaniel. It's not Nathaniel. While giving an official statement over the course of the 3-hour interview, Chris maintained that the last time he had seen Shannon was the morning of her disappearance, and that he had no idea where she could have gone. He also said that Shannon was the one seeking a divorce, and that he still very much loved his family, and hoped that they would soon return to work out their issues, although he was not hopeful. His theory was that Shannon had taken the girls and fled the state to be with someone else. After documenting everything Chris said and allowing him to dig a hole for himself, the Reed technique at work, the detective then revealed outright that nobody in the entire department believed his story and asked why anyone should believe him. Chris then fumbled around with an answer that implied he was a trustworthy guy, but why should we believe you, Chris? I'm very trustworthy. Everyone loves me.
I'm kind of a big deal.
He once again denied doing anything to his family, his children specifically, and said that he could never hurt anyone. He continued to assert that he just wanted them to come home. When questioned about whether he himself was having an affair, Chris denied it without hesitation. Bro, they're good. How do you think this is going to go? They're going to get that, what was her name? Victoria in there, who's not going to like you because it turns out you were lying to her about everything, and she's going to be like, oh yeah, me and Chris are having an affair. I'm single. There's no problem with me. It's all Chris's fault, that knob. And they're going to catch you in so many lies, Chris. You're not that bright, are you? still unaware that the police had retrieved the deleted pictures and conversations from his phone. And although he did not stray far from his original story, there were so many inconsistencies that were obvious to everyone in the room that Chris began to physically sweat while sitting in the hot seat. Although, to be fair, if I'm getting grilled by the police, like me getting pulled over in that car, I'm still acting nervous because I'm being even if I've done nothing wrong, I'd still be like, lawyer, 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 lawyer. Seeing this, the detective wanted to press Chris further to continue dialing up the pressure, but by this point it was past midnight, so he instead asked if Chris would be willing to return the following morning for a polygraph test to clear his name. Chris agreed, went home to get some sleep, and then returned the next day. He failed the polygraph. Polygraphs are just... Isn't the stats like they're 51% accurate or something? So it's like they're basically not science. Now, while polygraphs are generally considered unreliable and not admissible in court, Chris hadn't just failed, he had bombed. According to the test's administrator, polygraphs are graded on a scale, and scoring above 2 is considered a pass, while scoring below a -4 is considered a fail. Chris must scored a -18. Chris. I still think it's bullshit, though. But I still think he's guilty. I just think the polygraph's not the way that we proved this. After this, the interrogators dialed up the pressure. They didn't tell Chris his exact score, but they did imply that his guilt was evidence not just because of the polygraph, but because of the lack of empathy he'd shown for his missing family. They pointed out that he had not shed a single tear throughout the interrogation. They also began rejecting his denials outright and insisting that he was hiding something. Whenever Chris would protest his innocence, they would shake their heads and reaffirm that they simply did not believe him. To explain away his failing grade, Chris then finally revealed his affair with Victoria, saying that his nerves had gotten the better of him because he'd been thinking about her and how bad it would be for him and Shannon if the affair was to be made public. But this didn't work either, and when detectives did not relent, Chris broke down and asked to speak with his father, Ronnie Watts. Ronnie had accompanied Chris to the police station that day and was being interviewed in another room. Chris, bit of advice here. Don't ask for your dad. Don't be like, I want my dad. The correct phrase is, I want my lawyer. That's who you want in this situation. You definitely want your lawyer, Chris. After a brief consideration, especially if you're fucking guilty, like, you should have it if you're innocent. But if you're guilty, well, what are you doing? Get an expensive lawyer in there as quickly as possible. All the money you have must now be put into lawyers.
As your attorney, I have to advise you that I will be plugging my ears for the remainder of this conversation.
Smart play out.
After brief consideration, the officers agreed, walked Ronnie to Chris's room, and left them alone to speak in private. However, the security cameras continued to film. You're not that bright, are you, Chris? While the father and son sat beside one another, Ronnie asked Chris if there was anything he needed to tell him. Chris then dropped his head and finally changed his story. As Chris tells it in the recording, in the early hours of August the 13th, the night when Shannon returned home from a business trip with Nicole Atkinson, the pair had gotten into a fight in their bedroom over Chris's infidelity, and Shannon had stormed out of the room. Agitated, Chris sat in silence, but after hearing a commotion coming from the direction of the girls' bedrooms, he rushed to discover that Shannon was choking Cece with her bare hands. Oh, maybe he's not as dumb as I think. Maybe he's like, yeah, I want to speak to my dad, and he knows the cameras are rolling, and he's like admitting to his dad a fake story. Bella's lifeless body was beside them and her skin was blue. Chris then said that in a moment of pure rage, sparked by the sight of his children's lifeless bodies, he had killed her and panicked and disposed of all 3 bodies. Stunned, Ronnie sighed and put his head in his hand and said, "Good God Almighty, son." Really? I mean, wow, that is a twist. If it's true, I don't necessarily believe it yet. I mean, whoa. Let's just see where this goes. Chris's father then advised him to get a lawyer. Well done, Dad. But before they could work out a concrete plan of action, officers re-entered the room and confronted Chris over his recorded admission. Yorfield. On August the 16th, 2018, just 3 days after Shannon's disappearance, the Colorado... Oh, I guess I realized this was happening recently. Okay, well, 5 years ago now, isn't it? More than 5 years ago. Guess not so recent. The Colorado State Police arrived at an oil field owned by Anadarko Petroleum, Chris's employer. Here, they began the harrowing process of searching for the bodies that Chris had admitted to dumping at the site. In the center of the field, 2 400-barrel crude oil tanks sat filled with inky black sludge. Also inside, the bodies of 3-year-old Cece and 4-year-old Bella were waiting for them. Sergeant Armstrong was the man in charge that day, and after climbing the staircase affixed to the side of the 30-foot tall tanks, He peered inside through a narrow port at their crest and ordered their contents to be drained. As officers, firefighters, and oil workers below began the slow process, they used a metal strainer to catch anything that might be small enough to slip through the drain pipe. After the tanks were empty, Sergeant Armstrong climbed back to the top, peered through the opening once again, and spotted what he believed to be the shape of a small body. Back at the bottom of the tank, a larger access hatch was unbolted and removed, so that officers in hazmat suits could enter and begin their search. But that search did not last long. I know that this is where we were heading, because obviously this wouldn't be a casual criminalist without someone, without death. But it did change pace quickly, didn't it? It's like, they're just children. They're like similar ages to my children. It's my son's birthday today. Oh, okay. Back at the bottom of the tank, a larger access hatch was unbolted and removed so that officers in hazmat suits could enter and begin their search. But that search didn't last long. Both girls were inside, just as Chris had said they would be, and after photographs were taken for evidence, officers began the careful process of lifting and removing the girls from the foul mixture. However, despite their best efforts to handle them as gently as possible... I don't want to read that. I don't want to read that. You don't want to hear that. It's just too many details about, like, nothing about the crime itself, but just about what happens to bodies. Less than 100 yards away, Shannon's body was found face down in a shallow grave. The only reason she was not inside the tank with her daughters was because that the tank's top hatch, the hatch that Chris had used to drop the girls in, was only 8 inches in diameter. Nearby, the missing bedsheet from Chris and Shannon's bed was discovered covered in dirt. The whole recovery process took approximately 14 hours, and officers who had entered the tank to retrieve the bodies had to undergo a thorough decontamination process to remove any remnants of the crude oil that made contact with their skin. After taking more photographs and unsuccessfully attempting to remove oil from the bodies, all the bodies were turned over to the Weld County Coroner's Office. It was there revealed that the cause of death for all three was asphyxiation. According to the coroner, one of the girls also had deep scratches on her body and had been, as she had been forced through the narrow hatch. Cece had defensive wounds that revealed she was awake and aware of what was happening when she died. On August the 15th, 2018, Chris Watts was taken into custody, and 5 days later he was formally charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of unlawful termination of a pregnancy, and 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body. That's right. Although Chris claimed that Shannon had been the one to kill Celeste and Bella, police simply did not believe him because the evidence did not match his story. The primary issue was that Chris had claimed that he'd walked into the girl's bedroom as Shannon was strangling Cece with her bare hands, but the coroner said that there was no evidence of strangulation. Shannon's neck had strangulation marks, but the girls had likely been asphyxiated with a pillow or a similar object covering their mouths. And if you're wondering why there are 5 first-degree murder charges instead of 3, the 2 additional charges were tacked on as the result of a Colorado law that allows additional charges when, quote, a person knowingly causes the death of a child who has not yet attained 12 years of age, and the person committing the offense is one in a position of trust with respect to the victim. I like that law. And I'm kind of got my fingers crossed for, where's that death sentence? Come on. It's North Carolina. Let's get him in that chair. Preparing for the long legal battle ahead, prosecutors were given a trial date and began organising their evidence. However, long before that date arrived, something unexpected happened. Chris Watts entered a guilty plea for all 9 charges. Oh, he's entering a guilty plea so they don't kill him, isn't he? He's like, yeah, I'll take life in prison as long as you don't stick a needle in my arm. Little fucker. His reasoning was that he wanted to avoid a trial because Colorado... Oh, this is Colorado. Wait, who was from North Carolina? It doesn't matter. Colorado still had the death penalty as of 2018, and he was convinced that no impartial jury could be found. Bro, no jury's going to be impartial to you because the jury's going to be like, fucking execute him. Strap him to a chair and fry him.
100 million billion %.
By this point, news stations had spread his story far and wide, and he was the most hated man in the entire state. Fucking most hated man in the entire country. I wish they wouldn't strike deals like this, because it's like, it's a fucking lock-in. It's a lock-in. Very least, he's murdered his wife. Very most likely, he's murdered his children. How about we kill him? Huh? How about we fucking kill him? On November the 19th, 2018, Chris Watts was given 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole, and an additional 48 years for the unlawful termination of Shannon's pregnancy, and 36 more years for the 3 charges of tampering with a deceased body. Are prisons as rough for people who kill kids as they are as rough for people for who interfere, let's just use that word to keep things safe on YouTube, with kids. Are they? I feel like, I fucking hope so. Like, let's just say that I hope Chris has I hope he has a really short prison sentence. Let's put it that way. And I don't mean that prison sentence ending with him escaping. He was then remanded into the care of Colorado prison system to begin serving his multi-life sentence. Chris's confession. Now, for the sake of everyone familiar with this case, I won't beat around the bush any longer. Chris's story that Shannon had smothered her children was a lie, and we know this because he later admitted it. Originally, directly after his sentencing, Chris claimed that he was innocent and planned to appeal his guilty plea and request a retrial, but after 6 months in prison, he finally confessed to what really happened. Now, unfortunately, before I tell you what Chris now claims, I need to make you aware of one very important thing. Because Chris's case never went to trial, and there was no evidence discovery process, no extensive witness interviews or testimony, or anything else that typically results from the prosecution's efforts to prepare for a murder trial, the police cannot say for certain that Chris's new version of events is the truth. And since Chris has proven himself to be a liar many times over, this means that we'll likely never know for certain what happened that night. I had a moment of panic there, where I've been calling Chris like guilty as sin this whole episode. And Matthew's going to be like, turns out he was not guilty. I'm like, oh God, Matthew, I'm going to have to record the whole bloody episode or I'm going to get like sued by Chris. But no, good news, Chris is in prison forever and he's guilty. I mean, it's not good news that he's guilty. I wish none of this had ever happened, but fuck Chris. Rot in prison, you prick. However, investigators have announced that the new timeline that Chris provided is much more in line with the evidence they collected throughout their initial investigation, and as such, they now themselves accept it as fact. The reason I say all of this is to simply point out that nothing that follows was ever proven in a court of law, so don't sue me. According to Chris, in the early hours of August the 13th, Shannon arrived home from a business conference, crawled into bed beside him, and woke him up by rubbing her hands across his body in a way that indicated she wanted to have sex with him. In that moment, Chris said that the sex felt like a test, like she was trying to gauge whether or not he was still sexually attracted to her, and determine if he had been having his needs met by someone else while she was away. He said that he engaged in the passionless act out of obligation, but felt guilty afterwards. After everything was over, Chris said that he had then rolled over onto his side, which caused Shannon to become agitated, sparking an argument between them. Soon, this argument became heated, and because he felt so overwhelmed and trapped by the situation, he climbed on top of Shannon, pinned her down, and began yelling at her. Chris, what the fuck is wrong with you? This caused her to start pleading with him, telling him that he was hurting the baby, but Chris said he didn't care because in that moment, he could not think rationally. He wanted to be with Victoria and saw Shannon as the only thing standing in his way. Chris then wrapped his hands around Shannon's neck and strangled her as she flailed desperately beneath him. When she stopped moving, he released her neck, climbed out of bed, and noticed Bella standing in the room looking at Shannon's face-down body among the mess of sheets, and Bella asked, "What's wrong with Mummy?" Thinking fast, Chris told Bella that Shannon was sick and needed to see a doctor. He wrapped her limp body up in the single bedsheet, hiding her neck and swollen face from the girls, and then disposed of the other bed linens in the kitchen trash can. He then roughly dragged Shannon's limp body down the staircase, and as he did, Cece and Bella started crying. "Oh, I don't like this." They knew her mother was hurt, and that Chris had caused it. They were terrified of him, but also completely reliant upon him. After backing his truck into the garage, Chris then loaded Shannon's body into the back seat floorboard before placing Cece and Bella in the back seat without their car seats. Crying, they kept asking, "Is Mummy okay?" Chris said she was, but the girls will not believe him. This is so intense. And I don't know, like, I lost my mum when I was really young. And it wasn't anything, dark like this, but it's still like, I don't know, you read these things and it's like, I remember asking these like same questions. Like, I don't really want to go there because it'll upset me. But I remember being a kid and being in, and just like not really believing what was going on. God damn. Chris was still, I don't like thinking about that. It's been nearly 30 years, but it's still, Chris said he was, but the girls would not believe him. He said that he then placed a trash bag over Shannon's face so that should the sheet slip, the girls would not see her face as he drove them out to the desert, to the site of the oil storage tanks. As he drove, the girls fell asleep, and Chris was left in silence for nearly an hour. At no point during that time did he ever reconsider what he was about to do. After parking beside the tanks, Chris slid out from behind the driver's seat, opened the back door of his truck. I don't want to read these details. He kills them. And you don't want more details. Less than an hour later, when his co-workers arrived at the site, they said that Chris was behaving normally, as if nothing was wrong, and it wasn't until he announced that he needed to return home to address a family emergency that they noticed any change in his normal demeanor. This emergency was Nicole Atkinson threatening to call the police. As Chris told this new story to investigators, they asked why he had killed Shannon and not just divorced her, but Chris could not give an answer. It is assumed that if not for Nicole's persistence, he would have finished his workday as normal, driven home, gotten rid of Shannon's important possessions, ironed out the details of his story, and then reported his wife and daughters as missing. He would have told the police that she took the children away and ran away to be with another man. And then he would have openly started dating Victoria, starting a new life with her now that his old life was over. To investigators, this was the most likely scenario, and as it turns out, Chris had been planning something similar for much longer. In letters sent by Chris to true crime author Sherilyn Cadle, author of Letters from Christopher, The Tragic Confessions of the Watts Family Murderers, he revealed that he had been planning Shannon's murder for weeks, and that the events on the night of August 13th were not his first attempt to kill his family. Before then, he'd slipped Shannon a large dose of OxyContin to induce a miscarriage. This attempt failed, but it may have been the reason that Shannon was sick during a business trip with Nicole. He may have harmed the fetus without managing to kill them. In other writings, Chris also revealed that the murders were not a crime of passion as he first claimed. They were calm and premeditated. While tucking Celeste and Bella into bed on the night of August the 12th, Chris wrote that he said to himself, "That's the last time I'm going to be tucking my babies in. I knew what was going to happen the day before, and I did nothing to stop it." The aftermath. After the coroner had completed his assessment of Shannon, Cece, and Bella's bodies, they were released to Shannon's parents and permitted to be buried. Originally, Shannon's mother, Sandra Rujek, requested cremation for all three, but she was told that her request was not possible for either Cece or Bella because their bodies had become explosive after being submerged in oil for so long. They were instead entombed and buried inside a special sealed coffin that was designed to prevent the toxic gases and runoff from leaking and polluting the cemetery grounds. The worst part, Sandra said in an interview with the local TV station, was that her family did not even get to say goodbye in person. Now, while I'm aware that Simon doesn't understand open casket funerals, and I do see how some may view the ritual as odd, every funeral I've ever been to has been open casket, and for me, seeing the body and saying goodbye one final time has always been a key part of the grieving process. I've never been the type of person to kiss the deceased on the forehead like some in my family, but I did lay my hand over the top of my grandmother's hand after she passed away when I was in high school, and feeling her cold skin helped me finally accept that she was gone. It was closure for me. For Shannon's family, they were robbed of that closure. A private ceremony was held, but none of the bodies were suitable for viewing. Today, barely 5 years after the murders, Chris Watts is housed inside an out-of-state prison, the Dodge Correctional Institution in Walpen, Wisconsin, for his own protection. This is because if he remained in Colorado, there was a real fear that he'd be targeted by the other inmates due to the nature of his crimes. To which I can only say, oh no! He's now cellmates with another man, Marcus Johnson, who was convicted of killing his own infant child by submerging him in boiling water. According to the authorities, Chris and Marcus watch each other's backs, protecting one another from harm as they go about their days. They put him in a fucking Supermax with all the terrorists. According to Chris's former cellmate David Carter, Chris keeps a picture of Celeste and Bella pinned to the wall of his cell, but he refuses to hang a picture of Shannon. He says that Chris suffers often from a recurring nightmare of two little girls playing catch inside the cell as he sleeps. He refuses to say whether those girls are Celeste and Bella, but David assumes that they are. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Although Chris Watts has now admitted to the murders, he has still yet to take responsibility. Now, instead of blaming Shannon for killing Cece and Bella, he blames El Diablo for making him kill his family and is currently writing a prayer book called Revelation in the Reckoning. So if you've ever wanted to purchase a prayer book written by a psychopath, don't do it. Here is one of the prayers that Chris has... I don't care. Matt's put a quote in for me here, but I don't want this to have any of his words read, to be honest. So I'm not going to read that. And you're not going to listen to it. Number 2, for those of you familiar with this case, you may have noticed that I changed the name of Chris's mistress from Nicole Kessinger to Victoria Miller, and this was done for 2 reasons. First, there was already another Nicole in today's episode, Shannon's friend Nicole Atkinson, and I didn't want anyone who wasn't paying attention, primarily Simon, to get them confused. Second, I also wanted to help distance her from the never-ending slew of harassment she faced online over the past 5 years due to her relationship with Chris. I'm sorry, but she is not responsible for any of this. Leave her alone. However, as I learned toward the end of writing this script, the harassment was so severe that Nicole was forced to change her name, abandoned a career, and moved to a different part of the country to find peace. According to her, many people are accused of being an adulteress, a home wrecker, and even an accomplice to the murders, despite an official statement from police saying that she had no prior knowledge of Chris's plans and was not involved in the crime in any capacity. So leave her the f*** alone. What is wrong with you out there? At first, this discovery made me so angry that I considered abandoning this entire project. However, instead of scrapping an entire week's worth of work, I instead decided to take the opportunity to defend Nicole and call everyone as harassed her an asshole. While in prison, Chris has been receiving letters from many women attempting to start a relationship with him. This is not uncommon, but the fact that he is relatively young, charismatic, handsome, gag, and has found Jesus is further compounding the problem. He currently has an entire list of female pen pals, and he keeps in contact with them regularly. In many of the letters he sends, Chris talks in detail about the murders, and the women love it. I have no words to effectively express my disappointment. Neither do I, Matt. Wow. I have to say, I'll just tack on at the end here, that this is probably the episode that has made me think about abandoning this the most. I think it just hits home. And plenty of them have. I always think about Pedro Lopez and all of this stuff, but this one with the kids being my kids' age and the loss of the mum and stuff like that, it makes me I want to be respectful, but it also feels like, can you possibly be respectful enough? Is it possible to be respectful enough to the victims while there are moments in this where I smile and I laugh and it's not just all horror and we try to see some levity in the lighter moments of these episodes? But is that at all appropriate? I don't know. Thanks for being here.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist, the murder of Travis Alexander, written by Emma. Thank you so much, Emma. Read by me, your dear host here, Simon. The format of the show, if you're new here, never read this before. We're going to explore it together, so let's have fun. It's probably not fun, it's about murder. I don't know why I say that. Let's just get into it then, shall we? Some people are fascinated by the work that goes into writing a script for The Casual Criminalist. Yeah, I mean, there's a subreddit, which is like my subreddit, reddit.com/r/Simon Whistler. Casual Crit is probably the most talked about show in that subreddit and about writing, and I know several other writers are active in that subreddit, so go check it out. Most often it involves scrounging the internet for a variety of sources and juicy tidbits before piecing an informative and entertaining story together that Simon reads to you guys. For this script, I had to listen to 24 hours worth of audiobooks, watch police interviews, hours worth of trial footage, read a book, a blog, and several other court documents. Oh my god, Emma, I'm not paying you enough. That is an insane amount of work. But this time I also watched a movie, since it came up more than once during the various retellings of the case. It was the 1987 movie Fatal Attraction, starring Michael Douglas, Glenn Close, and Anne Archer. No, I'm thinking of Double Jeopardy, right? The husband is like, she's accused of murdering her husband, whatever, and she's like, she goes to prison for it, and then she's like, well, as soon as I get out of prison, I'm going to murder him in Times Square or something like that. I remember that being a really good movie. For those of you who haven't watched it, spoiler alert, it's about a successful lawyer named Daniel who has an affair with a book editor named Alex. After he breaks things off with her and tries to fix things with his wife, Alex loses it, starts stalking Daniel and his family, totals his car, kills and boils their daughter's pet rabbit, kidnaps his daughter, and attempts to murder his wife before they finally manage to stop her by putting a bullet in her chest. Well, we just ruined that whole movie, didn't we? But the good news is it's from 1987, and if you haven't seen, I don't think you have to do spoiler alert for 1987. Just imagine how scary it must be to know that some unseen person is following your every move and regularly violating your privacy by breaking into your home, stealing your things, and hacking into your email account. But that was Travis's reality for a while. Only, unlike Daniel, his story doesn't have a relatively happy ending. Travis Alexander's Being Better blog.
I can honestly say that I haven't come across a murder victim before that was as inspirational as Travis Alexander. We often say that it's a bad idea to mess up your kids, but Travis's life was proof that you can break the cycle of abuse and make the best of the life that you've been given. He had plans on writing an autobiography on his life and posted the first chapter on his blog, and it gives us a unique insight into who he was as a person. Travis was born Travis Victor Alexander on the 28th of July 1977, and he would be one of 8 children. He had 3 older brothers, and later would have 3 sisters and a younger brother. His parents, Gary and Pamela Alexander, were both drug addicts, and their mother would habitually abuse them when she was coming off a meth high. Yep. Don't fuck up your kids. According to Travis, quote, "My childhood, unfortunately, was very much like any child's that had drug-addicted parents. My father was never around, which left my siblings and I to the fate given by my mother. A good woman with the intent at an early age to be a loving mum. A few poor decisions changed that. As she progressively got more involved in drugs, she progressively got less capable of raising children." Yeah, I don't think I've done any drugs since having kids. And not that I did a bunch of drugs, but I don't think I've even smoked weed since having kids. It's like, I'm busy. Travis and his siblings grew up in extreme poverty, and because their mother was incapable of caring for her children for days on end, they had to fend for themselves. Quote, "We would eat what there was, but before long, what was edible would be eaten or it would rot, and then what was rotten would be eaten too. I don't remember much of this. I can only think of one instance when I found a piece of moldy bread on the side of the fridge which represented the last thing I could eat. I remember being teased by canned food, knowing full well what was in the can, but not knowing how to use a can opener. We didn't have the convenience of bathing every day, so we tended to stink. I didn't mind going without a bath that much, really. I was a boy like most and didn't have a problem being dirty. But I was scared of bathing because I once got the bathroom floor wet. My mother accused me of urinating on the floor and threw me halfway through a wall. Jesus Christ. It's like, just chill, parents. Just chill. Like, I get upset at my kids sometimes. I try not to because I'll be like, oh, for God's sake. Like one yesterday, my kid just got his milk. He's just like trying to pour his own milk. He's 1 year old. He's 2 years old today, actually. And he sets the milk little beaker on the table, and he just takes the milk that my wife has put out to pour into milk, and he just takes it and he pours it and he keeps on pouring it and he keeps on pouring it and he keeps, and it's all over the kitchen surface. It's all dripping down the sides, getting onto those little crevices of the doors and on the floor. And I'm like, oh, don't be upset. Just be like, oh, why did you do that, son? Please don't do that again. And I'm like, oh, it's going to take me forever to clean up, and I've got to take all the drawers out and go through all the stuff and wipe the milk off it. It's just like, calm down. You know what I don't do? Throw my kids through a fucking wall. Travis was bullied at school, but he explains that the words the kids used to describe him didn't come close to the insults his mother threw at him and his sisters. In more ways than one, his grandparents were the ones to save him. Quote, "I remember the day that I came to the conclusion there was a God. I was 6. I screamed as loud as I could all day long for my nearby grandmother to come and get me and take me away for the weekend. I screamed so long and loud that I actually woke up my comatose mother long enough to beat me for waking her up. When she went back to bed, I went back to screaming to God. Sure enough, that evening she came and picked me up while my mother slept." End quote. Twice a year, his mother would get her act together and take her children to see Grandpa Vic, their great-grandfather who lived in California. While there, the Alexander children were able to have a normal childhood. They played board games, eat pizza, and learn their ABCs with their great-grandfather's guidance. Grandpa Vic wasn't an idiot, and he was fully aware that their home life wasn't ordeal. He couldn't take on raising them himself, so he did what he could. And with a few words, he saved Travis's life. We'll quote again. "Every time before my mother, siblings, and I would leave, I would go to hug my grandfather goodbye. Without exception, before I received my coveted hug, the cherry, casual countenance of my grandfather would change to something very serious. He would then grab me by my shoulders and shake me. Then he would follow those words that alter every aspect of my life. Travis, you need to know that you are special, that there is not anything that you can't do. There is something great inside you. You're special, Travis. Don't you ever forget it." I feel like that's like, I don't know, like you read into these, like, you know, being a parent, you read these books, you read these articles, you learn about stuff. I listen to like parenting podcasts. I find that quite easy. Like, you know, you listen to them, you listen to people chat about their kids and what's good, and they've done a bunch of reading and stuff, and you're like, cool, okay. And I think that's something they tell you not to tell your kids. Don't tell your kids they're special, because then they become lazy, because they're like, oh, I'm special, I don't need to work. But look, obviously it worked out for him because he made something of himself, right? We'll continue the quote. "My mother would often make remarks while coming down from drugs about how miserable we all were, that we ruined her life, that we were worthless. Although those words hurt very deeply, as you could imagine, every time she would scream those words, I would hear his words instead. Every time I would feel her fist sink into my back, I could feel my grandfather's hands on my shoulders, and I knew she couldn't reach what was great inside me. And again, I'd hear the words, "You're special, Travis. Don't ever forget it." Then in my mind, I would think, this woman has no idea what she is talking about. She doesn't know that I'm special. No matter how loud she'd yell those colourful words, she could never top the conviction of my great-grandfather Vic. End quote. When he was 11, Travis ran away from home, burst into his grandparents' living room, and loudly declared that he was going to live with them from then on. Eventually, he and his sisters would be raised by their grandparents. His grandmother, Norma Sarvey, was a particularly big influence in his life, and he would later paraphrase Abraham Lincoln when he described her, "All I am or can be, I owe to my angel grandmother." Norma and her husband Jim belonged to the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking this was the grandfather from before, but that was his great-grandfather. Apologies, this is his regular grandparents. I met my great-grandmother when I was a kid. I only met her once, I think, maybe once or twice. And she was 100 years old. It was her 100th birthday party. It's one of my earliest memories. I must have been like 4 or 5 years old. And then she died, so I don't really remember anything about her. She lived in a nursing home. She lived on the Isle of Man, which is in the middle of fucking nowhere. I don't remember going. I don't remember going out there. But my dad said, "We was like, yeah, you go on this prop plane. It's super bumpy." I didn't know any of my other grandparents, great grandparents. They were all dead. Both my grandfathers were dead before I was born. I think this was my grandfather's mother. My picture was in the paper. They had like it was in the newspaper, like celebrating 100th birthday or some shit like that. Norma and her husband Jim belonged to the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, aka the Mormon Church, and they took the children to church with them every Sunday, where Travis became a devout Christian. When Travis was 16, he became even more involved with church activities, and for the first time in his life, he felt like he belonged. After his death, his friends Chris and Sky Hughes wrote a book called Our Friend Travis, The Travis Alexander Story, in his memory, and they explained that, quote, church was a place of solace and safety for him. He was accepted there, and he began to thrive. He developed friendships that would last a lifetime, but he also developed a burning desire to serve God as a missionary and to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ on a full-time basis. After leaving school, Travis did missionary work for the church and made money working a series of menial jobs. He'd read Napoleon Hill's book, Think and Grow Rich, and believed that he was a work in progress, and to become a better person, he constantly had to work at being better. I'm down with this. Like, all the time. I feel, yes, I'm a worker. I always have this in my mind, right, that older people, like I think of my parents or whatever, and it's like, when I'm that old, I'll be who I am. I'll be settled into my ways. And I guess I thought that in my teens, about my 20s, and in my 20s, about my 30s. And I kind of think that about my 40s now. But I've also come to the realization that we're always growing. We're always getting better. At least we should be. We shouldn't be so set in our ways. Like my opinions have changed from my teens to my 20s to my 30s. And I think that's a good thing. And I'm sure they'll change again. And hopefully I'll have more developed opinions and I'll be better at stuff and I'll just be altogether a bit of a better person. It's my hope. It's my hope for me. It's my hope for everybody. It sounds a bit self-helpy, doesn't it? It sounds a bit like, Napoleon Hill or whatever. But it's like, I do believe in that. I do believe a lot in self-improvement. I think I've read Think and Grow Rich. I think I've read a lot of these self-help books. My dad used to make fun of me. I like self-help books. I don't know. I don't know why admitting to liking self-help books feels a bit cheesy. Because self-help books are so often cheesy. But I'm like, I don't know. There's lots of stuff you can learn. For me, also biographies. I read a lot of biographies because I really believe you can learn a lot from other people's lives. And they're just compressed there in a book that you can pick up for 10 quid. Or whatever. And it's that's amazing that you can learn all of these things from other people's lives that they've spent a long time thinking about. I think that's incredible. I think the amount of value you get from that's amazing. Anyway, let's move on. According to Travis, quote, if you want to know why life is the way it is, for the good or the bad, you don't have to look any farther than the nearest mirror. That's right, it is my opinion that 100% of where you are depends on you. Now, you don't have to agree, but if you will do yourself the favor of accepting 100% responsibility for where you are in life, then and only then can you change your life. I agree with that to a certain extent. I believe that, people don't own their nearly enough. When something goes wrong, I first take you immediately want to blame, like, oh, it's not my fault, it's someone else's fault. But I've like conditioned myself to be like, okay, how is this my fault? And then genuinely, if it isn't my fault, then it's like, okay. But I always start with I probably don't do it all the time, but start with the assumption that you screwed up. And then, well, for one, it's in your control, so you got a better shot at sorting it out. And two, it's just like, I don't know, it's like that personal ownership that, not shifting the blame. I feel that's pretty important. I think that's a good way to see things. The quote continues, you see, if you choose to blame someone else, then you have no power. Exactly. But if you want to change your life, it can if you choose to change. End quote. In the year 2000, Travis was 23 and living in Riverside, California. He was working as a substance abuse professional in a medical lab and worked part-time at a Franklin Covey store that sold day planners, motivational books, and tapes on Stephen Covey's books, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Now, that is a book I have read, and that's one of the most useful self-help books. I think that's a really good one. If you haven't read that, it's definitely worth a read. They also offered time management training for individuals and companies that sparked Travis's dream of becoming a motivational speaker someday. But neither of these jobs presented careers that he wanted to pursue. So according to Sky Hughes, Travis prayed for an opportunity. Quote, he prayed that he would find something. And while he was praying, he felt an impression to talk to Chris Hughes. Meanwhile, Chris had been praying for someone who could be a leader in his developing business, someone with the same vision he had. At the time, Chris was working for Prepaid Legal, now known as Legal Shield, a subscription service that provided its clients with legal services in exchange for a subscription fee of $20 a month. Oh my lord. I've dealt with lawyers a few times. Oh my god, is it expensive. You could sign up as an associate with Prepaid Legal and sell these legal plans, enabling you to establish your own business. Prepaid Legal would supply all the marketing material, but the rest of the costs rested on the associate, and the company required that its associates recruit other associates to form their own sales teams. That's sounding a lot like something that I definitely would never say that, what was it called? Prepaid Legal? And that is one of these things that, where it's like you recruit other people, but whenever I see that, I'm always like a little suspicious of it. The more people in your team, the more money you made, and the quicker you climbed up the promotional ladder, making it sound like one of those marketing schemes that are shaped like a pyramid scheme. We're not saying that this is shaped like a pyramid. We're not saying that's what this is. It just might appear that way from this description. According to Chris Hughes, Travis managed to increase his income considerably in just 7 months, earning him the title of executive director. It's like bullshit title. Maybe this is executive director, but like associate when you join, and all of this stuff just feels like bullshit titles, doesn't it? He quit his other jobs and focused on this, making up to $100,000 per year. His hard work paid off, and Travis became one of Prepaid Legal's elite members. He attended numerous conventions, became a speaker at Prepaid Legal meetings, and eventually moved his business to Mesa, Arizona in 2004 before buying himself a 3-bedroom house. According to Chris Hughes, quote, Travis drove a nice BMW, wore custom-made suits, and earned an incredible income. His confidence was soaring. Add to all of that the fact that he was funny, charming, good-looking, charismatic, and the life of every party. He had made it. End quote. In his free time, Travis hung out with his friends, partied responsibly like a good Mormon, watched UFC tournaments, went hiking on the weekends, and still found time to do missionary work, often making up care packages for the homeless people in Mesa and delivering them himself, believing that he had a duty to share his good fortune. I have to say, I like old Travis so far. I like Travis. He would later write that, I love my life. Why I have been so blessed is hard for me to understand. I have fantastic visionary friends, a supportive family, most importantly, the gospel of Jesus Christ. I have been put in a good place financially the past few years, and more every day. I have a greater passion about this life that I have been given. I can honestly say that I awake every single day happy. I am motivated by it, to make it a day better than the last, to go to bed better than I woke up, and to do it all over again the next day. Preach, Travis. I also feel like incredibly blessed. Like I have a job that I enjoy, a family that I love, genuinely like enjoy the shit out of my life. And I get where Travis is coming from. It's nice. Like I really try and appreciate that as much as I can. But nobody is perfect, and there was one area in Travis's life that was lacking. From what I understand, the Church of Latter-day Saints places a lot of emphasis on the importance of family, and they help their members to find suitable life partners by encouraging the single members of their church to join young single adult wards.
Okay then. These are support groups that do church activities together, like social events, Bible study, outreach programs, etc., and they provide the members of those wards with the opportunity to meet and date like-minded people. Members of these wards are between the ages of 18 and 30, and if you're still single by the time you're 30, you get moved to one of the family wards that consists of married couples and older singles, weakening your chances to find a potential life partner. It's a bit harsh. It's like, 30, you're well past it. Go join one of the family wards and hang out with other people's families and children because you've got no shots. Harsh. According to Sky Hughes, in the time that I knew Travis, there were only 3 girls he was serious about. Deanna Reed, Linda Ballard, and Lisa Andrews. What's up with Travis? He seems like he's... we just described him as like... How do we describe him? Handsome, single, good-looking. He's obviously making a great income. He's got a nice house. Like, it sounds like a bit of a catch. Deanna and Travis started dating in 1998 when they were 20 and 21 respectively. They broke up when Deanna went on a mission to Costa Rica and Travis met Linda in 2001. They broke up shortly after since Linda didn't like Travis's passion when it came to prepaid legal and he refused to go back to college and get a conventional job. I mean, okay, that was the one thing that when I was thinking about Travis and all of his things, that's the one thing that I think would annoy me because these people involved in like, not that prepaid legal is one of these, but you know, these big organizations where they have like weird titles and they go to conferences and they're all like, yes, let's go. They talk about that stuff way too much. And that would annoy me. My wife's probably annoyed by how much I talk about work. I get home and I'm like, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm thinking about this, what about this? And she's very tolerant. And she says that she likes hearing about my work. And I take her at her word. Because I keep on talking about it. Maybe I'm the annoying one. God, Travis and I have a lot in common. Except for the religious stuff. Travis and Deanna got back together again when she returned from a mission in January 2002 and would date off and on for the next 3 years. According to Sky, quote, Travis told me that no matter whom he married, she would have to accept that Deanna was a part of his life and would always be his friend. They were best friends. Travis and I argued about this all the time. I told him it wasn't fair to Deanna or his future wife. I felt that if he didn't completely separate from Deanna and Deanna from him, neither of them would ever move on. Why do they have to move on? Why can't they just be together? She returned from the mission, they get back together, what's the problem? Wait, who's Sky? Oh, I've lost the track, I'm sorry. Why can't Deanna and Travis be together? This sounds nice. And this concerns me for both of their sakes. Deanna was one of the best things that ever happened to Travis. He knew it, and he didn't want to let her go. I think Deanna was the first person that Travis ever let love him, and the first time he ever felt deeply loved was by Deanna. So what's the problem? Deanna was one of the reasons why Travis had decided to move to Mesa from California, since she'd received a job in Phoenix, Arizona, which was just 20 miles away from Mesa. While they were dating, they also broke one of the LDS church's sacraments. They were having premarital sex, and they had to keep it a secret from everyone they knew. After a year of sneaking around, they both confessed to their bishops, and they were both banned from going to church until they were temple-worthy. Deanna for 9 months, and Travis for an entire year. I mean, like, oh no, what are we going to do when we're not in church? I guess we'll just have to make sweet love to each other every Sunday. Or whenever the LDS people go to church. Shortly after confessing, the two of them broke up for the last time. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to hear. Travis was now 28, and for him, the clock had started counting down, urging him to get married and settled down before he turned 30. When did I get married? 2018? I was 31 when I got married. Okay. He'd date a few girls during the next 2 years, but their relationships never progressed very far, and Travis's 30th birthday came and went. According to Sky, he wanted to get married, but he was scared to commit. This plagued him until the very end of his life. Travis suffered from self-sabotage. He had mastered so much in his life, but he struggled with romantic relationships. If things were going well, he would do something to mess them up. He would do this subconsciously, completely unaware of what he was doing to himself and others. I had to say, sorry, I wasn't thinking about that quote when I read it. I was thinking about I went out, me and my wife, we have a date night once a week because we have a babysitter comes and we go out for dinner, and I desperately look forward to it every week. I don't know, being married and having 2 kids, you don't really get a lot of time. Just like we'll spend some time together, like at the end of the day, but we're mostly just super tired. It's like, I'm at work all day, my wife's taking care of the kids all day, then I come home and we both take care of the kids, also in the morning, and it's like just so tired. And it's so nice to have like 1 day a week where the kids are not there. It's like 1 evening a week. It's, oh, thank God. But we were having dinner last Tuesday. And I was like, wait, when did we get married? And I was like, June. And she's like, did we celebrate our anniversary? I'm like, nope. I totally forgot. She's like, I totally forgot as well.
And I think that's just because we're super busy with kids. And then I felt bad for not remembering. And then she was like, I didn't remember either, did I? I'm like, no, you didn't. And then we were like, next year we must try and remember that better. And I hope we do. Not that we'd be able to go out on it, because it would probably be like a Thursday, be like, what should we do? You cook dinner and stay at home, I suppose. Put the kids to bed. Oh, I look forward to the kids. I mean, the kids are so sweet. They're at this age where they're just like these beautiful, kind little people. But I also do look forward to them being a little bit older when they could be a bit more independent and I can spend, a bit more time with... I love my kids, but also without them. Oh, that sounds bad. But I also just like spending time with my wife and without my kids, Do I like that too much? Maybe. Oh, God. On the 16th of April 2008, Travis posted his resolutions for 2008 to his blog. This year will be the best year of my life. This is the year that will eclipse all others. I will learn more, travel more, serve more, love more, give more, and be more than all the other years of my life combined. This is a year of metamorphosis, of growth, and accomplishments that at previous was unimaginable. A year where the impossible become commonplace, and the unachievable become effortlessly achieved, where I raise myself to heights only visited by the great men and women of this world, and by doing so, this year will be the best year of my life. But it was also the year when his past mistakes came back to haunt him in the most terrible way possible. What past mistakes? Travis seems really good. I like Travis. Oh no, what's he done? The psycho ex-girlfriends. Oh no, what's someone he dated gonna do? Oh, Travis, I don't want you to be the victim in today's episode. I want you to continue and be this great man that you should be. Oh, Travis, no. Disclaimer. Jodie lies, and because barely anything she'd said in the past could be accepted as fact, I tried to use verifiable facts and statements that other people had made about her life as much as possible. Okay. Jodie Ann Arias was born on the 9th of July 1980 in Salinas, California, and the eldest of 4 children. Her father, William Bill Arias, is Mexican-American, and he owned a string of restaurants when Jodie was growing up. Her mother, Sandra, had German and English parents. The entire family helped out at the restaurants on a regular basis. Unlike Travis, Jodie had a relatively normal childhood. She did well in school and was well liked by her classmates and teachers. The family moved to Santa Maria, California when Jodie was 11, and by all accounts, she adjusted well to her new town and school. She was artsy and loved painting and photography. Friends and family admit that her parents were always strict with her, but when Jodie was 14, her parents discovered that she'd been growing marijuana in a Tupperware container on the roof of their house. I like that. A childhood friend of an unnamed friend of mine. He did this. He grew so much. And he definitely wasn't a drug dealer. It wasn't just, he grew so many things. A childhood friend of Jodie's, Patty, is quoted in journalist Jane Velez Mitchell's book, Expose the Secret Life of Jodie Arias, as saying, "We took a pot seed and we planted it in a little Tupperware and it bloomed like one little leaf on it. And another little tiny leaf almost grew, and we put it on the top of the roof so the sun would hit it. And then the neighbor told on us. While it could have been worse, Jodie's parents called the police on her. Oh my God, that is strict. I'll be like, yo, don't grow marijuana on the roof. Okay? Or I'll be like, well, don't destroy it, just give it to me." According to Sandra, their overreaction resulted in Jodie pulling away from her parents and resulted in her keeping secrets from them. Well, yeah, can you blame her? They told on you to the police. You're 14. Shortly after, the family moved to Eureka in Northern California, and Jodie told Patty that she was miserable there. She started acting out, and her parents only tightened their hold on her, setting strict curfews and demanding that she would be home by 6 p.m. every night. According to her family, she'd make snide remarks during family get-togethers, scream at her mother, and once hit her during an argument, prompting Bill to slap his daughter on the face as punishments. Oh my God, don't do that. Don't hit your kids. Also, she's 14 when they found the weed, right? It just sounds like she's a teenager, to be honest. It doesn't necessarily sound like, well, the weed was what caused this. It's like, it could also just be the hormones in her brain. According to Juan Martinez's book, Conviction, The Untold Story of Putting Jodie Arias Behind Bars, one of Jodie's childhood friends, Xenia Carranzo, told the police that, quote, "When Jodie got angry, she really laid into her mother, who tried to control and calm her, but Jodie wouldn't listen and was grounded a lot because she was so defiant. She would say to Sandy, 'I hate you, I wish you weren't my mother.' Even when she knew the consequences, Jodie just didn't care." All right, look, listen, so far, I'm kind of like, this isn't the breeding grounds of a murderer. This isn't like she's torturing cats and shit. She's just like a particularly rebellious teenager. Speaking of my kids again, really not looking forward to that. I was reasonably good. I don't think I was particularly naughty or rebellious or anything like that. And
I hope my kids aren't as well, but I'm fully prepared for them to be. My wife also was not particularly rebellious as a teenager, so hopefully everything will work out fine. But I'm also fully prepared for it not to, and I'm slightly afraid of that. Jodie would later testify that she had dropped out of school and moved out of her parents' house when she was 17. She then moved in with her boyfriend, the 20-year-old Bobby, who she'd been dating on and off since she was 15. Oof, Bobby. 20 years old, 15 years old. Bobby, what are you doing? When was this? The 90s? 2000s? Obviously, it was more common back in the day, but like, that is weird. Like, there's nothing wrong with Jodie here, but Bobby sounds like that's not good, is it? And it's definitely illegal in America. Quote, I was kind of tired of the discipline, and it was 3 months until I was 18. And one day they decided to ground me until I was 18 for skipping school. I couldn't fathom being grounded for 3 months. When you were grounded in my house, it meant no phone, no TV, no friends, no social functions of any kind, and you're in your room, period. I was never grounded, because I didn't go out very much. It was never grounding. My parents would always just take away my allowance. Like, my sister got grounded because she was more social than me. She had more friends. And like, her punishment was always like, you can't go out and see your friends. As my parents always knew, it's like, well, we're not going to ground Simon. That's not going to make a difference. All we'll do is we'll take away his money because that's what he cares about. And they were bang on. Or they'd take away my TV privileges or my games console privileges. Not that I got in trouble a lot, but it was, oh yeah. Or, another one we had. I'm sorry, this is not interesting, I guess. But like, my parents had this one, which I don't think was a particularly good system, like thinking about it in retrospect, because we had a dishwasher in our house, right? And every morning, one of us would have weeks doing the dishwasher. So I had 3 siblings, and we'd rotate. So it'd be someone's week, then someone else's week, then someone else's week, and then my week. And every morning for that week, come down, unload the dishwasher, load the dishwasher, and then continue with my day. But the problem was, well, not the problem, but my parents would use that as a punishment. So they'd give, if you were naughty, you'd get extra weeks on the dishwasher. And the problem was, that meant if one of your siblings got in trouble, it would benefit you. Which obviously wasn't super well thought out. And turned us into snitches. And I thought I wasn't going to wait until I was 18 to move in with Bobby. It was 3 months away, and it just made sense to me at that time, as I was 17 years old, so I just moved out. I got a job at another restaurant and began working full-time. To me, it made more sense to work so I could support myself and my boyfriend. He didn't have a job. What the f***? Who is this Bobby character? He started dating you when you were... Bobby sounds like... I don't really know anything about Bobby. I don't want to throw some wild accusations about someone who's like tangentially related to this story at the moment. But Bobby sounds like he's a little bit manipulative, doesn't he? In that way that you describe people who do that to younger people, which I won't accuse him of. Not like the P word, but the G word. Right? I don't think I can probably say that on YouTube, so let's not. All went well. People are like, what's the G word? I'm just trying to... You know what I'm saying? Someone post it in the comments. All went well for a few months until Jodie suspected that Bobby was cheating on her. She followed him to the library, hacked into his Hotmail account, and printed out the conversations he'd been having with another girl. How do you hack in? I guess this was like back in the day, right? Where it was just like, I'll just guess his password. Nowadays, it would be like, well, you can't have a password that doesn't have all these complicated things. And then it's like, you need his 2-factor, you need his mobile phone, or whatever. I don't remember Hotmail accounts. She confronted him with emails and initially broke up with him, but then the two of them got back together again, and they would have a toxic, on-again, off-again relationship for another few months, something that would become a bit of a pattern in her life. Eventually, the two broke up again, and Bobby moved to Medford, Oregon, allegedly to get away from Jodie. But Jodie followed him, claiming that there were better job opportunities in Medford. She showed up at Bobby's new apartment and met his new roommate, Matt, and Matt's girlfriend at the time. Quote, it was a real eye-opener because I saw how Matt was treating her, and he was very chivalrous and very polite. He was a gentleman, and he just treated her with a lot of respect. And that's not something I had received, but I had seen it on TV and that kind of thing. So it was just jarring to see that and then consider my relationship with Bobby, end quote. Deciding that Matt was a better option than Bobby, Jodie focused all of her attention on him, and eventually they started dating after Bobby caught them together and officially broke things off with Jodie. At first, everything went well, and the two moved in together, but they broke up after 2 years of the relationship after Jodie hacked into Matt's email and confirmed her suspicion that Matt had been seeing another girl. It has been suggested that she and Matt had already broken up by this point, but Jodie would later claim that mutual friends had hinted that Matt and a colleague of his, Bianca, were seeing each other. Jodie tracked Bianca down at her house in a different town. Holy what are you doing? This isn't Bianca's fault. I mean, she probably does have a little bit of blame if she knew, but it's also like... Don't go to someone else's house. Don't go to someone else's town. don't confront people like that. It's weird. She claimed that the two of them had a civil conversation, during which Bianca admitted that yes, she and Matt were together, prompting Jodie to break things off with him. After breaking up with Matt, Jodie moved. You already knew that they were seeing each other. You hacked into his emails. Just break up with him. Don't go and find his lover and track her down in another town, Jodie. It's weird. After breaking up with Matt, Jodie moved to Big Sur in California and found work at a hotel. There, the 22-year-old Jodie met Daryl Brewer, a 42-year-old D4C with a 4-year-old son, and he interviewed her for a waitressing position at a holiday resort. After working together for a year, the two started dating. That's a hell of an age difference. What's the rule? The thing that works surprisingly well, like half your age plus 7. So that would be 42, 21 plus 7, 28. Yeah, she's not 28, is she? That's the minimum that you should be dating, Daryl, in my opinion, and in the opinion of society. He made his intentions very clear that he liked me, and he was attracted to me, and he was okay with being with me, but he said, I don't see myself getting married again. I was young at that time, so it didn't bother me. I figure I'll have many years left, and I enjoyed being with him, so that's what I did. I just enjoyed the time we had together. Yeah, you're 22, that sounds entirely reasonable. The two of them seemed happy enough, but according to Daryl, Jodie had been a natural brunette when they'd met. Shortly after meeting Daryl's ex-wife, she dyed her hair the same blonde as the ex-Mrs. Brewer's hair, got breast implants shortly after the ex-Mrs. Brewer got them, and even bought herself the same car that the ex-Mrs. Brewer drives, slowly turning herself into the younger version of Daryl's ex-wife. What are you up to? That's really strange. And he probably doesn't want you to be his ex-wife, because his ex-wife is his ex-wife. In June 2005, the couple bought a house in Palm Springs so that they could be closer to Daryl's ex-wife and son, and Jodie now worked 2 waitressing jobs so that she could afford her half of the bills and the mortgage. She wasn't exactly a good worker and had trouble keeping a job, and when her financial situation got to the point that she couldn't afford to pay the mortgage on the house anymore, she started asking people about financial tools that would help her become more financially stable. And one of her clients handed her a recruitment CD for prepaid legal. Here we go. According to Jodie, she had it for 3 months before she finally took a look at it. Inspired by the idea that she could easily start and run her own business and earn 6-figure sums within just a few months, Jodie signed up as an associate and attended her first prepaid legal conference in Las Vegas in September 2006, where she met Travis Alexander. Jodie lies. According to Jodie, Travis had walked right up to her at a bar at the convention and introduced himself to her. The 26-year-old Jodie was flattered and promptly flirted back, and the two of them hit it off, with Travis later texting Sky Hughes to tell her that he'd met someone. Travis invited Jodie to the executive director banquet that night, but when she couldn't afford to buy a formal dress to wear to the banquet, Sky became Jodie's fairy godmother and lent Jodie one of her dresses. Sky and Chris initially liked Jodie, explaining that she carried herself well and was able to have intelligent conversations with other people at their table, but the next morning, Travis told them that Jodie was still living with her ex, Daryl Brewer. Jodie had told Travis that while they still lived together, they weren't together anymore. They'd recently broken up because she wanted to get married and have kids, but Daryl didn't. According to Daryl, they were still together at the time and wouldn't break up until December 2006. A week after the convention, Jodie traveled to Riverside to spend time with Travis at Sky and Chris's house. That first weekend, she attended church with Travis and the Hughes family, and shortly after, Jodie expressed a wish to join the Mormon faith. She agreed to meet with Mormon missionaries and would eventually be baptized into the Mormon church in November 2006. Jodie becomes what people want her to be. Like, she becomes this dude's ex-wife, like with the hair and the breasts and the car and all of this, and now she becomes a Mormon because it's what Travis wants. Allegedly, around this time, she told Daryl that she couldn't have sex with him anymore since she was now saving herself for marriage, but in the meantime, she and Travis had started sleeping together, and Jodie was telling everyone that they were going to get married someday. According to Sky, once Jodie got the idea that she was going to marry Travis, things got even stranger. It seemed that every time we spoke, she brought up Travis taking the next step and asking her to move to Arizona. When I brought it up to Travis, he told me that he was not ready for that, which was totally understandable. He thought she was really cool, but he was not ready for a committed relationship. They had only known each other for 3 months, and Jodie was ready to get married. He did not feel it would be right of him to ask her to move to Arizona if he was not absolutely sure that the relationship was going somewhere. End quote.
In January 2007, Jodie talked to Chris and Sky about her relationship with Travis. It bothered her that he didn't want to make their relationship official. She explained that she was unhappy and didn't feel like he loved her as much as she loved him. She felt like he treated her like a booty call because he only called her late at night after she'd finished work. He didn't want to post photos of them together on his MySpace page, and he'd once called her a skank while they were hanging out with his friends. Oh my god. Dude. She was also aware that he was still hung up on Deanna, and she was jealous of the fact that he still obviously cared for his ex-girlfriend. Chris and Sky told her that if she wasn't happy, she should break things off with Travis. They also agreed that Travis calling her a skank and treating her like a booty call could be called emotional abuse, but reminded her that the church had a big issue with premarital sex, which was one of the reasons why Travis kept their friendship a secret. They encouraged her to do the adult thing and talk to Travis and explain to him how she felt. Sky also advised Jodie that if she wasn't happy dating a Mormon, then maybe it would be better for her to move on and date someone who wasn't a Mormon, since it was clear to Sky that Jodie had only converted to please Travis. Yeah, I was like, no, I'd love to be a Mormon. Yeah, it sounds great. Although people do, right? Because the Mormons go out recruiting. Is it the Mormons who knock on your door? Is that Mormons? That's not Mormons, is it? Oh, no, that's Jehovah's Witnesses. They're different, I think. After their discussion, Jodie called Travis and related everything the Hughes had told her, but it made it sound as if they'd been warning her away from Travis for the past 3 days, turning everything she'd said on its head. According to an email an angry Travis sent the next day, "The past 3 days you were beaten in the head that I am a broken person, that is effed in the head who needs counseling, that I'm extremely abusive to women, and that the fact that she is interested in me proves that she has her own head problems and needs counseling too." End quote. For the next few days, the three friends would discuss Jodie's claims of abuse over emails, and eventually they cleared the air. Travis explained that yes, he had jokingly called Jodie a skank, but when he noticed that it had bothered her, he apologized. He also explained, I wonder why that would bother her, Travis. He also explained that he only called her late at night because that's when she came home after working all day and he didn't want to bother her while she was working. Again, I mean, that's fair enough. Besides, they lived in separate states and they'd only been texting each other for 4 months at that point, and even though he cared for Jodie and thought that she was an amazing person, he didn't think that they were quite ready to commit to each other yet. Again, fair enough, it's only been a few months, like you're just dating. Jodie would later claim that they officially became a couple that February. Travis had a book titled 1,000 Places to See Before You Die, and he and Jodie were going on trips and ticking these places off one by one. Everyone who met them just assumed that they were together, and yet Travis still insisted that they weren't a couple and repeatedly encouraged Jodie to date other people. That is a bit weird though, Travis. That is a bit weird. Like, if you're dating someone, like, aren't you going in there with the intention that, like, or the thoughts that at some point, especially if you're going traveling with them and all of this stuff, it's obviously beyond a booty call, Travis. So it feels a bit weird that you're like, no, you can date other people. We're just like, what? As time went on, Jodie became even more obsessed with him and would show up at his house uninvited. She invited herself along to trips or parties he hosted, and he would return home to find that she'd been sleeping on his couch while he was away. According to Sky, she'd changed her MySpace page so that her interests now reflected Travis's. She even admitted to Sky that she'd hacked into his email account on more than one occasion and forwarded all the emails he'd shared with women to herself, causing alarm bells to go off in Sky's mind and prompting Sky to jokingly tell Travis that she's absolutely obsessed with you, Travis. I'm afraid we're going to find you chopped up in her freezer. This is an episode of The Casual Criminalist. I like Travis. I mean, I like a lot about Travis. Travis seems a bit of a knob in this. Travis seems like, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of how Travis is treating her, even though she's the one who's going to turn out to be a psycho or something, isn't it? Oh, God. Here we go. It's complicated, isn't it? When she found out that Travis was going to visit Sky and Chris in April 2007, Jodie invited herself along for the weekend and followed him around like a lovesick puppy. Quote, "One night, we're all in the hot tub and there's 4 of us. You know, this is a time to chat and hang out. Well, Jodie is like climbing on Travis while we're trying to have this conversation. She was all over him. I mean, like 8th graders whose parents are out of town, like straddling his lap and sucking on his neck. And Travis just kept pushing her off and he's like, Jodie, get off me. Like, what are you doing? And I look at Chris and I'm like, does she not realize we're sitting here? This is around the time where she became very possessive of him." End quote. Now, according to Sky, after Jodie had gone to bed that night, Chris and Sky pulled Travis into their bedroom and essentially told Travis that Jodie's behavior wasn't normal and that she was obsessed with him. Yeah, Travis, you should be able to see that, mate. Although, you can in these situations, like, be a bit blind to it, can't you? Because it's you and you're like, oh yeah, look how great I am. This person really likes me. And then someone else is like, bro. You need to have a closer look at that one, my friend. Initially, Travis laughed it off, but after they caught her listening at the door while they were having this conversation, the Hughes banned her from their home, scared that she'd harm their children. During the next 3 months, more and more people would confront Travis about Jodi's behavior, warning him that something was not right with her, and the two of them broke things off at the end of June 2007 after Travis caught her snooping around on his phone. But Jodi wasn't about to accept the fact that their relationship was over. Instead, she found an apartment less than a mile from Travis's house and moved to Mesa in August 2007. Travis would later tell a friend of his, Mike Bertart, that he was sure that Jodi was stalking him, and while he was away, she'd sneaked into his house on more than one occasion and had crawled in through the doggy door after he'd locked his doors. He was starting to become afraid of Jodi, but she kept manipulating him so that he would stay in contact with her, and she would tell Sky that, quote, "I'm all Jodi has. She has no family, she has no friends, and every time I try to break things off completely with her and move on with my life, she threatens to kill herself." Oh, this is not a healthy situation. Jodi has issues. In September 2007, Travis started dating Lisa Andrews, a woman he knew from church, but he was still sleeping with Jodi and going on trips with her so they could mark off even more locations from the list. Look, when you break up with a relationship, when you're like, no, I don't want to see you anymore, but let's continue doing the 1,000 things to do before you die. I mean, why not? We've started it. We might as well finish it. We've only got 967 left to go. What are you doing? He admitted to Sky that whenever he broke things off with Jodi and tried his best to be a good Mormon, Jodi would dial up the sex and show up at his house like trench coat style, prompting a detective to later explain that no guy could have refused the things she was doing. Yeah, but maybe you should, Travis. Then Jodi started following him and Lisa whenever they went out on a date, and in December 2007, Travis and Lisa were hanging out at her house when they both heard a noise outside. Travis went to investigate and found that someone had slashed the tires on his BMW. Jodi would spy on Travis, and Lisa, through Travis's living room windows, hacked into his email and Facebook account, stole his journals and an engagement ring that he'd bought for Linda back in 2001, and sent Lisa an anonymous email in which she called her a shameful whore and that, quote, "You are filthy and you need to repent and become clean in the eyes of God." Oh my lord. Also, this woman's like some sort of mega hacker. How has everyone just got passwords? Or is she actually good at computers? Despite outright telling Jodi that a normal person wouldn't do the things she was doing, Travis still couldn't say no to her. Lisa broke up with Travis at the end of February after she found out that he was still sleeping with Jodi, and his life spiraled downward. Jodi was like a drug to him. His business was suffering, his finances were in ruins, and he was feeling depressed. Oh no! Why is this like this? Oh, this is not healthy. This is not good. Why is this ruining the rest of his life? Then Travis met Mimi Hall and decided that the only way he could move forward with his life was to find a way to rid himself of Jodi completely. Bro, you gotta move state, bro. You gotta not the next door state. You gotta move to like the other side of the country. You gotta move to like Lebanon, mate. According to Sky, Travis went to his bishop and confessed everything. Because he'd already confessed to breaking one of the church's sacraments, he now had to face disciplinary action, and he had to confess his sins to the entire disciplinary council, which included Mimi's dad. Oh no. Oh no. Mimi's dad's not going to be very pleased about this. Travis was once again banned from the church, taking away another integral part of his life, but he hoped that he would be able to return and turn things around. Jodi still wouldn't leave him alone, and after he'd been begging her for months to come back to California, Jodi did. Because she spent all her time stalking him instead of working, she had been struggling financially and could no longer afford her apartment, so she left Mesa at the end of April. She moved in with her grandparents in Eureka and once again took up waitressing jobs to support herself. On May the 26th, Travis realized that Jodi had once again logged into his Facebook profile, and he confronted her about it, with most of their exchange taking place over Google Chat. Yeah, it's weird to think that this is in the current, is Google Chat still a thing? I think that is still a thing that it's in my Gmail, right? On the bottom left-hand side, you can click on Google Chat. I don't think I've used that in years. Travis wanted her to finally admit to everything she'd done to him and explained that he was sick and tired of forgiving her and giving her the benefit of the doubt, only for her to turn around and betray him over and over again. But Jodi claimed innocence and explained that she only wanted Travis to tell her that she meant something to him, that she had a place in his life, that everything she'd done was in an effort to be closer to him since he made her feel loved. To quote, "I knew you weren't in love with me. I knew you cared, but that it wasn't that kind of love. So when we made love, I was able to actually convince myself, yes, lie to myself. It really felt better for that space of time that it was something bigger and better. But that's the intoxication felt from sex. And you made it so good. You became another person. It's like you nearly worshipped me. I felt so loved when we did that. It became absolutely addicting.
The better I was, the more you wanted me. And the more you wanted me, the more we got to be together. End quote. But Travis had finally seen Jodie for who she was. He had finally reached his breaking point, and he wanted her to understand what she'd done to him. To quote, "You don't know what horror you have caused me. You cannot conceive. You have not felt as much pain in all your life than what you have repeatedly caused me with your lies and your invasions and the psycho shit you have subjected me to. You have made me want to die on countless occasions. You have hurt me so bad over and over again. And how do you repay me for forgiving you? By doing the same thing." End quote. Jodie wrote him an email back, claiming that she'd changed, that she now had a job working as a bartender at a Mexican restaurant and was finding her feet again. But in a fit of anger, Travis scoffed at her accomplishments. Essentially, he called her a whore and told her that if she could earn money at the restaurant by giving blowjobs, she'd be sorted financially because that was the only thing she was good for, was manipulating people through sex. To quote, "You are a three-hole wonder. You are good for something and always have been. You have never given out the truth for truth's sake. You never have. How must it be to solely be a liar, nothing else, to live a life identical to Satan? Even when you come clean, it is a partial version of the truth to serve your purpose. You have been nothing but a liar from the beginning. You are evil. If I was ever good, it is good because of you. I hate you. Do you realize that? I hate you so much. You are relentless in your torture of people that have loved you and protected you and served you in what you do. You try to destroy them. You are the lowest of the low. You are sick and evil, and knowing you makes me want to kill myself in punishment. Hitler had more of a conscience." End quote. During May of 2008, Travis became more introspective, worked on his blog, and posted the first chapter of his autobiography. He was slowly pulling away from his friends, but he and Chris Hughes had won an all-expenses-paid trip to Cancun, Mexico through prepaid legal, and they were due to leave early in June. Initially, Travis had planned on taking Jodie with him since Cancun was on their list. Travis! What are you doing? Stop it, Travis! Start thinking with your head instead of your penis, Travis! But he changed his mind in March and asked Mimi to go with him instead. After reassuring her that they wouldn't be rooming together, Mimi agreed, and the four of them made plans for their upcoming trip, planning to leave for Cancun on the 10th of June 2008. Travis stopped responding to calls and text messages on the afternoon of the 4th of June, and by the time Chris, Sky, and Mimi realized that something was wrong, Travis had already been dead for 5 days. Oh my god. Emma. It suddenly goes from like, okay, it's a bit psycho, and it's like, boom. I like Travis. The 911 call. At around 10:30 p.m. on the 9th of June 2008, the following call was made to the emergency services.
Oh my God.
911 emergency.
Hi, this is AJ with the transfers. She's calling from 11428 East Queensboro. Ma'am,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, that's 11428 East Queensboro Avenue in Mesa?
Yes.
Okay, what's going on?
What?
What's going on?
A friend of ours is dead in his bedroom. We hadn't heard from him for a while. We think he's dead. His roommate just went in there and said there's lots of blood. I didn't go in, but I can give you the phone to someone who went in there.
Yes, please, can you?
Hello.
Hi, so what's going on?
He's dead. He's in his bedroom.
Okay.
In the shower.
Okay, how did this happen? Do you have any idea?
No, we have no idea. Everyone's been wondering about him for a few days.
She said that there was blood. So is it coming from his head? Did he cut his wrist?
It's all over the place.
Hold on just a moment. Okay, you're a good friend of Travis's, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has he been depressed at all? Thinking about committing suicide, anything like that?
I don't think he's been thinking he committed suicide. He's been really depressed because he broke up with this girl, and he was all upset about that. But I don't think he would actually kill himself over that.
Has he been threatened by anyone recently?
Yes, he has. Okay. He has an ex-girlfriend that's been bothering him and following him and slashing tires and things like that.
And do you know the ex-girlfriend's name?
Do you remember it? Yeah. What's his ex-girlfriend's name? Ask Taylor.
And do you know if he's ever reported it to the police?
Her name is Jodie. I don't know if he's ever reported. Hold on. Yeah. Ask Taylor if he's ever reported Jodie to the police, like if Travis did. No, he hasn't reported anything about Jodie's behavior.
Okay, the tub is in his bedroom?
Yeah, and I guess I didn't go in, but from what I heard, his roommate went in. There's blood in his bedroom behind the door, and then he said it's all over. And then they went in the bathroom, and he's in his shower.
Okay.
So
and his bedroom is where in the house?
It's upstairs, and if you go up the stairs, it's on the left. It's the first door on your left. It's the only door on your left.
Okay.
And it's just a big master suite bedroom up there. And she's talking to his friend right now. There's a girl that's been stalking him and things, and he's trying to. You might know some information. I hope my phone doesn't die. I'm on like 1 bar of battery. So.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to keep you on the phone until officers arrive. Either officers or paramedics arrive, okay?
Okay, I think I can hear the sirens now.
The investigation. At 8:35 a.m. on the morning of the 10th of July 2008, Deputy Maricopa County Attorney Juan Martinez received a call from Sergeant Dana McBride of the Mesa Police Department, reporting that the 31-year-old Travis Alexander had been murdered inside his home. Martinez explains in his book Conviction, The Untold Story of Putting Jodi Arias Behind Bars, that he was the prosecutor on call that day, so he made his way to Travis's house to conduct a walkthrough of the crime scene. When he arrived, he already had a basic idea of what had happened. Around 9 p.m. the previous night, Mimi Hall and 2 of her friends, Michelle and Dallin, had stopped by Travis's house. Mimi was worried because Travis had been responding to her calls on messages, and one of Travis's roommates opened the garage door for them since the front door had been locked since the evening of the 4th of June. Zachary Billings, another roommate of Travis's, had been under the impression that Travis had already left for Cancun, so he offered to unlock the door to Travis's room so that he and Dallin could check in on Travis. As soon as they entered the room, they noticed a foul smell and saw that there was blood in the hallway that led to the ensuite bathroom. The 2 men went to see what the source of the blood was and found Travis's body sitting in the shower. His chest was covered in blood, and pools of diluted blood covered the bathroom floor. After they'd established that Travis was dead, Mimi called 911. Detective Esteban Flores conducted the walkthrough alongside Martinez, and the 2 of them noted that the house itself was neat and clean. The only thing that was out of place was a steam vacuum cleaner that had been left standing in the middle of the living room floor. They walked up the stairs to Travis's carpeted bedroom and noted that the king-size bed had been stripped of its bedding. Martinez noted that the carpet met tile at the doorway to the hall that led to the ensuite bathroom, and a puddle of blood had soaked into the carpet. The bloodstain was surrounded by what looked like bloody footprints, and in the hallway itself was more dried blood. The blood had been diluted with water in places, and the walls were covered in bloody smears and handprints. In the bathroom, there was blood on one of the sinks, sprayed on the mirror, and a big puddle of blood lay in the shower where Travis's body had been found. A .25 caliber bullet casing and strands of long brown hair were found in the dried puddles of blood on the floor, and a bloody palm print was found on the wall in the hallway. The murder weapons were never found. But it sounds like you're leaving plenty of evidence around. I mean, he's not spreading his own blood around the place, is he? Detective Flores pointed out that a 16-ounce plastic tumbler had been found in the shower next to Travis's body. The 2 of them speculated that the killer had used the tumbler to toss water onto the floor in the hallway in the bathroom in an attempt to clean up the blood. Wow, you really didn't do a very good job of it, did you? The police also found a bleach-stained golden brown hand towel, wet clothes, and a SsangYong digital camera in the washing machine in the pantry. The missing sheets and bedding from the bedroom were found in the dryer, further supporting their theory that the killer had cleaned up after themselves. But there was blood everywhere! You can't just half clean up a murder scene. According to Martinez, cleaning up after a murder scene is extremely rare. This was only the second time I had come across one manipulated to such an extent. Really? I kind of thought, surely people clear up murder scenes. You've just murdered someone. Aren't you like, oh, apparently not. This detective's only seen it twice. Not detective, what was he, a prosecutor or something? Wow. Dr. Kevin Horn conducted Travis's autopsy and suggested that he'd been killed 3 times over. Travis was still in the shower when his killer stabbed him in the chest, puncturing a major vein near his heart. Travis fought back, and as he stumbled out of the shower, sustaining several defensive wounds on his hands and arms, and ended up in front of the sink, where the killer stabbed him in the back, causing blood to spray onto the mirror. Travis then stumbled towards his bedroom, and it's theorized that he managed to reach the end of the hallway before his killer forced him down and cut his throat from ear to ear, silencing his cries for help, after which he would have fallen unconscious and died within seconds from the blood loss. His killer then dragged his lifeless body back to the bathroom and shot him in the right temple before placing his body back in the shower, rinsing it clean of blood and any foreign DNA that might have been left on the body. In total, he'd been stabbed 27 times. What Dr. Horn couldn't say for certain, though, was exactly when Travis had died, since the air conditioning in Travis's bedroom had kept the room at a constant 75 degrees or 23 degrees Celsius. Detective Flores met with all of Travis's friends to establish both their alibis and approximate time of death. They all agreed that the last time they'd seen Travis was on Wednesday, the 3rd of June 2008. He'd missed a training call that had been scheduled for the evening of the 4th of June and had stopped responding to calls and messages around that same time. When Detective Flores asked them if they knew of anyone who would want to harm Travis, they all pointed a finger at Jody, though as far as they knew, she was now living somewhere in California. But the police didn't have to go looking for her. You see, Jody called the Mesa Police Department on the morning of the 10th of June and insisted to speak with Detective Flores. He called her back at 2:35 p.m. that afternoon, and since she was their main suspect, he recorded their 41-minute-long conversation. If you call it... surely you assume you're calling the police. Look, you call your mobile phone provider, they record the call. They're definitely recording the call you make to the police, especially if they're suspecting you of something. Even if they don't, they're recording that call. Always assume it's recorded. In the call, Jody explains that she'd heard that Travis had died and that she'd heard a rumor that he'd been murdered. She said that she'd allegedly already checked her phone records and the last time she'd spoken to Travis was around 9 p.m. on the 3rd of June, but she hadn't seen him since early April. She told Detective Flores that she and Travis had planned on going to Utah together at the end of June, and she had called him so that she could solidify her plans. She explained that she and Travis used to date, but they broke up because Jody had been convinced that Travis had been cheating on her. But, Jody explained, they'd made up and now were more like friends with benefits. She was aware that someone had been breaking into Travis's home and that his tires had been slashed, and claimed that she'd warned him to lock his doors, which he usually left open. Then Jody told Detective Flores that Travis had been working out a lot recently, quote, and he's so strong. I mean, there were a couple of times we've tried to wrestle just for fun and he showed me some moves. I don't see how anyone could overpower him. Could you sound more suspicious? The police haven't even asked you anything yet, and you're phoning up to give excuses. When Detective Flores confronted Jody about the fact that several people had told him about her crazy behavior and how she used to stalk Travis and hack into his email and social media accounts, Jody laughed it off and explained that, quote, "Oh, he gave me his Facebook password and his MySpace password. I gave him my Facebook password and my Gmail account password. We did that months ago, and we thought, what can we do to try and re-establish trust between us? It just didn't work. He got really upset finally, and he's like, this isn't working. And I said, all right, this is too much of a headache. Let's just change our passwords. So we did. We changed our passwords after that." And then Detective Flores outright told Jody that she was a murder suspect and asked her why Travis's closest friends would all have told him that they believed Jody had killed Travis. Again, Jody had an answer ready and told Detective Flores, "Maybe because I am the ex-girlfriend. We've had lots of fights. We started fighting because I did the wrong thing and got into his phone because I had a suspicion that he was cheating." Jody then suggested that Travis used to send her mean text messages and emails and that the police would probably have to get copies of their exchanges. Detective Flores told her that they would. She also offered to travel to Arizona from North Carolina to provide the police with DNA samples and her fingerprints, a trip that meant she was on the road for just over 15 hours. According to Martinez, Detective Flores had called and told him, quote, "This woman is calling us, coming out to see us, so clearly she doesn't think she is a suspect. But we don't know anybody else who would want to kill Travis Alexander except for her." Jody's alibi for the time of Travis's murder seemed watertight. She'd left Eureka, California on the 2nd of June and drove towards Salt Lake City in Utah, where she had a prepaid legal conference on the 4th of June. She'd planned on staying the night at a friend's house, but she'd gotten lost on her way there and only arrived on the 5th of June, which the friend, a man named Ryan Burns, confirmed. But pretty soon, the forensics reports started coming back, and they were all pointing fingers at Jody Ann Arias. The DNA on the hair that had been found at the scene matched Jody's. Jody's like, no, I cleaned up that crime scene brilliantly. How could they ever find anything I left behind? I may as well give them my DNA sample. Oh, Jody. The bloody palm print that had been found on the wall of the hallway matched Jody's. Oh, it did it? That's shocking news. 2 sets of blood had been identified at the scene, Travis's and Jody's. But what really excited both Detective Flores and Deputy Attorney Martinez were the photos. You see, the forensic technicians had determined that the digital camera that had been found in the washing machine had been destroyed beyond repair. But the memory card wasn't. What are you doing? You're destroying. You can hack it. This woman has been hacking into people's Hotmail accounts and Facebooks and whatever, but she doesn't know that she'll just put it's a memory card. It's very resilient. Don't they find those on crash planes and shit?
Someone had tried to delete the photos from it, but the technicians were able to recover them, and they were all time-stamped. They showed that on the 4th of June, Jody had spent the day at Travis's house. The two had sex and had taken explicit pictures of each other. Between 5:22 p.m. and 5:30 p.m., Jody had taken several photos of Travis in the shower. After the last photo, where he was posing for her with water running down his face, there's a blurred photo of the bathroom ceiling at 5:31, followed by a photo of Travis's bloody body in the hallway with Jody's foot in the foreground, and another one of Travis's body that was taken while she was dragging him down the hallway towards the bathroom, which was taken at 5:33 p.m. Like, what? Again, you were breaking into people's, you obviously have some amount of technical competence, but you take photos of your crimes and then just delete them and leave them at the crime scene? Deleting doesn't do shit. It's just like, if you've got a list of files, deleting, if you just normally delete them, all the computer is doing is making them non-seeable by the browsing system. So, I'm not some technical wizard by myself, but I understand that there's something to do with the first letter or something that gets removed so you can't see it. But then obviously a forensics person is going to go into there and use one of these data recovery programs and be like, hello, photos that are all timestamped. What are you doing? You got to format that shit. Do the full format, not the quick format. And then burn it, Jody. What the fuck? She's probably like, no, I deleted them and then put it in the washing machine. And it's like, Jody. It's not how technology works. And another one of Travis's body that was taken while she was dragging him down the hallway towards the bathroom, which was taken at 5:33 p.m. It had all been over within 2 minutes. The evidence against her was irrefutable, and on July the 9th of 2008, exactly a month after Travis's body was found, a grand jury indicted Jody Arias for the first-degree murder of Travis Victor Alexander. The case against Jody Arias. Jody was arrested at her grandparents' house in Eureka, California on the morning of the 15th of July, 2008, after the local police reported that Jody had packed her car the previous day and looked ready to flee. Multiple items were taken from her room and placed into evidence. A handgun and ammunition were found hidden in the car. A deeper research was conducted into her movements in the months leading up to Travis's murder. It all helped the prosecution to build up a timeline of events that they would use to prove that Travis's death had been premeditated. Sometime in May, Jody had called her ex-boyfriend, Daryl Brewer, to ask him whether she could borrow his 2 5-gallon gas cans because she was going on a trip to Mesa in June and didn't want to run out of gas along the way. What, Jody never heard of petrol stations or gas stations? During the last week of May, she'd called Daryl again to ask if she could borrow his cans, and he agreed. On the 26th of May, Travis and Jody had their fight over Google Chat, during which Travis called her a whore and a three-hole wonder. 2 days after their fight, on the 28th of May, Jody's grandfather had reported that there'd been a burglary at their house. The only items missing were a CD player, a DVD player, $30, and her grandfather's .25 caliber handgun, the same caliber of weapon that had been used to shoot Travis. The burglary case was still unsolved, but the investigators had marked it as suspicious since other valuable items and guns in the house had been left untouched. Jody had called Ryan Burns on the 30th of May to let him know that she was planning on arriving at his place on the 4th of June. She flew to Redding, California, where she rented a car. The first car that the rental agency offered her was a red Ford Focus, but Jody refused it, later claiming that she'd heard that people with red cars were more likely to receive fines and exchanged it for a white one instead. She spent the night at the house of one of her other ex-boyfriends, Matt, in Santa Cruz, before arriving at Daryl Brewer's house in Pacific Grove the next day to collect the gas cans. She then had dyed her hair a dark brown and took selfies of her new hairdo as she drove to Salinas, California. She stopped at a Walmart and bought another 5-gallon gas can before driving to Pasadena, where she filled up the 3 gas cans and her car at 8:30 p.m. before calling Ryan Burns and telling him that she was on her way to see him in Utah. She then turned her phone off and headed towards Mesa, which was 6 hours' drive away. Between leaving Pasadena at 9 p.m. and arriving at Travis's house at around 4 a.m. on the 4th of June, she stopped to remove the number plates from the car and top up her gas tank. Travis hadn't known that Jody was coming to see him, but he still let her inside, and Jody would later claim that they both had slept until 1 p.m., after which she and Travis had sex several times and looked at photos of them together that she'd brought along on a CD, her way of saying goodbye to him. At 5 p.m., Travis went to take a shower, while Jody took pictures of him, and by 5:33 p.m. he was dead. In a rush to leave the house before Travis's housemates returned, Jody did a terrible job of cleaning up the murder scene and left Travis's house with the gun and knife that she'd used to kill Travis, locking the front door behind her. She dumped the weapons on the back seat, staining the covers with Travis's blood. She also left bloodstains on the seats and the floor mats of the rented Ford Focus. Jody, this is so sloppy. The idea that you'd get away with this and that you could just phone up the police and give them some stupid excuses which you didn't need to give, you're a terrible criminal. Jodi raced out of Mesa and continued her trip toward Utah. When she reached the Nevada border at around 8 p.m., she turned her phone on again and called Ryan Burns to let him know that she'd gotten lost but was still on her way. She also called Travis's phone and joked about getting lost on a trip, told him how sorry she was that she hadn't been able to see him, and arranged to call him later to discuss the trip they'd allegedly been planning on taking. She would send him an email on the 7th of June explaining that she hadn't heard from him yet and asking him to get back to her. Jodi replaced the number plates in the dark, filled up her gas tank, and drove toward West Jordan, Utah, where Ryan lived. He remembered noticing cuts on her hands and told police that Jodi had claimed that she'd cut her hand while waitressing a bar a few days earlier. Shortly after arriving in West Jordan, Jodi received a fine because one of the rent-a-car's license plates was upside down. But Jodi, can't you read? Put the license plate on the right way up if you're doing crimes. Put the license plate on the right way up anyway. What are you doing? And Jodi told the police officer that it must be one of her friends pranking her. When Ryan Burns asked her about them, she told him that some kids must have done it. Jodi attended the prepaid legal conference and acted like nothing was wrong. She and Ryan had sex, which according to Ryan, she had initiated, and then she drove back to Redding, where she had returned the rental car. The rental agent had noted the high mileage, the Kool-Aid stains on the seats, and the missing floor mats. He had the car cleaned, not realizing the role the car had played in Travis Alexander's murder, but even though some of the evidence was washed away, the prosecution still had enough on her to have Jodi convicted for the murder of Travis. Jesus Christ, how well did they clean that car? Like, sometimes you get a rent-a-car and it's like, oh, this is kind of dirty. Like, generally rent-a-car companies, I find that they're brilliantly clean. Sometimes you'll rent one, it's obviously been turned around in a rush. Like when you get on a plane that's late and, then you look in the little pocket and there's a magazine and like a half-eaten sandwich in there and you're like, oh, gross. I once like reached into there and I stuck my hand in like someone's half-finished dinner. And I was like, oh, that's disgusting. Like an old sandwich or whatever it was. It's nasty. And then I had to wait until we were like the seatbelt sign went off before I could go to the bathroom and wash my hands of whatever nasty mess someone had left in the back of the seat. The many lies of Jodi Arias. In the days, weeks, months, and years following Travis's death, Jodi would come up with various versions of what had happened that night, cementing her reputation as a pathological liar. After her arrest, Jodi was interviewed by Detective Flores on the 15th and the 16th of July, and her interview tapes have become just as infamous as she is. Just in case you haven't watched them, Simon, they show Jodi doing yoga and headstands, berating herself for not putting on makeup before she was arrested, singing Here With Me by Dido, rifling through the trash can while waiting for the detective to return, and stealing several pages from a notepad the detective had left on the desk. Very weird behavior. During the interview itself, she'd ramble on every time Detective Flores asked her a question in an attempt to endear herself to Detective Flores, playing the role of an innocent young girl and attempting to come across as helpful and compliant. The police ain't. They're seeing through that. It's what they do. She also played the victim card by describing Travis as someone who only used her for sex. Quote, he would text me and say, hey, I'm getting sleepy, ... and a bunch of Z's, and that was code to, like, come on over kind of thing. I lived 5 minutes away to maybe 10, depending, and it was just too convenient and too easy, and it was fun, and we had fun when we were together, and so it wasn't healthy, and I totally agree with that. End quote. Initially, she stuck to her original alibi, claiming that she'd gotten lost somewhere between Pasadena and West Jordan, Utah, and had to retrace the route a couple of times, which had added an extra 20 hours to her trip. Oh my god. You got lost for 20 hours? Are you kidding? Also, this is a rental car in 2008. They are going to have a GPS tracker on there. Come on now. Detective Flores helpfully pointed out that if she'd gotten lost and had slept next to the road as she'd claimed, there were still 15 hours unaccounted for in her story. He showed Jodi a map pointing out where her phone had been, and Jodi helpfully traced a haphazard route between the points, only to have Detective Flores point out that the points weren't towns, but cell phone towers, implying that Jodi would have had to been able to fly to reach those areas. Oh, Jodi, come on. Use your big brain. Or not so big. When Detective Flores asked her why her phone had been turned off, Jodi explained that her phone had died along the way and she'd only found her charger stashed away in the rental car hours later, explaining why she was able to turn her phone on a day later despite not stopping anywhere or, just buying another charger. When she was confronted with the evidence that the police had found in Travis's house, her DNA, a palm print, and the time-stamped photos of her and Travis, Jodi initially tried to argue them away by explaining that she used to hang out at Travis's house all the time and maybe the date settings on the camera were set wrong. Jodi, if they're showing you those photos, just that they show you a limited selection, the ones where you're not murdering him or have murdered him, and they're like, can you explain these? And you're like, the time settings must be wrong. You must know that they have the murder photos as well, Jodi. Really? But eventually she had to admit that yes, she had been at Travis's house. Now her story changed again. Now Jodi claimed that everything between them had been fine until she started taking photos of Travis in the shower. At first it sounds like Jodi wanted to go with the story that Travis had attacked her because she'd been taking photos of him and he was such a private person. But it didn't match well with the obviously posed photos in the detective's possession, so she turned her story around on the fly and claimed that they were attacked by 2 masked intruders. Jodi claims that one of them had hit her over the head, causing her to lose consciousness. They'd stabbed Travis first, and after she came to, she'd tried to help him. The attackers had told her that they didn't want to hurt her because they were there for Travis, and she fled the house to save herself, almost hitting 2 children with her car because she was in such a hurry. The reason why she hadn't reported the attack in the weeks following Travis's murder is because she was afraid that they'd come after her because she was a witness. Oh my god, it's just like the more evidence they present, the crazier her story becomes. Where's your lawyer? Get a lawyer. They'll help you sort this shit out. Like, what are you doing? Stop spinning lies to the police. During later interviews with the press, Jodi would claim that they'd initially been attacked by ninjas. And told Inside Edition during an exclusive interview that, quote, "I know that I am innocent. God knows that I am innocent. Travis knows I'm innocent. I absolutely did not kill Travis Alexander. I had nothing to do with his murder. I didn't harm him in any way. In a nutshell, 2 people took Travis's life. 2 monsters. No jury is going to convict me because I'm innocent. You can mark my words on that one." Oh, you're in big trouble if you think that. Well, the public did mark her words, and in their opinion, Jodi was trying to sell them a lot of horseshit. So by the time Jodi did have to appear in court, her story had changed yet again, but this time she admitted that she was the one who'd killed Travis Alexander. Only now, she was the victim. In her new version of events, Travis had been abusive towards her during their entire relationship. He had manipulated her into joining the Mormon faith, had encouraged her to move to Mesa, and had then treated her like a sexual object instead of a person. Jodi also claims that he used to beat her and that he had a thing for young boys. When she'd visited him on the 4th of June 2008, they had sex, and he'd tied her up with a soft rope. Later, he'd used a knife to cut her free, and when they headed toward the bathroom, he left the knife on the sink. Yeah. Where's the ninjas again? He became angry with her when she'd taken photos of him in the shower, and he had lost it when she'd accidentally dropped the camera, yelling at her, "I'll kill you, you bitch." He tackled her, and she fought back. She somehow managed to grab the knife and stab him. She then ran for the gun that she knew Travis had hidden in his room and shot him. She went into a fog after that and can't remember much of what happened, since the thing she remembers next is driving away from Mesa. Jodi insisted that she'd acted in self-defense and that she had the emails and text messages to prove that Travis Alexander had been an abuser, but it was still up for a jury to decide whether she was innocent or not. The state of Arizona and Jodi Ann Arias. After spending almost 4 years in prison and granting numerous interviews to the press, the version of Jodi that the world got to know during her trial looked nothing like the fashionable blonde Cali girl that Travis had met back in 2006. Her hair was now brown instead of blonde, and she had a little fringe. She also wore glasses and modest shirts and pants for the duration of the trial, and the best description for her appearance would be dowdy, which Martinez speculated was an attempt to appear like a good and honest Mormon girl, the exact opposite of what Jodi actually was. The trial started on the 2nd of January 2013 and took place at the Superior Court of the state of Arizona in the county of Maricopa and was presided over by Judge Sherry K. Stevens. Wow, from 2008 to 2000, she waited 5 years? The court clerk started the hearing by reading Jodi's indictment and explaining that she'd been charged with 1 count of premeditated murder, or alternatively, felony murder, which means that the victim was killed while the defendant was committing a felony like breaking into his home. If she was found guilty, she would be liable to receive a life sentence, or if the court were to find that there were aggravating circumstances, the death penalty. The prosecution was the first to be allowed to state their case, and Deputy Attorney Juan Martinez got up and explained that, quote, "This is not a case of who done it. The person who done it, the person who committed this killing, sits in court today. It's the defendant, Jodi Ann Arias." End quote. While stating his case, he explained the state's theory that Jodi had killed Travis out of jealousy because it invited Mimi Hall along to Cancun instead of her. He explained their history, Travis's murder, how the evidence that had been found linked Jodi to Travis's murder, and outlined Jodi's different versions of what had happened that night, concluding with, now she admits to killing Travis. It was her. She's the person who actually did this, and she's the person who actually did the stabbing. She's the one who slit his throat, and she's the one that shot him. Referring to an interview that Jodi did with Inside Edition in 2008 where she claimed that no jury would convict her and that they could mark her words on that, Martinez told the jury that, quote, "I also ask that you mark her words. The words that no jury will convict her, even though she has admitted that she's the person that did this after giving many different stories of what happened. And as you mark her words, I ask you, while you are doing that in your final deliberations, that you remember that while you're marking the guilty verdict for her premeditated killing of Travis Alexander." Defense attorney Jennifer Wilmot opened the defense's case with the words, "Jodi Arias killed Travis Alexander. There is no question about it. The million-dollar question is what would have forced her to do it." The defense didn't try to hide the fact that Jodi had lied. Instead, they reminded the court that she wasn't a convicted criminal. She had no experience with the legal system or police interrogations, and so hadn't realized the consequences of lying to the police. And most of all, she'd been scared. And because she knew that she was guilty, she lied because she'd been in panic. Wilmot went on to explain how Jodi and Travis had met, going through Jodi's version of how she and Travis had met and how he practically brainwashed her into becoming a Mormon. Wilmot then goes on to explain that Jodi was Travis's dirty little secret. After having only known each other for 2 weeks, Travis had pressured the inexperienced and innocent Jodi into having sex with him, yet refused to tell others that they were dating. Wilmot admitted that Travis had repeatedly told Jodi that she should see other people, but then told the court that whenever Jodi did go out to see other people, Travis had made her out to be a whore. Seems like he had touched a little nerve there. Anyway, Wilmot explained that Travis had been abusive throughout their entire relationship, and that Jodi soon learned that the quickest way to calm his violent temper was to offer to have sex with him. After begging her to come and see him on the way to Utah, the two of them hung out and had rough sex all over the house, and Travis asked Jodi to take tasteful pictures of him because he'd recently started working out and wanted proof of his progress. According to Wilmot, Jodi had been going through the photos that she'd taken when she accidentally dropped Travis's camera. This angered Travis, who threatened to kill Jodi for damaging his camera, and he lunged at her, tackling her to the ground. Jodi somehow managed to escape, and had just a second to decide between her own life and Travis's, choosing to defend her own life by any means necessary. In summary, it all took place within the span of a minute. No jury's buying this, right? It's like, you got it. I understand, like, you got to get reasonable doubt, right? But this ain't reasonable. Like, there's no way I'd be like, yeah, no, not guilty. Surely. During her closing statement, Wilmot explains that, quote, "In that 1 minute, had Jodi not chosen to defend herself, she would not be here." During the course of the next few months, the court would listen as various witnesses gave their testimony. Mimi Hall explained how she'd gone to check up on Travis after not hearing from him for a few days. Detective Flores explained what the police found when they started their investigation. Forensics experts detailed the evidence that they'd found, and Dr. Kevin Horn explained what he'd learned during Travis's autopsy. While the prosecution's aim during the trial was to show the jury that Jodi had meticulously planned Travis's murder, the defense's strategy was to paint Travis as an abusive and sex-obsessed man, with defense attorney Lawrence Nurmi repeatedly asking the female witnesses whether Travis had ever referred to them as a skank, a whore, or a three-hole wonder. All of them agreed that Travis had only ever treated them with the utmost respect, prompting Nurmi to say that Deanna, Travis's only other known sexual partner, that you must have had a different relationship than he had with Miss Arias. But it was Travis and Jodi's illicit sex life that became a huge talking point during the trial. The explicit photos that Travis and Jodi had taken that afternoon were shown to the court, as well as the emails and text messages they sent to each other, most of which referred to their sexual fantasies or things they'd done together. The court also had to listen to a phone conversation that Jodi recorded of the two of them, during which Travis explains that when Jodi moans during sex, she sounds like a 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. All of this was used to try and convince the court that Travis wasn't the holier-than-thou Mormon that the prosecution made him out to be, but it also pointed out that Jodi was the one who'd initiated most of their sexual activities. When it was her turn to testify, Jodi spent a total of 16 days on the stand. During her testimony, she claimed that she'd had a happy childhood, been abused as a child, and that her father had habitually beat her and tossed her around the house by grabbing onto her arm and pushing her onto furniture. Her mother had been aware of this and had done her own part to abuse Jodi by beating her with wooden spoons. Her ex-boyfriends had also been cheating, abusive assholes, and she had felt justified in stalking them and hacking into their email accounts to prove that they'd wronged her. Jodi explained that initially she'd been starstruck by Travis, but that soon after they'd become a couple in February 2007, she'd caught him pleasuring himself while looking at printed photos of young boys. Instead of dumping his ass like any other girl would, she'd allegedly seen it as her duty to keep Travis satisfied sexually so that she could save his potential victims, and because it made him feel like a normal man and not a sick bastard. What the fuck? This is so strange.
She also claimed that he was jealous and possessive of her, and as proof, the defense showed the court a photo of her wearing a t-shirt that read Travis Alexander's. She claimed that Travis would become abusive whenever they had an argument, and that she'd learned early on in their relationship that the best way to calm him down was through rough sex. However, she made it sound like Travis was the one who would initiate sex, and that she was treated more like a sex toy than a human. From how she described it, she just played along and didn't enjoy having sex with him at all, despite telling him in the recorded phone call that people write books about the kinky stuff that they got up to. Jodie had perfect recall when it came to fights they had, dates they went on, where and when they had sex, and which positions they did it in, but when it came to killing Travis, Jodie still insisted that she'd gone into a fog and couldn't remember anything. She could remember taking photos of him dropping the camera. She was able to describe how it tackled her and remembered running for the gun, but claimed that as soon as she grabbed the knife and stabbed him, she'd blacked out. To quote, "There's a whole lot of that day I don't remember. I don't remember if I blacked out or what. There's a huge gap, and the most clear memory that I have after that point is driving in the desert." End quote. When it was Deputy Attorney Juan Martinez's turn to cross-examine Jodie and the defense's witnesses, he didn't pull any punches, and a lot of commenters criticized his aggressive approach and his nitpicking regarding the phrasing that Jodie used. Having watched parts of the trial, I have to agree that Juan Martinez came across as rude and unnecessarily aggressive, but I also understand what the host of the YouTube channel Behind Criminal Minds meant when he explains in his video, Jodi Arias, Lies, Deception, and a Plot for Freedom, how Jodie intends to walk free, when he says that many people felt that his approach was justified because they themselves wanted to strangle Jodie. I get it, but you're also, judges and prosecution and lawyers and police see all sorts of horrible shit. But you've got to be professional. Now, I remember when I was studying law and I went to the courts, to just watch trials in action or whatever, and you'd sit in the spectators gallery, and the shit that people would get up to. It was just crazy. And you'd have these judges reading the most depraved shit, and it was just one of those moments where you're like, when you're not supposed to laugh, and there's nothing funny about it, but it's just oh my God, just hearing this old man, this old judge in his super posh British voice, reading this crazy shit that these people were up to, and you're just oh God. And it's but they're professionals, that's what they do. It's okay, you gotta detach, no? And I mean, this is a horrible murder. But it's certainly not in the most horrific things that we've seen on Casual Criminalist. Before I recorded this episode, I recorded an episode where children were murdered. And it's that is some different level of horror. Martinez explains that his approach was based on the old school type of lawyering that he was accustomed to, and he realized early on that if you allowed Jodie to ramble on during testimony, she'd use it to distract the jury from the actual issue at hand. But I will admit, by being aggressive towards her, he managed to get Jodie to reveal her true nature and showed the jury that Jodie will bend to the facts to suit her own version of events. Steve Helling, a writer for People magazine, explains in the Court TV documentary Judgment of Jodi Arias with Ashley Banfield that, quote, "What Juan Martinez was trying to do was make sure that there was no doubt in any juror's mind that she deserved the death penalty which he was seeking. He was going to stop at nothing to make sure that they knew she was guilty, and they all decided to vote his way." Martinez walked Jodie through the evidence against her, her actions leading up to Travis's murder, and paid special attention to the gas tanks that she'd borrowed from Daryl Brewer. When she was asked why she borrowed the cans, Jodie explained that she'd been strapped for cash at the time and had found out the gas was cheaper in Nevada and Utah than in California, so she planned on filling up the gas cans in Utah on her way back. When asked why she needed a third gas can, Jodie explained that she hadn't. She'd purchased it, but because she technically couldn't afford a third can, she returned it, despite not being able to provide the court with proof that she'd returned that can. See, the cans were Martinez's trump card. Part of Jodie's plan had been to make sure that no one could prove that she'd been in Arizona when Travis was killed. This included not appearing on camera footage at gas stations and ensuring that when she did purchase gas, none of the transactions would be processed in Arizona. Despite telling the jury that she planned on filling up in Utah to save money, she admitted to having filled them up in Pasadena, California, and then again in Utah. She'd kept the slips, claiming that she was going to use them as a deductible on her taxes, but they proved that she'd purchased double the amount of gas that she would need to have simply driven down the highway towards Utah. These slips, along with the testimony of Daryl Brewer, Ryan Burns, the traffic officer who pulled her over on the 5th of June, and the testimony of the rental agent who'd rented her the Ford Focus, enabled the prosecution to prove that Jodie had, in fact, carefully planned Travis's murder, even if the execution itself wasn't exactly perfect. Yeah, you've screwed up on all levels, because you've carefully planned how to get away with a murder, except you've planned it terribly.
So you've provided loads of evidence of extreme premeditation. In a last-ditch effort to prove that Jodi had been the victim, the defense called 2 expert witnesses who testified that Jodi had been abused by Travis. The psychologist named Dr. Richard M. Samuels told the court that Jodi suffers from PTSD as a result of killing Travis. His conclusions were drawn after meeting with Jodi in prison and conducting several interviews with her. Another witness for the defense, Alice LaViolette, claimed that she is an expert in marriage and family therapy, and she too met with Jodi in prison and read through the angry text messages and emails that Travis had written her, using them to conclude that Travis had indeed been abusive toward Jodi and outright dismissing Travis's claims that he was scared of Jodi. But the prosecution's witness, Dr. Janine DeMarte, countered their testimonies by explaining that after conducting multiple personality tests on Jodi, she had concluded that Jodi Arias suffered from borderline personality disorder, which is trademarked by immaturity, unstable relationships, manipulation, and a constant search for identity. Essentially, even though she'd been 28 at the time Travis was killed, Jodi Arias' actions and way of thinking were still very much like that of a teenager. It does seem like it, doesn't it? According to the US's National Institute of Mental Health, quote, people with borderline personality disorder may experience intense mood swings and feel uncertainty about how they see themselves. Their feelings for others can change quickly and swing from extreme closeness to extreme dislike. These changing feelings can lead to unstable relationships and emotional pain. People with borderline personality disorder also tend to view things in extremes, such as all good or all bad. Their interests and values can change quickly, and they may act impulsively or recklessly. According to Dr. DeMarte, Jodi's test results indicated that she was particularly hostile, aggressive, and defensive, and that people with personality traits similar to Jodi's, quote, they have these violent outbursts that it's described as seething, as very angry. What they do tend to do, as the profile suggests, is that these individuals tend to externalize blame. So, for example, I acted this way because that person deserved it. They say, it's not my fault. I don't act this way because I have all of these emotions inside. I act this way because someone did something to me. That is how they conceptualize it and justify it in their minds. Dr. DeMarte further explains that people with borderline personality disorder are fakers or chameleons who adapt their beliefs, interests, and behaviors to suit yours, but they also have a deep fear of being abandoned by the people in their life. When it comes to friendships or relationships, they either idolize you or they hate you. If they idolize you, they'll place you on a pedestal. If they hate you, you're the most evil being in existence, and anything they do to you is justifiable. So in essence, by attacking Jodi's already shaky view of herself, by calling her a skank and a whore and a three-hole wonder, and then telling her that he wanted nothing to do with her anymore, Travis had pushed all her triggers and made himself the enemy. He was now dead to her, and Jodi's first reaction was to overreact in an effort to defend herself against him. In his closing argument, Deputy Attorney Juan Martinez closed the state's case by explaining that, quote, so now you're left with a decision that you have to make. As you sit back and you decide this case and you attempt to reconcile the lies with what actually happened, keep in mind that the defendant has attempted to manipulate you, has attempted to paint a picture for you. What the state is asking you to do is your duty, and the judge has indicated that your duty is to follow the law and to apply it to the facts of the case. And in asking that, the state is asking you to return a verdict of guilty, and that you return a verdict of guilty as to first-degree murder, for no other reason than it is your duty, and the facts and the law support it. End quote. On the 8th of May, 2013, the jury found Jodi Arias was guilty of premeditated first-degree murder. They also found there were aggravated circumstances since Travis's murder had been exceptionally cruel and that he most likely suffered extreme physical pain or mental distress or anguish before he lapsed into unconsciousness and died. Because the jury had found that there were aggravating circumstances surrounding Travis's murder, Jodi was eligible for death sentence. 8 out of 12 members of the jury thought that Jodi deserved to die for what she had done, but they couldn't reach a unanimous decision, and the judge declared a mistrial. A whole new jury was selected, and a second trial was held that lasted 31 days, and this time, 11 of the 12 jury members decided that she deserved to die. Normally, we've had some pretty horrible things, the cases on this channel, and I'm like, this person deserves to die. But this is a murder, and I just don't necessarily agree there's the aggravating factors are that intense. Of course people have physical pain and mental distress when they're being murdered. They're being murdered. I would not vote for death on this one. I would vote for life imprisonment, probably without parole. Minimum 20 years. Minimum 30 years. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But once again, they couldn't reach a unanimous decision, and the second trial was also declared a mistrial. In the end, it was up to Judge Stevens to decide what would happen to Jodi Arias, and on the 13th of April 2005, Judge Sherry Stevens sentenced Jodi to spend the rest of her natural life in prison without the possibility of parole, granting Travis's family and friends the justice they'd needed to be able to move on with their lives. Once the trial came to a close, the whole world knew that Jodi Arias was a pathological liar, but a lot of the lies she told about Travis had become fact in the eyes of the world. Sadly, the story of his life has been overshadowed by the story of how he'd died at the hands of his psychotic ex-girlfriend. According to Sky Hughes, quote, "Anyone who followed the trial knows that Travis, like the rest of us, was far from perfect. That said, he was a great guy, so great, in fact, that the defense could not find one man, woman, or child who would take to the witness stand and say anything bad about him. That's pretty impressive." Nonetheless, his private life, his emails, texts, phone records became a matter of public record. Virtually everyone, if put under this kind of scrutiny, would be embarrassed at best and absolutely mortified at worst. Yeah, it would be embarrassing. If you see him, it's like, it's just embarrassing, isn't it? It's your private shit. God. Though not perfect, Travis, more than anyone we know, made a focused effort to become better every day. He was an example to us in so many ways, and an amazingly loyal friend. Rest in peace. Dismembered appendices. 1. In July 2010, Jodi's lawyers filed several letters titled the Bob White letters into evidence. According to Juan Martinez, Jodi had written a series of letters by forging Travis's handwriting, describing sexual ants and fantasies that would portray Travis as a sick bastard who likes to play with kids. By comparing the Bob White letters to the letters that Travis had written to Deanna, they were able to prove that the letters were fake and had them scrapped from the record before the trial had started. She'd also tried to coach the defense's witness from prison, and the wardens confiscated 2 coded magazines that she'd tried to have delivered to a witness, in which she told him that he was messing up because his version of events didn't match what she'd been telling the police and the media. Number 2. Casey Anthony was arrested just 3 months after Jodi Arias, and during her murder trial, the defense suggested that her father had abused both her and her daughter. During Jodi's murder trial, Jodi's defense also suggested that Jodi had been abused by her father, despite her previous claims that he was loving and supportive, leading many media outlets to speculate whether they'd gotten the idea from the Casey Anthony case. Number 3. Arizona is one of only 3 states in the US where the court can recommend that the jury should question the defendant before deciding whether or not they're guilty. But according to 48 Hours correspondent Maureen Marr, Arizona is the only state that actually allows it. During the entirety of the Jodi Arias trial, the jury was allowed to submit anonymous letters to the court. The defense and prosecution were allowed to choose which questions would be asked, and Judge Stevens read them to Jodi, who would direct her answers to the jury. Some of these questions were: why would you continue to sleep with Travis after you learned of his child P-word issues? Can't say that word on YouTube. What is your understanding of the word skank? Do you feel the guys in your life cheated on you because you were controlling? How is it that you remember so many of your sexual encounters, including our ex-boyfriends, but you don't remember stabbing Travis or dragging his body? Have you ever sought help for your mental condition? After all the lies you have told, why should we believe you now? Number 4. A lot of the controversy surrounding Jodi's trial has to do with the conduct of the prosecuting attorney, Juan Martinez, and a lot of the misconduct complaints were made by the defense team. In April 2020, the Arizona Supreme Court released their judgment on one of Jodi's appeals, and even though they upheld her sentence, they explained that during the trial, Martinez was guilty of egregious misconduct based on the aggressive way he treated Jodi and the other witnesses during the trial. Was it that bad? The Supreme Court even lodged a complaint with the Arizona Bar Association to suggest that he should be disbarred. There were also allegations that he'd been feeding confidential information to a trial blogger that he'd been in a relationship with at the time. As if that wasn't enough, there were also several sexual harassment charges laid against him, and in the end he agreed to be disbarred based on the allegations of harassment, but denied that he was guilty of misconduct. Oh my lord. Okay. He's the good guy in our story. The prosecuting attorney's not such a good guy, apparently. Number 5. The defense attorney, Lawrence Nurmi, was also disbarred after the trial on the basis of an ethical breach because he'd started writing a book about the case before Jodi's trial was finalized. Afterwards, he lost a lot of weight, wrote a book called Trapped with Miss Arias, and is now a writer, motivational speaker, and comedian, and claims that being disbarred was the best thing that ever happened to him. Okay. And number 6. And lastly, a shout out to Jay Gibbs, who messaged me on Twitter suggesting this case. Thank you, Jay. And thank you, Emma, for putting this together. This was, good ending there. Life without parole. That's what I'd have gone for. I like it. Thanks for being here, and I'll